Bai Xiaosheng, an ordinary worker, inherits a world-class conglomerate worth 20 trillion. According to the will, he must start from the bottom and embark on a journey of career advancement. He unlocks layers of system assistance features, accessing vast amounts of funds, navigating various subsidiaries of the group, and confidently striding through life. I'll let you in on a secret. Although I'm an employee, I am actually your boss. Chapter 1. This is reality. Under the night sky of Tian'an City, the lights shine brightly. Tianhai Media, a small company in Tian'an, also has its lights on. In the employee area, only one person is working overtime. It's an ordinary-looking young man, staring intently at his computer screen. Despite his tired appearance, his eyes are particularly bright. His desk is messy, cluttered with documents and food wrappers. After a long while, the young man blinks his dry eyes, licks his lips, and rummages through the items on his desk. Nothing. He wryly smiles and crumples a paper bag in his hand. Bang, 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 a sound of someone knocking on the glass door comes, and a balding head pokes out from the manager's office. Bai Xiaosheng, are you done? It's been days, I need it today. The bald man barks. Zhou Tiansheng. Bai Xiaosheng thinks of the bald man's name, his eyes darkening. This guy arbitrarily changed the plan, causing extreme dissatisfaction from the client, which made the boss furious. And in the end, he pushed the blame onto him, using Bai Xiaosheng's original idea to please the client. What a complete jerk. Afterwards, it was Bai Xiaosheng who worked the overtime Zhou Tiansheng proposed. Once the boss left, Zhou Tiansheng would curl up in the office and sleep soundly. The packaging bag in Bai Xiaosheng's hand crunched loudly. Right now, he really wants to hit someone. However, Bai Xiaosheng gradually relaxed his grip. He needs to eat, pay for rent and utilities, and there's a mortgage just taken out. These burdens are suffocating him to buy that small apartment. He's cut back on food and clothes, losing all his temper. He needs this salary, and even more so the money from his housing fund. For that, he can only endure. Endurance is the mark of a great man. A gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late. Bai Xiaosheng silently recites to himself. Buzz, suddenly his phone vibrates. Bai Xiaosheng picks it up and is slightly taken aback by the name. It's a call from Su Fong. Su Fong is a blind date introduced by a distant relative of Bai Xiaosheng. They have met once. The girl is good-looking and fashionable, but she talks very materialistically, not someone on the same wavelength as Bai Xiaosheng, who had already planned to cut off contact. Unexpectedly, Su Fong calls him. Su Fong? It's me. Bai Xiaosheng answers the phone, and Su Fong giggles. Then they engage in some light conversation. What's this call about? Do you like me? Bai Xiaosheng chuckles at himself. He must be overthinking it. He clearly remembers the disdain in her eyes last time they met. Would this woman like someone who is broke and plain-looking? No way. I heard you have 2 tickets to Wei Moran's concert. Su Fong suddenly changes the subject and finally gets to the point. Wei Moran, that big star? Bai Xiaosheng recalls that his relative mentioned helping him get 2 tickets. A ticket for Wei Moran supposedly costs thousands for 2. It's nearly 10,000, which Bai Xiaosheng can't even dream of, especially since he has no intention of continuing. With Su Fong. Can you give me the tickets? I have a friend who wants to go, Su Fong says. Not going with me? Bai Xiaosheng is stunned and curiously asks, are you 2 girls chasing a female star? It's a male friend. Su Fong pauses, emphasizing, it's not that he can't afford it, I'm inviting him. And, Bai Xiaosheng, I think we might not be suitable, but we can be friends. Since we're friends, you'll help me out, right? Male friend? Bai Xiaosheng blinks, it must be a boyfriend. And this is just a few days. Boyfriend? Sort of. Su Fong ambiguously replies, just give me the tickets. On the other end, Bai Xiaosheng actually laughs. Sorry, I don't have any tickets. Su Fong responds in an annoyed tone. You big man, are you really that stingy over 2 tickets? Those tickets were meant for me, right? My boyfriend is really wealthy in Tian'an and has connections if you help me this time. Maybe next time I'll get him to find you a good job. And thanks for the offer, but I don't need anyone's help with my job. Bai Xiaosheng hangs up and blocks Su Fong. What a lunatic. After putting down the phone, Bai Xiaosheng can't help but curse. What if someone is rich? Their wealth is their business. Wanting to marry a rich person is your choice. What does it have to do with me, Bai Xiaosheng? Moreover, what's so great about being rich? Bai Xiaosheng feels annoyed just thinking about it. He's been troubled by money lately, and even the landlord watches him like a hawk, fearing he might run away. Now, he runs into someone like this. Son of gun. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets, and he can't help but curse again. After cursing, Bai Xiaosheng silently sends the packed documents to Zhou Tiansheng. In less than 5 minutes, Zhou Tiansheng rushes out of the office and hurries away. Lock the door when you leave, I'm going first. It's been exhausting these past few days, Zhou Tiansheng mutters. Bai Xiaosheng silently nods. The materials from half a month ago haven't been sent to the HR department. They're still piled up with Zhou Tiansheng. Bai Xiaosheng stares blankly at Zhou Tiansheng as he quickly leaves. Too much bullying, you old bastard. The suppressed emotions finally explode, and Bai Xiaosheng roars, standing up with red eyes. In the hallway, Zhou Tiansheng sneers silently and quickly steps into the elevator. Stop right there, Bai Xiaosheng shouts, but at that moment his phone rings again. In a fit of anger, Bai Xiaosheng grabs his phone to smash on the ground but sees the caller ID on. Bai Xiaosheng freezes, staring at those two characters for a long time before pressing the answer button. Son, have you eaten? The familiar voice calms Bai Xiaosheng, who is full of anger. Son, the weather has turned cold recently. You should wear more clothes. Don't always drink carbonated drinks. It's not good for your health. By the way, how's that girl your Aunt Lu introduced to you? I heard she's quite pretty. Son, why aren't you saying anything? Listening to his mother's nagging, Bai Xiaosheng suddenly feels an urge to cry. A strong one that only at this moment does he feel wronged and heartbroken, feeling the pain of being crushed by reality and money. Mom. Bai Xiaosheng covers his eyes with his hand, speaking in a hoarse voice. I'm doing well here. He doesn't know how long it has been, but after hanging up, Bai Xiaosheng sits silently at his desk, staring out the window at the thousands of lights. Mom, I'll be fine, earn a lot of money, bring you over, and let you live a good life. I will be rich. Bai Xiaosheng bites his lower lip. Knock, knock, knock. A series of soft and orderly knocks on the door interrupts Bai Xiaosheng's thoughts. Bai Xiaosheng silently gets up and walks to the door. Outside the glass door of the company stand two figures. One is an elderly man in a sharp suit with graying hair, and the other is a young woman around Bai Xiaosheng's age. Who are you looking for? Bai Xiaosheng frowns and asks. The old man looks at Bai Xiaosheng calmly, sizing him up, and suddenly smiles. We're looking for you. Chapter 2, 2 trillion. The old man outside the door had deep-set eyes and held a cane with gloved hands. The woman beside him had snow-white skin, and her legs wrapped in black stockings were slender and long, exuding a seductive allure. Are you looking for me? Bai Xiaosheng asked in surprise. He did not recognize the two people outside, but strangely, the old man felt familiar, making him unable to help but look at him a couple more times. Yes, we are looking for you, the old man smiled. Mr. Bai Xiaosheng. I don't know you, Bai Xiaosheng frowned. The old man smiled and was not displeased by Bai Xiaosheng's dialogue through the door. Instead, he calmly introduced himself. I am Sidoine, the butler of Mr. Bai Zhenbei, the chairman of Zhenbei Group. If you have any objections to this, you may check at your convenience. Bai Zhenbei Group? The old man before him had a special aura, elegant and imposing without anger. This kind of presence could not be faked or imitated. Bai Xiaosheng's heart stirred. He took out his phone and quickly searched. The old man smiled as he watched him. Bai Xiaosheng found the images online, enlarged them, and widened his eyes as he compared them with the old man before him. Even the crow's feet were the same. It was indeed Bai Zhenbei's personal butler. With such a big figure standing outside his door, Bai Xiaosheng felt a bit dreamlike and hurriedly opened the door. It would be impolite to leave them waiting. Mr. Situ, please come in. Bai Xiaosheng was shocked, but showed no sign of fear or flattery on his face. He was just a bit puzzled as to why a big shot like this would come looking for him, a small fry. No need, we can talk here. It's quite good. Sidoine nodded, showing some appreciation for Bai Xiaosheng's demeanor. Bai Xiaosheng did not insist further, standing with his hands at his sides like a junior. We are here this time to discuss something very important with you. Situ Yin's smile faded, and his expression became more serious. Perhaps I should address you as young master Bai Xiaosheng, as I must inform you that Mr. Bai Zhenbei is your great uncle. Upon hearing this, the woman beside Situ Yin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Bai Xiaosheng was stunned. This statement was like a bolt from the blue. Bai Zhenbei, his great uncle? His grandfather passed away early, and he had never heard his grandmother or father mention it. There must be some mistake. A hint of disbelief flickered in Bai Xiaosheng's eyes. Don't worry, we won't be mistaken, Situ Yin assured, recognizing Bai Xiaosheng's skepticism. Please do not underestimate our capabilities. Indeed, if Zhenbei Group could make such an error, it would be hard to stand at the pinnacle of global business. Am I really the grandson of a world-class financial tycoon? Bai Xiaosheng's heart raced uncontrollably. Currently, Mr. Bai Zhenbei's health is very poor. As per his instructions, you will serve as the heir to Zhenbei Group and undergo a test, Situ Yin stated clearly. Bai Xiaosheng was still reeling from the previous shock when he was hit with another bombshell. He was to inherit Zhenbei. Instinctively, Bai Xiaosheng felt he needed to say something. But what? How much does Zhenbei have? The question slipped out, and Bai Xiaosheng felt embarrassed. He was indeed scared of being poor. Situ Yin chuckled. According to last year's financial report, the valuation of Zhenbei Group is approximately 2 trillion. 2 trillion. Bai Xiaosheng was genuinely startled. If you wish to inherit Zhenbei Group, you must complete the test, Situ Yin reminded, according to Mr. Bai Zhenbei's requirements. You must start from the grassroots level of the group, experience 10 positions over the next 10 years, and after 10 years, regardless of which position you reach. The evaluation will conclude. 10 years of testing to become the president of a world-class conglomerate. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Situ In disbelief. This was more incredible than a fairy tale. Situ In extended his hand, and the beautiful woman beside him quickly handed over an object, a square silver box. This is what Mr. Bai Zhenbei entrusted me to deliver to you. Inside, there is a globally valid group identity card, a World Bank gold card, and well, I don't know about the rest, Situ In said, handing the box to Bai Xiaosheng. With a tap of his cane, he wished, "Good luck, my future president." Bai Xiaosheng stood there, holding the box in a daze, and Situ In gave him a deep look before turning to leave. The beautiful woman gazed at Bai Xiaosheng for 2 seconds before stepping away. He, a struggling worker, someone who had often been bullied because of money, was suddenly to inherit a world-class conglomerate. I must be dreaming. After a long time, he opened the box. The bank gold card and identity card were on top, exquisitely printed. Additionally, there was another object in the box, a silver cube the size of a fist. This was something Situ In had not mentioned. Bai Xiaosheng curiously reached out, and suddenly, a red light burst from the silver cube, sliding through his palm like a scan. The object unfurled in layers, blooming like a lotus flower. Bai Xiaosheng was startled. First, he felt drowsy, then an unprecedented clarity surged in his mind. Bai Xiaosheng looked around in astonishment. Feeling everything before him was clearer than ever. Nanochip implantation successful. Suddenly, a delicate, bell-like voice rang in Bai Xiaosheng's mind. Is someone there? Bai Xiaosheng jumped in surprise. But when he turned, he saw nothing. The voice continued, identity information. Bai Xiaosheng, workplace level, employee level, activated funds, 1 million yuan. Level 1, activating auxiliary function search engine. Bai Xiaosheng searched frantically around, finally confirming that the voice was indeed in his head. Hello. I am the artificial intelligence system Red Lotus developed by Zhenbei Group's Zero Biological Engineering Research Institute. Now, I will convey Mr. Bai Zhenbei's private voice message to you. Nanochip, artificial intelligence? Bai Xiaosheng grabbed a mirror and faintly saw a tiny pinhole on his forehead. Bai Xiaosheng. Before Bai Xiaosheng could ponder further, a weak, elderly voice began, frail yet filled with warmth. Bai Xiaosheng's heart trembled. This voice was very similar to his grandfather's. I am Bai Zhenbei, your great-uncle. Although we have never met, I know everything about you, and I believe you have some understanding of me as well. I am nearing the end of my life, and I hope you will inherit my estate. I give you 10 years to complete the task, to experience an unprecedented life from the grassroots to the presidency. Red Lotus is an existence even Situ does not know about. It is my final help for you. Oh, by the way, I have also adopted 2 children around your age. I believe you will meet them soon. Work hard, my child. The voice abruptly ceased, and Bai Xiaosheng stood silently. Everything was real. Another life was beckoning to him, like a mountain towering into the clouds, just waiting for him to climb. Bai Xiaosheng slowly walked to the window, overlooking the city. The city lay beneath his feet, millions of lights like jewels waiting to be picked. I accept the challenge. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, this 2 trillion, I will claim it. Chapter 3, Injustice on the Road. Red Lotus? After a long time, Bai Xiaosheng finally calmed down from his excitement and tried to communicate with the artificial intelligence. He had only seen artificial intelligence in movies before. He never expected to encounter it in reality, especially being able to communicate just by thinking. It was truly cool. Moreover, it seemed that the only external force he could rely on to see how far he could go was this AI, so he needed to learn more. Concerned about the 2 trillion, Bai Xiaosheng was particularly focused. Master, what are your commands? The bell-like voice rang out again, pleasant to hear, but lacking in emotion. Though Bai Xiaosheng didn't mind. What you mentioned earlier, I understood most of it, but what is the last auxiliary thing? The search engine is an auxiliary module that you can utilize at your level, employee level. I can search for any information you need across the entire network. Filter the most accurate information and relay it to your cerebral cortex, forming short-term memory for your use. Oh, Bai Xiaosheng's eyes lit up. Does that mean I'm like a human computer? You will go through a total of 10 workplace levels, from employee and manager to group president. I will evaluate you based on your behavior, and once your score reaches a certain value, you will be promoted. Each promotion will unlock different funds and assistance. Hong Lian continued. It turns out that there are other auxiliary functions beyond the search function. What are the other auxiliary functions? Bai Xiaosheng asked. I'm sorry. You do not have sufficient permissions to inquire. Hong Lian bluntly refused him. Bai Xiaosheng awkwardly touched his nose, feeling that this artificial intelligence was really lacking in empathy. However, this search function wasn't as powerful as he had imagined, and Bai Xiaosheng suddenly became interested. Hong Lian, data retrieval. I want to try how to make a nuclear bomb. Okay. Hong Lian's crisp voice replied without hesitation. In an instant, Bai Xiaosheng realized that thousands of formulas and models suddenly appeared in his mind. From element extraction to weapon-grade assembly, an overwhelming amount of knowledge flooded in, with countless graphic equations flashing before his eyes. Okay, that's enough. Stop, stop. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but shout. This is possible. Although I know that this is still far from actual manufacturing, it's still too powerful. Bai Xiaosheng's heart raced, feeling a sense of panic. These short-term memories will disappear within 10 minutes. Do you need to save them long-term? Hong Lian asked. No need. Bai Xiaosheng hurriedly shouted. What a joke. Why would he want to save this? However, this assistance was indeed very interesting. Bai Xiaosheng shook his slightly heavy head, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, he tried various questions about astronomy, geography, and history, obtaining detailed answers for everything. It wasn't until he was exhilarated that he finally stopped. Only then did he notice the two cards on the table, an identity card and a bank gold card. Bai Xiaosheng's attention was mostly on the bank gold card. He had asked Hong Lian about it, and there was a full 1 million in it for him to spend. He could spend it however he wanted. 1 million, just as an employee. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but tremble a little. How much would it be if he were promoted to manager or assistant? No, my goal is the president. 2 trillion is all mine. Bai Xiaosheng's gaze was as hot as fire. Half an hour later, Bai Xiaosheng got off the bus, and there was still one stop left to his rented place. He skillfully slipped into a small restaurant he often visited, picked a seat by the window, and ordered a big bowl of noodles, eating it while it was still warm. Following Bai Xiaosheng's initial impulse, with this 1 million, why save? Spend. However, after calming down, Bai Xiaosheng rejected this thought. He was truly tired of being poor and had become cautious, not wanting to spend recklessly. Thinking about it, no truly wealthy person would squander their money. To master a large consortium, one must align with the big shots in mindset. After all, his goal was 2 trillion. As Bai Xiaosheng was eating enthusiastically, suddenly a car stopped outside the restaurant, honking its horn. Bai Xiaosheng looked up, and a BMW 6 rolled down its window. A sensually dressed woman in the passenger seat pulled down her sunglasses. Bai Xiaosheng was stunned when he saw her face. The woman was also taken aback when she saw him. Su Feng, what is she doing here? Yu Yang saw that next to Su Feng was a handsome man, about the same age as him, with one hand resting on Su Feng's thigh. Oh, the bar street is just 2 blocks away. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly remembered. That place was a paradise for nightlife. Su Feng was also startled to see Bai Xiaosheng, but soon a slight smile appeared on her lips, clearly showing some disdain. Perhaps due to the recent ticket feud, Su Feng did not hide her emotions. Bai Xiaosheng, what a coincidence. Su Feng extended her delicate palm, waving away the smell, drifting over with a look of disgust. You're eating this for dinner? Bai Xiaosheng calmly looked at her, too lazy to respond. Hey, can you get through up ahead? Su Feng asked. The road is being repaired nearby. You can't get through just by following the navigation, the restaurant owner shouted out, looking displeased at Su Feng's actions as if his noodles smelled particularly disgusting. Humph, Su Feng sneered, turning to the man beside her sweetly saying, Darling, let us hurry up and leave. The smell here is too strong. Our clothes will smell later. It's disgusting. The man smiled, reached out to touch Su Feng, and the window rolled up, driving away. Bai Xiaosheng hesitated to say anything. Up ahead, it seemed like they might not be able to get through. Bah, little flirt. The restaurant owner spat disdainfully, laughing coldly. You guys are stuck ahead. Then he turned to Bai Xiaosheng and asked, Do you know that woman? Not a friend. Bai Xiaosheng quickly shook his head, burying himself in his noodles. After passing 2 intersections, it seemed like there were quite a few people gathered under the traffic light ahead, with shouts coming from time to time, the loudest voice sounding somewhat familiar. Is that Su Feng again? Bai Xiaosheng felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. It seemed he couldn't avoid this woman today. In the crowd, there was a BMW parked, next to which a bicycle was lying on the ground, and Su Feng was shouting at an elderly sanitation worker dressed in uniform. Bai Xiaosheng walked a bit closer to hear more clearly. I say, are you blind? You didn't see such a big car? BMW. Can you afford to pay for it? The elderly sanitation worker, looking timid, kept pleading, but Su Feng continued to scold her relentlessly. This has been going on for more than 10 minutes. That girl sure has a sharp tongue. The onlookers muttered quietly, that old lady is really pitiful. How much will she have to pay? Bai Xiaosheng frowned slightly. He knew all too well the hardships of being broke, especially for small people. The sanitation worker clearly looked like an honest person with a tough background. Besides the damaged bicycle, there was also a spilled food container on the ground. Pickled vegetables and rice. This might be her late-night snack. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but frown, his gaze turning cold. As Su Feng was shouting, she suddenly saw Bai Xiaosheng, her eyes brightening, and she shouted at the sanitation worker, Old hag, you want to argue? Huh? I have a witness. Bai Xiaosheng, come over here and testify for me. Su Feng sneered, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly woman. Let me settle the score with you. Seeing Su Feng's expectation, Bai Xiaosheng frowned, but suddenly broke into a smile. What are you doing? You're bullying her too much. Suddenly, A charming voice burst out from the crowd. What a beautiful person. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes lit up. Why should you testify for her? You're framing her. The angry beauty, with beautiful eyes, glared fiercely at Bai Xiaosheng. Chapter 4. I will testify. What is your business here? Seeing someone speaking up for the sanitation worker, Su Fong immediately straightened her body and shouted. Bai Xiaosheng also sized up the beautiful woman who had stepped forward. She had a tall and slender figure. Not as tall and thin as Su Fong, but exuded a sense of warmth. If she were a bit fatter, it would seem cumbersome, and if she were thinner, it would seem fragile. Just right. A word popped into Bai Xiaosheng's mind. This beauty was indeed strikingly attractive, with a touch of elegance. The more he looked, the more appealing she became. I've been watching for a while, and this person just came from that side. He couldn't have seen it. So why should he testify for you? The beauty faced Su Fong's gaze without backing down. You don't need to be afraid of her. I'll help you call the police, right now. The beauty comforted the elderly woman. No, don't call the police. To everyone's surprise, the elderly woman hurriedly stopped her. Young lady, I know you're a good person, but you know my job isn't easy to find. I'm still on probation. I can't let the big boss know. I'll pay for it. I just ask the kind people to ask for less. The elderly woman pleaded with Su Fong. Less to pay? Su Fong smirked, lightly tapping the back of the car. Do you know how much this car costs? If it's not 10,000. Don't even think about leaving. 10,000. The elderly woman visibly trembled. Oh, that is so much. Not much. Do you see what kind of car this is? It's worth that price. You tell me, can this old lady afford that much? It's a sin. The people around couldn't stop pointing and discussing, which inadvertently solidified the old man's responsibility. The beautiful woman, witnessing the injustice, became somewhat anxious. Her anger had a unique charm that made Bai Xiaosheng smirk and glance at her a few more times. The beauty noticed Bai Xiaosheng's gaze and immediately shot him a fierce glare. Whoever got here early, did anyone witness for the old man? The beauty suddenly exclaimed. The previously chattering crowd instantly fell silent, as no one wanted to get into trouble. What? You have no witnesses? I do. Su Fong said triumphantly, signaling Bai Xiaosheng with her eyes. You dare. As Bai Xiaosheng stepped forward, the beauty became agitated and glared at him fiercely. You should have a conscience. As a big man, you can't be so shameless. It was evident that this beauty was well-mannered, despite her frustration. She had held back from cursing for quite a while. Hey, who do you think you are? Is she your grandmother or your mother that you need to interrupt? Su Fong placed her hands on her hips. Bai Xiaosheng, ignore her. Speak. Hey, everyone listen. This person is clearly seen by all. Whatever they say is the truth. Suddenly, all eyes fell on Bai Xiaosheng. Under the public gaze, Bai Xiaosheng appeared calm. 10,000 yuan. Isn't that too little? Upon hearing this, the old man's face turned pale, and he weakened at the knees. Bai Xiaosheng took the opportunity to place a hand on her shoulder and press down, causing the old woman to fall to the ground. The beauty widened her eyes, about to speak, when Bai Xiaosheng's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, Annie, how could it be you? What happened to you? Did a car hit you? Bai Xiaosheng seemed so anxious that even his voice changed. The surrounding discussions abruptly ceased, leaving the beauty and Su Fong stunned. What is going on? What did he say, Annie? I didn't recognize you just now. Can you still stand? Should we go to the hospital? Bai Xiaosheng shouted, not giving the old woman a chance to speak. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, while the old woman stared blankly at Bai Xiaosheng, unable to understand where this relative had come from. The onlookers suddenly became interested and began discussing. Su Fong, we may know each other, but it's ridiculous that I wanted to help you as a witness, and your car actually hit my aunt. This matter, 10,000 is not enough. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Su Fong with indignation. Bai Xiaosheng, are you crazy? Su Fong looked incredulous. I am a witness. Everyone saw it. It's what she said, and that's the truth. Bai Xiaosheng shouted to those around him. Auntie, I'm really sorry. I almost lost my conscience and got confused. Let's go to the hospital for a full checkup. Then, Bai Xiaosheng nearly burst into tears. The beauty beside him wore a strange expression. This sanitation worker had just seemed steady on her feet, yet now she couldn't get up. And what about this guy? Could this be a scam? Was this woman actually the victim? The beauty looked at Su Fong, whose face had turned pale, with suspicion. Drivers nowadays are so irresponsible, driving recklessly. Let's go to the hospital. We need to get checked. The public opinion had instantly reversed. Nonsense. This old guy ran into our car. Su Fong shouted. The term old guy immediately ignited the crowd's anger. People inherently sympathize with the weak, and Su Fong's words provoked public outrage. Hey, you're young. Can you show some respect? Don't you have any elderly people at home? Yeah, you won't always be young. Such low quality. It's clear you just wanted to scam someone. The crowd murmured, and some couldn't help but start shouting angrily. Bai Xiaosheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Evil people have their own ways of dealing with them. If there are no evil people, then I'll be the villain. Bai Xiaosheng, you dare to harm me. Su Fong suddenly shouted, baring her teeth and trying to rush at him. Enough. A loud shout rang out. Su Fong was taken aback and halted in her tracks. The door of a BMW opened, and a tall, handsome young man stepped out. Avon. Su Fong stamped her foot in grievance, pointing at Bai Xiaosheng and the beauty. They are bullying me. The handsome Avon coldly glanced at Bai Xiaosheng but brightened up when he saw the beauty. I'll handle this. Avon stepped forward, ignoring Bai Xiaosheng and instead smiling at the beauty. Hello, I'm Avon. How should I address this beautiful lady? The beauty was taken aback, and before she could speak, Bai Xiaosheng stepped in front of her. Your car knocked my aunt down. Let us see how we resolve this first. Bai Xiaosheng said angrily. Avon merely glanced at the sanitation worker on the ground before looking back at Bai Xiaosheng. She hit my car. What do you want? Avon's tone was haughty, with an air of arrogance and contempt. With this beauty here, I won't waste my breath on someone like you. If you want money, name your price. If you want to call the police, I have connections. Avon leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as he said to Bai Xiaosheng, you poor fool. Be sensible, and I'll give you a few hundred to get lost. Seeing Avon's disdain, Bai Xiaosheng's anger flared up. Just because you're rich, you think you can bully others? I have 20 billion, and I'm a CEO. Bai Xiaosheng's gaze turned cold. Hong Lian, pull up all applicable traffic regulations for me. Bai Xiaosheng initially just wanted to prevent the sanitation worker from being scammed and to protect honest people. However, he changed his mind. He wanted to scam them. Chapter 5, A Lesson for You. Bai Xiaosheng's pin-up anger surged. Avon must be taught a lesson. After searching for information, Hong Lian's clear voice brought a stream of information into Bai Xiaosheng's mind. He quickly understood the traffic regulations Avon had violated and similar punishment cases. However, Bai Xiaosheng frowned. The punishment was too light. Indeed, since there was not much damage at the scene, the legal penalties would naturally be mild, several thousand yuan and a few points deducted, which probably seemed trivial to Avon. Bai Xiaosheng was unhappy. I need to add some spice, he thought. Wealthy people don't care about money but do care about their reputation. Today, he would take Avon's face. Your name is Avon, right? You look like a rich kid from a big family. What kind of business does your family run? Bai Xiaosheng took out his phone, smiling as he asked. Avon ignored him completely. You rich people have precious time. You probably don't know much about traffic regulations. No problem, I understand, I'll tell you. You violated the Tiannan City Traffic Accident Liability Determination Standards, Articles 21, 25, and 36. Article 21 states that vehicles must yield to pedestrians on sidewalks, severely obstructing pedestrian rights. Articles 25 and 36. Bai Xiaosheng rambled on, indifferent to Avon's response. Are you a traffic cop? Avon frowned. The way Bai Xiaosheng rattled off the clauses showed he was quite familiar with them. However, Avon thought he had connections and didn't care at all. You not only have to bear full responsibility for this accident, but will also face criminal charges according to the law. Bai Xiaosheng ignored him, continuing to speak seriously. Avon finally frowned, suddenly noticing Bai Xiaosheng filming him with his phone. His expression changed instantly. What are you doing? Just gathering evidence. Put that down. Avon shouted. Feeling uneasy about being filmed, Avon reached out to grab the phone, but Bai Xiaosheng was quicker, dodging aside. So what if you hit someone? You still threaten people. While speaking, Bai Xiaosheng zoomed in on the fallen sanitation worker, saying, Everyone, look at this poor old lady, the city's maintainer. Look at her pitiful supper. Now she has been hit by someone and seriously threatened by the perpetrator. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't be polite. Avon pointed at Bai Xiaosheng, shouting. Are you filming a video? I didn't expect you to be quite photogenic, handsome guy, Bai Xiaosheng replied, giving Avon a close-up before putting his phone away. As for me, I'm not a traffic cop, but I might be a reporter. With such good material, if I put it online, you'll go viral. Reporter. Avon's face changed dramatically. He wasn't really reckless. Upon hearing that Bai Xiaosheng was a reporter, he became somewhat nervous. If his actions affected the reputation of his family's company, his father would definitely skin him alive. What do you want? Iwan kept a close eye on Bai Xiaosheng. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman with wide eyes stared at Bai Xiaosheng in astonishment. At first, she thought he was an accomplice, then she saw him as someone trying to extort money. And now he was a reporter. The beautiful woman didn't know what to say anymore. Which media are you from? Do you know who I am? Do you believe that I can get you fired? Iwan threatened stubbornly. Blustering. Bai Xiaosheng smiled disdainfully. Sorry, I'm a self-media, I don't work for anyone. You may have connections, but you can't control me. Bai Xiaosheng spoke slowly. If you threaten me again, I'll really make you an internet celebrity. What do you want? Iwan gritted his teeth. I actually don't want much. Bai Xiaosheng lifted his chin, indicating Iwan to sincerely apologize to the elderly man and pay some compensation. And this matter would be resolved. Iwan glanced sideways at the sanitation worker, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Apologize to someone like this? This poor guy, cleaning the streets. I can pay, but I won't apologize. Iwan gritted his teeth. No matter what, you need to. Iwan couldn't help but swallow hard. All his expressions fell into Bai Xiaosheng's eyes, and the latter smiled even more. Remember this. AI Wen glared fiercely at Bai Xiaosheng, unwillingly murmuring an apology to the elderly man. I'm sorry. Louder. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly shouted. AI Wen was startled and darkened his face, saying it loudly again. No need. No need. The elderly man hurriedly waved his hand, looking terrified. All right, this is really forced. Take out the money. Bai Xiaosheng said unhappily. Reluctantly. AI Wen took out his wallet and handed some money to Bai Xiaosheng. Just this little? Bai Xiaosheng frowned. In a fit of anger, AI Wen gave him all the cash he had. There's also a card. Bai Xiaosheng gestured with his mouth. Don't go too far. AI Wen's face twisted a bit. Then forget it. Before AI Wen exploded, Bai Xiaosheng casually smiled, effectively suppressing AI Wen's anger. The elderly man glanced at AI Wen anxiously before getting up to push his card away slowly. The onlookers gradually dispersed as there was nothing more to see. You're not her relative, the beautiful woman suddenly said to Bai Xiaosheng. Upon seeing this, she understood everything. Bai Xiaosheng smiled at her. Wei Xiaoyan. The beautiful woman beamed and extended her hand. Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng gently shook Wei Xiaoyan's delicate hand, feeling its softness and smoothness. Beautiful people have beautiful hands. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but sigh. AI Wen, feeling annoyed, glanced at the two and turned to leave in silence, shooting Bai Xiaosheng a glance full of hatred. In Tianan, no one dared to humiliate me like this. I will remember you. AI Wen and Su Fong, looking somewhat embarrassed, got into the car, and that BMW 6 hurriedly left. Wei Xiaoyan watched all this, feeling a wave of relief. She had a bicycle nearby, so she hopped on, greeted Bai Xiaosheng, and took a deep look at him before riding away. Bai Xiaosheng watched Wei Xiaoyan leave. This girl is not only beautiful, but also has a good temperament. And most importantly, she has a kind heart, standing up against injustice like a heroine from ancient times. I just don't know if she has a boyfriend. Bai Xiaosheng smacked his lips and suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh, I'm such a big fool. Why didn't I ask for her contact information? Bai Xiaosheng, riding her bike. Wei Xiaoyan thought of this name, pursing her lips and smiling, looking stunning. Chapter 6, Troubled AI Wen. Fongjing Garden, a high-end residential area in Tianan City. The lowest tier of the community consists of garden villas, and the green spaces are maintained year-round, with lush trees and flowers blooming all the time. At the entrance of the community, security guard Air Zhuzi stood straight, looking ahead, his mouth slightly moving as he chatted idly with the captain beside him. After all, this area is dimly lit, and no one can see them. This community is known as a wealthy area, with cars coming and going starting from at least 500,000. Any vehicle below that price is directly stopped. Air Zhuzi had only been there for 2 days, but had already mastered when to let cars through and when to stop them, thanks to the guidance of his brother-in-law, the captain. As night fell, Air Zhuzi couldn't help but yawn when he saw a bicycle turning in to enter the community. Stop right there. Without showing any courtesy, Air Zhuzi went to block the way. What a joke. What kind of place is this? Cars worth hundreds of thousands are parked to the side. And you dare to barge in on a bicycle? Just as Air Zhuzi stepped out, he was pushed aside by the captain. The captain jogged to raise the barrier, smiling warmly. Air Zhuzi was dumbfounded, watching a beautiful woman ride past him, even glancing at him. Just that glance made his heart race. This woman is really beautiful. Brother-in-law? Who is this woman? Is she the mistress of a wealthy family? Air Zhuzi asked, unable to resist as he watched the bicycle disappear into the distance. But a mistress certainly wouldn't ride a broken bicycle. The captain glared at his brother-in-law and said softly, don't guess blindly, and don't spread rumors, understand? This girl, President Wang specifically told me about her. When I first asked the same question, I almost got fired. President Wang said that anyone living in this community wanting to marry her is like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. My goodness. Air Zhuzi couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Everyone in this community is super wealthy, and marrying this girl is considered a toad wanting to eat swan meat? So who is she? The captain waved his hand, not wanting to say more. Wei Xiaoyan rode straight to the center of the community. She rode right into the lawn of a villa, parked her bike, and took the elevator straight to the second floor. Upon entering the living room, Wei Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. A cute girl with a bit of baby fat, who was adorably plump, was sitting on the sofa with bare feet, watching cartoons and munching on snacks. The living room looked like it had been ransacked. Lu Wenxian, can you clean up the room? You're so lazy. Wei Xiaoyan complained as she took off her coat and hung it up while picking up clothes from the floor. Am I not diligent enough? These are all my snacks. Lu Qianwen grinned. How's work? Is it fun? I really can't believe you. Is all this fuss worth it? It's fun. At least I won't get fat. Wei Xiaoyan huffed. The working people are the most glorious. You're living here for free, so you should help me tidy up. Lu Qianwen said shamelessly. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and said, oh right, isn't your cousin going to have a concert? Give me 5, no, 10 VIP front row tickets. I need them to pick up guys. You little brat. How old are you? Wei Xiaoyan was completely speechless. She dared to say anything. At that moment, several streets away, in the most luxurious bar box on the bar street, AI frowned deeply as he answered a phone call. He felt extremely displeased. It was supposed to be such a wonderful night, with a new woman by his side. But he hadn't even had time to enjoy it before annoying matters kept coming one after another. First, he was tricked by a poor kid on the road. Then he saw such a beautiful and exquisite woman pass by, and just as he arrived at the bar, before he could even have a drink, his father called him. AI, you're not young anymore. I can't let you mess around like this. Tomorrow, the company providing us services will come to propose, and their boss is my friend. I want to meet him, and you need to come along. AI father, AI Shirley, ordered without reservation. I've already asked for a copy of the proposal in advance. I don't care where you are right now. Get to the company immediately and review the materials. You really have been spoiled by your mother. If you don't focus on the company, you won't get a penny when I die. The phone hung up with a snap. AI gritted his teeth, his face turning red. AI I've ordered 2 bottles of wine. Let's drink until we're wasted. Su Fong pushed the door open and entered, wearing a sexy maid outfit. Throwing a seductive glance at AI was already seething with anger, and seeing this woman dressed like a whore made him feel utterly disgusted. Compared to the pure goddess he had encountered on the road, she was nothing but a cheap hooker. He was already tired of such goods. Are you leaving? Su Fong noticed AI ignoring her and was immediately anxious. Today she was determined to win over this rich second generation, even if it meant sacrificing herself. She would use all her charms to make this man desire her so much that he could never leave her. She wanted to marry into a wealthy family and become a young mistress. AI didn't even look at her and pushed the door to leave. Don't go. Su Fong hurriedly tugged at him, ripping a hole in AI sleeve. AI stopped, coldly glanced at his sleeve, then at Su Fong. However, Su Fong was terrified. She suddenly noticed that his handsome face inexplicably turned somewhat menacing. I didn't mean to, Su Fong stammered. Slap. AI delivered a heavy slap to her face. Then, he kicked her down, leaving her sprawled on the ground like a pitiful dog. You bitch. Su Fong fell to the floor, covering half of her face. Her eyes filled with fear. Was her golden husband, her dream of being a wealthy lady, suddenly shattered? No, she couldn't accept it. If she couldn't win over AI there was no way she could turn to anyone else. In this circle of wealthy people, her reputation would be ruined, and she would never be able to enter again. No, I don't want this. I want to marry into wealth. Su Fong, unwilling to accept defeat, hurriedly stood up and rushed out. AI At this moment, AI's face was filled with rage, and even the bar staff kept their distance from the notorious young master AI. Damn the proposal, no matter which company. You all wait for me. I won't let you have it easy. AI's face twisted with a sinister smile. His desire for revenge was extremely strong. Since his old man wanted to see his capabilities, he would take the opportunity to find fault. At this moment, AI Shirley was on the phone. A voice on the other end said, Mr. AI, let's go for tea tomorrow. I'll have a vice president from the company bring someone to report to you. Oh, you know this person. His name is Zhou Tiansheng. Chapter 7. It's you. In a small, shabby room of less than 10 square meters. The only furniture was a bed and an old wardrobe. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating the entire room. Bai Xiaosheng was wrapped in a blanket. Nestled in bed, sleeping soundly, a silly smile on his lips, drooling. In his dreams, Wei Xiaoyan, wrapped in a bathrobe, was walking out of the bathroom, her long, snow-white legs occasionally visible beneath the robe. She smiled at him, exuding charm. As the robe slid down, her nearly perfect bosom gleamed snow-white. Bai Xiaosheng felt a rush of blood. Suddenly, a sharp and clear sound interrupted, causing Wei Xiaoyan and the beautiful scenery to vanish in an instant. No. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but cry out in despair. The phone rang at the most inopportune moment. With sleepy eyes filled with rage, Bai Xiaosheng picked up the phone, feeling like throwing it. The caller was Zhou Tiansheng. This bastard, not even letting me have a good dream. Bai Xiaosheng fumed. His identity card and bank gold card were right in front of him, and he was destined to be a trillion-dollar CEO, his status vastly different from before. What job? He didn't care. For a moment, Bai Xiaosheng thought about hanging up the phone. However, the proposal had already cost him so much effort, he couldn't just give up. After hesitating for a moment, he finally answered the call. Bai Xiaosheng, why aren't you at the company yet? Zhou Tiansheng's voice sounded very angry. Our department is supposed to start work 40 minutes early. It's the rule. Have you forgotten? Bai Xiaosheng frowned. Zhou Tiansheng seemed to have forgotten that he had once played him on the housing fund issue. Did he really think it was all forgotten? Although that bit of money was no longer so important to Bai Xiaosheng, Zhou Tiansheng was indeed forgetful. Looks like I have to go to work. Before I leave, I have to repay you properly. Bai Xiaosheng thought with a cold smile. Zhou Tiansheng continued. Hurry up and come over. Today, come with me to present the proposal. The boss will also be there, along with the president of the other big company. Don't dawdle. You need to be at the company in 10 minutes. 10 minutes was impossible. Also, let me tell you, the heir of the other party will also attend this meeting. I'm especially reminding you. You need to take it seriously. Do you hear me? When you meet him, be polite and humble. Don't think you can slack off just because you're around the same age. Do you know his status? And yours? Zhou Tianxing's words made Bai Xiaosheng's gaze turn cold. What is my status? You will know sooner or later. Zhou Tianxing noticed Bai Xiaosheng's silence, and, fearing to push too hard and cause trouble, softened his tone. If you perform well this time, I will recommend a raise to the boss, 500 more. As for the housing fund materials, I'll have HR run an errand for you. Zhou Tianxing brought up old matters again, with a hint of threat. The call ended. Bai Xiaosheng pondered for a moment. He needed to make this proposal work while not letting Zhou Tianxing have it easy. It seemed a bit challenging. Half an hour later, Bai Xiaosheng took a taxi to the company and went straight to Zhou Tianxing's office. Discipline is important. Zhou Tianxing began to reiterate the project plan they had prepared. Bai Xiaosheng looked at him calmly. When he had no money, he felt like beating him up. Now that he had money, he suddenly thought of him as a clown. Was it worth getting his hands dirty? You know what this deal means for the company, Zhou Tianxing continued, only to realize that Bai Xiaosheng was unusually quiet today. Not saying a word, but his eyes inexplicably gave him a sense of indifference. Indifference. Zhou Tianxing couldn't find a better word to describe that feeling. Only that the last time he felt this way was in front of a big boss of a large company. Listening to his report, but completely ignoring him as a person. That was the arrogance of someone in power. How is it possible? Why does Bai Xiaosheng give me this feeling? Zhou Tianxing couldn't help but raise his voice to create an aura for himself. Do you know who the big boss of the other party is? Their company is about to be invested in by the Jinbei Group's subsidiary, and will soon become an affiliate of Jinbei Group. Zhou Tianxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This information isn't on the documents. Soon, Zhou Tianxing noticed Bai Xiaosheng's expression becoming extremely strange. You mean Jinbei Group, the one that's in the Fortune 500? Bai Xiaosheng's eyes showed surprise and gradually brightened. Zhou Tianxing was pleased with Bai Xiaosheng's reaction and began to show disdain. This little brat trying to put on airs, scaring me. So are you interested in Jinbei? Dream on. Someone like you can't even enter that kind of big company. I might have a chance. Zhou Tianxing cleared his throat. All right, go prepare your things. We're heading to Century Park Hotel soon. Century Park Hotel was owned by the other party, making it understandable to present the proposal there. Bai Xiaosheng nodded, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he left. What a surprise. He had originally planned to sort things out here before going to Jinbei Group, but he didn't expect to intersect with Jinbei so soon. Perhaps this time he could kill two birds with one stone. Successfully complete the proposal and give Zhou Tianxing a lesson. After a while, Bai Xiaosheng was ready. Zhou Tianxing called him, and the two set off for the hotel. Century Park Hotel, located in Tiannan, is a well-known 5-star hotel. The business CAF on the first floor is entirely park-themed, with palm trees and green plants everywhere under the 30-story high ceiling, and even a small bridge and flowing water in the public area. In addition to the open area, there are also private rooms made of stone in the corners. Bai Xiaosheng and Zhou Tianxing arrived at the designated private room, adjusted the equipment, and waited for the other party to arrive. Half an hour later, the representatives from the other company arrived. A vice president who was a serious-looking middle-aged woman accompanied by a young female subordinate. After greetings exchanged between President Pan and President Zhou Tianxing, although he was also a vice president in name, was not comparable in weight. He wore a forced smile and began with flattery. The other party's attitude was lukewarm, with an air of arrogance, making Bai Xiaosheng feel embarrassed for Zhou Tianxing. However, Zhou Tianxing didn't mind. He showcased his humor while explaining the planning proposal. It seemed he had indeed done some homework. The other party was generally satisfied with the overall concept of the proposal, nodding frequently and offering mostly trivial suggestions for modification. Just asking for a bit more. Zhou Tianxing readily agreed, possibly thinking that all this work was Bai Xiaosheng's responsibility and that he had no burden. Since that was the case, Bai Xiaosheng decided to be unreserved and see who would outsmart whom. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, he thought that if he didn't leave, all this extra work would naturally fall on him. However, now that he had decided to leave, he didn't care anymore. President Pan, I have some suggestions, Bai Xiaosheng suddenly interjected, frequently offering advice. The case was to be perfected as much as possible, without fearing trouble, wholeheartedly for the client. President Pan was initially surprised, but soon became excited by Bai Xiaosheng's words, nodding frequently, and the two engaged in a lively discussion, even leaving Zhou Tianxing to the side. Zhou Tianxing widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe that Bai Xiaosheng was creating work for himself. Of course, as long as the client was satisfied. He had nothing to say. As the conversation progressed, both parties were pleased. The case was completely finalized, and regarding how much work would follow, Bai Xiaosheng exchanged a smile with Zhou Tianxing, both thinking surprisingly alike. Anyway, it won't be me doing it. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps and laughter came from outside, and several people entered the private room in succession. Among them were their boss and the other party's boss, followed by a young man. Bai Xiaosheng stood up to greet everyone and caught sight of the young man. Both of them froze. "It's you." Evan's eyes were filled with hostility. Chapter 8. Enemies on a narrow road. Bai Xiaosheng stared at Evan, who was also glaring back at him. Neither of them expected to meet in such a situation. "Bai Xiaosheng, what are you doing here?" A woman behind Evan exclaimed. Bai Xiaosheng looked over to find it was Su Fong. At that moment, Su Fong was dressed in a black suit and stockings, looking very much like a white-collar worker. Bai Xiaosheng was unaware that after being abandoned by Evan last night, Su Fong had managed to turn the situation around. Following his father's orders, Evan went to the company to work overtime alone, and Su Fong had given the young master Evan an unforgettable experience in the office, which was incredibly thrilling. Afterwards, Evan made Su Fong his personal assistant. In this setting, Su Fong's words and actions were appropriate, but upon unexpectedly seeing Bai Xiaosheng, she lost her composure for a moment. The three of them stared at each other. "So, do you guys know each other?" A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and droopy eyes asked. He was Evan's father, the boss of the client company, Bai Xiaosheng. In his view, having a connection between both sides was better as it could facilitate the deal. "Yes, we are old acquaintances." Evan's expression returned to normal, even giving Bai Xiaosheng a sinister smile. "That's right. I and young President Ai have a deep impression of each other," Bai Xiaosheng said meaningfully. "Haha, that's good," Ai Shirley said as he turned and walked toward the main seat. Speaking as he walked, "Little Ai, you should get to know more capable talents like this. Don't be afraid of lowering your status. Bring such talents to our company." President Ai is joking. What capable talents can we small companies have? How can we compare to Evan? Bai Xiaosheng's boss, Lu Sun, laughed, following behind. Neither of the two bosses noticed the subtle atmosphere. Bai Xiaosheng and Evan exchanged glances, and Bai Xiaosheng saw excitement in Evan's eyes. He smiled back at Evan, with a hint of provocation. This rich second generation really knows how to keep his cool. I underestimated him, Bai Xiaosheng thought. "I heard your proposal is good," Evan said. "We still need more guidance from young President Ai." "Of course we will." The two harbored their own thoughts, smiled at each other, and walked towards their respective positions. "President Ai, this is our Vice President Zhou Tiansheng," Lu Sun introduced to Ai Shirley. President Ai, Zhou Tiansheng nodded and bowed. "Haha, we've met before. Little Zhou is a good employee." Ai Shirley nodded slightly. Lu Sun smiled and asked Zhou Tiansheng, "How did your presentation go? Was Vice President Pan satisfied?" "Satisfied, very satisfied." Zhou Tiansheng quickly nodded, looking at Vice President Pan. "President Ai, we did a lot of detailing together. A very good proposal," Vice President Pan said appreciatively. The two bosses nodded in succession. "Old Lu, as long as the proposal passes, let us have lunch together at noon." "Haha, good. This time I'll treat." The two bosses chatted freely, and it seemed this meeting was about to end successfully. However, Bai Xiaosheng sat there, smiling at Evan. This wouldn't be so simple. Bai Xiaosheng was waiting for Evan to make a move. Sure enough, while flipping through the planning proposal, Evan suddenly raised his head. "Hold on, President Ai, President Lu. I think this proposal still needs to be discussed." Ai Shirley looked at his son in surprise. "Oh, then you tell us, we're all ears." Lu Sun and Zhou Tiansheng looked on in astonishment. "Young Master Evan, should I explain this proposal to you again?" Zhou Tiansheng hurriedly said. "You?" Evan smiled coldly, glancing at Zhou Tiansheng and then at Bai Xiaosheng. His target was not Zhou Tiansheng. Zhou Tiansheng felt a bit awkward under Evan's attitude. "This proposal, the concept seems good," Evan said slowly to Bai Xiaosheng. He had also done some homework last night, and even specially consulted an old planner at the company this morning. "What did you research?" "I researched the problems." However, the old planner, who loved to nitpick, praised the proposal, which was not what Evan wanted. He needed to showcase himself in front of Ai Shirley. "Unexpectedly, my preparation brought an unexpected surprise." Evan looked at Bai Xiaosheng meaningfully, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With a slap, Evan threw the planning proposal onto the table. Lu Sun and Zhou Tiansheng looked at Evan in shock. This was a clear sign of disrespect. Ai Shirley frowned slightly. "Evan, tell us your judgment." Evan nodded confidently, sneering. "You only did 6 months of data comparison, and you dare to make an annual advertising schedule? I haven't even seen the data analysis of the hot topics. What great confidence you have." Zhou Tiansheng's face turned pale, and Lu Sun's expression darkened. At that moment, Evan was pressing harder. "Or are you saying that you've memorized the entire year's data, just like a computer, and you know everything I ask? Well then, since that's the case, let us test it. I just happen to have internal data from the research agency. Can you respond fluently?" Evan smiled as he took out a tablet and even connected it to the projector. Ai Shirley's eyes lit up, a smile on his face. Regardless of whether Evan was deliberately looking for trouble or genuinely thought there was a problem with the proposal, as a father, Ai Shirley felt proud and even appreciated it. naturally wanting to support him. Old Lu, what do you say? AI surely said slowly. Well, haha, we are naturally well aware of the data, Lu Sun said. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he looked at Zhou Tianxing. Old Zhou, this proposal is your responsibility. You explain it. Me? Zhou Tianxing looked bitter. How could he explain? Even if he had checked the data, it was impossible for him to memorize it, which was simply unrealistic. Let Bai Xiaosheng explain it. Zhou Tianxing broke into a sweat, bowing his head under Lu Sun's pressing gaze. The proposal was his responsibility. Lu Sun was taken aback, and then shot him a fierce glare. He even considered killing Zhou Tianxing. He knew that Zhou Tianxing would not take full responsibility for this case, but he didn't expect that he was completely unaware of it. It's understandable that the vice president doesn't understand. Iwan's pen was spinning rapidly in his hand as he looked up at Bai Xiaosheng, his gaze intense. However, if even the main planner doesn't understand, I think you shouldn't be in this circle anymore. Right, Bai Xiaosheng? Chapter 9, Data Expert Bai Xiaosheng. Everyone's eyes fell on Bai Xiaosheng. Doubt, mockery, schadenfreude. There was not a shred of trust, not even a tiny bit, not even from Bai Xiaosheng's boss, Lu Sun. Bai Xiaosheng remained expressionless, looking at Iwan. You are the planner. This is your proposal. If you don't even understand some industry data. Iwan smiled as he glanced at Lu Sun and Zhou Tianxing. That wouldn't be acceptable, would it? Zhou Tianxing's body shook as he glared at Bai Xiaosheng. Little AI, you asked this well. Bai Xiaosheng, this is your proposal. I told you to be serious, meticulous, and pay attention to every detail. I gave you such great authority, and this is how you handled it. What nonsense. Lu Sun's expression darkened as he also looked at Bai Xiaosheng. AI surely briefly scanned the room before picking up his teacup and silently savoring the tea. The manager Pan and her female subordinate were somewhat regretful. They had a decent impression of Bai Xiaosheng. However, sympathy aside, even their own people were undermining him. So they didn't need to plead for him. Su Fong remained silent, her gaze towards Bai Xiaosheng hinting at a barely contained delight. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Only the ones pushing were their own people. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head and smiled. In the past, he would have been the one to take the blame. Bai Xiaosheng smiled at his former self, feeling humble, helpless, without dignity or choice. But now, I am no longer the person I used to be. I no longer have to fear any of you, anyone. Bai Xiaosheng slowly raised his gaze, sweeping over each person's face, calm yet indifferent, even carrying a hint of silent mockery. What kind of look is that? What attitude is this? What does this kid want to do? Lu Sun and Zhou Tianxing's eyes widened. Bai Xiaosheng's gaze made them feel contempt. Bai Xiaosheng no longer looked at them. His gaze finally landed on Iwan's face. You want data support? Bai Xiaosheng said calmly. I'll give you the data. Hong Lian, find the data for me, Bai Xiaosheng silently thought. Okay, master. Hong Lian replied in a clear voice, still devoid of emotion, but to Bai Xiaosheng, it was 1,000 times more pleasant than anyone else's voice in the room. After a brief 2 seconds of contemplation, Bai Xiaosheng had already memorized the data. The data for the first 6 months was already in the proposal. I believe Iwan must be clear about that. Bai Xiaosheng spoke, his voice steady and clear. As for the last 6 months, according to authoritative institutions' vast data and statistical reports. Let us start with online media. In our industry's advertising push, video ads, focus graphics ads, and full-screen ads saw a continuous rise in attention rates from June to October, with growth rates of 0, 5, 0, 3, and 0, 1. In November and December, they reached their peak at 535, 438, and 392, respectively, while text links and pillar ads dropped significantly, decreasing from 138 and 189, with decline rates of. Bai Xiaosheng spoke fluently without looking at any materials. Every month, every period, every tiny piece of data rolled off his tongue. Iwan frowned, quickly scrolling through the tablet. The data in his hands was internal statistics. It was hard to buy even with money, not to mention someone of Bai Xiaosheng's level. However, any data he mentioned was exactly the same. Iwan felt as if he had seen a ghost. Bai Xiaosheng's statistics were spot on, with some data even missing from his own. How is this possible? This can't be real. Iwan's eyes widened. Not just him. Everyone couldn't help but look at the projection, comparing with Bai Xiaosheng's narration. Not a single detail was overlooked. Not a single error. It was simply unbelievable. Iwan, Lu Sun, Zhou Tianxing, Manager Pan, Su Fong, and even that female subordinate's expressions gradually changed from surprise to dumbfoundedness. Even AI surely put down his cup, staring at the screen without blinking. How did he get such detailed data? No. How could anyone memorize a year's worth of data? Everyone was rendered speechless by the shock. This is simply abnormal. Bai Xiaosheng even started to speak faster. At first, Iwan could still frantically compare notes. But soon he couldn't keep up because Bai Xiaosheng's speaking speed was astonishing, and the clarity of his logic and the brilliance of his analysis were extraordinary. The room was filled with only one voice, Bai Xiaosheng's voice. The data was astonishing, but being able to deduce conclusions from the data was even more astonishing. AI Shirley's gaze grew increasingly heated as he looked at Bai Xiaosheng, as if he had found a treasure. This kind of person is definitely a talent. No, a genius. This kind of planner must be recruited. Having him at a small Tianhai media is simply wasting talent. Lu Sun and Zhou Tianxing also became excited. This case might succeed. And the 1 million advertising fee finally had a chance to be secured. Ding dong. Suddenly, Bai Xiaosheng heard a clear sound, like the ringing of a bell. The subsidiary company of Jinbei Group has completed the annual promotional analysis. You have gained 5 points. Your current score is 5 points. And you are still 95 points away from being promoted to manager level, Hong Lian said. Points added. Bai Xiaosheng was astonished. He never expected that his first score would come at a time when he hadn't even gone to Jinbei Group yet. Iwan's expression turned extremely ugly, his eyes slightly reddening as he silently stared at the data. He was unwilling to accept that such problems and challenges could be perfectly resolved by Bai Xiaosheng. He was not willing. Iwan felt the gazes of everyone in the room towards Bai Xiaosheng filled with shock and admiration. This was not what he wanted. What he wanted was humiliation, a severe humiliation for Bai Xiaosheng. I have a few more questions. Iwan shouted. Please, Bai Xiaosheng gestured. In a back-and-forth exchange, Bai Xiaosheng remained composed, neither hurried nor slow. Iwan was already sweating, his voice becoming urgent, when Bai Xiaosheng spoke to the point of excitement. He even pointed out the subtle shortcomings of the proposal and provided the best suggestions. Lu Sun and Zhou Tianxing's expressions turned grim. These areas could indeed be done better, but it would greatly increase their expenses. Bai Xiaosheng's expression remained unchanged as he took in the two's ugly faces, feeling pleased inside. You are unkind. I will be ungrateful. I want to show you that I can not only take the blame for you, but can also smash your heads. This case is mine. I will make it perfect and flawless. Bai Xiaosheng spoke passionately. AI Shirley was no fool, as Bai Xiaosheng improved the proposal. The way he looked at Lu Sun grew increasingly cold. Shut up. Finally, Iwan, Lu Sun, and Zhou Tianxing couldn't hold back anymore. And the three of them shouted in unison. After shouting, the three looked at each other in shock. To hell with your proposal. Iwan slammed the proposal down and stood up, his face darkened, pointing at Bai Xiaosheng hysterically. You little brat, you insulted me yesterday. And today you want to take this order and this money? Then get down on your knees. Chapter 10, Don't Move. Iwan's roar made everyone present gasp in shock. It turned out that the two had a long-standing grudge. Lu Sun and Zhou Tianxing's faces completely darkened. What they thought was a former acquaintance turned out to be a grudge. The one offended was actually AI Shirley's son. AI Shirley was arrogant and dismissive of others. But what left the deepest impression was that he was protective of his own. AI Shirley's only son was also his biggest taboo. There are rumors that Xiao Iwan once scratched a luxury car at Store 4 and was detained by the staff on the spot. AI Shirley rushed over immediately, not to negotiate or compensate, but to force the store to fire all employees involved at the cost of buying all the luxury cars. He then smashed all the luxury cars to pieces right there. This was sensational news at the time. It can be said that, aside from AI Shirley himself, no one could bully Iwan, not even a little bit. Lu Sun was aware of this matter, and his face turned pale instantly. This was not just a personal issue for Bai Xiaosheng. If AI Shirley vented his anger on Tianhai media, it would be unimaginable. President Pan and her female subordinates' faces also turned white, and their bodies even trembled slightly. This little bastard colluded to extort my money yesterday. And he even ran off with my woman, Iwan roared in anger. To him, Wei Xuelian was a target of pursuit, now that the prey had escaped. This debt naturally fell on Bai Xiaosheng's head. Not good. Lu Sun felt extremely anxious. Zhou Tianxing had also heard some rumors about AI Shirley, and his expression became fearful in an instant. Haha, it's great. They are bullying my son now. Sure enough. AI Shirley sneered coldly and looked at Lu Sun. Old Lu, give me an explanation. Lu Sun trembled. All right, you humiliated Xiao AI, and you still dare to have thoughts about his woman. Zhou Tianxing was eager to jump up. You still haven't apologized to Xiao AI. Apologize? Iwan laughed coldly. Did he need to? Make him kneel. Iwan pointed to the ground. Kneel. Su Fong beside him was bursting with excitement. Making Bai Xiaosheng kneel and admit his mistake was too satisfying. Iwan was too domineering. Kneel? Lu Sun and Zhou Tianxing were slightly taken aback. But then they saw the gloomy face of AI Shirley, which still wore a hint of indulgent sneer. That's right, if you kneel to Xiao AI, he will generously forgive you, and our cooperation can continue. Lu Sun hurriedly said, signaling Zhou Tianxing with his eyes. Bai Xiaosheng, this is an order from the company. Kneel and apologize to Xiao AI. Zhou Tianxing also echoed, even hinting to Bai Xiaosheng with his eyes. He believed Bai Xiaosheng would understand and cooperate as usual, even if reluctantly. When under someone else's roof, how can one not bow their head? Just a kneel for $1 million deal. What is money compared to face? As a business planner, how much is dignity worth? Bai Xiaosheng looked expressionlessly at the group of people in front of him, his leaders, his boss, his clients. What kind of people were these? Bai Xiaosheng suddenly smiled. What if I don't? Bai Xiaosheng asked softly. Not kneeling? Iwan's eyes had already reddened with excitement. He was in high spirits. If Bai Xiaosheng easily bowed his head, he would be unhappy. Then I will make it so you can't survive in Tianhai. Iwan grinned sinisterly. Haha. Well said. You have presence. AI surely grinned widely. I see even Tianhai media is about to reach its end. Right, President Liu? With that one sentence, Lu Sun shivered all over. He forced a smile and looked at AI Shirley, but AI Shirley did not look at him. This big boss with vast connections and financial power never just lets things go. They claimed to be friends, but when they fell out, they became enemies. Kneel. Lu Sun nearly wished he could kneel for Bai Xiaosheng. His tone was pleading. Bai, just consider it for the company. It's worth it. Worth it. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Lu Sun expressionlessly and finally slowly stood up. Lu Sun and Zhou Tianxing stared at him without blinking, their eyes filled with hope and pleading. Iwan and Su Feng were watching Bai Xiaosheng with excitement, as if in the next moment he would kneel. However, to the disappointment of all of them, Bai Xiaosheng showed no intention of kneeling. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a card, showing the front. Do you recognize this? Bai Xiaosheng said softly, his gaze passing over everyone and locking onto AI Shirley. Jinbei Group, identity card. Bai Xiaosheng had also done some investigation before coming. Hong Lian had explained that within Jinbei Group, there was a rule that all Jinbei companies, including subsidiaries and invested companies, would have their big shots receive a copy of a document at the first opportunity. The most important page of this document is to identify a pattern, dragon soaring and lion roaring, with the Jinbei logo in the center. This pattern symbolizes identity, representing inviolable dignity and power within the commercial empire of Jinbei. To dare to trample on it is to violate Jinbei's corporate culture and become an enemy of Jinbei. And now, this pattern was in Bai Xiaosheng's hand, specifically on the square card in his hand. AI Shirley's cold smile suddenly froze on his face, and then horror appeared in his eyes, distorting his entire face slowly. The Supreme Gold card, something that people of insufficient rank have never even seen, was actually in his hands. Who was he? In front of Jinbei Group, AI Shirley was not even worth a worm. Neglecting Jinbei's authority could have consequences 100 or 1,000 times more serious. AI Shirley's fear was unmasked. Unfortunately, aside from Bai Xiaosheng, who was facing him, no one saw that the always arrogant AI Shirley had actually turned pale. Bai Xiaosheng was also secretly astonished. He did not expect AI Shirley's reaction. What are you holding? Iwan grinned sinisterly. If you want to pay, let me tell you, I don't lack money. I just lack a son who kneels. Shao Ai. He wants to give it to you. Just accept it. Zhou Tianxing suddenly became spirited, stepping forward and reaching for the card in Bai Xiaosheng's hand. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. White porcelain shards flew in the air, mixed with a splash of blood. Zhou Tianxing's sinister smile remained on his face, but his eyes rolled back, and he fell face down, crashing to the ground. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads in shock. Don't move. AI Shirley still maintained the action of throwing the cup, screaming hoarsely. However, this was secondary. The key was AI Shirley's gaze towards Bai Xiaosheng. Extreme panic. Extreme flattery. Chapter 11. The Big Shot. This kid is actually someone from Jinbei Group, and a big shot at that. No wonder. No wonder he can obtain authoritative data that others can't buy. No wonder he is so fearless. Sweat beads formed on AI Shirley's nose, and his forehead was shiny. However, how did someone from Jinbei Group end up in Tianhai media? Did old Lu know about this? AI Shirley subconsciously glanced at Lu Sun, who looked at him in terror, as if he were looking at a suddenly insane person. AI Shirley had no way to judge Lu Sun. However, Bai Xiaosheng's identity should be true. That group's internal pattern is something an ordinary person wouldn't even have the chance to see, and even if they did, no one would dare to imitate it. It represents the authority of Jinbei Group. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying aspect. The person responsible for investing in AI Shirley's company, the president of a subsidiary of Jinbei Group, was his university classmate. During private gatherings, AI Shirley had gotten him drunk and extracted many unknown secrets. Among those secrets, one was particularly shocking. Within Jinbei Group, there was a secret matter circulating. There has always been a mysterious inspection team directly under the highest level of Jinbei. They are responsible for inspecting various industries of Jinbei Group globally, conducting covert investigations, not notifying the supervisors, and not interacting with them. Among those people, there are elders, youth, even women and freshly graduated students. They leave no trace, but, without exception, hold special identity cards from the group. They infiltrate the grassroots of companies and cooperating units, collect information, assess the company's status, and report directly to the highest level of the group. It is said that every year, a large batch of prominent big bosses are inexplicably replaced. The orders come from the highest level, and the evaluations are based on these people's reports. Bai Xiaosheng. Could it be that he is one of the inspectors from Jinbei Group? The more AI surely thought about it, the more he felt he was right. He is about to be integrated into the large system of the Jinbei Group. This must be an assessment. If things go wrong, I'm finished. Hundreds of thoughts surged through Aishi Li's mind in an instant, and he realized the countless possibilities. His funding chain was actually on the verge of crisis and urgently needed investment. If Jinbei doesn't invest, Aishi Li didn't dare to think further. His entire back was soaked, and beads of sweat were pouring from his forehead. This Bai Xiaosheng is my real father. Aishi Li, with his oily face, desperately squeezed out a flattering smile. Whoever dares to touch Bai Xiaosheng is digging his own grave, risking his life. As long as Bai Xiaosheng is willing, he would kneel if necessary. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Aishi Li's fawning smile and was somewhat shocked. He rubbed the identity card in his hand, swallowing hard. Is this thing really that effective? If I go to other subsidiaries in the future, who would dare bully me? I can just show them this card. Bai Xiaosheng felt completely relaxed and put the card away. It was bizarre, too bizarre. What kind of sorcery did Bai Xiaosheng perform? How did pulling out that card turn his father into this? You bastard, what have you done? AI Wen roared, charging at Bai Xiaosheng. Slap. A loud slap sent AI Wen spinning twice in place, his face immediately swelling up like a steamed bun. You little beast, what are you doing? You're rebelling. Aishi Li pointed at AI Wen with a finger as thick as a carrot, his eyes nearly popping out. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Is this still the Aishi Li who was excessively protective of his child? AI Wen, terrified, covered his face, spitting blood. He had never seen Aishi Li so brutal. Little AI, you are being reckless. You will end up in trouble sooner or later. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at AI Wen. Aishi Li's chubby face trembled. A hint of pain visible in his eyes, but it was overshadowed by a fierce expression. You little beast, it's all my fault for spoiling you. You still want to hit someone? You still want to make others kneel? Have you forgotten how I usually teach you? Aishi Li jumped over and, without explanation, swung his hand to slap his son's face. AI Wen screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and moments later, he was left with only whimpers. Having been beaten into a pig's head, Lu Sun, Su Fong, and Vice President Pan were all stunned, terrified and hiding aside, not daring to step forward. In the end, AI Wen was knocked unconscious. It must be you vixen. Don't think I don't know about your little affairs. Aishi Li glared fiercely at Su Fong, his eyes looking like they could eat people. Su Fong was so scared, she almost collapsed. If you dare to get close to AI Wen again. Aishi Li's squinty eyes revealed a glimmer of ferocity. He didn't say the rest, but Su Fong felt a chill in her heart. Cough, cough, enough, enough. Bai Xiaosheng cleared his throat. He hadn't expected Aishi Li to be so agitated. Aishi Li turned his face around, still wearing a flattering smile. Let us talk privately. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand. Aishi Li bent over and followed him. The two retreated to a corner of the room, under the terrified gazes of Lu Sun and the others, whispering to each other. The scene was too shocking. Aishi Li sometimes looked like a mad dog, sometimes like a lapdog, leaving the others' minds in a daze. You know my identity? Bai Xiaosheng glanced at Aishi Li. Yes. I won't say anything reckless. Aishi Li, the cleverest of the clever, immediately stated his position. Bai Xiaosheng was very satisfied and patted him on the shoulder. This action left the big boss flattered and surprised. This feeling is so nice. Bai Xiaosheng felt comfortable. You must honor me with a meal at my humble abode. My son may have offended you, Aishi Li said nervously. It's all in the past. Magnanimous, magnanimous. Aishi Li sighed in relief, his smile growing wider. You must have a meal, Aishi Li said enthusiastically. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand, and Aishi Li immediately shut up. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at Zhou Tianxing on the ground. Although old Lu wasn't a good boss, he had never deprived him of a penny. Zhou Tianxing is different. Boss AI, I want to ask you for a favor regarding this person. Bai Xiaosheng pointed at Zhou Tianxing. I really dislike him. Can you keep an eye on him for me? Aishi Li was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. This man, who could be ruthless to his own son, had a sinister smile on his face. Bai Xiaosheng could even foresee Zhou Tianxing's future. He was quite satisfied and left gracefully. I'm leaving, no need to see me off. With that, no one dared to send him off. Chapter 12. You liar. After leaving the hotel and walking on the tree-lined avenue, Bai Xiaosheng looked up at the sky. It was blue. He looked at the trees. They were green. The warm breeze came toward him. He was free. Bai Xiaosheng even spread his arms and embraced this long-awaited freedom under the astonished gazes of passers-by. Hong Lian, find me a subsidiary of the Jinbei Group in this city, and it should be of some scale, Bai Xiaosheng instructed. Finally, he was about to take the first step into the Jinbei Group. Okay. Hong Lian quickly organized the information and imprinted it into Bai Xiaosheng's mind. So this company is also under Jinbei? Bai Xiaosheng was somewhat surprised. In that case, let's go there. Bai Niangong Zhu Real Estate Company, Limited. One of the major real estate companies in Tiannan City. Perhaps I can be promoted to manager or even a higher position there. Let's see if it suits me. On the way, Bai Xiaosheng had lunch and familiarized himself with the information about Bai Niangongzhu again. At the headquarters of Bai Niangongzhu, in the office of the general manager, a dignified and imposing middle-aged man was rubbing his temples while looking at reports. He was well-maintained, looking to be in his early 40s, but his real age was nearly 50. His eyes were tired yet wise. He was Shang Wenshu, the general manager of Bai Niangongzhu. At this moment, Shang Wenshu felt a headache coming on. Policy factors, market factors, and strong competitors had made the company's performance this year disappointing. Although Shang Wenshu was in his middle age, he still had a passionate desire to climb higher and see further. Unfortunately, several nearby real estate companies, also part of the group, were performing admirably, with results surpassing his own. Moreover, his personal connections within the group weren't very strong, which made Shang Wenshu's dream of being promoted to the regional manager of the group's real estate business seem to be on the verge of collapse. In fact, even within Bai Niangongzhu, he did not have full authority. If this continues, not only will I not become a regional manager, but I might even lose my position as general manager. Shang Wenshu muttered to himself, clenching his fists. If I had connections and influence within the group, perhaps I could still have a glimmer of hope. What a pity. Shang Wenshu sighed deeply in frustration. At the front desk of the Bai Nian building, a pretty young woman was sitting upright, staring at her computer. She was Chen Ku, the front desk staff of Bai Niangongzhu headquarters. It was just past lunchtime, and with few visitors, Chen Ku was happy to be leisurely. However, she was still very sleepy and stifled a big yawn. In just a short while, she noticed a spirited young man standing outside the reception area, and she almost gaped at him. Who are you looking for? Chen Ku was startled and quickly closed her mouth. The visitor was Bai Xiaosheng. I'm looking for your general manager, Shang Wenshu, Bai Xiaosheng said politely. Do you have an appointment? No. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Chen Ku shook her head and refused straightforwardly. Perhaps you could hand this to him for me. Bai Xiaosheng confidently took out his identity card to show Chen Ku. Sir, we don't accept sales pitches for shopping cards. Chen Ku was taken aback, then looked at him with disdain. How could the security let anyone in? Besides, you, a salesperson, want to see General Shang? Bai Xiaosheng was stunned. He thought his identity card would work everywhere, but it was blocked by the little receptionist and mistaken for a sales pitch. It seemed that this card was only effective for those with sufficient rank. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly realized, and then said seriously to the little receptionist, You're quite competent. Actually, I'm a relative of General Shang. I was just testing you. Relative of General Shang? Chen Ke looked at Bai Xiaosheng suspiciously, her expression one of disbelief. You make a call, he will definitely see me. If I'm lying, you can call security. Bai Xiaosheng spoke seriously. But if you don't make this call and he gets angry, I won't take responsibility. What Bai Xiaosheng said was so convincing that it felt more real than reality. Chen Ke suddenly felt a bit anxious. Recently, President Shang's temper had not been good. You better not be lying to me. Chen Ke threatened Bai Xiaosheng with a glare and really picked up the phone. Hello, I am Shang Wenshu. After a while, the call connected, and Shang Wenshu's voice was authoritative but tinged with irritation. Chen Ke immediately became nervous. President Shang, there's someone named Bai Xiaosheng looking for you. He says he's your relative. Chen Ke said. During the call, Bai Xiaosheng quietly repeated his name. Bai Xiaosheng? On the other end, there was a slight pause. Who? I don't have any relatives with the surname Bai. In an instant, Chen Ke's face turned pale, and she glared fiercely at Bai Xiaosheng. She had really been fooled. Describe him to him. Bai Xiaosheng smiled at her, revealing his ID card. Chen Ke felt Shang Wenshu's tone was on the verge of exploding, and in a panic, she instinctively followed what Bai Xiaosheng said. He has a card, dark gold, with a dragon and a tiger, and our Jinbei Group's logo. The other end fell into terrifying silence, and suddenly there was a loud bang, as if the receiver had been slammed down. Chen Ke was almost scared to tears. What is going on? Bai Xiaosheng asked. You really are a fraud. Chen Ke angrily hung up the phone and shouted, Security, throw this person out. Bai Xiaosheng was startled. Hey, what did you say? Call again, and I'll talk to him. Chen Ke gritted her teeth. Did she really think she was stupid? If he doesn't come down, I'll go up to find him. Bai Xiaosheng saw the security really running over and hurriedly said. Chen Ke's face turned white with anger. You want President Shang to come down to find you? You want to go up to find him? Are you really afraid I won't get you fired, you fraud? Call another security. Chen Ke shouted in fury. Security rushed over, 3 of them, and Bai Xiaosheng was flustered. Everyone stop. At that moment, a loud voice came, full of authority. Over by the elevator, Shang Wenshu was running over. General Manager Tang, a middle-aged man with a heavy presence, was sprinting over like a mountain that remained unmoved in the face of danger. Chen Ke's eyes widened, feeling this scene was so unreal. In the blink of an eye, Shang Wenshu had reached the front desk, even slightly out of breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gone was the usual calm demeanor, like a towering mountain. Is it you? Shang Wenshu completely ignored the gazes of others, his eyes fixed on the only unfamiliar face, trembling as he asked. Bai Xiaosheng nodded. Let me see. Shang Wenshu swallowed hard, speaking urgently, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Bai Xiaosheng naturally knew what he was referring to and took out his ID card. Shang Wenshu didn't take it with his hands but stared at it intently, examining it closely. Please, come to my office, we'll talk slowly. Shang Wenshu said enthusiastically with a smile. Bai Xiaosheng politely nodded, took back the card, and followed Shang Wenshu to the elevator. Before leaving, Bai Xiaosheng smiled at Chen Ku. See, I'm not a fraud, he mouthed. Just now, President Shang personally came down to invite him up. Chapter 13, Being a Small Employee. Shang Wenshu brought Bai Xiaosheng up in the elevator reserved for executives. Inside the elevator, the two just casually chatted a bit. On the surface, Shang Wenshu was calm. But inside he was boiling with excitement. Shock and surprise filled him. He understood far more than the half-baked AC Lee. Bai Xiaosheng's ID card was not just for the inspection team. It was of a higher level. If this person was also in the inspection team, he must be a high-ranking member. Shang Wenshu couldn't help but glance at Bai Xiaosheng a few more times, secretly marveling. Who would have thought that such a young person could be a big shot in the group? If it weren't for the ID card, he would never believe it. It was precisely because of this unlikeliness that the inspection team could penetrate without gaps, allowing the group's executives to grasp the most authentic situation. Impressive. While Shang Wenshu admired him, he was also extremely excited. Although he didn't know why the inspection team, particularly someone holding such a high-level ID card, would take the initiative to come to him and declare his identity. This was not the inspection team's style, but since they were willing to let him know, it might indicate one thing. The inspection team knew about him, Shang Wenshu, and this action might express a kind of trust. They might even want to investigate others through him. This person, Shang Wenshu's eyes brightened slightly. The deputy general manager Wang Yi, who had been at odds with him. If Wang Yi were just a deputy general manager of a subsidiary, that would be fine. But this deputy general manager had backing in the group. Could it be? In a short time, Shang Wenshu had perfectly calculated the purpose of Bai Xiaosheng's visit. Regardless of whether it was targeting Wang Yi, this was an opportunity. A rare opportunity. One that belonged to me, Shang Wenshu. Shang Wenshu looked at Bai Xiaosheng with more enthusiasm. This ID card really is quite useful. Bai Xiaosheng was unaware that Shang Wenshu's imagination had already soared beyond the sky. He was very satisfied with his ID card. Upon reaching the office, Shang Wenshu took the initiative to brew tea, using his treasured good tea to entertain Bai Xiaosheng. The two exchanged pleasantries. Bai Xiaosheng relaxed, and Shang Wenshu showed no airs, chatting happily. Oh, Shang Wenshu's eyes flickered, his smile kind. I understand. The inspection team, even the group's higher-ups, probably not only want to investigate someone, but they also want to assess my abilities. Shang Wenshu felt a warmth in his heart, but remained calm on the surface, pretending to ponder. There are several projects at Bai Niangongzhu, but the most suitable one is that one. I wonder what position you want to experience. Shang Wenshu smiled and asked. President Shang, I just want to be a small employee. From now on, you can treat me as an ordinary small employee, Bai Xiaosheng said. Really a hard-working person. Shang Wenshu nodded. All right, then we'll get into character. I'll just call you Xiao Bai, that way others won't suspect anything. Okay, Bai Xiaosheng naturally agreed. All right, then I'll go there right now. So urgent? Shang Wenshu hesitated for a moment, but then relaxed and stood up. I need to go there too. Let me take you along. Thank you, President Shang, Bai Xiaosheng said politely. In just 20 minutes, the meeting was over, but both sides were very satisfied, chatting and laughing as they took the elevator down. At the front desk, Chen Ku was discussing with a good colleague about President Shang's so-called relative when she suddenly saw Shang Wenshu and Bai Xiaosheng walking over side by side, laughing. Chen Ku and her colleague quickly sat up straight, only to hear Shang Wenshu greeting her. Xiao Chun, I'm going to Telly's Plaza. Tell old Zhao that I've taken the car. Old Zhao was President Shang's driver, and since President Shang didn't call him, was he going to drive himself? Chen Ku quickly nodded. This person is with President Shang? Chen Ku saw Bai Xiaosheng and watched the two leave the building and get into the car. Shang Wenshu was actually sitting in the driver's seat, giving that person a ride. Chen Ku couldn't help but swallow hard, her brow slightly furrowing. Telly's Plaza. She hurried to the restroom. In the restroom, she quickly took out her phone and sent a text message. Telly's Plaza, Marketing Center, large conference room. Dozens of people, each with different expressions, were seated around the conference table. The meeting had been called urgently. The person hosting the meeting was a middle-aged man with a proper appearance. However, when he opened his mouth, a pair of large, very white buck teeth stood out. He was the project manager for Telly's Plaza, Chen Zhongshi, known by the catchy nickname Chen Big Tooth. At this moment, Chen Big Tooth's bloodshot eyes looked furious as he slammed the table, shouting, "Look at this! Is this your work result? Are you trying to create trouble? The promotion department, this is your plan. Do you know about the banned and restricted words? After the national laws and regulations were issued for a month, how did you handle the copywriting? Do you want our project to get fined? Not sure? If you're not sure, then don't use it. This is your recent performance. I just want to ask, with so many of you, are you all out there eating, drinking, and having fun? I beg you all to take this seriously. Can you complete the tasks by the end of the year? Do you want to see how many complaints will pile up on my desk? I'm just a project manager. Do I need to deal with these trivial matters? And then there's the administrative department. Chen Dian is so furious that he almost wants to execute everyone in front of him. The leaders of the major departments lower their heads, scribbling furiously on their notebooks, but nobody knows what they're writing. Opposite Chen Dian, Project Deputy General Manager Li Mingtong remains expressionless, sipping tea while a cold smile creeps onto his lips, hidden behind the cup. After finishing his scolding, Chen Dian slams the report in his hand down and shoots a cold glare at Li Mingtong. The reason for all these issues is undoubtedly related to this Li. Otherwise, these people wouldn't dare to act so unprofessionally. If this is brought to light, it would mean that Chen Dian is a protege of the general manager Shang Wenshu at Bai Niangongzhu, while Li Mingtong is under Vice President Wang Yi, who has his eyes set on Shang Wenshu's position. When big bosses fight, the little ones suffer. Recently, I've heard that Vice President Wang Yi has been very active at the group level, so his people have become increasingly bold. The Telly's Plaza is a core project of Bai Niangongzhu, so it naturally faces the most scrutiny. All of this is giving Chen Dian a headache. Calm down, old Chen. Everyone has been quite busy and tired lately. Besides, it's normal for work to have mistakes. Li Mingtong, who is only in his 40s, speaks with an air of authority. These words unconsciously make everyone present feel a bit closer to him. What kind of talk is that? Is this something that can be mistaken? If there's a problem, who is responsible, you or me? Li Dian retorts angrily. Naturally, it's whoever has the higher rank who takes responsibility. Leaders should have the ability to be accountable. Otherwise, they shouldn't hold the position, Li Mingtong sneers. I'm the highest-ranking official here. Are you asking me to take responsibility? Suddenly, the door is pushed open with force. Shang Wenshu strides into the office, his face incredibly grim. Chapter 14 Old Fox. Bai Xiaosheng follows Shang Wenshu into the large conference room. He can feel Shang Wenshu's anger, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Along the way, Shang Wenshu has been praising the project marketing team, his words laced with pride. After all, forming an elite team represents his ability to recognize talent and is also a point of pride for him as a leader. Bai Xiaosheng imagines a diligent, wise, united, and progressive team based on Shang Wenshu's description. But now, as soon as they reach the door of the large conference room, they hear Chen Dian's furious scolding. It sounds like a complete mess. This is a blatant slap in the face. The usually composed and emotionless Shang Wenshu also loses his temper. In the large conference room, project supervisors see the general manager and quickly rise, standing at attention, many of them no longer looking lazy and indifferent. Li Mingtong also tames his arrogance, adopting a more respectful demeanor. President Shang, they all call out, but Shang Wenshu ignores them and goes straight to Chen Dian, pushing him aside and pointing at his nose. How are you managing this project? Useless. If you can't manage people, then get lost. Chen Dian is taken aback, somewhat astonished. Boss, your behavior today is off. From the moment you walked in, your anger has been frightening. You're scolding the supervisor in front of everyone, showing no respect. Normally, you would support him and reprimand these people. Li Mingtong is also somewhat surprised. Shang Wenshu is scolding Chen Dian now, but that initial comment was directed at him. In the past, Shang Wenshu has never been so direct. Is he planning to make some moves? Li Mingtong secretly remains vigilant, ready for a storm. After finishing with Chen Dian, Shang Wenshu's anger seems to subside a little. He remains silent, his face dark, scanning the faces of everyone present. Anyone who meets Shang Wenshu's gaze falls silent, not daring to speak. Li Mingtong, the project deputy manager, is also a big leader. You directly manage half the department. Many of them listen to you, so you need to take responsibility. Don't isolate yourself from this, Shang Wenshu says meaningfully, looking at Li Mingtong without being harsh. Li Mingtong feels a chill run through him. Yes, President Shang, you're right, he lowers his head. However, there's no submission in his eyes, after all. He is under Vice President Wang Yi and doesn't report to Shang Wenshu. Shang Wenshu looks around at everyone present. You are all elites in the industry with several years, even decades of experience. Is this project really that difficult? I know some of you have heard rumors that I have issues with Vice President Wang Yi. That Chen Dian is my person and Li Mingtong is Wang's. So you split into factions and slack off? Let me tell you, you are not working for some individual. You are working for Bai Niangongzhu, for Zhenbei, and for yourselves. I, Shang, solemnly remind you that our industry is not short of talent. Shang Wenshu's words are earnest, yet carry a hint of threat. These words about the conflict between the bosses are rather direct, surprising Chen Dian, Li Mingtong, and everyone else present. Moreover, it's Shang Wenshu himself who is saying this. The crowd can't help but exchange glances, each with their own thoughts. Bai Xiaosheng watches quietly. As an observer, He listens to Shang Wenshu's roar and observes everyone's reactions, sorting out the relationships in his mind. This is not a simple project. Perhaps it's a big trouble. Bai Xiaosheng sighs inwardly, casting a deep glance at Shang Wenshu. Did Shang Wenshu really not know what the situation was here before bringing him in? He praised the team all the way here. People are capable, yet when gathered together, they seem like a disorganized crowd. What contradiction is Shang Wenshu trying to highlight? Bai Xiaosheng watches quietly. Next, Shang Wenshu says some other things, mixing criticism with encouragement, all of which are rather trivial. I'll stop here. You all know what to do. Except for Chun Dian and Li Mingtong, everyone else can leave. Finally, Shang Wenshu waves his hand. The crowd feels as if they have been pardoned and quickly leaves the conference room. From Shang Wenshu's entrance to the scolding, it didn't take long at all. The impression given is that this President Shang truly acts decisively and is capable. However, looking at the confused and astonished expressions of these supervisors, it seems that this time, President Shang's performance is unusual. Bai Xiaosheng finds this quite interesting. Moments later, only Shang Wenshu, Chun Dian, Li Mingtong, and Bai Xiaosheng remain in the office. Shang Wenshu's expression returns to normal, calm, and steady, but when he looks at Bai Xiaosheng, there's a clear hint of apology, as if he didn't expect this sudden outburst. Bai Xiaosheng smiles faintly. The subtle exchange of expressions between the two catches the attention of Chun Dian and Li Mingtong, stirring something within them. What position, what role? Chun Dian inquires. Li Mingtong frowns. Is this someone being planted in a key position? He certainly won't agree if it's an important role. Employee, Shang Wenshu glances at Bai Xiaosheng. Just an employee? Chun Dian is somewhat surprised. He and Li Mingtong are actually thinking along similar lines. This young man is likely a helper that President Shang has arranged for himself. Leaving Li Mingtong behind seems to imply a forced arrangement. And Chun Dian's inquiry is in sync with this. But just an employee? Li Mingtong is also confused. However, even as just an employee, Bai Xiaosheng inevitably bears the mark of being aligned with Shang Wenshu. Alright, I should be going now. You all don't need to see me off. Shang Wenshu waves his hand and walks out on his own. That's how it is, Chun Dian said. Could Li Mingtong not send them off? They sent him to the door of the conference room, only to be stopped by Shang Wenshu again. The two had no choice but to watch as Shang Wenshu walked out of Trellis Square until he got into his car, revealing a sly smile like a fox. He had put in quite a bit of effort for today's scene. The reason he greeted the receptionist Chen Ku was that Chen Ku was Chun Dian's sister. Otherwise, with Chun Dian's cautious personality, how could he suddenly hold a meeting and lose his temper, only to be coincidentally caught by the suddenly arriving Shang Wenshu? There aren't that many coincidences in the world. Too many coincidences mean premeditation. Old Wang, your subordinate is too arrogant, and your people are too arrogant as well. This time, with the inspection team coming, I'll let you all show your faces. Shang Wenshu drove away. Want my general manager position? It won't be that easy. Shang Wenshu showed a smile like an old fox. Chapter 15. This job is my specialty. You're Bai Xiaosheng, right? What did you do before? Chun Dian smiled at Bai Xiaosheng. This is someone personally sent by General Shang. Just based on this, Chun Dian didn't dare to be negligent. He hoped to place Bai Xiaosheng in an important position first, and then find an opportunity to promote him later. Li Mingtong remained silent beside him. Planning, Chun Dian nodded. I need an assistant, otherwise. The promotion department just happens to need a planner. Bai Xiaosheng, why don't you go to the promotion department? Li Mingtong suddenly interrupted Chun Dian's words. Chun Dian frowned. Knowing Li Mingtong's thoughts, the promotion department could recruit more people if they were short-staffed. There was no need to force it. Director Chun, Li Mingtong smiled. Recruiting in the promotion department isn't a one-time thing. You've always said there were no suitable candidates, and you're not at ease with outsiders. Isn't Bai Xiaosheng just right? He introduced by General Shang. You're still not at ease? Our project doesn't have much time left before opening, and if we delay further, it'll hinder the work process. Which wouldn't be good? Li Mingtong's words left Chun Dian momentarily speechless. Bai Xiaosheng, where do you want to go? My place, or the promotion department? Chun Dian turned to Bai Xiaosheng. Placing someone from my side in the promotion department isn't bad either, but under Li Mingtong's insistence, that could very well be a pit. Should I jump into this pit or not? Chun Dian looked at Bai Xiaosheng. Someone valued by General Shang must have his own thoughts. Chun Dian wanted to see Bai Xiaosheng's attitude. Sure, I'll go to the promotion department. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. His quick response surprised both Chun and Li. That's a very challenging position. Chun Dian couldn't help but remind. I like challenging work. Bai Xiaosheng replied. Bai Xiaosheng was well aware that the position Chun Dian arranged would definitely be comfortable. However, Li Mingtong's planning role was likely to be filled with difficulties. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaosheng wanted challenges. Challenges sharpen one's character and make one mature. But the challenges Bai Xiaosheng wanted were to gain points. The more difficult the work, the higher the score with Hong Lian. This point, Bai Xiaosheng had confirmed with Hong Lian. His purpose for this trip was to score points and get promoted. From employee level, to manager level, and up to president level. Thinking about this made Bai Xiaosheng's blood boil. Was he afraid of difficulties? He actually wished for someone to challenge him at work. Youth has a certain drive, so let us plan. Li Mingtong looked at Chen Daya, who remained silent, laughed heartily, and opened the door to the conference room. Go, call Wu Qiuyan for me. The person outside responded and hurried off to call someone. Before long, the office door was pushed open. A woman dressed in professional attire, hair neatly tied up, around 30 years old, with a graceful demeanor, hurried into the conference room. She was Wu Qiuyan, the head of the promotion department. Director Li, Director Chen. Wu Qiuyan smiled at Li Mingtong and nodded at Chen Daya. Bai Xiaosheng observed closely. This woman, when smiling at Li Mingtong, had a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Li Mingtong appeared restrained and indifferent to her, but his overly deliberate demeanor made it feel unusual. Their relationship seemed to be more than just work. Bai Xiaosheng thought secretly. This is Bai Xiaosheng, the person brought by General Shang, and he will be doing planning in your department. Make sure to arrange well for him. Li Mingtong said to Wu Qiuyan. Someone brought by General Shang, arrange him well. Wu Qiuyan smiled knowingly, sizing up Bai Xiaosheng. Manager Wu. Hello. The two exchanged simple greetings. All right, you can take him away. Get to work as soon as possible. Li Mingtong said. This was practically a done deal. Bai Xiaosheng, if you have any questions after joining the planning department, ask your leaders more, and if you have something, you can also find me. Chen Daya reminded, casting a special glance at Wu Qiuyan. This statement was more for Wu Qiuyan's benefit. I'm keeping an eye on this. You all better not go too far with this person. This was Chen Daya's implicit meaning. Wu Qiuyan smiled nonchalantly and turned to Bai Xiaosheng, saying, let us go. I'll take you to get familiar with the department. After saying that, she nodded at Chen and Li, exiting the conference room with Bai Xiaosheng following behind. Watching the two leave, Chen Daya felt a bit worried. While Li Mingtong seemed unconcerned, leisurely departing, Bai Xiaosheng and Wu Qiuyan walked along the corridor, turning this way and that, and after a while, they arrived in front of an office door. The nameplate read 3 words, Promotion Department. This is it. Wu Qiuyan pointed with her mouth and pushed the door open. Upon entering, Bai Xiaosheng found that besides Wu Qiuyan, there were 3 other people in the department. Newcomer, everyone stop what you're doing for a moment. Wu Qiuyan clapped her hands, and the 3 people looked over. There were 2 men and 1 woman. This is our department's new Bai Xiaosheng, introduced by Director Chen. Wu Qiuyan casually pointed to the 3 people, Old Wang, Xiaosong, Yezi. 1 planner, 1 copywriter, 1 designer. Get to know each other. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and observed the 3 people. Old Wang was a middle-aged man, smiling steadily but with a hint of slickness. Xiaosong looked a bit older than Bai Xiaosheng, scholarly with glasses, kind-looking but exuding a bit of timidity. Yezi appeared younger than Bai Xiaosheng, an ordinary-looking girl, but she radiated a certain charm, sporting a pair of cute dimples when she smiled. The few exchanged greetings. Old Wang and Xiaosong smiled distantly, while only Yezi looked at Bai Xiaosheng with bright eyes, showing a hint of shyness. Though it wasn't love at first sight. The young girl was clearly a bit infatuated. Bai Xiaosheng was indeed quite spirited, especially after acquiring the status of a future president, radiating an unparalleled confidence that was a very attractive aura. Bai Xiaosheng, you can sit at that position. Wu Qiuyan pointed, then picked up a thick stack of materials from her desk and handed it to him. In 3 months, the project will officially open. These are the materials we need to collect, organize, and proofread. A lot of accurate information needs to be found online, and you'll do it. I'll give you a week. Wu Qiuyan looked at Bai Xiaosheng, stating unequivocally, is that okay? I don't want you dragging us down later. Bai Xiaosheng rubbed the thick stack of materials, which was about 30 pages, with a lot of content. Remember, I want the most accurate and detailed information. Wu Qiuyan emphasized. Old Wang and Xiaosong exchanged glances, somewhat surprised. Those tasks were originally supposed to be handled by everyone in their department along with an outsourcing company. Giving all of this to one person and only allowing a week. How could that be possible? Manager Wu, Bai Xiaosheng just arrived, with so much work. Yezi couldn't help but say, don't worry about what doesn't concern you. Wu Qiuyan shot a cold glance at Yezi. She certainly knew this wasn't feasible. She just wanted to challenge Bai Xiaosheng. A week, huh? Bai Xiaosheng gently patted the materials, suddenly smiled. Finding materials, this is a job I excel at. Chapter 16, Scoring Points. Wu Qiuyan didn't expect Bai Xiaosheng to agree so readily, without a trace of hesitation or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he seemed a bit pleased. No problem, this person. Well, you be happy. Let's see how long you can endure. Wu Qiuyan sneered inwardly. You better hurry up, so should you all. Wu Qiuyan reminded them and turned to leave. Whether Bai Xiaosheng could complete the task was not worth thinking about. It would be a miracle if he could. The key was how to deal with him after failing the task, minor punishment, or squeezing him out. Wu Qiuyan needed to communicate with Li Mingtong. She was quite pleased to have an excuse to contact Li Mingtong. Recently, Li Mingtong had deliberately distanced herself from her. After Wu Qiuyan left, Bai Xiaosheng walked to his workstation, calmly placed down the materials, and turned on his computer. Lao Wang and Xiao Song exchanged glances and began chatting through the messaging app. What is the background of this new person? Why is the master immediately making things so difficult? Master is the nickname Xiao Song gave to Wu Qiuyan, a single woman of a certain age known for her unpredictable and fierce temper. Haven't you heard? She is from Chun Dia's side, and Master is from Li Mingtong's side. Why do you think she is targeting him? Lao Wang sent a disdainful emoji. Xiao Song, that bookworm. Really doesn't he look around? So that is how it is. I think this person is doomed. When Master targets someone, they vanish without a trace. Yeah, he is definitely doomed. The two burst into laughter. As employees, they weren't on either side and had no interest, but they still enjoyed the spectacle. Guess how long it will take for this person to break down? Guess what? Hurry up and get busy. If he comes to you asking questions or for help, you'll be in trouble. Just ignore him. Old comrades are impressive. I didn't even think of that. The two of them sent a lewd emoji simultaneously. Yizi secretly glanced at Bai Xiaosheng. He had already started working, his expression calm and serious, like the stillness of a calm lake. A man in a serious state is the most charming. Yizi felt a bit infatuated. Seeing Lao Wang and Xiao Song so cheerful, Yizi quietly stood up, opened the office door a crack, and then slammed it shut. Bang! Lao Wang and Xiao Song jumped in shock, immediately straightening up, blocking their computer screens, and quickly shutting down the chat, their movements clearly honed from countless drills. Once they finished everything, they realized Wu Qiuyan hadn't come, and Yizi gave them a smug eye roll. Bai Xiaosheng was also startled, glancing up with a smile. He used to play around like this with colleagues too. Lao Wang and Xiao Song condemned Yizi in the group chat. Yizi didn't care at all. After pondering for a moment, she stood up and walked over to Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Gu, do you need help? I can assist you with some of this. On the table were over 30 pages of materials, some needing verification, and some just needed filling in. The workload made Yizi anxious. This silly girl. Don't get yourself in trouble. Lao Wang and Xiao Song were secretly worried. No need, thank you. Bai Xiaosheng smiled at the lovely girl. But there is so much. Yizi frowned. Really, it's no problem. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Warm and confident, like sunshine, Yizi's heart raced. Bai Xiaosheng's bright eyes seemed like a beacon, as if no darkness could drown them and no difficulty could defeat him. Are we being called? Lao Wang and Xiao Song looked distressed. What does this have to do with them? Bai Xiaosheng smiled and flipped through the materials. Development history and classic cases of shopping centers in the Asia-Pacific region, at least 3. Evaluations of similar projects by well-known domestic and international experts, at least 5. Annual and quarterly sales reports of shopping centers in first-tier cities, summaries of major shopping center opening events. These items were numerous and varied, listing almost all the materials that could be used. The benefit was that later retrieval would be easy. Combined with project details, it could be processed into promotional articles, brochures, videos, and various promotional materials. I wonder who came up with this working method. Bai Xiaosheng picked up the first page of materials and communicated with Hong Lian in his mind. Hong Lian, search for this information and tell me its content, along with the website source links. Okay, master. Hong Lian's voice was clear. Next, Bai Xiaosheng no longer looked at the paper but focused on the screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard. All the information was in his mind. Bai Xiaosheng's fingers moved as they wished, almost without thinking. The sound of the keyboard was like pearls dropping onto a jade plate, like fingertips dancing in ballet, except for the brief moments needing mouse operation. The rhythm was so light, and even had a touch of flowing beauty. At this moment, Bai Xiaosheng was like a high-speed running computer. Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yizi were drawn in, watching for a while, completely immersed. What fast typing speed! Xiao Song couldn't help but send a shocked emoji in the group chat. Young man, did your fast typing scare you? Fast typing also depends on what you're doing. You type quickly when you complain too. Lao Wang sent a disdainful emoji. Do you think the new guy is complaining to someone? Hey, who is going to take a look? Lao Wang continued, peeking at someone's screen. Shameless. Yizi sent an indignant emoji. I just mentioned it. Lao Wang quickly explained. I'll go take a look. Yizi said. Lao Wang and Xiao Song were left speechless. Yizi quietly twisted her body, stretched her neck, and took a glance. He has done. How long has it been? 30 minutes? Yizi was dumbfounded. Lao Wang and Xiao Song were wide-eyed in astonishment. Bai Xiaosheng was also a bit surprised, reflecting inwardly. Without Hong Lian's help, just this one page would have required him to search for many websites to collect information, organize it, and filter it. It sounds easy, but it would take half a day to finish. And now, he only needed 30 minutes. The only downside was that his fingers were a bit tired. This is indeed a challenging job. Bai Xiaosheng rubbed his fingers. In these 20 minutes, he had typed at least 5,000 words. This typing speed might still be far from breaking records, but for an average person, It was extremely impressive. Task completed, 1 page of material collected, 1 point added. Current total score 6 points, still needing 94 points to advance to manager level. Hong Lian's voice chimed in as expected. A smile crept onto Bai Xiaosheng's face. This was exactly what he wanted. 1 page, 1 point. There were still about 30 pages left, which means 30 points. After finishing these, he would only need 2/3 of the process to reach manager level. It seems I came to the right place. Bai Xiaosheng's lips curled up, feeling relaxed and pleased. Chapter 17, Chun Dia's Reckoning. Everyone was already packing up, preparing to leave work. Wu Qiuyan saw Bai Xiaosheng putting some materials into a file bag, seemingly planning to work overtime. With so much to do, even if he stayed up every night, he couldn't possibly complete it alone within a week. Let us see how long you can hold on. A faint cold smile appeared at the corner of Wu Qiuyan's mouth. Bai Xiaosheng greeted everyone and left alone, his expression anxious. How pitiful. Lao Wang and Xiao Song couldn't help but sigh. Yizi looked at him with deep sympathy. Contrary to their thoughts, at this moment, Bai Xiaosheng was completely in an excited state. Since he started working here, it had only been a little over 3 hours, and he had already earned 6 points. His current total score was 11 points, reaching 1/10 of the progress needed for the manager level. At this speed, his promotion to manager level was just around the corner. Once he reached manager level, he would have even more powerful intelligent assistants and a large amount of disposable funds. This feeling was fantastic. Bai Xiaosheng was simply unable to stop. This was the first time he felt such a desperate desire for work. More work. These 30 pages of materials were simply too little. The next day, Bai Xiaosheng arrived at the office early and sat down for the whole day. Except for a brief break, the sound of his fingers striking the keyboard never stopped. Wu Qiuyan was taken aback the first time she saw such speed, as he treated the keyboard like a piano. However, she scoffed internally, thinking that just typing fast wouldn't help him complete all that work. Wu Qiuyan only paid slight attention to Bai Xiaosheng and didn't spend more time on him. On one hand, it was an impossible task, and on the other, she was too busy herself. With Wu Qiuyan, the supervisor, absent, the atmosphere in the office felt different, filled with a relaxed vibe. Lao Wang and Xiao Song continued chatting boisterously in the group, but gradually, their teasing of Bai Xiaosheng lessened, and their sympathetic remarks increased. After all, they were all employees, sharing an inherent class identification, especially with Yezi, the righteous female hero, supervising them. Even if Lao Wang and Xiao Song didn't actively enjoy Bai Xiaosheng's suffering, they kept their distance and didn't approach him. Yezi was different. In the afternoon, she proactively poured a cup of coffee for Bai Xiaosheng. Brother Bai, you should take a break. Doing it this way can easily wear you out, the young girl said with a concerned expression. I'm fine, it's going well. Bai Xiaosheng replied with a smile as he accepted the coffee. What are you doing? Yezi suddenly noticed Bai Xiaosheng's computer screen and exclaimed in surprise. Generally speaking, for such a massive workload, most people would first gather and summarize the raw data, then refine it, keeping only the most useful parts, and finally, they would process it into text or present it to the leaders. But now, Bai Xiaosheng was doing it. Was he planning to sort it out as he went? How long would that take? Yezi felt a bit anxious. Brother Bai, don't focus on the later stages of work. Prioritize finding the data first. Doing it piece by piece like this means you won't complete the task at all. At the very least, find something approximate, so Wu Zong has something to report. Besides, why should she make you do all the work? Yezi spoke passionately. This girl was quite similar to Wei Xiaoyan, a warrior who stood up for justice. Thank you. I'll know my limits, Bai Xiaosheng said, putting down the coffee and smiling. In Yezi's eyes, his smile was still as sunny and confident as ever. Let me take a look and give some suggestions, Bai Xiaosheng gestured. Yezi leaned in, wide-eyed, browsing the pages. Bai Xiaosheng moved the mouse, allowing her to flip through several pages. The layout was neat, elegant, and very beautiful. Yezi had only seen something like this once, during a project for the head office where several people from the department collaborated, and it took them a long time to reach this level. Did you do this all by yourself? Amazing. Yezi exclaimed in shock, praising him. Lao Wang and Xiao Song rolled their eyes. It's nothing. Who hasn't done this before? Especially Lao Wang, who had been in planning for decades. No matter how good it is, how far can it go? This little girl just loves to exaggerate and is infatuated, Lao Wang teased. Xiao Song completely agreed. The whole day passed without Wu Qiuyan showing up again, and no one paid much attention. On the third day, Bai Xiaosheng's unique typing sound only resonated for the morning and then suddenly stopped. He sat in front of the computer screen, sometimes pondering, sometimes moving the mouse, seemingly sorting through data. Perhaps he couldn't keep up anymore and decided to do whatever he could, creating something detailed to give Wu Qiuyan an explanation. Lao Wang and Xiao Song thought this way. Or perhaps, President Chen had communicated with Wu Qiuyan, and she had compromised. Yezi thought this and felt quite happy for Bai Xiaosheng. With Wu Qiuyan absent, Lao Wang received some explosive gossip. All the supervisors on the project were overwhelmed, busy attending meetings. What kind of meetings? Criticism meetings. Lao Wang and Xiao Song whispered, and Bai Xiaosheng vaguely overheard some of the conversations. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xiaosheng understood. It must be that Chun Day was being ruthless, conducting inspections department by department. Sure enough, shortly after, Lao Wang learned more detailed information that coincided with Bai Xiaosheng's guess. In the past 2 days, each department had undergone scrutiny in meetings. Departments that failed to complete tasks or didn't do well had to explain the reasons, voice their difficulties, and after discussing their challenges, they had to come up with solutions. If they couldn't think of any, the meetings would continue, and everyone had to attend until someone could come up with a solution. It was a complete bombardment of meetings. Those supervisors who intentionally delayed or slacked off were suffering immensely. One department after another was tackled, followed by overtime and dealing with backlogs. Soon, it would be the turn of the promotion department. Lao Wang and Xiao Song grew increasingly restless and anxious. Other departments were already in despair, working overtime to catch up, and it was said that the most unfortunate ones would be working all night this weekend. Under Wu Qiuyan's leadership, the promotion department, especially with Li Mingtong, had not completed many tasks and was one of the least cooperative departments. It was easy to imagine how miserable this would be. As Lao Wang and Xiao Song continued to chat, their voices grew louder. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open with force, startling Lao Wang and Xiao Song, who quickly fell silent. Wu Qiuyan, looking exhausted and furious, entered the office with a cold expression. You all seem to be having a great time chatting. This is work time. What do you think you're doing? Wu Qiuyan slammed a notebook onto the desk, her icy face filled with rage. She was tired and furious. Clearly having suffered during meetings with Chun Day, she seemed a bit neurotic, on the verge of exploding. This is a powder keg, Bai Xiaosheng thought to himself. In this state, women had little rationality. Leader, we just finished a round of work and were chatting for a bit to relax, Lao Wang said with an awkward smile. Trying to explain, he didn't want to touch this powder keg, but being the most senior, he felt he had to step up. Should he let Xiao Song or Yezi face the music? Lao Wang couldn't do that. Moreover, he believed he had a decent rapport with her. So he thought she would give him some leeway for such a minor issue. Chatting? Do you think I didn't hear what you were saying? Treating your leader as an object of your amusement. Wu Qiuyan's cold gaze fell on Lao Wang as she mocked. You think just because you've been around for a while, you can act recklessly? Let me tell you, you're not that qualified. After more than a decade as a planner, weren't you still just an employee? Don't lean on your seniority. If you don't want to work anymore, I'll resign for you with President Li. Wu Qiuyan, in her rage, spoke venomously. Lao Wang's smile froze on his face. He was 5 or 6 years older than Wu Qiuyan, had worked together for many years, yet he was being scolded mercilessly. Lao Wang fell silent. Supervisor. Isn't it inappropriate to say that about Lao Wang? Xiao Song timidly said. Lao Wang was good at everything, but was a bit timid. He frequently received help from Lao Wang, and if someone else were to be scolded, or even if he himself were to be scolded, he might not even dare to rebut. Is this your place to speak? Wu Qiuyan, with impatience and a hint of contempt, didn't even have the intention to scold Xiao Song. Xiao Song swallowed nervously and fell silent. Wu Zong, what you're saying isn't right. Yezi couldn't hold back. What do you want to say? Wu Qiuyan snapped, directly cutting off Yezi. In Wu Qiuyan's current state, she found everyone unlikable and dared to say anything. Even if Chun Day entered at that moment, she would argue with him. Lao Wang remained silent. Xiao Song was timid. And Yezi sulked in silence. Under the silence, even the air felt like it had solidified, an invisible repression spreading throughout the office. About a minute passed. Wu Zong, Bai Xiaosheng stood up, breaking the silence. Wu Qiuyan coldly looked at him. Bai Xiaosheng spoke very skillfully. After an impulse, anyone will have some regrets. And so does Wu Qiuyan. After venting, she realizes that her words were too harsh. Bai Xiaosheng notices her expression and tries to ease the atmosphere with work matters, saying let us bring old Wang and the others in, giving everyone a way out. This avoids the sensitive topic while breaking the silence. Old Wang and the others can't help but glance at Bai Xiaosheng. Wu Qiuyan's expression slightly softens, but she remains cold. This Bai Xiaosheng is someone she has communicated with Li Mingtong about. Li Mingtong's intention is that to avoid unnecessary trouble, this person must be sent away as soon as possible. Almost. Can our work be done almost? How much is almost? Bai Xiaosheng, you are brought by General Shang. I don't know your background, but here, working under me, Wu Qiuyan, it can't be almost. Wu Qiuyan's gaze is sharp. Bai Xiaosheng smiles. That was my improper wording. I'll report again. I have everything ready on my side. Everything ready? Wu Qiuyan squints her eyes. Old Wang and the 3 others also look at Bai Xiaosheng in surprise. That's over 30 pages of material framework. It requires 5 or 6 people to work overtime for a week to reach an almost level. He finished it all by himself and did it well. No one believes it, including Xiao Yezi. She is secretly anxious. He wants to help us out, but he is just saying that because of the pressure from the master. How can this person be so foolish? The master was already targeting you. If she catches you lying about your work, what will you do? Old Wang, Xiaosheng, and the others think the same way. Bai Xiaosheng doesn't need to report work at this moment. He could completely keep to himself, even watch them enjoy the show from the sidelines. But now, Bai Xiaosheng is drawing hatred towards himself. Old Wang and the others feel a mix of gratitude and reluctance. Suddenly, Wu Qiyan laughs, and her laughter is unpleasant. Okay, I want to see what you've done, Bai Xiaosheng. I'll tell you the truth. Our department was just criticized by General Chen. He scolded me for 2 whole hours. The crux is in these materials. If you deceive me, then you can explain it to him yourself. Wu Qiyan's expression is somewhat ferocious, casually letting him know that the promotion department's failure is because of you. Bai Xiaosheng. Wu Qiyan doesn't hide it. She wants Bai Xiaosheng to take the blame. In fact, he has only been here for a few days. I'm to blame. Bai Xiaosheng is stunned, then finds it amusing. Why is he always the scapegoat wherever he goes? Look, I'm watching now, you all come over. Wu Qiyan calls out. Old Wang, Xiaosheng, and Yezi look at each other and gather around. Bai Xiaosheng's expression is calm as he directly moves the mouse to open the folder. Suddenly, 2 knocks on the door sound, and an employee from the promotion department peeks in, immediately spotting Wu Qiyan. Supervisor Wu, General Chen is calling for you. Oh, right, bring your department's people along. Finally, it's our department's turn. Wu Qiyan can't help but say. The leadership team and employees from various departments are having a collective meeting, and no one can escape. Soon, the summons arrives. After experiencing repeated defeats from other departments, Wu Qiyan knows they are about to face a storm. However, I am different from them. Wu Qiyan glances at Bai Xiaosheng, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. I have a trump card. Let this kid take the blame and publicly pressure General Chen to get rid of him. I want to see how General Chen will shoot himself in the foot this time. Wu Qiyan can't help but feel a bit of pleasure. Bai Xiaosheng, you pack your work and copy it to the drive, and take it directly to the big conference room to report to the leaders. If there's a problem, I hope you explain it to General Chen yourself and don't drag our entire department down. Wu Qiyan says coldly. Sure. Bai Xiaosheng smiles calmly, his confidence and composure evident beneath the smile. Chapter 19. The storm is approaching. Okay, I understand. In the big conference room, General Chen is on a call, his expression turning serious. All department heads are watching him. Quick, technical department, get the video conference ready. General Shang and General Wang are about to join our meeting. General Chen hangs up the phone and urges the technical supervisor. The technical supervisor quickly stands up to find someone to debug the equipment. The other department heads exchange glances. Their expressions varied. The recent stir in the project has finally alarmed the high-level executives of the century-old company. General Shang and General Wang are personally attending the meeting. She notices on the projection screen that there are 2 more faces. One is the gentle and composed General Shang. The other is a middle-aged man reclining in his chair, exuding a mix of laziness and authority, with a slicked-back hairstyle, Vice President Wang. The 2 executives are attending the meeting. Wu Qiyan's heart jolts. Li Mingtong didn't give her any prior notice. Where are you in the meeting? Wang casually inquires. His voice is slightly hoarse, his pace neither fast nor slow, but the presence he carries is even stronger than General Shang's. Generally, when both the top leaders of the company attend, the vice president speaks first, which clearly crosses the line. However, Wang doesn't care. General Shang also seems unconcerned. Since this is the most important department, you must have prepared thoroughly for the promotion work, Wang leisurely says, tapping his fingers on his desk. General Chen doesn't dare to respond and instinctively glances at Li Mingtong across the table. The promotion department is under Li Mingtong's responsibility, and General Chen truly cannot guarantee the specifics. General Wang, all matters concerning the project in various departments are overseen by Manager Chen. I believe under his leadership, there will be no issues with the promotion work. Li Mingtong suddenly speaks up, unusually distancing himself and elevating General Chen. General Chen furrows his brows. Li Mingtong is acting strangely today. General Wang's sudden attendance at the meeting. It can't be a trap, right? They wouldn't be planning to sacrifice the promotion department to deal with me, would they? General Chen secretly glances at General Shang, but unfortunately, in front of everyone. Even if General Shang wants to hint at General Chen, it's impossible. The unease in General Chen's heart grows stronger. General Wang. The promotion work has always been the responsibility of Deputy Manager Li. General Chen steels himself. He wants to pull Li Mingtong into this. General Chen opens his mouth to say more. All right, General Chen, you are the project leader. If there's a problem, I will be the first to find you. The Trellis Square is a core project for our century-old company. It cannot afford to fail. General Wang's gaze is cold. Whether you can handle it or not is another matter. If you don't have this responsibility, what are you doing as a leader? General Wang seems to glance at General Shang. General Chen can't help but swallow hard. Today, a situation is really going to go south. They are likely to take advantage of the situation. General Wang, isn't it a good thing to discover problems? General Shang finally speaks up. Like General Chen, he has been seeking and solving problems these past few days. That's the kind of leader we need. General Shang is protecting General Chen. But if there's a problem, the first leader can hardly escape responsibility. General Wang doesn't relent at all. Fine, let us hear the report first. General Shang doesn't argue further with General Wang. In his calm gaze, there's a hint of something unusual. The next report is from the promotion department. Bai Xiaosheng is in the promotion department. If General Wang wants to take advantage of the situation, General Shang secretly anticipates it. Old Wang, Xiaosong, Yezi, and Bai Xiaosheng walk into the big conference room one after another. As soon as they enter, they sense that the atmosphere is off. General Chen, Li Mingtong, Wu Chuyan, and the heads of various departments are all staring at them. Moreover, on the large screen of the projector, there are two faces, General Shang and Vice President Wang. Old Wang and the others' expressions change instantly. Although Bai Xiaosheng had never seen Wang Yi, he immediately guessed his identity. The two leaders took time out of their busy schedules to meet with us, and time is tight. So let's get started. Chen Dai steeled himself. Whether it's good or bad, rather than suffering through it, it's better to get it over with quickly. Wu Chuyan, your department can report now. All eyes turned to Wu Chuyan. At this moment, Wu Chuyan no longer had her previous imposing demeanor. Under the gaze of the leaders, she was quite cautious. Bai Xiaosheng, you speak. Wu Chuyan called out his name. All eyes shifted to Bai Xiaosheng again. A newcomer. Wang Yi chuckled. He knew. Bai Xiaosheng was brought by Shang Wenshu, and he was somewhat interested in Bai Xiaosheng's identity. Li Mingtong was vaguely restless, looking forward to it. Today, all it takes is an excuse. And Chen Daya won't be able to become the project manager. This excuse can be found even from this newcomer. Shang Wenshu's gaze was profound. Chen Daya's face was tense. Li Mingtong, Wu Chuyan, and even Lao Wang, Xiaosong, Yi Zi, all wore serious expressions. This was no longer a simple report. Everyone could feel the thick oppression as if a storm was coming. Perhaps, today, Trellis Plaza would see a change. Bai Xiaosheng, at the center of the storm, remained calm compared to others. It was none of his business, so he felt no pressure, nor did he have any enthusiasm or motivation to perform. Let's get started. Chen Daya said firmly. Let's get started. Li Mingtong urged impatiently. Various anxious, restless, and expectant gazes converged on Bai Xiaosheng. Ding dong. Suddenly, a prompt sound echoed in Bai Xiaosheng's mind. Participating in the Group's subsidiary companies, major project, an important work progress report, affecting personnel appointments and removals. Preliminary judgment score will range from 5 to 15, and scores will be given based on performance. The calm voice of Hong Lian suddenly rang out. Bai Xiaosheng's calm eyes gradually brightened, no longer silent, like a spark being ignited. Originally, it was none of his business, but now it was different. Involving scores meant his future, his career, the goal of his relentless efforts. 5 to 15 points. Now, after completing the data search and organization, Bai Xiaosheng already had 37 points. Once he got 15 points, he would be more than halfway to being promoted to manager. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly felt motivated. Then let's begin. This was Bai Xiaosheng's inner declaration to himself. Chapter 20, truly exceptional. All the equipment had been debugged by the technical department. Bai Xiaosheng needed to report and used a projector. A technician pushed a laptop toward him. Bai Xiaosheng brought a disk, inserted it into the computer, and operated step by step. The entire conference room was silent, waiting in anticipation. Lao Wang, Xiaosong, and Yi Zi's expressions were somewhat grim. The so-called work progress was nearly zero. It was only because Bai Xiaosheng came that it even began. In just these 2 days, how much could he do alone? Even if he stayed up late every night, how much could he accomplish? The workload was indeed enormous, and one person's strength was too small. Moreover, this time the two bosses were personally listening to the report. It was a stormy night when the roof leaked. Lao Wang and the others felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. This feeling was unbearable. Wu Chuyan's complexion also paled. Li Mingtong should have informed her about this in advance. But he didn't. Did Li Mingtong really want to sacrifice her and the promotion department to bring down Chen Daya? Wu Chuyan lowered her head slightly, biting her lip. Chen Daya saw the expressions of the promotion department members and felt as if all hope was lost. Li Mingtong's excitement was already evident. As everyone's expressions varied, Bai Xiaosheng was already prepared. This is the information we collected and summarized. Bai Xiaosheng opened a document. The font was as small as sesame seeds, but it was neatly formatted line by line. Sorry, I made the font smaller to adjust the layout. Bai Xiaosheng scrolled the mouse down. There were a total of more than 10 pages. Nonsense, is this the data you gathered? Each line is so short. Is this even enough for 50,000 words? Li Mingtong slammed the table impatiently and shouted. Seizing the opportunity to attack, Li Mingtong couldn't wait any longer. Chen Dai's face turned pale, and he remained silent. This was certainly not enough for 50,000 words. It was just over 30,000 words. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at Li Mingtong. Just 30,000 words? Is the promotion department joking? Exactly, that's way too little. The department heads began to discuss among themselves. How could there be so little? Wang Ye's expression darkened. The directory? The murmurs ceased abruptly, and all the department heads looked astonished. Just the directory has over 30,000 words. Many people gasped, and Li Mingtong looked at Wu Qiuyan in disbelief. Wu Qiuyan was also astonished. Where did this directory come from? As Bai Xiaosheng enlarged the font, everyone could see clearly. The formatting was neat, the items were clear, and the numbering was precise. This was indeed a directory. However, if the directory was this detailed, then the content must be. Wang Yi frowned slightly. This seemed different from what Li Mingtong had said. Wasn't it said that nothing was done at all? Li Mingtong couldn't help but look at Wu Qiuyan. Wasn't it said that nothing was done at all? Where's the content? Wang Yi asked in a deep voice. Right, where's the content? Li Mingtong also shouted. We can't just be fooled by a directory. Lao Wang and the others grew tense again. Bai Xiaosheng's directory surprised them. But how could he have time to work on the content? In contrast to this directory, I can explain it more intuitively. Bai Xiaosheng explained. We need to see the content. Li Mingtong perked up. Indeed, it was just bluster. Bai Xiaosheng shrugged, closed the directory, and opened another document. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. However, after a long time, the document showed no response. Why isn't it moving? Could it be broken? I think there's probably nothing in there at all. The department heads began to whisper among themselves again. Technical department, go check. Chen Dai couldn't help but shout. If the document is broken, it's no different from having done nothing. Li Mingtong said. That makes sense. Wang Yi nodded. Mr. Wang, please don't be anxious. Shang Wenshu spoke up, having waited so long. What's another moment? This remark had a double meaning. Wang Ye's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. The two bosses fell silent. The technical supervisor fiddled with it for a while, looking troubled. This laptop seemed to have low specifications, and the document was too large. Technical department, go. Find me the best laptop. Chen Dai shouted. No, bring my new one over, quickly. The document finally responded. Dense black fonts projected onto the screen, tiny as sesame seeds, with charts and images interspersed among the clusters of fonts. With such a massive amount of content, it's no wonder it couldn't open. Bai Xiaosheng enlarged the layout. It was done beautifully. Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yizi stared at the screen, speechless. Wu Qiuyan was filled with disbelief. If she didn't clearly remember the framework and outline, she would have thought Bai Xiaosheng copied the contents of several books to fill it out. In just 3 days. He did this all by himself? Is he even human? A prodigy. Wu Qiuyan trembled. This absolutely could not have been done by one person. He must have had an entire team behind him. Wu Qiuyan was convinced. It must have been Shang Wenshu who put together a team of several people behind the scenes. Now, I will briefly explain. This information is divided into 5 main categories and 13 subcategories. Text, data, charts, images, and audio. Audio is not included here. The 13 subcategories were pointed out by Bai Xiaosheng with a laser pointer as he spoke confidently. His voice was clear, enunciating well, speaking neither too fast nor too slow. For a full hour, the conference room was silent. Bai Xiaosheng finished. If any leaders have questions, feel free to ask me. No one spoke. Listening to all this, everyone felt dizzy, and there seemed to be no questions. Bai Xiaosheng looked at the crowd with some regret. If someone could ask a question, perhaps he would get a higher score. Is there really no one with any doubts? The leaders have been involved in the project longer than I have. Bai Xiaosheng encouragedly scanned the room, but all the department heads immediately lowered their heads. The promotion department had put so much effort into this, and the collected materials had reached such an extreme level. The department heads couldn't help but sneak glances at Wu Qiuyan. Li Mingtong looked like he was about to explode with anger. Wu Qiuyan was on the verge of tears. However, Shang Wenshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Xiaosheng. Initially, he only valued this young man from the inspection team for his identity, not his abilities, but now Bai Xiaosheng's performance deeply shocked him. If today's report was done by the promotion department, Shang Wenshu would never believe it. He knew some truths, and the only possibility was that it was done by Bai Xiaosheng. Achieving this level in just a few days was no longer a matter of talent. It was monstrous. Shang Wenshu felt waves of admiration. Ding dong. Task completion. Reward score 12 points. Current total score 49 points. Suddenly, Bai Xiaosheng heard the voice of Hong Lian in his mind. Only 12 points. Bai Xiaosheng felt a bit dissatisfied. At this moment, Wang Ye's expression darkened. This was not what he had planned. However, he was going to make a move. Who could stop him? Wang Ye's gaze was cold. Is this your result? Promotion department? Wang Yi suddenly spoke harshly. Is this the material you want to show me? Copied information? I am extremely disappointed. Chapter 21. extra surprise. Wang Ye's words chilled the atmosphere on site. The supervisors, who had been gasping in awe, quickly shut their mouths, not daring to speak. You just put all the materials into one document? What if the file gets damaged? What will you do? I see no professionalism or rigor from you. Wang Yi reprimanded. Also, I said all this is copied material. I ask you, with less than 3 months until the opening, haven't you made any further plans? What are you all doing? Wang Ye's voice was filled with questioning and anger. The department heads fell silent. The promotion department had reached this level and was still being criticized. While they were terrified, they felt incredibly fortunate. Thankfully, the two leaders did not attend their meeting. Wang, your words are too harsh. Shang Wenshu, who had not spoken up until now, finally broke his silence. He could no longer remain silent. I think the promotion department has done quite well at this level. You shouldn't be too harsh. Wang Yi raised his eyebrows and exchanged a glance with Shang Wenshu. Shang Wenshu was rather composed. Was he really going to stand up for the promotion department over such a small project? The department heads were suddenly alarmed. Finally, is a face-to-face confrontation about to happen? Chen Diyu and Li Mingtong remained silent, but the tension was palpable. Wang, my report isn't finished yet. Under the terrifyingly oppressive atmosphere, Bai Xiaosheng suddenly spoke up. Instantly, all eyes turned back to him. Bai Xiaosheng remained calm. Of course, we wouldn't put all the materials into one document. This is just for my report. Bai Xiaosheng calmly closed the document and opened a folder, revealing rows of subfolders with different names. 5 major categories, 13 subcategories. The materials were sorted neatly. In the company's network share, there's a folder with my name in it, containing backups that everyone can download at will. Of course, some parts are only available with me. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and said, besides the materials, I also created a preliminary promotion plan. They actually have a promotion plan too. The department heads widened their eyes in shock, and even Wu Qiuyan was startled. How thorough must this preparation be? It must have taken at least a dozen people to help him. Besides that, Wu Qiuyan couldn't think of any other possibilities. Bai Xiaosheng opened one of the documents. Yezi, sitting below, brightened. She had seen this document before and was surprised to find it was the promotion plan. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes, a hint of darkness flashing in his gaze. The 2 questions he had raised were like arrows aimed at Chen Diyu. But now that they had been easily deflected by an unknown young employee, Wang Yi began to regard Bai Xiaosheng seriously. Shang Wenshu's lips curled into a faint smile. Let me briefly introduce this to everyone. I hope that if you have questions, you can communicate with me to help me improve. Bai Xiaosheng surveyed the room. The department heads suddenly stiffened. Are we going to ask questions again? They had been so tense and embarrassed when they couldn't come up with any questions in the previous round, and as project supervisors, it was simply unacceptable to have no questions. Of course, this was also an opportunity to show themselves. Finally, the administrative supervisor bit the bullet and raised his hand. Please. Bai Xiaosheng gestured for him to speak. The administrative supervisor took a deep breath and, under the expectant gazes of everyone, began to speak. May I ask how our administrative department can better cooperate with your promotion department during the entire promotional period? This was hardly a question. It was practically asking for favors. Shameless. The department heads collectively looked down on him. How could he ask an employee for help? However, moments later, their spirits soared again. Truly, the administrative staff had insight and thoughtfulness, showing the 2 leaders their enthusiasm for work. What about us? Yes, how can our department contribute? And us? Suddenly, the department heads were in an uproar, all eager to get involved. Chen Diyu and Li Mingtong watched in astonishment. How come these people were so active now when they hadn't seen such enthusiasm before? Shang Wenshu couldn't help but smile. Wang Ye's expression changed, and he finally sighed silently. It was clear that trying to deal with Chen Diyu today was not going to work. Regarding how to cooperate on this issue, we will communicate with everyone separately later. There were too many people asking, and Bai Xiaosheng could only say this. The supervisors were also quite regretful. Bonus hint. Han Lian's voice suddenly rang out. Bonus. Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback. Mobilizing the group's subsidiaries, important projects, and middle management personnel to enhance work enthusiasm and improve management efficiency. Han Lian's voice was light and pleasant, with an additional 6-point bonus. The total score is 55 points. In addition, an extra bonus of 200,000 yuan will be awarded. The consecutive rewards left Bai Xiaosheng dumbfounded. He didn't expect an extra surprise. Chapter 22. Amazing. Promotion Department. The meeting in the large conference room lasted late into the night. In the project, almost no employees from other departments left. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. After a series of meetings, each department consecutively issued demands, requiring at least 2 hours of overtime every day. Not only that, but until the project opened, all departments could only take 1 day off on weekends. It can be said that the entire project team was in a state of wailing. In this atmosphere, the people in the promotion department had already been in the large conference room for a full half day, longer than any other department. They had also become the focus. I heard that General Manager Shang and General Manager Wang also participated in the meeting via video conference. Really? The promotion department has such a big face? I think it's bad luck. There are things here that can't be explained to you. In short, the promotion department performed well this time. And if there was any slight mistake, it would be disastrous. They are much more unfortunate than us. Really? That's great. If someone is worse off than us, that's fine. From administration to logistics, everyone was excitedly discussing, and many were gloating over their misfortune. It wasn't that the promotion department was unpopular, but for these unfortunate people. The more unfortunate others were, the more comfort they felt. Finally, the meeting ended. Employees from various departments looked forward to seeing the promotion department's joke. However, this time, the employees were surprised to find that the leaders who came out did not have serious, gloomy, or cautious expressions, but rather had a hint of excitement. Was the promotion department treated so badly? The crowd's anticipation grew, especially when they saw Li Mingtong and Wu Qiuyan with faces as dark as water. In contrast, Chen Daya was all smiles, actively greeting everyone, his big teeth never closing. This contrast was puzzling. At this moment, Chen Daya was in an exceptionally good mood. When the meeting ended, Shang Wenshu greatly affirmed his work and the work of the project team, while Wang Yi also casually encouraged him a few words. Chen Daya was simply beyond satisfied with this result and deeply admired Bai Xiaosheng. This young man is truly capable, surrounded by stars, just like accompanying the leaders. General Manager Wang, who is talented in the promotion department. The project front desk curiously probed, having seen that scene. The administrative supervisor casually nodded and said to the front desk, "You immediately send out a notice stating that the promotion department has performed excellently. And they do not have to work overtime after work and will still have double weekends. No overtime and still double weekends." Several employees in the administrative department looked at the administrative supervisor in disbelief. Why? The little front desk couldn't help but say, why? Just because their work made both general managers very satisfied, and their newcomer's report impressed the bosses. The administrative supervisor glared, frustrated, and said, "You tell me. When will you also give me some face, and I'll thank you." General Manager Wang. Before the administrative supervisor's words fell, the office door was pushed open, and a head poked in, handing over a piece of paper. "General Manager Chen's notice requires you to send 2,000 yuan from the finance department to the promotion department, so they can take a day off tomorrow." The messenger also wore a face full of envy. What? The administrative department was in an uproar. Not only no overtime and double weekends, but they were even given an extra day off, and the company would provide money for them to spend. My goodness. I want to go to the promotion department. The little front desk was envious to death. "Bai Ge, you are amazing." Yi Zi's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Yeah, did you do all that by yourself? I'm impressed," Xiao Song said with a look of admiration. "Thank you for sharing the credit with us, and also, thank you for helping us out in front of General Manager Wu." Lao Wang gave Bai Xiaosheng a deep look. This young man truly caught his eye. In front of both general managers, Bai Xiaosheng could treat his achievements as a collective success, not arrogant, a true talent. He could cleverly shift the topic when Wu Qiuyan was angry, showing wisdom. Lao Wang now looked at Bai Xiaosheng and genuinely wanted to be friends. "You say that? And I will be proud," Bai Xiaosheng smiled. "We are a team, a whole. We share honor and disgrace together." What a great statement about sharing honor and disgrace. Yi Zi and Xiao Song nodded frequently, and Lao Wang clapped in approval. The door to the promotion department was pushed open. Wu Qiuyan walked in, silently going to her workstation. Behind her was another person, the administrative front desk. "Promotion department, this is General Manager Chen's notice." The little front desk couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, "You no longer need to work overtime, and you can have double weekends." Bai Xiaosheng and the others smiled silently. They knew this had already been announced by Chen Daya at the meeting. And tomorrow you have a day off. This is 2,000 yuan allocated from finance for you to enjoy." The little front desk was enviously thrilled. What? Even Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback, and Wu Qiuyan raised her head in surprise. The little front desk enviously placed down the notice and the money, reluctantly leaving. "Tonight, shall we all go celebrate?" Yi Zi cheered. Lao Wang shot her a glance. Yi Zi quickly suppressed her excitement and handed the notice and money to Wu Qiuyan. "General Manager Wu, look, you go ahead and have fun. I still have some things to handle." Wu Qiuyan smiled. Now Wu Qiuyan was not happy, but she could not show it and had to appear very happy. Because this was indeed the honor of the entire promotion department. Under Yi Zi's lead, they headed straight to a specialty restaurant. While waiting for the dishes and drinks in the lobby, Yi Zi suddenly shouted, "After dinner, let's go for karaoke. We won't return until we're drunk." A few people chatted and enjoyed themselves. Suddenly, Bai Xiaosheng felt someone pat his shoulder. This chubby person looked particularly familiar. Bai Xiaosheng, Zheng Dongsheng. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes lit up, realizing it was him. Chapter 23, Zheng Dongsheng. Bai Xiaosheng stood up, full of surprise. He studied at a university in Tiannan. And the chubby guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes in front of him was Zheng Dongsheng, his college classmate who lived in the adjacent dorm. Back then, the boys loved to play games, but playing games also required talent, and skill levels varied. Zheng Dongsheng claimed to be invincible at Nanda until he encountered Bai Xiaosheng, who defeated him 5 times in a row, leaving him questioning his life. After that, the chubby Zheng proclaimed he had a new life goal, to team up with Bai Xiaosheng to play esports and enter the professional circle. Zheng Dongsheng, who was admitted to the advertising department, came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine and had a good financial background, allowing him to take risks. Bai Xiaosheng's family background was not good, focusing more on academics and hoping to find a promising formal job. So he naturally wouldn't entertain Zheng Dongsheng's wild dreams of making gaming a career. After becoming friends, Zheng Dongsheng admired Bai Xiaosheng's character and ambition, helping him a lot in life, and Bai Xiaosheng similarly helped the chubby guy with many things. The two became close friends, and over the years, their bond had not only endured but grown stronger. Even after graduation, they kept in close contact. Until half a year ago, Zheng Dongsheng was so busy he didn't even have time to chat online. Unexpectedly, the two met here by chance. "You fatso, haven't seen you in half a year. Still so fat, looking like a black coal ball." Bai Xiaosheng punched Zheng Dongsheng in the chest. Bai Xiaosheng was happy, genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. "Old Bai, you have no idea. I've been working like a dog for the past 6 months, just collapsing onto my pillow as soon as I get home. I haven't even had time to chat online. I've missed you so much." Zheng Dongsheng chuckled. "Do I look thin to you? You could never get thin." Bai Xiaosheng pulled over a chair. "Come on, sit down and chat. Are these all your friends?" Zheng Dongsheng sat down and nodded at Lao Wang, Xiaosong, and Yizi one by one. Lao Wang, Xiaosong, and Yizi smiled and greeted him back. "They're my colleagues." Bai Xiaosheng smiled at everyone. "They're also my friends." "Then they're my friends too." Zheng Dongsheng grinned widely at the 3 of them. This kind of hearty and naturally affable fat guy made Lao Wang and the others eager to befriend him. "What have you been busy with these past 6 months?" Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but ask. "Running a school, doing training. You have no idea how tough it is to start a business. Luckily, it's finally on track now, so I can take a break." Zheng Dongsheng pointed to a corner of the hall where 2 tables were pushed together, surrounded by more than 10 people, both men and women, ranging from their 20s to 50s. "Who are these people?" "They're all trainers, and I'm the principal." Zheng Dongsheng said proudly. "Impressive, right? We have everything from children's interest classes to adult education." "You're a principal now?" Bai Xiaosheng's expression turned strange. "How do I feel like this fat guy isn't teaching people, but ruining them instead?" Back then, Zheng Dongsheng was a passionate youth who criticized traditional Chinese medicine, a national treasure, with great fervor. Bai Xiaosheng, on the other hand, was very interested in traditional Chinese medicine, but unfortunately, reality didn't allow him to study it. However, now that he has Honglian, he can collect all knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine and clinical cases from major hospitals. Perhaps thinking of traditional Chinese medicine made Bai Xiaosheng a bit excited again. "I asked where you work because there is such a gorgeous beauty as your colleague." Zheng Dongsheng smiled at Yizi, and her cheeks instantly turned red. "I work on project planning. That must pay well. Your monthly salary must be over 10,000, right?" Zheng Dongsheng asked bluntly. It's really not a good topic to ask about someone's income, but Zheng Dongsheng had no scruples with Bai Xiaosheng, and Bai Xiaosheng didn't mind either. "I don't care about money." Bai Xiaosheng smiled. As for his salary, he truly didn't know. He had never asked Chendaya, and Chendaya hadn't mentioned it either. My goodness, what kind of realm is that? Not caring about money. Zheng Dongsheng looked at Bai Xiaosheng oddly. Then suddenly his eyes lit up with excitement. "Hey, I say, old Bai, why don't you just quit your job and help me out? With your eloquence and intelligence, you'd definitely be a super trainer." "A trainer, huh?" Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Now that he was doing planning and had just thought about studying traditional Chinese medicine, adding another option for being a trainer was indeed quite varied. "All right, if I can't make it one day, I'll come to you." Bai Xiaosheng teased. "Thanks for offering me a trainer position. At least you didn't force me into esports." Bai Xiaosheng's teasing remark made Zheng Dongsheng's eyes light up. "I play less now." Bai Xiaosheng nodded. "Oh, that's great. I'll tell you, I know a professional player, and we're going to play a match together soon. You should join." Zheng Dongsheng was excited. "A professional player?" Bai Xiaosheng narrowed his eyes at Zheng Dongsheng, who suddenly looked guilty under his gaze. "Well, he's not exactly professional. He's a substitute in a team." Bai Xiaosheng continued to stare at him. "All right, I'll come clean. It's not a competition, just a casual game with someone." Zheng Dongsheng said awkwardly. "You fat guy, still so full of hot air, sweeping the floor at Nanda." Bai Xiaosheng laughed heartily. Zheng Dongsheng's face turned red. "Don't expose my background. I'm still a principal in front of your friends." Lao Wang, Xiaosong, and Yizi couldn't help but laugh, their faces turning red as they stifled their laughter. Over there, Zheng Dongsheng's people were looking over, seemingly waiting for him. "Oh no, I have to go over. A whole table of people is waiting for me." Zheng Dongsheng stood up. "We have a match in a couple of days. You have to help me. Sure, I'll help you. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Seeing you makes me so happy that I forgot the main business. If we hadn't run into each other today, I would have had to find you. Next weekend is the Tiannan alumni gathering. A reunion? Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback, then shook his head. He didn't want to go. Real friends can just gather together in a small group. Drinking with a lot of people isn't interesting at all. Old Bai. Just go. Zheng Dongsheng said meaningfully, patting Bai Xiaosheng. He Yanbing is one of the initiators. He Yanbing. Upon hearing this name, Bai Xiaosheng's smile faded, and his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. I've been unhappy for years. Zheng Dongsheng said in a low voice. All right. Bai Xiaosheng nodded grimly. We'll go. Chapter 24. Moving. Under his direction, the waiter kept bringing wine and dishes to Bai Xiaosheng's table, unable to be stopped. Bai Xiaosheng was also feeling sentimental, somewhat drunk. Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yi Zi quietly watched, not interrupting the two old friends, all of them envious of this genuine brotherhood. Zheng Dongsheng was crying and laughing, spilling stories from Bai Xiaosheng's college days like beans from a bamboo tube. Bai Xiaosheng's college life was incredibly rich. He won speech competitions, led the basketball team against other departments, and organized impoverished students to protest against the student council's injustices. In Lao Wang and the others' eyes, Bai Xiaosheng's image became one of deep loyalty, fearlessness against authority, and cleverness. However, there were also some awkward topics. For example, Bai Xiaosheng was once pursued desperately by a fat girl during college and had to flee, or when he sought a summer job and was told they needed special service-oriented talents, leading to another hasty retreat. Such stories made Yi Zi and the others laugh so hard they struggled to breathe, while Bai Xiaosheng's face turned beet red from embarrassment. They drank and chatted like this. Eventually, the fat guy got drunk. Bai Xiaosheng refused others' help, asked for the fat guy's current address, and, just like in college, carried him on his shoulder, stepping out one step at a time. The two tables of people watched their swaying figures disappear. A night without conversation. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, a loud knocking on the door disturbed Bai Xiaosheng's sleep, and he pressed his pillow over his head, but the sound stubbornly drilled into his ears. There were also shouts mixed in. Bai Xiaosheng, I know you're home. Open the door for me. A sharp female voice was very penetrating. Bai Xiaosheng, dazed, tilted his head to listen for a while before realizing it was calling for him. He shook his head, washed his face, and then went to open the door. A woman in her 40s with sharp eyes stood angrily at the door. It was the landlord. You only opened the door this late. Wow, how much did you drink? The landlord fanned the air with a look of disdain. Bai Xiaosheng smiled apologetically, and then noticed there were two more people behind the landlord, a man and a woman, looking like a young couple. Here, this is the house. You can go in and look around. The landlord pushed Bai Xiaosheng aside and said kindly to the couple. The two bypassed Bai Xiaosheng and entered the house. The landlord is showing the house to people. Auntie, what do you mean by this? Bai Xiaosheng frowned. It means nothing. I don't want to rent this house to you anymore. Look at what you've done to it. It used to be very nice. The landlord replied. Bai Xiaosheng frowned. This shabby house, with a deposit and 3 months' rent paid, had broken appliances inside. After living here for only half a month, they broke down one after another. When Bai Xiaosheng contacted the landlord, she insisted that everything was fine and that it was Bai Xiaosheng who broke them. So Bai Xiaosheng had no choice but to go to the second-hand market to find replacements. To make his stay more comfortable, Bai Xiaosheng even paid out of his own pocket to paint the walls and make repairs. Now, how did it become that he was damaging the house? I've calculated. Tomorrow is the rent due date, and I'm not renting this house to you anymore, so you better leave. The landlord said, can't you see? These two look like neat people. They can take good care of my house. At first glance, he looks like an honest person, unlike you, who keeps procrastinating on the rent. Procrastinating? Bai Xiaosheng only remembers that once, he really couldn't hold on any longer and begged for a 2-day extension. Auntie, I swear, I really didn't. Bai Xiaosheng said seriously. Fine, don't say anything more. I'll tell you the truth, they will pay an extra 200. The landlord said in a low voice to Bai Xiaosheng, if you give me another 200, I'll still rent it to you. Bai Xiaosheng looked at the landlord in front of him, his eyes cold. This isn't just about 1 or 200. He currently has 1,200,000 in his card, and sleeping in a 5-star hotel every day is not a problem. The key is that the landlord's actions are excessive. He even understands that the landlord wants to change tenants, but at the very least, they should give a heads up. He glanced around the house he had lived in for several years. It's time to say goodbye to the past completely. I'm moving, Bai Xiaosheng said. That's right. It's good for both of us. The landlord sneered. Bai Xiaosheng extended his hand. What? The landlord asked in surprise. Refund my deposit. Oh, you still have the nerve to ask for the deposit. The landlord scoffed, calling over the two young couples who were looking at the house. You two wait outside for a bit. I need to settle things with this person. The two nodded and stepped out, and the landlord closed the door. The landlord had an unnegotiable look. Bai Xiaosheng's gaze was sharp. In this house, every little thing he had repaired was scolded by the landlord as damage. and it became an excuse to deduct money. Bai Xiaosheng fell silent. Once, the one who loved to reason with others during his college days. The one who was often bullied by unreasonable people. How annoying. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. The landlord made him feel a bit creepy. He took 2 steps back. What are you laughing at? Auntie, you're right about everything. Bai Xiaosheng said sincerely as he walked to the water pipe he had replaced in the bathroom. Suddenly lifted his foot, and with a bang, kicked it off. You said it was broken, then it's broken. And here, Bai Xiaosheng walked into the kitchen and kicked the cabinet he had carefully repaired, breaking it too. And here, Bai Xiaosheng strolled leisurely. Smash, kick, tear. The landlord's face turned pale. You, what are you doing? Stop it. You said they were all broken, right? So, isn't the deposit meant to fix them? Bai Xiaosheng smiled slightly and turned to pack his things. From now on, I, Bai Xiaosheng, will also settle scores. Chapter 25, The Neighbor. Bai Xiaosheng moved. His new home is a high-end apartment, costing $4,000 a month. But it's worth it. Bai Xiaosheng is very satisfied with his new home. On the first day of moving in, there were many things to buy and many tasks to do, and doing it alone was obviously strenuous. Bai Xiaosheng picked up the phone, wanting to ask someone for help, only to remember that today was a normal working day. And it was only a holiday granted by Chen Daya. Suddenly, he was dumbfounded. The only friends he knew who weren't working were probably Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yezi. Those who could be called couldn't come, and those who could come were too embarrassed to call. Holding on to his last hope, Bai Xiaosheng called Zheng Dongsheng. Once connected, he could feel the intoxication on the other end of the line. Zheng Fatty had drunk too much and probably wouldn't get up all day. In the end, Bai Xiaosheng had no choice but to run errands to the market by himself. By the afternoon, Bai Xiaosheng's eyes were blurry, and his legs felt weak as he hugged a quilt back to his new home, counting the numbers as the elevator descended. Bai Xiaosheng buried his face in the quilt and secretly vowed. Once he got home, he would collapse and sleep until the next morning, absolutely not getting up. As the elevator doors opened, someone stepped aside to let Bai Xiaosheng pass. Bai Xiaosheng thanked them and brushed past. He didn't see the person's face clearly, but he caught a faint pleasant fragrance, a very comfortable scent. Bai Xiaosheng raised his head and saw a graceful silhouette. The hair was tied up high. The neck was long and white, the waist was slim, and the thighs were straight. Bai Xiaosheng's gaze followed until it was blocked by the closing elevator doors. The beautiful woman who exited the elevator also didn't notice it was Bai Xiaosheng. This beauty, Bai Xiaosheng really knew. Wei Shuolian. After leaving the elevator and walking a few steps, Wei Shuolian's phone rang. Wenxian. Wei Shuolian answered the call. Alien, why did you move out? Lu Wenxian angrily interrogated. Can't you stay here? How am I supposed to explain to Uncle Wei that you were kicked out to rent a place? Where am I supposed to put my face? After a round of shouting from the other end, Wei Shuolian had to hold the phone away. When Lu Wenxian's anger subsided, Wei Shuolian said with a smile, I'll talk to my dad. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare blame you. You are the most treasured daughter of the Lu family. I'm living outside for the convenience of finding a job, and besides, you'll have one more place to come and play in the future. My place is quite nice. I'm amazed. Is it really that fun to stir things up? Lu Wenxian sighed helplessly. Once you really step out, you'll feel the world is different. Wei Shuolian smiled. Oh right, Mo Ran is coming to Tiannan for a concert. I'll get the best tickets for you, and I'll get a few more. Is that okay? Humph, that's more like it. Lu Wenxian muttered. Here, she would start a brand new life. The next day, Bai Xiaosheng arrived at the project early. When people from other departments saw him, they quietly pointed in disgust, all knowing that a very capable planner had arrived in the promotion department. Even the 2 bosses praised him. Bai Xiaosheng had already become a well-known figure. Wu Qiuyan, rarely arriving early today. Once everyone was gathered, she immediately called everyone to organize an internal department meeting to discuss the opening activities. In fact, there wasn't much to discuss about the opening activities. The content had already been decided by the 2 bosses, Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi, which were basically opening performances, leadership speeches, ribbon cutting, following the usual procedures, and lacking in highlights. The focus was to invite more media and make a bigger fuss. What was unusual was Wu Qiuyan's attitude towards Bai Xiaosheng. It could be described as gentle and considerate. Not only did she actively ask for Bai Xiaosheng's opinions, but she also praised some of his suggestions profusely. This wasn't Wu Qiuyan's character. Old Wang, Xiao Song, and Yezi felt a bit uneasy, seizing the moment when Wu Qiuyan was pouring water. They couldn't help but quietly remind Bai Xiaosheng. To this, Bai Xiaosheng smiled. If others treat him kindly, he naturally wouldn't turn against them. If others wanted to deal with him, he would not be polite. In the tea room, Wu Qiuyan unexpectedly ran into Li Mingtong. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, the 2 quietly chatted. President Wang had looked into it. And this Bai Xiaosheng had gone to the company to find Shang Wenshu a few days ago, and Shang Wenshu personally went downstairs to meet him. Li Mingtong frowned. Shang Wenshu personally went downstairs to meet a young man in front of so many people in the company? Who is this person? At that time, The receptionist was Chen Ku. That girl is Chun Dai's sister. Asking her is like asking nothing. The few security guards also couldn't provide any valuable information. Personally going downstairs to meet him, Wu Qiuyan looked incredulous. Don't act until you clarify his identity. Also, you need to build a good relationship with him. It would be best to find out who he really is. Li Mingtong instructed. Wu Qiuyan nodded. Then, she gazed at Li Mingtong, her eyes softening. Reaching out to touch Li Mingtong's cheek. You've lost weight recently. Take care of yourself. This is the company. Be careful. Li Mingtong blocked Wu Qiuyan's hand away. Wu Qiuyan's expression instantly dimmed. In any case, you must do everything possible to get this matter done. As long as you help me secure the project manager position. I won't treat you unfairly. Li Mingtong gently patted Wu Qiuyan's shoulder. Wu Qiuyan stood dazed for a long time before reaching out to press her hand on the spot where Li Mingtong had touched before. After so many years. What am I? Wu Qiuyan murmured with deep resentment. You want me to do whatever it takes? In the tea room, there is a mirror for touching up makeup. Wu Qiuyan looks seriously at herself in the mirror. On her mature woman's face, there are traces of loneliness and an unsightly smile, filled with bitterness and self-mockery. The fallen flowers have intent, but the flowing water is heartless. Wu Qiuyan touches her cheek in the mirror, feeling the passage of time. Upon returning to her department, Wu Qiuyan's expression is as usual. I communicated with General Manager Li. Our promotion department is now establishing a special project team for the opening event, led by Bai Xiaosheng, with Yi Zi and Xiao Song assisting, and Lao Wang providing support. Wu Qiuyan looks at Bai Xiaosheng, and her smile reveals the charm of a mature woman. Bai Xiaosheng, remember to report to me anytime, anywhere, whether in the company or at home. The phrase anytime, anywhere is emphasized by Wu Qiuyan. The three big men, Bai Xiaosheng, don't feel anything, but Yi Zi's eyes show a hint of surprise. Wu Qiuyan is still single. Does that mean Bai Xiaosheng might have to come over at night, when necessary? A lonely man and a lonely woman. How can that work? Chapter 26, Professional God. After working all day, they finally reached the end of the workday. It's Friday, and for the promotion department, they can have a regular holiday tomorrow, which is great. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Zheng Dongxing calling. Old Bai, come to my house right now. Zheng Dongxing shouted urgently on the phone. Quick. What happened? Bai Xiaosheng was startled. We need urgent help. The King's League. We're one short. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but laugh. It turns out Zheng Fatty was looking for him to play a game. The King's League mentioned by Zheng Dongxing is an extremely popular online game, with peak leagues both domestically and internationally. The game is divided into red and blue sides, with each side consisting of 5 players. The first to destroy the opponent's main building wins. There are a total of 240 hero characters to choose from, each with 5 unique skills. As a team game, the 5 players need to cooperate, leading to countless strategies, with dozens of popular tactics, earning it the nickname Esports Go. Under Zheng Dongxing's repeated urging, Bai Xiaosheng had no choice but to take a car over. When he arrived downstairs at Zheng Dongxing's place, Bai Xiaosheng saw him, along with 3 others. Zheng Dongxing was talking with a pair of twins around a tall, slender young man, who looked to be about the same age as Bai Xiaosheng and had an arrogant expression. This must be the substitute professional player Zheng Fatty mentioned, Bai Xiaosheng thought. After getting out of the car, Bai Xiaosheng walked over to them. Zheng Dongxing noticed him and excitedly waved. Come, let me introduce you. This is my best brother, Bai Xiaosheng, a gaming prodigy. As soon as Bai Xiaosheng approached, Zheng Dongxing couldn't wait to introduce him to the 3. Up to now, Zheng Dongxing still holds Bai Xiaosheng's past prowess in high regard. A gaming prodigy? The tall, slender young man scoffed. In our professional circle, we only look at strength. Don't mess things up, just don't feed the enemy kills. I'm Chen Baiyu, from the professional circle. The young man said this as if it were a casual remark, but his tone was filled with arrogance, constantly dropping the term professional circle. This tone made Bai Xiaosheng uncomfortable, but for the sake of Fatty, he said nothing and just smiled faintly. Zheng Dongxing was unhappy. Chen Baiyu. What do you mean by that? Bai Xiaosheng is my best brother. I could even skip this match if you say that, and I want to be happy. Zheng Dongxing's expression darkened. Hey, old Zheng, Chen Baiyu is just joking. Don't take it seriously. One of the twins quickly tried to mediate. Yeah, we're all friends here. Haha, just a joke. The other twin also encouraged. They seemed very nervous, as if afraid of a falling out and not being able to compete. Chen Baiyu glanced at Zheng Dongxing and said, I take back what I said. You're paying me, so you're the boss. Zheng Dongxing expressionlessly nodded and then pointed to the twins, introducing them to Bai Xiaosheng. Do Wu Xiao Wu. Bai Xiaosheng greeted the twins. The twins were quite polite. In fact, Bai Xiaosheng could understand Chen Baiyu's displeasure. People in the professional circle, even substitutes, are often proud. Playing games with ordinary people is one thing, but expecting to rely on them? That wouldn't make anyone happy. Let us go, it's almost time. Do Wu couldn't help but urge. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't resist giving Chen Baiyu a glance. Chen Baiyu's face was full of smugness. Let us go? Zheng Dongsheng waved his hand. Nearby, there's a high-end internet CAF. Zheng Dongsheng had already reserved a room there, and everyone headed straight to the booked private room. Once inside the private room, Bai Xiaosheng saw 5 professional gaming computers lined up. Everyone found their spots, and Chun Baiyu naturally took the central position. Bai Xiaosheng sat next to Zheng Dongsheng, at the very edge. The hardware here is good, and the keyboards are entry-level. But Bai Xiaosheng noticed that Chun Baiyu took the CAF's keyboard and tossed it aside, pulling out one from his bag, a professional mechanical keyboard worth several thousand. Professionals are indeed professionals. Dou Wu and Xiao Wu looked at the keyboard with envy, unable to help but praise it. Chun Baiyu smiled, enjoying the admiration. Do we really need to change keyboards? The opponents are just a bunch of ordinary players. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head with a smile. I'll chat with the enemy. You guys get ready. Zheng Dongsheng entered the game and opened the chat window, typing away. Before long, he exclaimed, arrogant, too arrogant. Want to stream the match? Do you want to embarrass yourselves online? I'm so mad. Can I curse him out on mic? Zheng Dongsheng yelled, making the room restless. Bai Xiaosheng found it both amusing and exasperating. Let us form a team first, add each other as friends. By the way, what is your in-game name? Dou Wu asked Bai Xiaosheng. My in-game name is Xiaobai, Bai Xiaosheng replied. I'm Xiaobai, quite self-aware. Chun Baiyu glanced at Bai Xiaosheng's level and sneered. Hope you don't drag us down and ruin the game. Listen to the commands, got it? Due to Zheng Dongsheng's attitude, Chun Baiyu increasingly found Bai Xiaosheng unpleasant. Bai Xiaosheng ignored him. He hadn't been angry earlier because he thought Chun Baiyu had a point. But now, he felt that this person was being quite unreasonable. Zheng Fadi was completely immersed in chatting with the enemy and didn't notice what the two were saying beside him. After a while, Zheng Fadi pushed his keyboard aside, looked at the team, and exclaimed, Oh old Bai, you're called Xiaobai, quite unique. In another room of the same CAF, 5 people were already seated. The central position was occupied by a young woman in her 20s, with porcelain-like delicate skin, flowing hair, and a snow-white shirt that had 2 buttons undone, revealing a shocking cleavage. Unlike Wei Xuelian's demeanor, she conformed more to the public's image of a goddess. However, this goddess had a tired expression and was sucking on a lollipop. The other 4 looked at her with awe. A bunch of scrubs, you actually call me over. Do you think I have nothing better to do? The beauty glanced at the chubby guy beside her. Sister, this time it's really different. I heard the opponent has a substitute professional player, the chubby guy said earnestly. The beauty looked at him expressionlessly. The chubby guy began to sweat. Of course, that doesn't mean anything. You're the 3rd in the Viper team, a legitimate professional god. Chapter 27, Live Streaming Match. The live streaming match is a mode of competition in the King S League, coming into being alongside various events. Viewers can watch the entire match from a godlike perspective in independent viewing rooms, commenting on the highlights in a separate chat window, cheering and applauding. The competing teams cannot see these, at most only a spectator count, to avoid affecting the mindset of both sides. This time, not only did the opponent choose the live streaming match, but it's also in Hell mode. In Hell mode, there is no resurrection. A total wipeout ends the game. Zheng Dongsheng didn't expect the opponent to choose such a mode, but it didn't have much impact. However, would there be viewers? Even with Chun Baiyu present, he was using a secondary account, and no one knew who he was. The live match venue had already been set up by the opposing team. Zheng Dongsheng and the others requested the password and entered directly. As both teams entered the match, the audience area was also opened simultaneously. Why are there so many people? Zheng Dongsheng was shocked when he glanced at the viewer count. In just a short while, there were actually thousands of viewers, and the numbers were still rolling, showing no signs of stopping. 10,000 already. Dou Wu and Xiao Wu exclaimed. What does it mean to have 10,000 viewers? Even when stars from the player community compete, it usually reaches this level. And now, there are 10,000 people waiting to watch their match? Incredible. Chun Baiyu. Is it possible that someone knows you're here? Are these your fans? This was the only explanation Zheng Dongsheng could think of. I didn't tell anyone. Chun Baiyu was also puzzled. In fact, even if he used his main account, it was impossible to have this many viewers, as his popularity was not as high as that of the star characters in the player community. 20,000. It's broken 20,000. Xiao Wu's voice was sharp. 20,000. The number representing the audience continued to roll as before, with no decrease in speed. Is the server broken? A few people were astonished. Could it be that the opposing team has professional players too? Bai Xiaosheng suddenly spoke up. Since they could invite substitutes, the opposing team might also be able to invite stronger players. I really don't know who Zheng Dongsheng is going to compete against. Both sides seem to be going all out. Professional players? That's impossible. Chun Baiyu denied it outright. Do you think professional players have nothing better to do than play in this kind of match? As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Baiyu realized he had misspoken, which inadvertently belittled himself. He immediately shot a fierce glare at Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng frowned. Once is one thing, twice is another, but 3 times is too much. Chen Baiyu has always had this attitude towards him. It's too much. Zheng Dongsheng, De Wu, and Xiao Wu were completely taken aback by Bai Xiaosheng's words. They were so eager to see the opposing characters that they almost pressed their faces against the screen. The names of the opposing characters looked imposing and somewhat over the top. But only one named Peerless Enchantress seemed a bit different. 30,000. De Wu's face turned red, mumbling as if drunk. 30,000. Even some small events only have this many people. Is there any way to go to the audience area and see what these people are saying? Bai Xiaosheng asked. It's the first time in my life that I'm being watched by so many people, and it's actually for playing a game. Bai Xiaosheng didn't know whether to laugh or to smile bitterly. We're all in the match room. We can't go back out, and the match will start in 30 seconds. Zheng Dongsheng couldn't help but swallow hard. They had only been in this match room for a minute, and in that minute, 30,000 people came to watch. Compared to others' shock and confusion, Chen Baiyu's face had two flushes of excitement. This was a match being watched by thousands. If he could showcase his strength, becoming an internet celebrity wouldn't be impossible. At that time, with the rising tide, Chen Baiyu would be a star. What were mere substitutes in a team? It would be a simple matter for him to join any team he wanted. It had nothing to do with strength. Just the advertising effect would attract many professional managers. This is an opportunity from heaven. I'm going to be famous. I'm going to be famous. Chen Baiyu's fingers couldn't help but tremble. Zheng Dongsheng was equally excited. Old Bai. Zheng Dongsheng couldn't help but say to Bai Xiaosheng, if I win, wouldn't it be incredibly impressive? If I lose, wouldn't I be embarrassed all over the internet? Bai Xiaosheng was both amused and exasperated. Who would recognize your old face? No one would even pick it up if you dropped it, don't worry. After a moment of silence, Bai Xiaosheng suddenly asked, I have a question. Do you really want to win this match? More than really want to win. Zheng Dongsheng replied seriously. Good. Bai Xiaosheng nodded. Then let us give it our all. Yes, let us win this. Zheng Dongsheng shouted, clenching his fist. 15 seconds countdown. It has already broken 40,000. De Wu and Xiao Wu shouted simultaneously. The crowd now began to feel somewhat numb to the numbers. Bai Xiaosheng stared at the screen, but was communicating with the consciousness of Honglian in his mind. Honglian, pull up all the operational techniques for every profession in the King's League, as well as all tactical applications. All right. With Honglian's light voice, in an instant, Bai Xiaosheng's mind was filled with a lot of information, even making him feel a bit dazed. Retrieved operational techniques for 240 game heroes. Retrieved 42 popular tactics in the King's League. Retrieved 18 unconventional tactics in the King's League. As Bai Xiaosheng absorbed the information, the rolling audience count suddenly stopped. Not because it was still, but because it had reached its limit. 50,000. A small match with real heat is no more than this. De Wu. You choose Guardian Warrior. Xiao Wu, you choose Shield King. Zheng Dongsheng, you choose Radiant Healer. And that little Bai, you choose Ice Control Mage. The page switched for hero selection. Chen Baiyu commanded in an unquestionable tone. He chose Phantom Assassin for himself. Assassin Flow. Bai Xiaosheng instantly understood that Chen Baiyu wanted to use one of the most popular assassin tactics, utilizing the assassin's high mobility to support other heroes. Coordinating with stealth and high burst damage for instant kills. This was the assassin flow strategy in the King's League. It best highlights a person's tactics, requiring unconditional cooperation from the entire team and even sacrifice. It seems Chen Baiyu is treating this match as his personal showcase, Bai Xiaosheng thought. However, these chosen heroes were not the best current lineup for the assassin flow, but rather the most basic combination. Bai Xiaosheng hesitated for a moment, but still followed Chen Baiyu's request and chose the Ice Control Mage. The others had already made their selections, and he had no choice. He could only hope that the opposing team didn't know they had chosen this strategy. Bai Xiaosheng still held a glimmer of hope. Humph. So they have substitute professional players, huh? In another room, the beautiful team leader sneered coldly. Those who have been sitting on the bench for years are just attention-seeking fools. Once given the chance to be captain, facing so many people, I guess 99% of them will choose the assassin flow strategy. Chapter 28. One Ice, Double Control. Under the beautiful captain's command, the people on that side quickly selected their heroes as well. During this time, the beauty glanced at the audience count and frowned slightly. Sister, can I borrow your name for a bit to create some momentum? The chubby Han Yuhua said somewhat hesitantly. Momentum? Do I need to create momentum? Do you think I, Han Shuang, a professional player, am here to play this kind of match for fun? You're publicizing for me, publicizing. Han Shuang was furious, smacking Han Yuhua twice. Then feeling relieved, she wanted to snatch the keyboard. Sister, calm down, it's already like this. Han Yuhua trembled in fright and quickly told the people next to him. Hurry, turn off the live stream. The people next to Han Yuhua hurriedly put away their phones that had been secretly filming. All right, you're still live streaming and filming me. Han Shuang trembled with anger. No wonder so many people were drawn in at once. No one suspected it was the real deal. It turned out they had been secretly filming and live streaming. Han Shuang was a top professional player, a beauty, and also had a special identity as an internet celebrity with millions of fans. 50,000 viewers in this audience area is really not too many. If it had been known that Han Shuang was competing, not only fans, but even people from the professional scene would rush to grab spots to watch. Not for any other reason. Han Shuang's team, the Viper team, is one of the top 10 teams in the country, last year's National League champions. She herself is ranked third in Viper and is recognized as a tactical expert in the professional scene. In fact, at this moment, several teams had received the news and were trying various ways to watch from different channels. Right now, across the internet, the heat of this match was skyrocketing, and even the King's League official account began to pay attention. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Viper team, in the tactical room, Captain Fan Feiyong, Vice Captain Shi Xian, and the manager were all staring at a screen nearly the size of a wall. They were also watching this match. Still a team member accidentally snatched a seat in the viewing room. Shuang, who are we going to fight? The three of them were also puzzled. Let's see first. Fan Feiyong pulled out a chair and sat down. The match officially began. The game map is Wild Canyon, one of the medium maps in the League of Kings, with 3 lanes, top, middle, and bottom, and a neutral zone in the center. A characteristic of this map is that there are few monsters, but the experience is extremely high and a lot of gold drops. Even killing 3 monsters can allow you to buy a piece of basic equipment. You go top lane. You go bottom lane. Hold them back. You two go mid. Chen Baiyu directly ordered the people beside him, his tone unquestionable. The Guardian Warriors, Do Wu and Xiao Wu, with the Dun Wang as a defensive hero, have low output but can tank, while Bai Xiaosheng's Ice Control Mage and Zheng Dongxing's Radiant Priest attack the mid lane openly. But in fact, they are covering the invisible Ghost Assassin behind them. In the Viper tactical room, Fan Feiyong suddenly stood up, a bit disappointed as he walked out. Starting with an assassin flow, this hero selection is the most primitive lineup, clearly a rookie move in the professional circle, not worth watching. Lao Shi, go call the substitutes to learn a thing or two. Fan Feiyong mumbled as he walked, wondering what Shuang was doing, making such a big fuss against such weak opponents. I think she should copy the team rules twice. Isn't this embarrassing for our Viper team? Viper's deputy captain, Shi Xian, was also surprised, but he was patient. Even if it was a boring match, he would watch it seriously. In the game, Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongxing's controlled heroes cautiously moved towards the mid lane. However, upon reaching the middle area, they found no enemy heroes. Keep moving, take down their mid lane defense tower, I'll go kill some monsters. Chen Baiyu couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Killing 3 monsters would allow him to buy equipment, and with his Ghost Assassin, he could roam freely early on, getting 4 or 5 kills easily. This was going to be Chen Baiyu's show. 50,000 people would watch me dominate. Chen Baiyu's cheeks flushed with excitement. For a substitute who had long been sitting on the bench, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was too tempting. The Ghost Assassin unleashed skills, killing 2 monsters in the shortest time. Just 1 more. As long as I kill 1 more, I can buy weapons. I'll be the strongest output. Chen Baiyu's eyes were practically shining. I'm under attack. 2 outputs and 1 control. Do Wu from the top lane suddenly shouted. This lineup won't hold for long. 2 outputs and 1 control, all in the same lane. Bai Xiaosheng frowned. In his mind, 5 strategies immediately appeared, with both popular and niche options, including 3 specifically designed to counter the assassin flow. Bai Xiaosheng immediately became alert. Unlike him, Chen Baiyu completely disregarded the team's well-being, and the Ghost Assassin charged towards a small monster in the distance. I've reached the bottom lane defense tower without encountering any enemies. Xiao Wu from the bottom lane called out. Bai Xiaosheng and the others also hadn't encountered any enemies and smoothly reached the mid lane defense tower. No one in the bottom lane. No one in the mid lane? Not good, it's that tactic. Bai Xiaosheng's expression changed. A clear tactic presented itself. Bai Xiaosheng shouted urgently. Zheng Dongxing was taken aback. Without even asking, the Radiant Priest immediately followed. Before he could finish speaking, the Ghost Assassin suddenly became visible. A shimmering area of light appeared on the ground. Radiant Trap. Shadow Hunter. Chen Baiyu's heart sank. In the game, a large, motionless tree moved. Revealing itself from disguise, it transformed into a Shadow Hunter, the Ghost Assassin's first nemesis. The Shadow Hunter drew its longbow, instantly firing 3 explosive arrows, taking away 1/3 of the Ghost Assassin's health. Professional counter, and he was also robbed of the initiative. Chen Baiyu felt as if he was in an ice cave. Gritting his teeth, the Ghost Assassin recklessly charged forward. It wasn't that he didn't want to retreat. Retreating meant death. Rather than that, he might as well fight it out. What a fool. Han Shuang slightly parted her red lips, lazily like a cat, letting out a small yawn. This match was truly boring. The Ghost Assassin charged halfway, suddenly getting immobilized as a giant half-human spider emerged from the ground, spinning silk to entangle the assassin's feet. Spider Queen, the ghost assassin's nemesis. Chen Baiyu's mind buzzed as he frantically pounded the mechanical keyboard. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. It's over, completely over. The ghost assassin was at low health. First blood, this is quite a blow for a substitute. Han Shuang smiled with boredom. First blood, the first to be taken down. For Chen Baiyu, it was a tremendous humiliation. He felt dizzy. Suddenly, an ice arrow flew through the air, just missing the Spider Queen. It struck the Shadow Hunter directly, freezing both heroes instantly. The Ice Control Mage and the Radiant Priest had arrived. Han Shuang's smile froze, slightly surprised. That double freeze ice arrow. The Ice Control Mage, a double control with one ice. Han Shuang pronounced each word, her eyes sparkling. This was Viper's deputy captain Shi Xian's signature skill. Chapter 29, Who is this person? In the viewing room, the chat area exploded. The barrage went wild. For the first time, it wasn't about Han Shuang, but about the Ice Control Mage and that double freeze topic, dominating the screen. Is this a hack? How is this possible? The frozen arrow has a 100 freeze rate, but why could it freeze too? How did he do that? There are problems. There must be problems here. The barrage flooded in, causing a moment of lag. Soon, someone spammed the truth. This is Viper's Shi Xian's ultimate skill. A double control with one ice. This truth actually raised the heat to a new height. Shi Xian, Han Shuang, the goddess. Is she competing with her own deputy captain? This speculation spread rapidly online, evolving dozens of versions within minutes. Some claimed confidently that Viper's Han Shuang and Shi Xian each led a rookie team to prove their own strength and compete for the deputy position. Others insisted that these rookie players had poor skills but high potential, indicating that Viper was publicly selecting substitutes and sending a signal to grassroots players. In short, countless speculations emerged. Major gaming websites and forums began to flood with posts, with several self-media outlets claiming they had exclusive insider information. This match quickly became a hot search topic, and the official game website even advertised it prominently on the homepage. Was this faked, or was it genuine skill? Han Shuang didn't he know what was happening outside? She was very interested in the Ice Control Mage's character name. I am Xiao Bai. At this moment, in Bai Xiaosheng's private room, assassin, retreat. Bai Xiaosheng shouted sharply, Fatty, chaos light. Zheng Fatty, hurry up. Just as the Spider Queen and Shadow Hunter's 5-second freeze state was about to lift, they were instantly enveloped in a red light, moving erratically and uncontrollably. Chen Baiyu's eyes turned red, panting heavily, his heart reignited. Just one more. Give me a few seconds, and I can become a god. Chen Baiyu lost his rationality. Fool. Bai Xiaosheng saw this scene and shot Chen Baiyu a cold glance. Chen Baiyu would never make it in the professional circle because he didn't know how to make sacrifices. To gain, one must first learn to let go. A halo erupted from the Ice Control Mage, and Bai Xiaosheng activated the cooldown skill reversal. The cooldown of the frozen arrow reset to 0. In the midst of chaos, the Spider Queen and Shadow Hunter, at the moment they regained control, were hit by another ice arrow, freezing them both again. Yet another double control. The viewing room erupted. Continuous control. The Ice Control Mage and the Radiant Priest executed a seamless 5-second control combo, a spectacular display that was typically seen only in major competitions. This I am Xiaobai is too amazing. Who is he? It must be Shi Xian. Only Shi Xian can so perfectly seize the moment and execute consecutive double controls. Shi Xian, Shi Xian, Shi Xian. The viewers went wild. In the Viper team's tactics room, Shi Xian, who usually remained calm and composed, wore a face of mixed emotions. His name filled the screen, but it wasn't him playing the game. Shi Xian's gaze fell on the Ice Control Mage. Am I a rookie? When did another expert Ice Control Mage appear in the professional scene? Even Shi Xian's eyes showed a hint of eager battle spirit. At this moment, Bai Xiaosheng felt as heated as the viewers in the live stream. Not because of his gameplay, but because he had confirmed one thing. Any knowledge or secret techniques are useless if not backed by extensive practice and experience. It's just empty talk. But for him, it was different. A few days ago, when Bai Xiaosheng was drafting a plan, he played the keyboard like a piano. It wasn't that he typed in such a bizarre way, but the information transmitted by Hong Lian put him in a state of excitement, making his brain work faster and his hands quicker. Bai Xiaosheng had always suspected that using that information immediately upon acquiring it would lead to peak proficiency. The reality confirmed his guess. The consecutive ice double controls made Bai Xiaosheng feel at ease. At that moment, he glanced at the screen. Retreat. Bai Xiaosheng decisively uttered a word. The Ice Control Mage, accompanied by the Radiant Priest, turned and ran. Interesting. Han Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. The consecutive double controls didn't include this retreat, which amazed her. This person must be well-versed in tactics and aware of my strategy. Also, he has a great sense of the overall situation. Han Shuang followed the character with her gaze. Kill the Phantom Assassin. Han Shuang reluctantly ordered, watching the ice control mage run away. Rationality is the most basic quality of a professional player. Although Han Shuang cared about the ice control mage, she still made the right decision immediately. Meanwhile, the wild monster finally fell. Good, Chen Baiyu roared excitedly. But right after that, the phantom assassin went down. The Shadow Hunter and Spider Queen almost simultaneously unleashed their most powerful skills, and the half-health assassin was instantly killed. The smile on Chen Baiyu's face froze. The endless dawn turned into darkness, and his heart sank into the abyss. Why? I was just about to become a god. Chen Baiyu felt 1,000 regrets. Why are you running? Why don't you hold them back, you bunch of useless players? Chen Baiyu's eyes turned red, almost smashing his mechanical keyboard. Shut up, Zheng Dongxing shouted sternly, glaring at Chen Baiyu. We're all useless. Only you aren't, and if you fight monsters later, can you not die? Still a professional circle? Bah. Dou Wu and Xiao Wu also wore indifferent expressions. The once lofty professional gods now looked like clowns. Chen Baiyu looked at the expressions of several people and felt a wave of panic, slumping into his chair. Bai Xiaosheng never glanced at Chen Baiyu. He stared at the screen, suddenly sighing. Zheng Dongxing scolded Chen Baiyu. The radiant priest had been caught by 2 outputs and a control from the opponent. In an instant, he was down. The reason Bai Xiaosheng ran was that he understood the opponent's strategy. Early on, they attacked the assassin, and later they encircled and attacked. If they saved someone, they could still have a chance. Unfortunately, Chen Baiyu didn't cooperate. Bai Xiaosheng's final blow was delivered, and he pulled his hands away from the keyboard. The outcome was already decided. This last ice arrow flew out just as 3 heroes converged. In an instant, they were all frozen. This near-miraculous coincidence left the viewers in stunned silence. 1 ice, 3 controls. In the Viper team's tactics room, Deputy Captain Shi Xian suddenly stood up. Go call the captain. I'm already here. Fan Feiyong had appeared behind him at some point. Call Han Shuang immediately. Fan Feiyong's expression was serious as he asked for clarification on who she was fighting. Who is this person? Chapter 30. Capturing the thief, capturing the king. Haha, we won. So amazing. We're too strong. The people on Han Yuhao's side were all smiles, celebrating with high fives. Han Shuang sat quietly, staring at the screen. She was still yearning for more. Han Yuhao, go. Arrange another match with the opponent. Han Shuang commanded. Han Yuhao was excited. He loved to dominate. Han Yuhao immediately messaged Zheng Dongsheng. At that moment, Han Shuang's phone rang. It was Shi Xian. It seemed that most of the team had watched the match. Given the deputy captain's personality, Han Shuang almost immediately made a judgment. Old Shi, do you want to know who the opponent is? I don't know either. But I want to play again. Han Shuang spoke before Shi Xian could. The opponent fell silent for a moment. Okay. You play another match and ban the ice control mage. The speaker was not Shi Xian, but Team Captain Fan Feiyong. Captain Fan. Han Shuang was taken aback. After Shi Xian connected the call, Fan Feiyong took the phone. Han Shuang understood her captain very well. His standards were extremely high. Even he was interested. If this person named Xiao Bai can play the ice control mage to such a level as the second profession, plus his overall perspective, this person is definitely a rare talent. We must get him into Viper. Han Shuang hung up the phone, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. At this moment, in Bai Xiaosheng's private room, there was a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Unwillingness, so much unwillingness. Not to mention Zheng Dongsheng. Even Dou Wu and Xiao Wu felt incredibly stifled. The opponent's mocking remarks rang out. But in front of 50,000 people, they were being humiliated. How are they supposed to survive after this? Chen Baiyu hung his head, feeling that everyone was looking at him with cold eyes. Losing isn't shameful, but they lost too thoroughly. They didn't take down a single opponent. It was simply a crushing defeat. It was so embarrassing. Zheng Dongsheng stared at the screen, typing furiously on the keyboard, suddenly looking up. They said they want to play another match. Another match. Dou Wu and Xiao Wu also looked up. They wanted to come back too. Old Bai, this match. You lead us. Zheng Dongsheng looked at Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng met his gaze, then glanced at Dou Wu and Xiao Wu. Do you want to win? Bai Xiaosheng asked. Yes. The 3 big men replied in unison. Do you trust me? Bai Xiaosheng asked. Yes. Last time we listened to you, it wasn't without a chance. The few of them couldn't help but glare at Chen Baiyu again. What a worthless professional circle. It's just a bunch of useless players. Dou Wu and Xiao Wu looked at Bai Xiaosheng with the same admiration they once had for Chen Baiyu. 1 ice, double control. What a cool skill. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at Chen Baiyu again. If they really want to play, they need all 5 people. They need this person's cooperation. Chen Baiyu, play with us for 1 match. Regardless of win or lose, I'll give you the promised reward. Zheng Dongsheng said coldly. Under the gaze of several people, Chen Baiyu reluctantly nodded. All right, let us go. Let us fight again. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes shone with determination. Prepare for the match. Oh no. Those shameless guys on the opposite side are banning the ice control mage. Zheng Dongsheng suddenly exclaimed. Dou Wu and Xiao Wu's expressions changed, and Chen Baiyu frowned. Looking at Bai Xiaosheng. Ban it if you want. Anyway, the ice control mage I used earlier wasn't my choice. Bai Xiaosheng said nonchalantly. Light and easy. This attitude is so cool. Dou Wu and Xiao Wu looked at Bai Xiaosheng with admiration. Alright, they banned it. We'll ban too. What should we ban? Shadow Hunter or Spider Queen? Zheng Dongsheng gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter. They probably won't care either. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. The viewing room was buzzing with discussion as people suddenly realized. The second match is starting the countdown. There is still a match. Great, the Viper Showdown. A rare event in years. Go Shuaing. Go, Shixian. The overwhelming barrage of comments, if turned into voices, would be deafening. At this moment, this news stirred up a storm online, and the official website immediately sent out information on the front page. The most outrageous thing is that people have already started selling viewing spots for this live broadcast online, and the prices are quite high. The Viper team's tactical room. This time, their captain has been replaced by that I am a newbie, Shixian said with great interest. I want to see what kind of lineup he chooses for battle. Fan Feiyong sat silently in his seat, watching quietly. Why these heroes? As Bai Xiaosheng's heroes were selected, Shixian couldn't help but frown. The 5 heroes simply don't constitute any optimal lineup. They don't even match some niche tactical compositions. Strange. Could this person be technically strong but not understand tactics? Shixian glanced at Fan Feiyong. Fan Feiyong remained silent, still watching steadily. Once Han Shuaing's heroes were selected, at least 3 or 4 tactical combinations emerged from professional coordination. Switching tactics during battle to catch the opponent off guard, that's Han Shuaing, a recognized tactical expert in the King's Alliance circle. This time, Shuaing is likely to meet her match. The long silent Fan Feiyong suddenly spoke. Shixian furrowed his brow and carefully examined Bai Xiaosheng's 5 heroes, mentally reviewing their information. Could it be? The usually composed Shixian couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Typically, when choosing heroes, players match them based on their types: attack, defense, support. But if these 5 heroes' 25 skills are repeatedly divided, they can temporarily change into more tactics. Especially these heroes. Shixian was alarmed. Could this be a tactical flow? Many years ago, in the National League, it was called the unbeatable tactic, almost invincible. However, the tactical flow demands an absurdly high level of quick thinking from the commander. Tactical flow. Fan Feiyong chewed on the words in his mouth, sitting up straight. In the private room, less than 5 minutes into the game, she had already switched tactics 3 times. Han Yuhao and the others were momentarily flustered. Han Shuaing frowned tightly. In such a short time, the opponent had also launched 3 waves of attacks. 1 wave flow, kite flow, dual roaming. Han Shuaing was increasingly anxious. She could only keep adjusting. Han Shuaing felt a subtle unease. Sensing heat, she reached out to unbutton a button, revealing a hint of enticing white lace. Not good. Han Shuaing's eyes sharpened. Adjusting back and forth, her own hero had become isolated. To break the stronghold, seize the leader, and resolve the body. This is called capturing the thief by capturing the king. Chapter 31. I refuse. In the live broadcast viewing room, tens of thousands of viewers were continuously spamming the screen. This time, it was not to shout anyone's name, but to discuss tactics enthusiastically. They thought the first game was stunning enough. But it wasn't until the second game that the audience realized what was truly spectacular. Both sides constantly changed their offense and defense. In less than 10 minutes, 6 tactics had already been showcased. The most magnificent scene of the team battle in the King's Alliance left the viewers breathless and ecstatic. This is the true charm of this game. Some small teams even began to compile technical statistics, intending to use this match as teaching material. Larger teams were more focused on tactical command. Tactical commanders are always in demand, especially those who can engage in a stalemate with Han Shuaing. Who is he? Is it really Shixian? At this moment, Shixian's phone was almost exploding with calls from familiar people one after another. Some called just to ask how things were, testing the waters. Annoyingly, someone from a local team even asked about the weather today. Shixian, usually so composed, was so angry that his nose was crooked. We're in the same city, and you're asking me about the weather? Can't you just look out the window yourself? Shixian kept stepping out to answer calls. Unable to watch the match, Fan Feiyong glanced at him. Shixian smiled wryly. Everyone's coming to ask for information. Captain, why don't you just post an announcement on the team's official website? I am a newbie, not Shixian. Fan Feiyong rarely showed a smile, relishing the situation. He casually turned back to watch the match with focused expression. His phone had long been turned off. At this moment, the battle finally reached the most exciting scene. From a god's eye view, we see Bai Xiaosheng's 5 heroes surrounding Han Shuaing. Han Shuaing's stunning enchantress chose the demon witch. As they closed in, she cautioned, "Don't chase too closely, don't use big skills, just follow my command." Bai Xiaosheng stared at the screen, calmly issuing commands. This demon which excels in marking positions for teleportation and has powerful control skills, with a passive skill that increases her own movement speed. In the hands of a master. This hero is a nightmare. Even surrounded by 5 heroes, Bai Xiaosheng remained cautious. Blocking the demon witch's escape route is Chun Baiyu's Blade Lord, a non-invisible but fast-moving assassin-type hero. At this moment, a fiery determination rose in Chun Baiyu's eyes. In the first match, he was unwilling to bear the blame for the loss. Why should it be him and not Bai Xiaosheng? As long as Bai Xiaosheng's team could delay for 2 seconds. No, even 1 second, it would be enough. 50,000 people would witness an ultra-god assassin achieving a pentakill. Losing this opportunity, he couldn't accept it. Chun Baiyu steeled himself. Even facing 5, Han Shuang remained calm, maneuvering around the terrain since the demon, which was the fastest. I am a newbie, might be very strong. But his teammates are all ordinary players, and there will surely be mistakes. Han Shuang was waiting for this opportunity. Sure enough, the Blade Lord charged out. Han Shuang's eyes lit up as she saw it, and she chuckled softly. What a fool, becoming a substitute. In the game, as the Blade Lord approached, the demon witch, with her back to him, suddenly accelerated, charging toward the opposing hero, ready for a desperate fight. Chun Baiyu panicked. If she was to die, she would die by her own hand. The Blade Lord shone with brilliance, activating all acceleration skills. In nature, both the Blade Lord and the demon, which are agile assassin types. The lethality of a backstab from an assassin-type hero is exceptionally high. Within the screen's view, one cannot grasp the entire situation like from a god's eye view, so they must rely on their teammates' cooperation. But Chun Baiyu was not cooperating. The Blade Lord was extremely close to the demon, which indirectly unleashed his strongest attack. However, in the next moment, the demon which vanished. Marked position, instant teleportation. When Chun Baiyu realized what had happened, the demon which had teleported behind the Blade Lord, unleashing a powerful beam that pierced through the Blade Lord. Death Ray. The assassin used his strongest skill to backstab another assassin with equally low health. The result was predictable. Chun Baiyu felt dizzy, the entire screen darkened. First blood. Chun Baiyu was completely stunned. The counterkill. The viewing room fell silent. This counterkill was too beautiful, but that Blade Lord was too foolish. Moments later, praise and curses erupted like a storm. The chat window crashed. Big idiot, deadweight. Zheng Dongsheng was furious, clenching his fist to throw a punch. Chun Baiyu took a furious hit from the fat guy, even moving his chair. Chun Baiyu stared at Zheng Dongsheng, who was filled with murderous intent, and ran out of the private room, leaving all his belongings behind. At this moment, online, Chun Baiyu's alternate account was doxed, and accusations and insults flooded in. His small team announced an immediate termination of the contract. Other small teams rushed to ride the wave of popularity, declaring they would never collaborate with Chun Baiyu. The panicking Chun Baiyu never imagined that his professional career would come to a complete end because of a casual match. Bai Xiaosheng had no energy or interest to pay attention to Chun Baiyu. He was fully focused on chasing the demon witch. Han Shuang's team had already flanked from behind. In the skirmish, both sides clashed fiercely. Bai Xiaosheng's team was suffering too much, down a player, and their formation was not suitable for a counterattack. Kill the demon witch. Bai Xiaosheng was fixated on the opponent. Even if he can't win, he still wants to kill the opposing ghost witch. The ghost witch, having emptied 2 skills, still possesses high mobility, cunningness, and superb micro-operations. After all, Han Shuang is a professional god. Day and night, she continuously practices, honing her awareness and reactions to an unparalleled level. On the other hand, Bai Xiaosheng has system assistance that grants him peak reactions for a short time. The chaotic battle on the field is not as exciting as their chase. Prediction, positioning, circling the tower. Nearly everyone in the audience is focused on the battle between those two in the corner. Ultimately, Bai Xiaosheng's hero once again executes a return kill, taking down Han Shuang's ghost witch. Suddenly, all the viewers erupted, not for any other reason, but this return kill is one of Han Shuang's trademarks. Even Han Shuang herself was taken aback. The final result was unexpected. Bai Xiaosheng, with a half-health hero, returned to the battlefield and managed to achieve a draw against 2 half-health and low-health opponents. Both heroes died simultaneously in hell mode. Since the game's launch, such draws are few and far between, driving the audience wild. I am Xiao Bai. I want to challenge you to a personal hero match, Han Shuang. Han Shuang's eyes sparkled, directly challenging in the public channel. Bai Xiaosheng pushed his keyboard and typed, "I'm tired, I refuse." Tens of thousands of spectators witnessed it, and countless voices roared in disbelief. How could he? He actually rejected our goddess. Chapter 32. Let's see where you run. Facing them is Han Shuang. It turns out we've been competing against a professional god. Zheng Dongxing's expression twitched, half laughing and half crying, while Dou Wu and Xiao Wu looked the same. The key point is that they ended in a draw. What's worse? Bai Xiaosheng rejected the goddess's challenge. Hey, are you all stupid? It's over, time to go. Bai Xiaosheng didn't know who Han Shuang was. He played games without idolizing anyone. Watching the three of them stare wide-eyed, he wondered if they hadn't had enough. Bai Xiaosheng didn't want to continue. Zheng Fatty still wanted to reach for the keyboard. He wanted to greet the goddess, at least to get familiar with her. Bai Xiaosheng reached out and turned off his computer. This dead fatty still wanted to play? He couldn't give him that chance. The screen went black, and Zheng Dongsheng froze. If anyone dared to turn off his computer now, they'd be in trouble. But Bai Xiaosheng was torn. Should he really take down his good friend of many years? Refusing a beautiful goddess, not even saying goodbye and logging off. How cool. Dou Wu and Xiao Wu looked at Bai Xiaosheng with wild admiration. You guys also shut down? Aren't you hungry at this hour? This fatty has to treat us to a meal. We can't help him for free. Bai Xiaosheng chuckled. Now, Dou Wu and Xiao Wu's admiration for Bai Xiaosheng reached a certain height. Without a second thought, they reached out and shut down their computers. Zheng Dongsheng groaned in pain. He wanted to use Dou Wu and Xiao Wu's computers, but that thought fell through. For the first time in his life, he was so close to his idol, the goddess, yet Bai Xiaosheng had torn them apart. And my tens of thousands of audience fans, I didn't even get the chance to greet them. Zheng Dongsheng looked like he was about to die. In the end, with unsteady steps, filled with anger, Zheng Dongsheng was supported by Dou Wu and Xiao Wu. Following Bai Xiaosheng out of the private room. Zheng Dongsheng, what are you doing here? A small fatty among the crowd spotted Zheng Dongsheng and shouted, Han Yuhao. Zheng Fatty was taken aback, his pale face instantly flushing with excitement as he jumped up. So your sister is the god of Shuang. Where's the god of Shuang? Zheng Fatty stretched his neck to look around. Humph, now you know my background, huh? Let me tell you, don't challenge me in the future. You're not qualified. Han Yuhao said proudly. What is this all about? Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but laugh. Zheng Fatty wanted to win so badly, but was this fatty the one? These two fatties are one weirder than the other. Han Yuhao was about to shout again. A delicate, fair hand suddenly pushed him aside. Dressed in a snow-white shirt and black stockings, Han Shuang walked over with her long, beautiful legs, casting a glance. You, who are you? I am Xiaobai. So arrogant. Han Shuang's gaze fell on Bai Xiaosheng. Compared to the excitement of others, Bai Xiaosheng appeared too calm and composed. Han Shuang looked at Bai Xiaosheng, and Bai Xiaosheng looked back at her. In Bai Xiaosheng's eyes, this woman was beautiful, sexy, and had a hint of wildness, her gaze quite aggressive. Is it you? Han Shuang stared at Bai Xiaosheng and asked. Yes. Bai Xiaosheng nodded. There was nothing to hide. Han Shuang's eyes sparkled, while Han Yuhao and several others gasped. This is the I am Xiaobai, the one with godly operations who forced Han Shuang to a draw in tactical command. Pretty handsome, huh? Han Shuang smiled charmingly and directly asked, which team are you on? Team. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head. I'm just a free player, playing a game with friends. I don't play often. A free player? Without a guild, without a team, and not even a star player? So strong. Han Yuhao and the others found it hard to believe. Indeed, experts hide among the masses. Han Shuang's eyes lit up, looking at Bai Xiaosheng while her tongue couldn't help but lightly lick her tender lips. So tempting. Such a strong person actually doesn't belong to any team and isn't even in the professional circle. In Han Shuang's eyes, Bai Xiaosheng had become a gem. He must join the Viper team. Join us, Viper team, one of the top 10 in the country. If you come, I'll let you take the third seat. Han Shuang directly promised. The third seat of the Viper team, one of the top 10 in the country. Han Yuhao, Zheng Dongsheng, and the others were all dumbfounded. What a huge recognition this is, a professional future that is limitless. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Bai Xiaosheng refused without thinking. The game is just for fun. I have my own career and my own ideals. How can a future trillionaire CEO waste time on games? This decisive refusal stunned everyone, including Han Shuang. With such skills and tactics, he still doesn't want to develop in the professional circle? Han Shuang was left speechless. Zheng Dongsheng on the side was so anxious he was scratching his head, wishing he could shout out for Bai Xiaosheng, I am willing. But unfortunately, Bai Xiaosheng was unwilling. I'm glad to have been your opponent today. I had a lot of fun in these two matches. Goodbye. Bai Xiaosheng smiled politely at Han Shuang, waking Zheng Dongsheng from his daze, and took them away. I won't accept this decision. As Bai Xiaosheng passed by Han Shuang, she suddenly said to him. Bai Xiaosheng looked at her in confusion. Your talent destined you to enter the professional circle. Han Shuang said seriously. Also, you are the one I discovered. You must come to Viper. If you don't agree, I won't give up. Sooner or later, you'll agree. This sounded a bit like a confession. Han Yuhao, Zheng Dongsheng, and the others had strange expressions. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. All right, I'll wait. However, you will be disappointed. Trying to pull a trillionaire CEO into a gaming career, girl. Your ambitions are quite grand. Bai Xiaosheng didn't stop walking. Once he entered the apartment, a taxi quietly followed behind. As the door opened, Han Shuang stepped out, looking at the name of the apartment with a smug smile. Life, like battle, also requires strategy. I found your lair. I don't believe I can't take you down. Han Shuang took out her phone and dialed a number. Han Yuhao, have you found out what that guy's name is? Good, I got it. By the way, tell the family, I'll be renting a place outside for a while. After hanging up, Han Shuang let out a breath, giving the apartment a cunning smile. Bai Xiaosheng, let's see where you run. Chapter 33, Neighbors. As soon as the alarm rang in the morning, Bai Xiaosheng woke up with a start, hurriedly getting dressed. Halfway through getting dressed, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have to go to work today. Bai Xiaosheng threw himself onto the soft bed, wanting to continue sleeping. But he couldn't. Get up. Bai Xiaosheng had no choice but to get up again. Next door, the sound of furniture being moved came through. Moving houses early in the morning? Bai Xiaosheng recalled that he had moved by himself the day before yesterday, running back and forth to the market. It was a disaster. When he stepped out, Bai Xiaosheng saw a group of people coming in and out of room 107, moving in new furniture. Why are all my neighbors new? Bai Xiaosheng rubbed his nose in confusion. He was also new here. Could it be that these days were just right for moving? As he took the elevator up, Bai Xiaosheng looked at himself in the mirror hanging in the elevator. His clothes were a bit wrinkled, but not dirty, and his hair was messy, but still fluffy. Not bad, not bad. Bai Xiaosheng, am still a bit handsome. Bai Xiaosheng admired himself. When the elevator door opened, he was still looking at the mirror as he walked out. Suddenly, someone carrying a stack of cardboard boxes bumped into him. The boxes fell all over him. One large box landing directly on his head. The jumbled contents of the box hung on his nose and ears. These items were strange and didn't seem like dirty trash, but rather had a faint fragrance that made Bai Xiaosheng unable to resist sniffing. Not bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. A series of exclamations came. It was a woman's voice, very pleasant to hear. But why does it sound a bit familiar? Bai Xiaosheng, holding something in one hand, reached up to remove the box from his head with the other. The box was a bit large, and he struggled to get it off. His gaze shifted from the box to a pair of feet in front of him, snow-white skin, delicate ankles, and long, beautiful calves that looked like flawless art. The other person hurriedly removed the box from Bai Xiaosheng's head, and as his eyes adjusted to the light, he was surprised to see the person in front of him. It's you. They both exclaimed in unison. Bai Xiaosheng, Wei Xuelian, meeting again under such circumstances. Wei Xuelian was surprised, and her face flushed red when she saw something hanging from Bai Xiaosheng's ear. Quick-witted, she snatched the item away and hid it behind her back. Bai Xiaosheng's ear almost got pulled off, but in his astonishment, he still managed to see what it was, a bra. Wei Xuelian's charming face, along with her long, white neck, turned as red as a boiled shrimp. These are my old clothes that I was going to throw away, Wei Xuelian explained, stammering a bit. Oh, Bai Xiaosheng replied dumbly, but inside he felt a wave of regret. What did I just miss? Hey, you two, are you coming in or not? Just then, an impatient voice came from behind Wei Xuelian. Two workers were waiting with furniture, looking like they had been waiting for a while. Yes, please wait a moment. Bai Xiaosheng quickly followed Wei Xuelian and helped tidy up the cardboard boxes blocking the elevator door. During this, he spotted a pink camisole. Is this also going to be thrown away? Bai Xiaosheng clicked his tongue in regret. The elevator went down, and Bai Xiaosheng helped Wei Xuelian dispose of the old items. Wei Xuelian insisted on treating Bai Xiaosheng to breakfast, since his soy milk and fried dough sticks had been spilled because of her. Wei Xuelian said she had already eaten breakfast. So Bai Xiaosheng felt embarrassed to eat in front of her and ordered another portion. I didn't expect it was you who moved in. I live in room 106. Just moved in the day before yesterday. You should come over more often, neighbor, Bai Xiaosheng said with a smile. You have quite a few workers over there. Do you need help? I can assist you, especially with throwing things out. Bai Xiaosheng silently added in his heart. Room 107 is moving in, I live in 105. Wei Xuelian replied with a smile. Oh, so you're in 106. You moved in the day before yesterday? I actually moved in 2 days earlier. I bought some things yesterday. I see. Do you live alone or with a boyfriend? Bai Xiaosheng casually asked, feeling inexplicably nervous and a bit hopeful inside. He had a special fondness for Wei Xuelian. A graceful lady, a gentleman's ideal match. What if she is single? I might have a chance. Bai Xiaosheng was filled with anticipation. That's great. Bai Xiaosheng felt a surge of joy. He really liked this neighbor. It's wonderful to have you living next door. You look like a cultured and quiet person, not noisy at all, unlike room 107, moving in early in the morning and making it impossible to rest. Bai Xiaosheng even gave a little compliment. Wei Xuelian smiled sweetly. She had a very good impression of Bai Xiaosheng, especially since he was willing to stand up for those less fortunate. While they were talking, the elevator arrived. As they exited, they ran into a group of workers, seeming like they had just finished with room 107. It's fate to become neighbors. Should we go greet the new neighbors? Wei Xuelian suggested. Yes, it's a coincidence that we both moved in at the same time. It's good to get to know each other, after all. It's better to have close neighbors than distant relatives. Bai Xiaosheng nodded, agreeing that it would be nice to greet them. They walked to the door of room 107, which was ajar. A graceful figure happened to walk out, and they bumped into each other. The owner of that figure had a stunning face that rivaled Wei Xiaolian's, with a touch of laziness in her eyes, exuding charm. A hint of a smile always lingered at the corner of her mouth, and at this moment, she had her arms crossed over her shoulders, her chest lifted. Her long, white legs were smooth and firm, and as she stepped forward, she exuded an irresistible allure. Han Shuang, Bai Xiaosheng exclaimed as he recognized her. Isn't she the professional female player from last night? How did she move here, right next door to me? Bai Xiaosheng suddenly had a bad feeling. Han Shuang was also taken aback upon seeing Bai Xiaosheng, but then revealed a smug smile. Bai Xiaosheng, I told you. You can't escape. Then, Han Shuang noticed Wei Xiaolian beside Bai Xiaosheng, and her expression immediately turned wary. Who is this woman? She can't be from another team, can she? Han Shuang thought to herself, her eyes radiating hostility. No matter who you are, if you dare to compete with me for a man, you won't get away with it. Chapter 34. A showdown between two women. Do they know each other? Wei Xiaolian looked curiously at Han Shuang. A beautiful and sexy acquaintance moving in next door. How could Bai Xiaosheng, a man, not know? Would she not tell him, or is she planning to surprise him? Moreover, the way this woman spoke to Bai Xiaosheng seemed a bit ambiguous. Looking back at Bai Xiaosheng, he appeared somewhat resistant. Could it be that they were once a couple? Or perhaps she was pursuing him? Wei Xiaolian wondered. I didn't provoke this sister. I just stood with Bai Xiaosheng. Could it be that she misunderstood? Wei Xiaolian was startled. The one who misunderstood was actually Wei Xiaolian. Han Shuang, as a tactical master in the game, inevitably had a bit of a professional ailment in real life. In short, she would become tense at the first sight of a potential threat. And her unfriendly gaze towards Wei Xiaolian was purely an instinctive reaction. She mistook Wei Xiaolian for a recruiter from another team. Is this your friend? Han Shuang asked Bai Xiaosheng with a smile. We just met today? In a single sentence, Han Shuang truly misunderstood. I'm Xiao Bai, who just gained fame in the professional circle last night. And today, such a gentle and graceful woman comes to meet him. This is abnormal. There's definitely something wrong. Han Shuang's brows furrowed slightly. Which team has such good intelligence? Using beauty as a tactic. How shameless. Han Shuang was increasingly concerned about this matter and looked at Wei Xiaolian with even more hostility. Stinky girl, dare to snatch the man I like. Han Shuang decided to strike first. She raised her eyebrow and coldly warned Wei Xiaolian. Just met? Little sister, I advise you to stay away from him. He won't choose you. Take a good look in the mirror and see for yourself. You don't have the strength or the qualifications. Han Shuang's words conveyed that the Viper team's strength was unmatched, and as a tactical master and top internet celebrity, she was the best choice for Bai Xiaosheng to enter the professional circle. Wei Xiaolian was taken aback. She had been very cautious and even distanced herself at first. So why was she being insulted so harshly? What did it mean to look in the mirror? Women can be riled up with just a couple of words. Call her fat, call her ugly. Especially when it comes from another beautiful woman, the hostility is innate, amplifying the effect. Wei Xiaolian got angry. Are you really going to compete with me? Han Shuang glared. Is everyone from your little team this arrogant? It's not that I want to compete. It's that you insist on treating me as your rival. What a joke. I would never consider you a rival. You overestimate yourself. You too, don't think you're that outstanding. The two women exchanged sharp words, engaging in a verbal battle. Bai Xiaosheng seemed to vaguely sense the dangerous atmosphere, as if swords were clashing in the air. He watched them argue, feeling increasingly uneasy. He could understand Han Shuang's words, and he could also grasp Wei Xiaolian's sentiments. But together, what misunderstanding did these two have? Bai Xiaosheng finally understood. Hey, you two, stop arguing for a moment. I, Bai Xiaosheng, would like to say a word. Shut up. Wei Xiaolian and Han Shuang both glared at him in unison. Bai Xiaosheng quickly fell silent. In the hallway, several tenants were peeking out, their discussions faintly audible. What a two-timer, and the ex-wife meets the mistress, made Bai Xiaosheng's expression change. People can be scary. This couldn't go on any longer. Stop arguing. Let me say a few words. Bai Xiaosheng yelled angrily. Suddenly, the hallway fell silent. Wei Xiaolian and Han Shuang looked at Bai Xiaosheng in surprise. Ladies, let me say a few words. Bai Xiaosheng lowered his voice and forced a smile. Just say it. Why are you yelling? Han Shuang glared at him. Why are you yelling at me? Can't you speak nicely? Wei Xiaolian frowned as well. Bai Xiaosheng felt speechless. I want to speak nicely, but you have to give me that chance. He cleared his throat, organized his thoughts, and began to sincerely look at the two ladies. Both of you. I believe this argument stems from some misunderstanding. This lady here is Wei Xiaolian. I met her a few days ago. She's a heroic woman who helped an elderly sanitation worker who was being bullied. She deserves respect and admiration. Meeting her here is a delightful surprise. This one here is Han Shuang. I had a match with her yesterday. She's a professional gaming god with extraordinary tactical skills. She wants to invite me into the professional circle and join a team, but I don't want to make a living that way. Think about it. Have you both misunderstood each other's intentions? I think there's a misunderstanding between you two. Now, you can both consider each other friends of mine. How about sitting down and talking slowly? Bai Xiaosheng spoke in one breath, trying to be clear and sincere so they could understand. After such a long speech, Bai Xiaosheng felt a bit dry in his mouth. The two women remained silent, looking at him. They should understand now. Bai Xiaosheng let out a sigh of relief. Who are you calling big sister? Han Shuang's eyes narrowed dangerously. That's too much. Do I look older than you? Am I that old? Wei Shuilian pouted angrily. Bai Xiaosheng was dumbfounded. Can't you understand the main point of what I'm saying? Was I talking about the title issue? What kind of brain structure do women have? Bai Xiaosheng felt like he wanted to spit blood. Wei Shuilian and Han Shuang, of course, understood. Bai Xiaosheng had made himself clear, and they realized the misunderstanding. I'm really sorry, I misunderstood. No, I made presumptions first. The two women turned to each other in a comical reconciliation, exchanging polite compliments about each other's outfits and makeup, and they inexplicably felt like they were long-lost friends. Bai Xiaosheng was shocked. The fickleness of women once again refreshed his worldview. 10 minutes ago, they were at each other's throats, and 10 minutes later, they could act like friends. How did they manage that? In the end, Wei Shuilian insisted on helping Han Shuang tidy up her room, and Han Shuang gladly agreed. Before leaving, Han Shuang snatched the breakfast from Bai Xiaosheng's hand, saying, "This is compensation for the trouble you caused." After saying that, the two women affectionately walked towards room 107. Bai Xiaosheng was left standing there in a daze. What did I do to provoke you? And that was my breakfast. Chapter 35. Teach me, will you? Bai Xiaosheng went downstairs for breakfast for the third time, and the owner was about to close up. You again. Young man, you can really eat. Why don't you take all of this? I'll give you a discount. The owner said enthusiastically. No need. Just the usual, please, Bai Xiaosheng replied weakly, carrying his breakfast. Bai Xiaosheng walked a distance away and could still hear the conversation between the two women behind him. That young guy looks quite healthy. Why is he so easily hungry? Is he sick? Don't talk nonsense. He's young. Being young means eating at 9 and getting hungry by 9:30. In the future, he's going to be a big customer. So give him a bit more. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but laugh. He never expected he would become a breakfast stall's regular. On his way back, Bai Xiaosheng noticed that the door to room 107 was open, so he quietly slipped past. When he reached his own door, he also tiptoed to open it. Once inside, Bai Xiaosheng sat down at the dining table, ready to eat his breakfast. But just after taking 2 bites, there was a loud knocking on the door. Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng. Han Shuang's voice called out. Bai Xiaosheng remained silent, pretending he wasn't home. Bai Xiaosheng, I know you're inside. Open the door for me. Are you pretending not to hear? I'm going to kick the door down. Han Shuang continued to shout. Bai Xiaosheng stuffed 2 paper napkins in his ears. Bai Xiaosheng, if you can hide inside, then you can open the door too. Don't hide in there without saying a word. Han Shuang not only knocked, but also spoke in a rhythmic manner. Just as Bai Xiaosheng took a sip of soy milk, he sprayed it all over the table with a poo sound and couldn't help but start coughing. See, he's inside. Han Shuang's triumphant voice came through, as if she was talking to someone else. Wei Shuilian was also outside. Bai Xiaosheng had no choice but to put down his barely touched breakfast and go open the door. As soon as the door opened, Bai Xiaosheng was stunned. At the door, Wei Shuilian was wearing a white ruffled apron over a simple white dress, and she had a maid's headband on. Her full and perfect chest, long and fair neck resembling a swan, delicate red lips, and smiling eyes exuded elegance even in that outfit. Han Shuang stood beside her, wearing a similar style. But her dress was much shorter, and her exceptionally long and straight black stockings were striking, accentuating her curves. Her chest nearly burst the buttons, and her expression was a mix of playful and feigned anger. Bai Xiaosheng's heart ignited with passion. These two temptresses really want to tidy up the new house. Why are they dressed like this, wearing maid outfits? Why don't you come out? Han Shuang raised an eyebrow, mocking. If I don't come out, you're just going to break the door down. Bai Xiaosheng pointed at them. Why are you dressed like this? Wei Shuilian's face flushed, but it added to her charm. Han Shuang pretended to be coy, saying, I have millions of fans as an internet celebrity. These are my 2 outfits for live streaming. Isn't a maid outfit suitable for cleaning, young man? Temptress. Bai Xiaosheng felt weak. All right, enough chit-chat. We're here to help you move furniture. Han Shuang's expression tightened. Regaining her domineering aura, Bai Xiaosheng felt a sudden sense of loss. Wei Shuilian chuckled. Come on, let's help her. Can I finish my breakfast first? Bai Xiaosheng asked. It's almost cold. What are you eating? It's almost noon. After we're done, I'll treat you to a big meal. Hurry up. Han Shuang pulled and dragged Bai Xiaosheng next door. Upon arriving at Han Shuang's new home, Bai Xiaosheng noticed that the furniture inside had almost been completely replaced. No wonder he saw workers moving things in and out in the morning. They had thrown out the original furniture. Bai Xiaosheng sighed, wondering if it was a sign of good living or wastefulness. This beauty from the professional circle managed to communicate with the property management so well that they allowed her to do this. Move that cabinet over there. And switch that table to here, Han Shuang directed. Do I have to move it myself? Bai Xiaosheng asked. Do you think we can lift a dress like this? You're a big man. You have strength, Han Shuang said matter-of-factly. I'll help you, Wei Shuoyan said kindly. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at her delicate wrist and immediately felt reluctant. Forget it, I'll do the heavy lifting. What are you waiting for? Han Shuang snorted. The tables and cabinets were real solid wood furniture, heavy even without anything inside. Bai Xiaosheng struggled to move them according to Han Shuang's requests. No, this blocks the sunlight a bit, Wei Shuoyan observed. How about we move the table over here? Bai Xiaosheng complied. This isn't quite right either. Should we move the cabinet? Han Shuang suggested. Bai Xiaosheng complied again. I still think it was better before. Wei Shuoyan said. Really? But Han Shuang said. The two women chattered while Bai Xiaosheng kept moving things around. Having not eaten breakfast, he soon felt weak and sat down on the floor. Bai Xiaosheng, keep going, Han Shuang said. Bai Xiaosheng looked at her with dead fish eyes, unbuttoned 2 buttons, and gasped. Can you two come to an agreement? You're exhausting me. What's wrong? Didn't you seem vigorous last night? Han Shuang teased. You were quite impressive. This woman holds grudges. Bai Xiaosheng felt a chill. Wei Shuoyan smiled silently. Sorry to interrupt, a sudden, awkward voice came from the door. A well-dressed young man stood there, holding a stack of forms with a sheepish smile. I'm from the property management. Which one of you is Ms. Han Shuang from room 107? That's me. Han Shuang walked over. Oh, you changed the original furniture. Please fill out these forms. Han Shuang's outfit was quite stunning at that moment. The property guy blushed as he handed her the forms. Han Shuang flipped through them and thought there were a bit too many, calling to Wei Shuoyan. Yan, come in and help me fill these out. Wei Shuoyan nodded, and the two women went into the inner room. The living room was left with just the property guy at the door and Bai Xiaosheng, who was sitting on the floor, disheveled and gasping for breath. Make yourself comfortable. Brother, Bai Xiaosheng waved weakly, taking on the role of the host. The property guy hesitated slightly, walked in, glanced into the inner room, then squatted down in front of Bai Xiaosheng, looking oddly at him. Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback. Why was this guy acting so sneaky? Moreover, his gaze was strange, filled with a certain admiration. Dude, you should close the door with those two ladies during the day? The property guy reminded him thoughtfully. I'm just moving some furniture. Why would I close the door? Bai Xiaosheng asked suspiciously. But seeing the lewdness in the property guy's eyes, he understood. This guy misunderstood. 1 man and 2 women. The women in maid outfits, the man all sweaty and disheveled. It's no wonder he misunderstood. It's not what you think. Bai Xiaosheng tried to explain as best as he could. I understand. The property guy whispered with a mischievous smile. I heard that sister say you were quite vigorous last night, making her obedient. I won't spread rumors. Dude, I just want to know how you did it. Teach me. Chapter 36. Busy with their own things. When Wei Shuoyan and Han Shuang came out from the inner room, they were surprised to find Bai Xiaosheng sitting on the floor with the property guy, both leaning against each other and whispering. Bai Xiaosheng seemed to be saying something, and the property guy nodded vigorously, sometimes excitedly gesturing, as if he had heard some profound life truth. The two women exchanged puzzled glances. What was Bai Xiaosheng up to? Their intuition told them that Bai Xiaosheng was up to no good. But how could the property guy seem so brainwashed in just a few minutes? Ahem. The two women coughed simultaneously, looking at them with playful expressions. The property guy jumped, his eyes slightly flustered. Bai Xiaosheng, however, looked relaxed, even smiling calmly at them, showing remarkable composure. Ms. Han, have you finished filling out the forms? The property guy stood up and even helped Bai Xiaosheng to his feet, his attitude particularly respectful. Yes. You can take them now. Han Shuang scrutinized him and Bai Xiaosheng, trying to glean some clues. Then I won't disturb you. The property guy's gaze flickered as he roughly flipped through the stack of forms, as if trying to conceal something. What were you two talking about? It seems so lively. Share it with me. Han Shuang smiled at him. Yeah, I want to hear too. Wei Shuoyan also expressed her interest. Bai Xiaosheng cleared his throat. The property guy quickly shook his head. We weren't talking about anything. Really? Bai Xiaosheng said. You all keep busy. I'll close the door for you. The moment the property guy closed the door, his eyes clearly showed a hint of lewdness. Han Shuang and Wei Shuoyan exchanged glances, their eyes landing on Bai Xiaosheng. Look at this property management. Their brains aren't normal. Bai Xiaosheng muttered. What exactly did you tell him? Han Shuang pressed on, still unwilling to let it go. Knowledge. Bai Xiaosheng said with a serious expression. Han Shuang and Wei Shuoyan looked at him with disbelief. If he practices the valuable knowledge I imparted, Bai Xiaosheng glanced at the door, feeling emotional. He should be doomed. All right, stop joking around. Hurry up and help us move things, Wei Shuoyan said with a smile. More moving? Bai Xiaosheng felt a wave of fatigue and frustration for letting the property guy escape. Thus, under the direction of the two women, he moved tables and cabinets. From the living room to the bedroom, busy for 2 hours, utterly exhausted. Finally, the long-awaited noon arrived. Bai Xiaosheng had never looked forward to lunch so much. I need to eat a hearty meal. Bai Xiaosheng was determined to make Han Shuang pay the price. However, Han Shuang's phone suddenly rang. She answered the call while gathering her flowing black hair. Hello, Captain. Oh, is that so? Okay, I'll be right there. It seemed there was an urgent matter. And Han Shuang hurried into the inner room. When she came out, she had changed out of her maid outfit into regular clothes. Shuelian, I'm really sorry. I have to go to the company for a bit and can't treat you to lunch today. Sorry. Han Shuang said apologetically to Wei Shuelian. It's all right. The important matters come first. You go ahead. Wei Shuelian showed great understanding. It is a big deal. Shouldn't I be the one treating since I did the most work? Bai Xiaosheng opened his mouth to protest. How about you come with me? Just join us, and we'll treat you to a big meal, Han Shuang half-jokingly said, noticing Bai Xiaosheng's dissatisfaction. Forget it. I'll remember this meal. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand weakly. Cut it out. Just remember it, Han Shuang pouted. The three of them left Han Shuang's house, and as soon as the door was locked, she hurriedly headed for the elevator. Actually, her leaving was quite good. I could finally have some alone time with Wei Shuelian, Bai Xiaosheng thought, feeling quite pleased. Before she could say anything, Wei Shuelian's phone rang. No way. Do you have something going on too? Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but say. I didn't save this number. Wei Shuelian glanced at her phone. I'll answer it. Maybe it's a sales call or something. Hearing this, Bai Xiaosheng felt a little better. May I ask who is calling? Wei Shuelian answered the phone, and within 10 seconds, her eyes brightened. A job interview? Today at 1 in the afternoon. The position is training instructor? Sure. Just that one word made Bai Xiaosheng anxious. It's a Saturday, and there's still an interview. What kind of company is this? A training company. Isn't that just like that fat guy Jing Dongsheng? I hate training companies. Bai Xiaosheng thought angrily. I'm really sorry, but I have to go for the interview. Wei Shuelian hung up the phone, looking a bit embarrassed, her eyes filled with apology. It's a bit far. I have to go now. But we should at least grab a bite to eat first. Bai Xiaosheng still held on to hope. Bai Xiaosheng was dumbfounded. He glanced over. Han Shuang had just stepped onto the elevator, and Wei Shuelian had just closed the door. He had worked hard all morning, only to end up in such a miserable situation. With a growling stomach, he immediately noticed the few bites taken out of the youtiao and the cold soy milk on the table. His breakfast. I'm so hungry. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but groan. Walked over, picked up the youtiao, opened his mouth wide, and was about to take a big bite. Just then, a ringtone sounded. This time it was his phone. Damn. All the calls come in at once. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at the number. Unfamiliar. If you're selling something, you're dead for sure. Bai Xiaosheng muttered fiercely, pressed the answer button, and held it to his ear. Hello? On the other end of the line was a woman's voice, sounding somewhat familiar. Is this Bai Xiaosheng? Yes, you are Manager Wu. Bai Xiaosheng finally recognized it. This is Wu Qiuyan's voice. Do you have time now? I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee. Wu Qiuyan's voice was calm. She wants to invite me for coffee? Bai Xiaosheng's eyes flashed slightly. Then he smiled. Sure, just tell me a place. Tianbei Street, Island Coffee. I'll be waiting for you here. Wu Qiuyan gave the address. Okay, I'll be there soon. Bai Xiaosheng agreed. After hanging up the phone, Bai Xiaosheng was lost in thought. A feast of intrigue? Not quite. But she definitely wants to get some information from me. Coincidentally, I want as well. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. This cup of coffee seems interesting. Chapter 37. The Appointment with Wu Qiuyan. Bai Xiaosheng arrived as promised, and it was easy to find Island Coffee on Tianbei Street. This chain store is decorated with a tropical theme, popular among young couples, and easy to locate. Bai Xiaosheng strolled into the shop and immediately spotted Wu Qiuyan sitting by the window. Wu Qiuyan saw him too and waved. Bai Xiaosheng walked over with a smile and was surprised to find that today's Wu Qiuyan looked a bit different. She wasn't in business attire, but in sportswear. The top was white with red accents, the bottom was solid red sports pants, and she wore a pair of small, white running shoes. Her sitting posture was elegant. Bai Xiaosheng noticed the zipper on Wu Qiuyan's top resting at her chest, subtly revealing a hint of a fair silhouette. Combined with her healthy aura from exercising at the moment, she seemed much more charming compared to the previous Wu Qiuyan. Now, even Bai Xiaosheng felt that she was pleasing to the eye. What would you like to drink? Their mocha is quite good. Wu Qiuyan smiled as she watched Bai Xiaosheng sit down, suggesting. Perhaps accustomed to being assertive, there was a hint of a strong woman in her suggestion. However, combined with her mature aura at this moment, it made men feel a desire to conquer her. I'm easygoing. Since the boss recommended it, I'll have a mocha too. Oh, and also a serving of tiramisu, like a cheesecake. Bai Xiaosheng told the waiter. He was still hungry. Boss, do you want a serving too? Bai Xiaosheng asked with a smile. Today's Wu Qiuyan was easygoing, with a constant smile, no longer the icy demeanor she had in the office. After placing their orders, the waiter turned to leave. Boss, what made you think of inviting me for coffee? Is it to commend me for bringing glory to the department at the conference? Bai Xiaosheng said shamelessly. Wu Qiuyan was relaxed, and naturally, Bai Xiaosheng wouldn't be serious or stiff. Both their expressions and tones were casual. It seemed both sides hoped for a harmonious communication later. Talking to smart people is easy. Wu Qiuyan smiled knowingly. Don't call me boss, this isn't the company. And we're not discussing work, isn't it better to be casual? Wu Qiuyan said. Sure. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. I'll call you Sister Yan, is that okay? Compared to Wu Qiuyan, Bai Xiaosheng was younger. Wu Qiuyan nodded in approval of this title. This place looks good. Sister Yan comes here often? If I have time, I go for a run. And when I'm tired, I come in to sit down. Haha, a healthy lifestyle. The two chatted casually, avoiding any mention of previous conflicts. In fact, Bai Xiaosheng was personally sent to the project by Shang Wan, inevitably bearing that faction's imprint, while Wu Qiuyan was from Li Mingtong and Wang Ye's faction. Wu Qiuyan's initial difficulties were more about the matter than the person. After all, they didn't know each other before, and there were no grievances to speak of. Wu Qiuyan was trying to show goodwill, wanting Bai Xiaosheng to understand this. However, she soon realized that Bai Xiaosheng seemed completely unconcerned about her previous difficulties. This man may be young, but he has a very broad mind. Wu Qiuyan couldn't help but secretly admire him. Her fondness for Bai Xiaosheng increased. Bai Xiaosheng certainly didn't care. He even felt grateful for Wu Qiuyan's difficulties. Those challenges had earned him a lot, not to mention the scores that amounted to several points. Plus 200,000 in cash. The two were chatting away when the waiter brought over the coffee, along with 2 plates containing the tiramisu and cheesecake. I'm not being polite. Bai Xiaosheng took the plate and started eating heartily. He was indeed a bit hungry. He hadn't eaten breakfast, let alone lunch, and had done heavy labor all morning. Take it slow. If it's not enough, just order more. Wu Qiuyan watched Bai Xiaosheng gobbling down his food, amused, and kindly reminded him. This is clearly a big boy. Wu Qiuyan smiled, feeling a bit emotional. It's hard to imagine that the Bai Xiaosheng who spoke confidently and clearly at the conference, exuding a strong self-assurance, has such a side. Wu Qiuyan looked at him. This Bai Xiaosheng is really hard to dislike. Wu Qiuyan had never held any personal grudges against Bai Xiaosheng. As a workaholic, she even admired him in her heart when he stunned everyone at the conference. Seeing him now, she found him very interesting. I actually called you out this time just to chat casually. You've been on the project for a few days. How do you feel about it? Are you getting along well with old Wang and the others? Even if Bai Xiaosheng felt pretty good about it, Wu Qiuyan still didn't forget the purpose of her visit, subtly guiding the conversation. They are all quite nice people. Bai Xiaosheng smiled at Wu Qiuyan. Sister Yan is nice too, and very pretty. Smooth talker. Wu Qiuyan couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Hearing such a handsome boy compliment her, Wu Qiuyan actually felt quite pleased. It's incredible to say that Wu Qiuyan hadn't heard anyone compliment her in a long time. Li Mingtong was obsessed with power and feared influence, and now he was increasingly distant and cold towards her. People in the company only saw her as a strong woman who acted decisively and was domineering. And coupled with her relationship with Li Mingtong, they didn't even dare to joke with her. Wu Qiuyan was also a woman, and she hoped to be appreciated, not just to admire herself. Bai Xiaosheng was different. From the moment he entered, he would observe her, appreciate her. His gaze was natural and unmasked. Wu Qiuyan really liked this feeling, and her fondness for Bai Xiaosheng subtly increased. Have you encountered any difficulties in your work or life recently? Wu Qiuyan smiled and said, You just arrived, so you might have some understanding of our project. Bai Xiaosheng interrupted her with a chuckle and asked, Sister Yan, do you only talk about work? He added playfully, I thought you would dig a pit for me from other aspects. Wu Qiuyan was taken aback. Indeed, she was a workaholic and unconsciously started talking about work. Other aspects? Wu Qiuyan suddenly realized that she was not good at other topics. Also, Bai Xiaosheng's choice of words was quite strange. Dig a pit? It was as if he had been waiting for Wu Qiuyan to make a move. Wu Qiuyan suddenly discovered that this sunny young man was actually quite cunning. Let's talk about you, your daily life, your hobbies, the person you like, she suggested. Bai Xiaosheng raised his head, his gaze playful. Let's talk about General Manager Li. Wu Qiuyan's smile froze. She slightly furrowed her brows and slowly put down her coffee cup. How about we talk about me? Bai Xiaosheng seemed not to notice Wu Qiuyan's expression and continued smiling. For example, let's discuss my relationship with Shang Wenshu, and what my purpose is in coming to this project. Chapter 38, Deception and Intrigue. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly made the conversation clear, catching Wu Qiuyan off guard. This guy really couldn't be let off the hook. Wu Qiuyan became alert. Due to her emotions, she instinctively sat up straight, her back taut, her chest raised. This poised posture only enhanced her maturity and beauty. Bai Xiaosheng appreciated it, slowly lifting his coffee cup, taking a sip, and nodding in admiration. Not bad. The Italian mocha is great, and they added a bit of cotton candy. It was quite interesting. The cotton candy was in a small proportion and added extra. Yet it could create a subtle change in the overall feeling, impacting the whole situation. Bai Xiaosheng's words had a deeper meaning. Wu Qiuyan's eyes flickered. So, you are the cotton candy that Shang Wenshu put into this project? Wu Qiuyan tested him. What I am is not important. You can say I'm cotton candy or a troublemaker. Bai Xiaosheng replied with a mischievous smile. Then you'd better be cotton candy. If you're a troublemaker, what are we? Wu Qiuyan rolled her eyes at him. Haha, cotton candy is good, sweet and soft, everyone likes it. Bai Xiaosheng's smile was bright. Sister Yan, it's rare for us to sit down and chat, so let's be open and honest. In this private conversation, say whatever you want, don't hold back. How does that sound? Okay. Wu Qiuyan nodded. She initially had two purposes, to test him and to see if she could win Bai Xiaosheng over. Being straightforward was even better. Sister Yan, how do you see the conflict between our two sides? What kind of role do you think I play? Bai Xiaosheng put the last piece of cake in his mouth and continued speaking while eating. You can say whatever you want, just pretend I know nothing. However, I must remind you seriously that your honesty with me will determine my final attitude. If what you say satisfies me, I will also tell you something extremely important. Bai Xiaosheng smiled mysteriously, something even Shang Wenshu doesn't know. Oh, Wu Qiuyan's eyes narrowed. Bai Xiaosheng's proposal was indeed acceptable. Moreover, the secret he mentioned was very tempting. Since you want to hear it, then I'll talk about it. Wu Qiuyan said with a smile, I don't know how much you understand, so let's assume you're a novice. You know, Baijin Gongzhu is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Jinbei Group, and Telly's Plaza is the company's core project. When mentioning Jinbei Group, Wu Qiuyan paid close attention to Bai Xiaosheng's expression. Now, they were worried that Shang Wenshu had found some backing in the group, and Bai Xiaosheng was sent from there. Otherwise, how could a young kid like him have Shang Wenshu personally come down to greet him? To Wu Qiuyan's disappointment, Bai Xiaosheng's expression was as calm as a still pond, smiling but not revealing anything, making it hard to grasp. Shang Wenshu had always wanted to go to the group, but Baijin Gongzhu's performance was not outstanding among the many real estate subsidiaries of the group, so he urgently needed to get Telly's Plaza up and running to achieve results. Bai Xiaosheng continued to listen with a blank expression. Vice President Wang Yi has always wanted Shang's position, so he naturally does not want Shang Wenshu to succeed. Wu Qiuyan lowered her voice. Interesting. Since President Wang wants Shang's position, why not work together to make the project successful and let Shang go to the group? Bai Xiaosheng said. Are you really stupid or just pretending? Wu Qiuyan sneered. If you have been in conflict with someone, would you help him get promoted? Not necessarily. Bai Xiaosheng shrugged. That depends on whether I am eager to achieve my goals. If I am, then it's not impossible. Wu Qiuyan was dismissive. That sounds nice. But who would really do that? Bai Xiaosheng pondered and said, I think President Wang is not in a hurry. He wants this project to be neither smooth nor a total failure. This way, he can attack Shang's incompetence and turn things around immediately after he takes office. President Wang has this confidence. There must be someone big backing him in the group, but I don't know who that big shot is. Bai Xiaosheng was relying on speculation. Don't speak with that speculative tone. Is this still a secret between us? Or are you trying to extract information from me? Wu Qiuyan scoffed. Then, she looked directly at Bai Xiaosheng, trying to appear sincere. You and I are just employees. The upper management is fighting to the death, and we can't stay out of it. But choosing a side is really important. If you choose right, your career will flourish. If you choose wrong, you'll get kicked out. Wu Qiuyan said directly. You claim to be the cotton candy that can change the entire situation, but in reality, you can't change anything. The only thing you can change is your own future. General Manager Shang has no chance of winning. Wu Qiuyan spoke earnestly. Bai Xiaosheng nodded, looking thoughtful. It seems that before I came, Shang Wenshu must have been very troubled. However, when he finds out that I am from the group, and possibly from the inspection team, who personally brought me to this project, I'm afraid. This old fox is using me as a gun. Well, it doesn't matter. I won't suffer any loss. But, General Manager Shang, I will remember the interest. Bai Xiaosheng's lips curled into a faint cold smile. Since arriving at this project, Bai Xiaosheng had heard and seen a lot, and with the information he had obtained from Wu Qiuyan today through a mix of deception and cunning, he finally had a relatively clear understanding of the situation. I've said what I needed to say, now it's your turn. What kind of relationship do you have with Shang Wenshu, and what is your purpose in coming to this project? Wu Qiuyan pressed. Seeing her expectant look, Bai Xiaosheng smirked. Sister Yan, what you said is no different from saying nothing. I already knew. Bai Xiaosheng spoke nonsense with a straight face. What you said has no value at all, and you still want me to be honest with you? You might as well show some sincerity and tell me what your next steps are. Bai Xiaosheng was truly shameless. Are you playing with me? Wu Qiuyan's expression suddenly turned cold. Her angry demeanor had a certain charm. Haha, I was just joking, Bai Xiaosheng quickly reassured her. I won't ask what I shouldn't. Let's talk about something else. As for my secret, since I promised to tell you, I will definitely do so. But before that, shouldn't we discuss the price? From your tone, it sounds like you want to dig into me. What price are you offering? Bai Xiaosheng spoke about changing sides so casually and so bluntly that it made Wu Qiuyan doubt his sincerity. President Wang and General Manager Li both value you highly. What price do you want? You can say anything. Anything is fine. Anything is fine. Name a sky-high price, and I'll pay you back on the spot. Wu Qiuyan was ready. However, When she saw Bai Xiaosheng suddenly smirk mischievously, she felt uncertain again. This kid wouldn't he be plotting something, would he? All right, I want you. Chapter 39. I'll tell you a secret. Wu Qiuyan was momentarily stunned. Bai Xiaosheng actually said he wanted her. Unable to control her emotions, Wu Qiuyan recalled Li Mingtong's words about not hesitating to pay any price. So, does this price include herself? Of course, it was just a fleeting thought. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly stood up, leaning forward towards Wu Qiuyan. Startled by his unexpected movement, she leaned back, her chest noticeably pushed out. Then, she saw Bai Xiaosheng looking at her with a playful grin. His eyes were actually quite beautiful and even charming. At this distance, she could hear his breathing. Wu Qiuyan's heart inexplicably raced, and her cheeks flushed slightly. What do you want to do? Her voice was somewhat stammering. She was no longer the naive girl she once was, yet in this moment, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. In Bai Xiaosheng's eyes. Although Wu Qiuyan was in her 30s, she was well-maintained, her skin tight and delicate, smooth and flawless like white porcelain, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes like water, now showing a hint of panic. Bai Xiaosheng's mischievous thoughts vanished completely. He suddenly wanted to peck that fair cheek. However, while food can be eaten in a disorderly manner, this was best left alone. Sister Yin, don't be nervous, I'm just joking with you. You won't be mad, right? Bai Xiaosheng said with a smile. I want you. And you have to give it to me. Joking. Wu Qiuyan pressed her hand against her chest, breathing slightly heavier. She glared at Bai Xiaosheng in anger, very irritated. However, at the same time, she felt a bit shy, an indescribable feeling. Are you really angry? Then I won't want it. Bai Xiaosheng added. But he noticed that Wu Qiuyan seemed even angrier, so he quickly changed the subject. How about this, to make up for my earlier rudeness? I'll tell you my secret right now. This little rascal, is he scared? Wu Qiuyan looked at Bai Xiaosheng's expression and suddenly found it amusing, wanting to laugh. Her anger and embarrassment disappeared in an instant. Bai Xiaosheng was truly a little rascal that women couldn't stay mad at. You say, if you can't satisfy me, I won't spare you. Wu Qiuyan still kept a stern face. However, her attitude had changed. Bai Xiaosheng let out a breath, no longer in a hurry. He leisurely took a sip of his coffee, also giving Wu Qiuyan a moment to catch her breath. Actually, I've only known Shang Wenshu for a few days. Bai Xiaosheng set down his coffee cup. A week ago, I didn't even know who Shang Wenshu was, let alone contacted him. Bai Xiaosheng's words made Wu Qiuyan's heart stir. Are you saying that you had no relation with Shang Wenshu before, and you haven't contacted him? Yes. Should he talk about his own background? Wu Qiuyan was particularly curious in her heart, but on the surface, she remained calm. Huh. Wu Qiuyan even intentionally laughed mockingly. Is this the secret you want to tell me? Also, this secret sounds worthless, very fake. Oh, Shang Wenshu is the general manager of a century-old enterprise, with power, status, and everything. I heard that the day you arrived, he personally came down to greet you. Now you tell me you have no relation with him, don't know him, and yet he treats you with such respect. What background do you have? Wu Qiuyan deliberately asked. Bai Xiaosheng, perhaps has ties with the group. Wu Qiuyan secretly assessed this young-looking man again. Sometimes he was very domineering, sometimes very frank, and sometimes he acted like a little rascal. He was so young that it was unlikely for him to hold a significant position in the group. He was more likely just someone's confidant. Wu Qiuyan's thoughts were all guesses. She didn't know that in Jinbei Group, there was a mysterious inspection team. My relationship with Shang Wenshu is not the secret I want to reveal. What I want to say is an extremely important secret that involves my identity. Bai Xiaosheng lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. As he spoke, he leaned forward again. Wu Qiuyan jumped in surprise, thinking he was going to get closer. In the end, Bai Xiaosheng merely leaned forward to peek. Wu Qiuyan couldn't help but feel annoyed. This little rascal was teasing her again. If you want to say it, just say it quickly. Wu Qiuyan glared at him. Bai Xiaosheng looked around sneakily and waved to Wu Qiuyan. Wu Qiuyan, feeling somewhat anxious, reluctantly leaned forward slightly, bringing her ear closer. The two were once again very close, their breaths audible. I want to tell you this secret. It's of great importance. And you must keep it from me, not telling a second person. Bai Xiaosheng's expression turned serious. Wu Qiuyan had never seen him so earnest. And she couldn't help but feel nervous. Okay, her words were somewhat vague. If she truly kept her mouth shut, then what was she doing here? She was now very interested in whether Bai Xiaosheng's identity would impact their current situation. Come a little closer. Bai Xiaosheng whispered. Wu Qiuyan hesitated for a moment, but indeed leaned in a bit closer. Bai Xiaosheng's breath brushed against her ear, stirring her hair, tickling her cheek, making Wu Qiuyan feel a little flustered. Hurry up and say it, you little rascal. Wu Qiuyan gritted her teeth in silence. Actually, Bai Xiaosheng's mysterious and somewhat magnetic voice quietly entered Wu Qiuyan's ear. I am your boss. Huh. Wu Qiuyan seemed not to have heard clearly. I am your future boss. Bai Xiaosheng said seriously again. You rascal, you're playing with me. Wu Qiuyan slammed the table in anger. That face, which was hard to hate, looked extremely annoying at this moment. This is the secret he wanted to tell, that that he is the boss? I, Wu Qiuyan, am still the president's wife. Wu Qiuyan glared at Bai Xiaosheng in anger, wishing she could curse him out, wishing she could grab her coffee and throw it in Bai Xiaosheng's face. Bai Xiaosheng looked at her innocently. He really had disclosed a huge secret to her as promised. As for whether she believed it, anyway, he had kept his promise. So it didn't count as deceiving a woman. Bai Xiaosheng smiled leisurely. Having talked to this point, it seemed there was no more to discuss. Wu Qiuyan felt she had wasted half a day. Isn't this secret thrilling? How about it? Should you consider standing on the same side with your future boss? Bai Xiaosheng continued to tease. Wu Qiuyan was already angry and now being teased. Gritting her teeth, she couldn't help but pick up her coffee cup. With a flick of her hand, the brown liquid flew through the air, splashing onto her face. Wu Qiuyan let out a cry of despair, frantically wiping the coffee off her face. The coffee that splashed was Bai Xiaosheng's cup. However, the one who splashed it wasn't Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng looked in shock at the middle-aged woman who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, weighing at least 200 pounds. At that moment, the plump woman was holding his cup. You shameless little mistress, I've finally found you. The woman pointed at Wu Qiuyan, cursing loudly. Chapter 40. The original partner arrives. Bai Xiaosheng stared in astonishment at the fat woman in front of him. Her real age was unclear, and her face looked fierce and domineering. Behind her, 3 men sprang out. Fat, tall, ugly, resembling 3 guardians, each with a distinctive appearance that was hard to forget. These 3 men had fierce expressions, rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight at any moment. Loose woman, shameless, seducing other people's husbands, filthy little mistress. The fat woman spat, her words coming out like a barrage of firecrackers, pointing her carrot-like fingers at Wu Qiuyan's nose as she cursed. Who are you? Wu Qiuyan shouted angrily while wiping the coffee off her face. Oh, so you seduce other people's husbands and still ask me who I am? The fat woman, clawing and scratching, lunged at Wu Qiuyan. Wu Qiuyan screamed, dodging backward, slapping away the fat woman's hand that reached for her. Don't touch me. The fat woman, momentarily thwarted, was so furious her eyes nearly bulged out. You dare fight back? Old 2, old 3, old 4, what are you doing? I called you 3 here to watch the fun. Go on, strip her clothes off, tear her mouth apart. A plump woman shouted with a deafening voice, disregarding everything around her. Everyone in the CAF turned to look. Some even slowly gathered around, whispering to each other. What happened? I don't know. It seems like the original wife caught the mistress, and there's a good show to watch. The onlookers' eyes were filled with excitement. The waiter and the manager hurried over. Don't fight, let us talk it out. This is a CAF, please don't cause trouble here, it affects our normal business. The manager shouted. As he approached, he was blocked by a tall man. The tall man had a fierce expression, his chest exposed, revealing a tattoo of a dragon and tiger. Stand here, don't move. The tall man pointed at the manager's nose and threatened, mind your own business. And don't call the police, or you'll have trouble here in the future. Be sensible, stay put. We'll leave soon. If things get broken, someone will pay. The manager opened his mouth to say something, but the tall man's fierce glare silenced him. The tall man lifted his shirt and patted his waist, where something bulky was concealed. The manager and the waiter turned pale, too scared to say a word. 2 other men, one fat and one ugly, lunged at Wu Qiuyan under the plump woman's command. Suddenly, a foot stretched out and forcefully kicked the dining table. The table scraped across the floor with a harsh sound, directly blocking the 2 men from reaching Wu Qiuyan. Bai Xiaosheng calmly stepped forward and looked at the 2 men. Let us talk if there is something to say, don't fight. Bai Xiaosheng said in a deep voice. Who do you think you are? Get out of the way. The fat man rushed over and threw a punch at Bai Xiaosheng's nose. At that moment, gasps filled the air. That big fat man, with fists as big as rice bowls, was going to hit that delicate young man? Someone was going to get hurt. The CAF manager turned pale. Quick, call the police. This is going to end in a death. The waiter, panicking, fumbled for his phone. The manager wished he could kick this foolish subordinate to the ground. Call the police? Call an ambulance. The plump woman and the tall man both sneered. Meddling in other people's affairs, trying to be a hero to save the beauty? Anyone who dares to help Wu Qiuyan today will end up in the hospital. Only the ugly man seemed a bit reluctant. Wu Qiuyan closed her eyes. She was grateful that Bai Xiaosheng came forward to help her, but she couldn't bear to watch the tragic and bloody scene that was about to unfold. Hong Lian. Search for fighting techniques. Bai Xiaosheng thought to himself as he saw the fat man move. In an instant, Hong Lian imprinted the simplest and most effective fighting techniques in his mind. When playing games, Bai Xiaosheng had analyzed that the earlier he used any knowledge or information he obtained, the more he would be in a heightened state of excitement, not only in his brain, but also in the response of his muscles and nerves. In short, it was simple. Practice makes perfect. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed with force. Then came the heavy thud of a body hitting the ground, shaking the entire hall. Wu Qiuyan opened her eyes in terror. Bai Xiaosheng was still standing there, his slightly thin body straight like a gun, one leg raised, stepping on the fat man beneath him. Did I win? Wu Qiuyan was stunned. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The waiter holding the phone and the manager looked incredulous. The plump woman, the tall man, and the ugly man were all wide-eyed. In just 2 seconds, a frail-looking young man managed to take down a man as wide as a house. How was this possible? Bai Xiaosheng casually pulled over a chair and pressed it down on the fat man's body, just enough to trap his plump figure without crushing his flesh. Then, Bai Xiaosheng sat on the chair, one foot pressing down on the fat man's thigh, just an inch away from his most sensitive spot. The tall man suddenly grabbed a chair and rushed forward, swinging it around. Don't move. Bai Xiaosheng shot the tall man a glance, pressing down hard, causing the fat man to scream like a slaughtered pig. The tall man froze. Even if he wanted to save him, he had to think about his own brothers and descendants. Thus, Bai Xiaosheng, relying on a table, a chair, and a fat man being held hostage, protected Wu Qiuyan behind him from any harm. Wu Qiuyan looked at Bai Xiaosheng's back, her previous tension and fear gradually dissipating. This was a trustworthy figure, even though he didn't look strong. In that moment, Wu Qiuyan felt a surge of emotions, almost wanting to cry. All along, she had longed for someone to shelter her from the storm, to be protected. However, those feelings only existed in her dreams. Her love was far less than her value, making that person care. The plump woman glared at Bai Xiaosheng with resentment, then looked at Wu Qiuyan behind him. Suddenly, Wu Qiuyan's expression changed. She recognized who this plump woman was. You little fox, you're something else. It's one thing to seduce our Li Mingtong, but now you've even hooked onto a pretty boy. The plump woman's anger surged as she pointed at Wu Qiuyan. Li Mingtong. This is Li Mingtong's wife. Now it was Bai Xiaosheng's turn to be dumbfounded. He had heard about Wu Qiuyan's rumored relationship with Li Mingtong from Lao Wang, Xiaosong, and Yizi. He just didn't expect the original wife to show up now. This woman, who looked quite old, turned out to be the seemingly refined Li Mingtong's wife. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't believe it. Moreover, his act of helping had turned into aiding and abetting. What to do now? Chapter 41. I want to be reasonable. Oh dear. Nowadays, some women are really shameless. Exactly. Young and pretty, yet acting as a mistress. And that guy, protecting the mistress, is no good either. The onlookers pointed and cursed, almost all siding with the plump woman. The plump woman looked around, her spirits high, and the 2 men beside her stood tall, full of righteousness. Wu Qiuyan's expression began to panic. In this matter, she was ultimately in the wrong. Sometimes, Wu Qiuyan had scolded herself for being shameless, for losing face, but more often, she longed for a resolution with Li Mingtong, even if it was a wishful thinking. Wu Qiuyan firmly believed that her feelings for Li Mingtong were real, and she was willing to give. I'm really not a bad woman. Wu Qiuyan repeatedly thought this in her heart, but couldn't say it out loud. No one would believe it. Under countless curses and accusations, she could only curl up, cover her ears, and fearfully avoid looking at others. Bai Xiaosheng saw Wu Qiuyan's helplessness. She was like a fallen leaf in a storm, about to be crushed by public opinion at any moment. Bai Xiaosheng sighed softly and deeply. He stood up, moved the chair, and let the fat man go. The 2 men beside the plump woman hurried over to pull the fat man out. So, young man, now you know what kind of woman she is, right? You must have been deceived by her. How about this? Step aside, let me teach this shameless woman a lesson. The plump woman quickly said when she saw Bai Xiaosheng seemed to compromise. Yes, step aside, young man. Helping a woman like this isn't worth it. Destroying other families isn't worthy of sympathy, isn't worthy of help. More and more people around began to speak up, the momentum growing stronger. Wu Qiuyan watched as Bai Xiaosheng let go of the fat man, a hint of despair in her eyes. To her, Bai Xiaosheng also seemed to abandon her. Her last lifeline was drifting away. Wu Qiuyan slightly closed her eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably. The tall man grinned as he approached, grabbing Wu Qiuyan's shoulder without saying a word, seemingly pleased with the feel, and squeezed it hard. Stinky woman, keep acting tough. The tall man cursed, turning to the plump woman. Sister, how do I get revenge for you? A plump woman also came to her senses and looked at the shivering Wu Qiuyan with a smile, saying, strip her of her clothes and tie her up on the street. Lao Si, go find a sign and write dead little 3. Everyone shouts to beat her. Okay. The ugly man excitedly dashed out. The tall man rudely tore off Wu Qiuyan's coat. She struggled, but it was of no use. Her coat was ripped apart, and the shirt underneath was also torn, faintly revealing a white lace-trimmed bra. The tall man stared, his eyes filled with lust, and lunged for her chest. Around them, some people felt pity, but more were excited. The tall man's hand was almost on Wu Qiuyan's chest when someone grabbed his wrist. He looked up in shock and saw Bai Xiaosheng with a gloomy face. You have gone too far, Bai Xiaosheng said in a low voice. Whether she is right or wrong is beside the point, but in front of me, you are so despicable to a woman, it truly disgusts me. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes flashed with fierce light, causing the tall man to shiver. Soon after, the tall man was thrown over the shoulder and slammed hard onto the ground. Unable to get up immediately, you. The plump woman pointed at Bai Xiaosheng in fear. The sign is here. Has she been stripped or not? Has she been stripped or not? The ugliest and most lewd man rushed over with a cardboard box, only to see his brother lying on the ground, rolling his eyes. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at him. The ugly man got scared and turned to hide behind the plump woman. At this moment, Wu Qiuyan trembled, her two white arms tightly covering her chest. Bai Xiaosheng quietly walked over, took off his coat, and draped it over her. When Wu Qiuyan realized it was Bai Xiaosheng, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they flowed like a river. She tightly hugged Bai Xiaosheng's arm and refused to let go. I hate people who destroy other people's families just like you do. Such people should be condemned and even punished by law. Bai Xiaosheng declared his stance. Then why are you helping her? The plump woman angrily questioned. Bai Xiaosheng looked at her with a cold gaze. In terms of emotion and reason, you are the victim. But do you really have the right to do this? Let a man publicly strip her clothes, touch her body, and humiliate her at will. She is a person. Doesn't she have any dignity? Is she really so heinous that she deserves to be paraded through the streets and punished? What about your husband? That sweet-talking man who secretly flirts with another woman behind your back? Where is he? Why don't you bring him here for us to see? Bai Xiaosheng asked sharply. The plump woman was momentarily speechless, but her expression remained angry and unconvinced. What you did is wrong and even deserves to be condemned and spat upon. But your actions disgust me, Bai Xiaosheng said coldly. People around began to whisper, and more rational individuals started to dominate the conversation. The mistress is shameful. But what the original partner did is also excessive. Oh. Who do you think you are, acting all righteous? Is it justified to help the mistress? Is it justified for you to hit someone? The plump woman screamed as she saw the shift in the crowd's attitude. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. You're right. I have no justification. It's you who should have the justification. Bai Xiaosheng embraced Wu Qiuyan, striding out. People can be truly animalistic and unreasonable, just like me right now. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at the plump woman without stopping. So I helped her. Whether it's you or anyone else, if you want to stop me, you can try. First, let us reason, then we can fight without reason. With this Bai Xiaosheng, the people around were left speechless. The plump woman opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. When faced with reason, she was unreasonable. When faced with the unreasonable, she could crush them with reason. But encountering someone like Bai Xiaosheng, who was both reasonable and unreasonable, and fiercely combative, she was at a loss. The plump woman watched as Bai Xiaosheng and Wu Qiuyan passed by her. She wanted to rush up and fight. But Bai Xiaosheng's cold gaze told her that even if she was a woman, he would show no mercy. The plump woman dared not move. Bai Xiaosheng protected Wu Qiuyan all the way to the bar counter, tossing a bank card to the cashier. I will compensate 10 times for the damaged items. Everyone here today gets a free meal. It's on me. Check out. Chapter 42. You are not worth it. Bai Xiaosheng protected Wu Qiuyan as they walked out of the CAF. Wu Qiuyan's expression remained somewhat dull and blank. Neither of them spoke, silently walking down the street, passing through tree-lined avenues and bustling crowds. After crossing a few streets and reaching a secluded area, Wu Qiuyan suddenly squatted down, first letting out a low sob, then bursting into loud tears. This woman had a strong, cold exterior but a heart that was the most fragile. What's worse, she had a sense of shame. Bai Xiaosheng did not say a word to comfort her, but silently stood by. After a long time, he finally stepped toward a nearby store. After a while, Wu Qiuyan stood up, her expression somewhat desolate and lonely. Her makeup was smudged, but she didn't care at all. Do you look down on me? Wu Qiuyan asked Bai Xiaosheng. There are many paths in life. How to walk them is a choice one makes. What others say is not important, Bai Xiaosheng replied calmly. I just feel you're not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Wu Qiuyan, her eyes slightly puffy, but still beautiful. Such a strong and beautiful woman, in love with an irresponsible man, is it worth it? Wu Qiuyan remained silent. A man cheating is a lack of responsibility towards the family. Liking you but not wanting to divorce and marry you is a lack of responsibility towards you. What use is an irresponsible man? Bai Xiaosheng sighed. The plump woman was once young, and you too will grow old. When he tires of you, the home will still be his home, with no connection to you. You are not worth this. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head. Wu Qiuyan looked as if struck by lightning. Dazed, as if crying and laughing at the same time. Li Mingtong was no longer the person he used to be, yet she was still obsessed with the past. Wu Qiuyan smiled, tears streaming down her face, laughing more heartbreakingly than crying. Bai Xiaosheng did not disturb her any longer. Some things she needed to think through carefully. It was unclear how much time passed. Wu Qiuyan then noticed large coffee stains on her clothes, with an unpleasant odor. Besides that, her clothes were disheveled. Her full chest and slim waist faintly visible, especially when she squatted down. At that moment, Bai Xiaosheng was standing beside her. Wu Qiuyan's face turned red. Bai Xiaosheng pretended not to notice and called for a taxi. Wu Qiuyan's place was not far from there. It took about 10 minutes by taxi. Located in a pretty nice neighborhood, Bai Xiaosheng accompanied her into the community, escorting her home. Wu Qiuyan's home was very tidy. However, Bai Xiaosheng felt a slight chill. Perhaps when a woman has been single for a long time, home is just a place to live. Make yourself at home. I'll go wash up, Wu Qiuyan said with a frown, gently placing Bai Xiaosheng's coat on the sofa. Being such a clean person, she naturally found it hard to endure. Bai Xiaosheng nodded and sat down on the sofa. On the coffee table, some cute and adorable little ornaments made Bai Xiaosheng unable to resist playing with them. It seemed that Wu Qiuyan still had a little girl inside her. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but take a glance. Honestly, Wu Qiuyan was a very charming woman. Her figure and face were impeccable. Bai Xiaosheng reflected on how such a woman could fall for a man like Li Mingtong. Perhaps this is fate. Just as Bai Xiaosheng was lost in thought, a low exclamation suddenly came from the bathroom. Is something wrong? Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but stand up and ask. After a brief silence, Wu Qiuyan, a bit shy, replied, I was too hasty and forgot to bring my bathrobe. Could you help me get it from the wardrobe in the bedroom? Bai Xiaosheng was stunned. Just now, Wu Qiuyan had rushed to the bathroom without bringing any clothes. But this situation, a lone man and a woman. Bai Xiaosheng awkwardly rubbed his nose. In the end, he ran to the bedroom and easily found a pink bathrobe that smelled faintly fragrant. Bai Xiaosheng knocked hesitantly on the bathroom door. Open it a crack. And you can hand it to me, Wu Qiuyan said softly. Okay. Bai Xiaosheng forced himself to stay calm. Suddenly, he realized he hadn't let go of the robe when there was a pulling force from inside, followed by an angry voice. Don't let go. Bai Xiaosheng quickly released his grip. A scream came from inside, followed by a heavy thud. The half-opened door swung open. Bai Xiaosheng instinctively looked over. Wu Qiuyan was half lying on the ground, her face showing pain, the bathrobe covering most of her body. Seeing Bai Xiaosheng, Wu Qiuyan quickly covered herself with the bathrobe. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly came to his senses and turned to leave. Stop! Wu Qiuyan called out sharply. I twisted my ankle. Help me. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Trying to stay composed. She was no longer a young girl, but at that moment, she really felt shy like a maiden. Bai Xiaosheng hesitated for a moment, then turned around, focusing on not looking at her directly. I am a gentleman. She just suffered a misfortune. Bai Xiaosheng kept repeating this in his heart, but he still felt a surge of heat. He helped Wu Qiuyan, who had put on the bathrobe, and they walked silently toward the bedroom. Wu Qiuyan walked slowly, her brows slightly furrowed, her ankle showing faint bruising. Bai Xiaosheng felt uncomfortable all over, finally exhaling heavily, no longer caring, and picked her up in his arms. Wu Qiuyan, being held by Bai Xiaosheng, felt her face flush, her cheeks buried in his chest. She was not heavy, very soft. Bai Xiaosheng strode into the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. Wu Qiuyan resembled a shy bud, like a water lily. Bai Xiaosheng instinctively leaned down and gently kissed her smooth forehead. What are you doing? Wu Qiuyan exclaimed in embarrassment and anger. Bai Xiaosheng was startled himself. Consider it payment for today. He smiled and turned to flee like a child caught doing something wrong. You stop right there, Wu Qiuyan shouted, her face completely red. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaosheng had already dashed out the door and didn't he hear her. That little rascal. Wu Qiuyan gritted her teeth. Bai Xiaosheng ran out of the unit and passed by a van. Inside the van, several pairs of eyes watched him leave. I told you. That's the little kept man of that mistress. The plump woman in the van was fuming, now that the little kept man is gone. You all go up and catch her. Chapter 43, Kidnapping. Sister, are we really going to do this? Among the three men, fat, tall, and ugly, the ugly one, timid by nature, looked worried. This is illegal. If we get caught, we could end up in jail. The ugly man gulped and cautiously reminded them. Illegal? What law are we breaking? The plump woman slapped the ugly man on the head and gritted her teeth. She, Wu Qiuyan, seduced another woman's man and broke up a family. Isn't that illegal? The law should protect victims like us. If anyone should go to jail, it should be her. We're upholding justice. The police also said that citizens have the right to stop theft and robbery, not to mention stealing a person. The plump woman spoke with conviction, scaring the ugly man into shrinking his neck. I think what the sister said makes sense. The tall man rolled up his sleeves in agreement. Whatever the sister says goes. Why do you care so much? The fat man, who had been given panda eyes by Bai Xiaosheng, glared fiercely at the ugly man. The ugly man felt thoroughly reprimanded and gritted his teeth. Fine, let's do it. My own sister has been bullied. If I don't help her, who will? That's right. The plump woman nodded in satisfaction. The three men quickly changed into property uniforms, each wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled low, and got out of the vehicle one after another, heading straight into the building. The plump woman watched from the car, a sinister smile on her face. Little vixen, without your little kept man to help you, let us see how you escape from my grasp today. At that moment, in the room, Wu Chuyin sat on the bed, hugging her knees, staring blankly. Her delicate, fair feet were together, the toes resembling perfect little water caltrops, but there was a faint bruise near her left ankle. The gentle kiss from Bai Xiaosheng left her with indescribable feelings. Anger? No. Embarrassment? Not really. Wu Chuyin felt her heart was even more troubled. Her relationship with Li Mingtong had reached a breaking point. How could she have feelings for another man at this time? Wu Chuyin despised herself. Perhaps I really am not a good woman, she murmured, pressing a finger gently on the bruise on her foot, feeling a little sting of pain. She decided not to think about it anymore and tried to get out of bed. The pain in her foot was bearable. Wu Chuyin carefully moved to the wardrobe, took out a set of loungewear, and then slowly made her way to the living room. Under the coffee table, there was some red flower oil. Passing by the sofa, Wu Chuyin's gaze fell on a jacket, Bai Xiaosheng's jacket. Recalling that scene in the CAF, the man who, though not tall, could shield her from the wind and rain. A smile involuntarily appeared on Wu Chuyin's face. Bai Xiaosheng, he really is a good man. Unfortunately, I ultimately didn't meet such an excellent man during the best years of my life. Perhaps, I shouldn't go and harm others. Wu Chuyin's smile was slightly bitter as she looked out the window. This city, where she had lived for several years, was also a place of sorrow for her. In this place, there was no happiness she longed for. It was time to leave. Wu Chuyin suddenly felt a strong desire to leave. Perhaps distancing herself would allow her to start anew. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. Wu Chuyin was taken aback and instinctively glanced at the jacket on the sofa. No need to knock. The door isn't locked. Just come in, she said, gathering her slightly messy hair and calming her emotions. At the door, the fat man, the tall man, and the ugly man were all stunned, exchanging glances. Things weren't going as they had planned. I Haven't even said I'm from the property management to check the water meter. How did she just let me in? The ugly man couldn't help but worry. What if something goes wrong? Why are you overthinking it? Just go in. The tall man, impatient, pushed the door open and walked in. The fat man followed closely, while the ugly man cautiously brought up the rear, constantly looking around. Wu Chuyin was entangled in how to face Bai Xiaosheng and what attitude to take toward the awkwardness from earlier. But then, she realized that 3 men had rushed in. Although they had changed clothes and were wearing hats, Wu Chuyin recognized at a glance that they were the same people from the CAF. What are you doing? Wu Chuyin was startled and stood up abruptly. Shut up, or I want to be polite. The tall man pulled out a rope he had prepared in advance and charged at her fiercely. Quick, tie her up and gag her. Don't let her scream. The fat man rushed in to help. In a panic, Wu Chuyin grabbed whatever she could and threw it at the 2 men. The tall man and fat man surrounded her, finally subduing her, tying her up and gagging her. However, both of them had received several scratches on their faces. Ouch! That little witch hurt me. The fat man gasped, seeing the ugly man standing dumbfounded at the door, instantly furious. What the hell are you still doing? Go. Grab a blanket from inside and roll this woman up. The ugly man, flustered and panicked, rushed into the inner room under the fat man's scolding and came out with a blanket. Wu Chuyin, bound up, struggled feebly as they rolled her in the blanket, stuffing her mouth with clothes, one of which was Bai Xiaosheng's jacket. While doing this, the ugly man carefully left a gap for Wu Chuyin to breathe. Otherwise, if he suffocated her, things would really escalate. The fat man, a tall guy, hoisted Wu Chuyin up, and the ugly man glanced around, ran over to take down the television, and hugged it in his arms. What are you doing with that? The tall guy asked in confusion. Disguising ourselves as a moving company, the ugly man explained. That makes sense. The fat man and the tall guy exchanged glances and nodded. The 3 of them hurried downstairs, afraid of being seen, so they took the stairs instead of the elevator. In the car, Aunt Fat was anxiously waiting when she suddenly saw the 3 brothers rushing out, carrying the rolled-up blanket. They succeeded. Aunt Fat's eyes sparkled, and she quickly pulled open the car door. The few of them clumsily threw Wu Chuyin into the car and then got in one after another. As the car door closed, the van spewed out a cloud of black smoke and sped away. Just as the van drove off, a figure came sprinting toward them. Bai Xiaosheng back again. It looked like the coffee shop, with Aunt Fat's group. How could they be here? Bai Xiaosheng felt a wave of intense unease. Among them were 2 people still carrying a rolled-up blanket, which seemed to be moving, appearing almost alive. Bai Xiaosheng didn't say a word and dashed into the building, running upstairs as fast as he could. When he reached Wu Chuyin's home, the door was unlocked. Seeing the mess inside, Bai Xiaosheng's face darkened like a storm cloud. Wu Chuyin had been kidnapped. Chapter 44. I want 100 people. Must call the police. Bai Xiaosheng's first reaction was to call the police. He took out his phone. The number already dialed, but he hesitated to press the call button. What would he say? That he saw someone kidnapping a woman with his own eyes. Would the police come? Even if they investigated, what if the kidnappers denied it and hid her away? Would Wu Chuyin still be okay? What would those people do to her? Bai Xiaosheng's gaze turned fierce. This was happening right under his nose. He couldn't just sit back and watch. Hong Lian. Find the addresses of Li Mingtong's wife, the deputy manager of Telly Square, and her brothers, Bai Xiaosheng thought for a moment. Also, search all rental registrations, hotel records, and property information for them in this city. Understood. Searching now. Search completed. There are more than 5 locations. Bai Xiaosheng frowned. The 5 locations were scattered throughout Tian'an City. If he went to each one individually, he wouldn't make it in time. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but clench his fists. Anxiety spread bit by bit. He decided not to take the elevator, but to run down the stairs. Right now, being anxious wouldn't solve the problem. He needed to calm down. As Bai Xiaosheng mechanically repeated the action of running downstairs, he meticulously thought through the entire situation. So, 2 locations could be ruled out, leaving only 3. But even so, he was alone and stretched thin. I need help, a lot of help. By the time Bai Xiaosheng reached the bottom of the building, he already had an idea. At the bottom, he took a moment to catch his breath. Hong Lian, find the phone number of the nearest security company. Bai Xiaosheng took out his phone. Okay, master. Hong Lian responded, and the phone number instantly appeared in Bai Xiaosheng's mind. Bai Xiaosheng dialed the number and waited quietly. After a few seconds, a pleasant female voice came through, crisp and clear. Hello, this is Jiduan Security Company. I'm customer service number 9. How can I assist you? I need 100 fully armed security personnel, with vehicles, to my location right now. Can you do that? Bai Xiaosheng said in a deep voice. Time was of the essence. He didn't waste a single word. The number 9 customer service representative, who had just taken a sip of yogurt, nearly choked. 100 security personnel, with vehicles? Usually, companies or individuals request 4 or 5 security personnel, and having 10 for an event is already quite a lot. In Tian'an, a city known for its good public safety, asking for 100 people was insane. Sir, could you repeat that? How many people do you need? Even the trained number 9 customer service representative couldn't help but stutter. 100 people, with vehicles, assembled within 10 minutes, under my command. Bai Xiaosheng said firmly. Money is not an issue. Please hold on a moment. I need to report this to my superiors. The number 9 customer service representative panicked, her heart racing. Their bonuses were tied to performance. 100-person order. The number 9 representative couldn't calm down and dashed to the boss's office. Other customer service representatives were alerted and looked on curiously. Is she crazy today? The boss of Jiduan, Lao Mo, was just coming out of his office. Dressed in a custom-made black tactical uniform and combat boots, feeling as if he was 10 years younger. Hey, are you out of your mind? Is there no protocol? Lao Mo exclaimed, startled. Boss, big news, something big has happened. You're the one causing a big fuss. Can't you speak properly? Lao Mo glared at her. Team quality building is urgent. The number 9 customer service representative took a deep breath to calm herself and hurriedly said, I just received a call. They want to hire 100 security personnel, including equipment and vehicles. 100 security personnel. Lao Mo's facade crumbled instantly. For their company, this was definitely an annual big order. Is a superstar coming here to hold a concert? Lao Mo said in disbelief. But which superstar would hire them? Lao Mo felt something was off and suspiciously looked at the number 9 customer service representative. Why didn't the caller come to the company for a face-to-face meeting? Could it be a prank? The number 9 representative paused. She hadn't considered that. Let us go check it out. Lao Mo, both excited and fearful of disappointment, jogged toward the number 9 representative's workstation. While Bai Xiaosheng waited, he thought through everything again. Those people were so blatant today, they were too conspicuous. If they had planned this in advance, they wouldn't have been so reckless. It must have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Bai Xiaosheng combined the map information that Hong Lian had searched, starting from here and considering various road conditions, traffic congestion, and checkpoints. He ruled out another possibility and confirmed 2 locations. Hello, sir. Is it you who wants 100 security personnel? The voice on the other end finally came through. It was a calm middle-aged man's voice. Do you also need matching vehicles and equipment? Yes. Based on headcount, that would be 1,000 per person per day. The other party quoted a cautious price, which was definitely inflated. I only need them for 1 day. I'll give you double. Bai Xiaosheng said firmly. My only requirement is that you must be ready within 10 minutes and arrive here. Bai Xiaosheng had investigated. Jiduan Security was the closest to his location and could arrive in just a few minutes. Double. Lao Mo was taken aback. Is this person trying to start a fight? We don't do illegal things, Lao Mo reminded. I know my limits. Now, you have 9 minutes and 20 seconds left. If you can't do it, I'll switch to another company. Bai Xiaosheng said coldly. Okay, we'll take this order. Lao Mo was also afraid of losing this client and quickly agreed, then added. According to protocol, you need to send over some information. If you're in a hurry, you can provide it later. But you must provide a bank card with a deposit of over 200,000. The bank card could reveal a lot of information and ensure that the person had sufficient financial capability and wasn't trying to trick them. Bai Xiaosheng nodded, understanding. He took out his purple gold card, which had over 1 million in it and had never been used. Listen carefully. I don't know which bank this card is from. I'm going to give you the card number now. You should be able to verify it. I'll give you 1 more minute. Bai Xiaosheng recited a series of numbers. Lao Mo quickly noted the number and sent it for verification in the bank system since they had a cooperative relationship. I'm Ouyang Fu, the president of Tian'an City Bank. Which client holds this card? Old Mo's expression became strange. Ouyang Fu, the president of Tian'an City Bank, personally called. I am Old Mo, the boss of Jiduan Security. President Zhang, this is the situation. Hurry up and report it. During the call, Old Mo could sense President Ouyang's breathing, which seemed a bit heavy. Old Mo, this card is real and valid, but I can't disclose the cardholder's information. President Ouyang's voice was urgent, as an old friend. I won't let you down. You must set out immediately. If you don't trust this money, our Citibank can advance it for you. Chapter 45. The boss has gone crazy. After talking on the phone with President Ouyang, Old Mo felt a bit dazed. Customer service representative number 9 looked at him curiously. Boss, what do you think? Is it credible? Old Mo's eyes were bright, even shining. For someone as cautious as President Zhang to say such things. It wasn't just a matter of a 200,000 order. That person must be befriended. This cooperation must show him our sincerity. Old Mo felt a surge of heat from the bottom of his heart. He slammed his hand on the table with force, completely disregarding the pain. Bang, bang, bang. Like thunder and drums. Everyone in the office was startled, and all the customer service representatives turned to look. Everyone was shocked. The boss has gone crazy. What are you looking at? Hurry up and find me 100 people. If that's not enough, go to the martial arts school next door. Outsiders. I'll pay triple wages for a day. Old Mo was truly crazy. Triple. All the customer service representatives were astonished. Get it done within 5 minutes. And I'll give you double wages this month. Old Mo glared. Get moving. Double wages for a month. The office erupted. The phone calls went out. All shouted. A male customer service representative was on the phone, hurriedly stripping off his work uniform and frantically changing into fieldwork clothes. Old Mo looked on with satisfaction. If we had this efficiency every day, how could the company not thrive? This time, I will personally lead the team. Old Mo adjusted his clothes, looking serious. Bai Xiaosheng stood at the entrance of the community, looking a bit anxious. He had thought things through, just short of people. Wu Qiuyan must not get into any trouble during this time. Just as Bai Xiaosheng was anxiously waiting, in the distance, 10 silver vehicles with iron railings roared toward them, each with a large purple shield on the front. Jiduan Security Company had finally arrived. The first vehicle was driven by Old Mo himself. Over here. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand to signal. At this moment, Wu Qiuyan was wrapped in a quilt, feeling suffocated but not to the point of losing consciousness. It just felt like she might faint at any moment due to the prolonged pressure. She silently shed tears, feeling both fear and helplessness. The vehicle finally stopped, and she vaguely heard Aunt Fat's voice. Quick, lift her up, don't let others see. Wu Qiuyan was hoisted onto someone's shoulder, trembling as they seemed to climb stairs. She tried to struggle but was warned in a fierce whisper, if you move again, I'll knock you out. Wrapped in a quilt won't leave external injuries. But a concussion is inevitable. If you don't want to become an idiot, just behave. Wu Qiuyan dared not move. After what felt like a long time, they finally stopped going upward and entered flat ground. Wu Qiuyan, along with the quilt, was roughly thrown to the ground. As the quilt was unfolded, she saw several cold, smiling faces. Get a chair and tie her up. Aunt Fat sneered, roughly twisting Wu Qiuyan's face. You wretched thing. I'll make you pay for trying to seduce my husband. Wu Qiuyan was tightly bound to a chair, unable to move even a little. At this moment, she surprisingly calmed down and looked at Aunt Fat. Take out what's in her mouth. I have something to say to her. Aunt Fat signaled. A tall man walked over, threatening Wu Qiuyan. If I take it out now? Don't scream. This place is well soundproofed. No one will hear you. If you scream, I'll slap you, and you might lose all your teeth. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Qiuyan looked at the tall man's calloused hands, trembling in fear as she nodded. After the cloth was removed from her mouth, she gasped for breath. You dirty woman, you never expected this day, did you? Aunt Fat squatted in front of Wu Qiuyan, her expression twisted with satisfaction. What you are doing is illegal detention. It's against the law, and you will go to jail. Wu Qiuyan couldn't help but say. There was nothing worth arguing about regarding her relationship with Li Mingtong. Now she could only hope that these people were acting on impulse. Once they understood the consequences, they would let her go. If you let me go, I will pretend this never happened. I won't call the police. Wu Qiuyan promised eagerly. Illegal. Aunt Fat slapped Wu Qiuyan, whose fair cheek immediately turned red and swollen, her delicate red lips oozing fresh blood. Talking about the law. You are the one who breaks up families. Aunt Fat laughed maniacally. It seems you have a misunderstanding. Good, good, good. I'll give you a proper lesson. Wu Qiuyan had infuriated Aunt Fat. Should I take some photos or give you a makeover? I think we should start with a new hairstyle. Aunt Fat roughly grabbed a handful of Wu Qiuyan's hair, yanking out a small clump. Wu Qiuyan cried out in pain, but was silenced by the tall man's rough hand covering her mouth. Aunt Fat was about to proceed when a phone rang. She pulled out her phone, coldly glanced at the caller ID, surprisingly answered, and put it on speaker. Wife, where are you? Let's have dinner together tonight. Li Mingtong's voice came through, soft yet flattering. Oh, I'm dealing with your mistress. Aunt Fat smiled at the struggling Wu Qiuyan, deliberately bringing the phone closer. Wife, you love to joke. Li Mingtong's voice was submissive. That was all just for show. If there's any, it's fake. Really? That one called Wu Qiuyan, she's actually quite pretty. What if I were to deal with her? Would you feel heartbroken? Aunt Fat smiled at Wu Qiuyan, stroking her cheek. On the other end of the line, there was a pause, followed by more words. That woman is desperate for a promotion, throwing herself at me. Wife, believe me. How could I like that kind of loose woman? Wu Qiuyan stared in disbelief. Li Mingtong's words shattered her heart, and she closed her eyes in despair as a tear rolled down. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. Aunt Fat, seeing Wu Qiuyan's expression, was satisfied as she spoke into the phone. Let me tell you, Li Mingtong, all your money is in my hands. If you dare to cheat again, you can wait for a lifetime of begging. After hanging up, Aunt Fat squatted down in front of Wu Qiuyan again. TSK, I should have let you go. But I just can't swallow this anger. Chapter 46. We have numbers. Sister, how should we vent this anger? I think we should shave her head and paint her face with waterproof ink to look like a pig, so she has no face to go out. No. I think we should get a set of tattoo tools and write something on her body. The tall man and a fat man openly discussed how to torture Wu Qiuyan in front of her. Aunt Fat listened with a smile. At this moment, her mouth was blocked again. Unable to scream or call for help, she could only silently shed tears and tremble in fear. Sister, this is really illegal. The ugly man became increasingly anxious and uneasy. Aunt Fat glared at him. You coward, get out. The second and third, get to work. Just do as you said. Let this woman taste it. Are we really going to do it? Wu Qiuyan's eyes were filled with despair. What kind of torment would she face today? Who could save her? Wu Qiuyan closed her eyes in pain. Who could save her? Bai Xiaosheng. In Wu Qiuyan's mind, an image of a not-so-strong but straight figure involuntarily surfaced. Bai Xiaosheng, save me. Wu Qiuyan was praying desperately. Suddenly, a familiar tune rang out. Wu Qiuyan opened her eyes abruptly. It was her phone's ringtone. The tall man stepped forward and pulled out Wu Qiuyan's phone. Bai Xiaosheng. The tall man read the name and looked at the fat ant and the fat man. It really is him. Wu Qiuyan's eyes brightened, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. Hang up. The fat man hurriedly said. The tall man quickly hung up the phone, but soon received a text message. He opened the message and his expression suddenly changed. This message was sent to us. What are you talking about? The fat man was also startled, snatching the phone to take a look, his face turning pale as he read the message. I saw you kidnap Wu Qiuyan. You're digging your own grave. I'm the one who beat you up in the CAF. Just wait for me. This. Someone saw them kidnap someone. The fat ant also became nervous. It's that person. The tall man recalled the scene in the CAF, gritting his teeth. He was still in pain all over. This grudge must be avenged. Let her go. The police will be here soon. The ugly man was almost crying from fear. Don't panic. The fat ant suddenly shouted, frowning as she thought. If he calls the police, they'll come. Do you think the police station is his family's business? The fat ant gradually calmed down. This kid must be bluffing. He must have chased after us. I know people like this. They rely on their ability to fight and act recklessly. Good. This time is just right to take revenge for Air and San. Upon hearing this, the tall man and the fat man perked up. The ugly man hesitated. To be fair, the fat ant's analysis was quite accurate. Isn't he delivering himself to us? Perfect. Air and San, you two go find Air Lizy. He has more than a dozen thugs under him in this neighborhood. We need to teach that pretty boy a good lesson this time. The fat ant ordered. I'm going now. The tall man was excited and dashed out. You, send him a text, asking him to meet us at the community square downstairs. Humph. Even if he really brings the police, we have plenty of time to hide the person. The fat ant said to the fat man. Got it. The fat man grinned and went to send the text. The fat ant glanced at Wu Qiuyan's expression and suddenly smiled sinisterly. So your savior is coming, huh? Look at you so happy. That pretty boy can fight, huh? Look at how he beat up my two brothers. But this time, I want to see how many he can beat. The people we found are all fighters and are armed. The fat ant said with delight. Wu Qiuyan listened to her words, her face gradually turning pale. Bai Xiaosheng, you mustn't go alone. Wu Qiuyan cried out in her heart. The fat ant saw Wu Qiuyan's frightened reaction and smiled with satisfaction, feeling proud. Oh, you're worried about that pretty boy, huh? TSK. Today I'll let you see how he gets beaten up. Air, I've changed my mind. Take her to the little garden downstairs and find a corner to hide. Let her watch this show. All right. The fat man responded with a wicked grin. Only the ugly man, the fourth one, remained anxious. Before long, the fat ant's phone suddenly rang. She answered, and, after listening for a moment, her face lit up with a smile. Everything's set with Air Li Z. Let's go down now. Before going down, Wu Chuyin was dressed up by the fat ant and her group, wearing a large mask, a baseball cap on her head, and a coat draped over her, completely unrecognizable as someone bound. A few people escorted Wu Chuyin downstairs. At the bottom, the tall man was standing with a scruffy-looking blonde guy, surrounded by 15 or 16 young people with various styles and hair dyed in bright colors, all armed with weapons, half a mop handle, short iron pipes, and even someone brought a folding stool. The fat ant quietly signaled for the fat man and the others to take Wu Chuyin to a corner of the square while she walked towards the tall man. Fat sister? Air Li Z saw from afar, nodding and running over with a beaming smile. $200 each to teach a kid a lesson. Over 3,000 to teach one person. This price is just too right. Now, Air Li Z sees the fat ant and the others as cash cows. Is everything settled? The fat ant asked. Yes. In a bit, the brothers will be spread out, and when that kid comes, we'll surround him. Air Li Z laughed. The other side might fight, the fat ant reminded. Besides, we have the numbers. All right, then you all get ready. The fat ant smiled. The group dispersed, spreading out in the small square. At this moment, Bai Xiaosheng's convoy was only a street away from this neighborhood. On the road, Bai Xiaosheng deliberately made phone calls and sent text messages, trying to keep them steady, hoping to extract some useful information. However, he didn't expect the other side to directly set a meeting place, one of the two possible locations. Bai Xiaosheng's group was originally heading here, so they arrived quickly. Bai Xiaosheng was unsure of the other side's intentions. However, he still sent a portion of his team to the other location. This time, Old Mo brought more than 100 people. Now, Bai Xiaosheng gazed at the neighborhood. For Wu Chuyin's safety, to avoid alarming the snake, Bai Xiaosheng decided to go ahead himself to assess the situation. Bai Xiaosheng told Old Mo, but Old Mo firmly disagreed. No, this is too dangerous. On the way, Old Mo learned some details, and naturally was unwilling, urgently saying, the convoy behind us is held up by the traffic lights. Now we only have a few dozen people here, not enough. Just wait a few more minutes. No more waiting, I'm going first. You all can catch up later. Bai Xiaosheng firmly refused, got out of the car, and marched towards the neighborhood. Chapter 47. I'm quite happy too. Bai Xiaosheng hurriedly crossed the road and disappeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. Old Mo was worried. This seemingly unremarkable young man was a significant figure, and any misstep would be unacceptable. Old Mo picked up his phone. Report your location. How far along are you? 5 minutes. I'll give you 2 minutes. You must arrive. Old Mo picked up the walkie-talkie. Car 2. Car 3. Everyone get off and check your gear. This time, Old Mo was really going all out, even calling out several retired special forces, these treasures of the mountains, as well as martial arts school reinforcements, 20 strong young men. In addition, all legally permitted gear, including rubber sticks, riot shields, pepper spray, tear gas, and riot guns that fired rubber bullets. This was ultimately a kidnapping case. Old Mo pondered, still feeling a bit uneasy, and directly called the police station, as their security company was in contact with the police. In another 2 to 3 minutes, the remaining people would arrive, and at that time, whether that person notified us or not, we had to rush in. Old Mo stared at the entrance of the neighborhood, taking 2 hard puffs of smoke. This future big client, if anyone dared to let him lose even a hair. Old Mo crushed the cigarette but on the ground with his tactical boots, wielding the rubber stick and swinging it fiercely at the air. Bai Xiaosheng strolled into the neighborhood. When it came to the moment, he actually felt calm, walking and thinking. Those 3 couldn't beat him, yet they dared to set a meeting. They sent several text messages, as if afraid he wouldn't come. So looking at it this way, the other side was prepared. In a small square like this, it was clearly not suitable to drag the hostage out to threaten him. That meant they had called for backup. What a coincidence, I also called some people. Bai Xiaosheng casually walked around the neighborhood and easily found the agreed-upon small square. As he walked over, Bai Xiaosheng almost couldn't help but laugh. The square was quite crowded. However, unlike other neighborhoods filled with old men and women, here were some scruffy young people with dyed blonde hair, sneaking around and looking around. These were the people they called for help. Bai Xiaosheng felt relieved, not for himself. In such a short time, they managed to set everything up so well. So Wu Chuyin is most likely really here. Bai Xiaosheng felt relaxed, walking briskly towards the center of the small square. He quickly spotted 2 familiar figures. When did this kid arrive? Will he not be able to find them? Should I call him again? The tall man and the fat man were standing in the center of the small square, whispering to each other. They were worried that Bai Xiaosheng wouldn't find them, and wished they could have someone hold up a sign to greet him at the entrance. The fat ant and the ugly man were sitting on a wooden bench in the corner, also peeking over to look this way. Yes, here he really came. The ugly man couldn't help but stand up, whispering excitedly. The fat ant saw it too. She sneered, watching Bai Xiaosheng step by step walk into the trap. He really came. How bold, little white face. Wu Qiuyan looked anxious, struggling and whimpering, but was held tightly by the fat ant. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for him. You should. In a bit, you'll feel even sorrier. Don't worry, after we're done with him, we'll deal with you next. None of you can escape. The fat ant gleefully grabbed Wu Qiuyan's hair, sneering in her ear. Wu Qiuyan's eyes showed a hint of despair. The man who was willing to come to save her seems to be unable to escape misfortune as well. Bai Xiaosheng walked up to the tall and fat man, stopping a dozen steps behind them, and those two guys were still chatting. What a couple of fools. The fat ant in the corner was so angry, she almost wanted to go over and slap them both. When did you get here? You walk so quietly. Trying to scare people to death. The two men looked tense. After that round of punches at the CAF, they still felt pain in their bodies. These stupid thieves. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but sigh. He had exhausted himself thinking of any potential oversight. Had he known they were this straightforward, he wouldn't have had to think so hard. Hand Wu Qiuyan over to me, and I can let this go. Bai Xiaosheng's smile revealed a hint of coldness, but the premise was that she had not been harmed. Otherwise, Bai Xiaosheng's cold gaze made the two big men's hearts race. Otherwise, what do you want to do? Did you come alone? The tall man mustered his courage and shouted, glancing back at Bai Xiaosheng. Empty space. His confidence immediately returned. Straightening his back, scoffing, you're really bold, but since you're here, you won't be able to leave. You can't get away. The fat man cracked his knuckles ominously. These two blustering cowards. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and stepped forward. As he moved, the tall man and the fat man grew nervous again. Kid, you stay right there, or we won't hold back. The tall man shrieked, with the fat man also looking tense. The two of them stepped back, raising their arms and shouting for help. Bai Xiaosheng was speechless. He hadn't even done anything yet. Attack. The second fool had been staring, thinking these two wanted to chat for a while longer. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and the second fool froze for a second before jumping up and shouting. At the shout, the gangsters scattered around immediately stood up, grabbing their weapons and surrounding them. Haha, let us see how you die today. The tall man saw this, and his courage surged, laughing loudly. The fat man also wore a sinister grin. Didn't he expect this? Huh, kid, I have plenty of people. In the corner, the fat ant also grinned, feeling proud. Oh no. The ugly man suddenly screamed in pain, clutching his groin and squatting down in agony. Wu Qiuyan dashed forward, recklessly running towards the small square. Her eyes were filled with despair. Bai Xiaosheng had already fallen into their hands. She could not save him, so she would face it with him. That wretched woman. The fat ant didn't care about the ugly man anymore, shouting and chasing after. Wu Qiuyan reached the square, but was blocked by two gangsters. The fat ant, panting, stopped chasing. She looked fine, apparently not abused. This experience was something ordinary people wouldn't have. Bai Xiaosheng saw Wu Qiuyan and felt even happier, waving and even teasing her with a smile. Wu Qiuyan was so anxious she was about to cry. Run. Wu Qiuyan shook her head desperately. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand at her, signaling it was okay, and looked around. There were quite a few people around. So many people bullying just one of me. Are you all happy? Happy. I'm dying of happiness. The tall man pointed at Bai Xiaosheng, laughing maniacally. Are you happy? Laughter erupted around them. Bai Xiaosheng noticed a large number of muscular men in black uniforms pouring in like a tide at the entrance of the community. Unfortunately, no one around noticed over there. What a coincidence. Bai Xiaosheng revealed a mysterious smile. I'm also quite happy. Chapter 48, Deterring Small Thieves. Let me give you a piece of advice. You can still leave now. Bai Xiaosheng scanned the surroundings. His words caused an uproar of laughter. I see you. It's too late to leave now. Attack. The second fool shouted loudly. A dozen gangsters looked fierce, each raising their weapons, ready to charge. Everyone stop. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from behind the crowd, like thunderclaps. The gangsters about to move turned their heads to look. A group of strong men, numbering over 100, rushed over. The sound of their black tactical boots hitting the ground was shocking. Before the gangsters could react, they were surrounded. Those big men in black special security uniforms had tight muscles, their clothes bulging. Police? No. Security? Doesn't seem like it. The second fool was a bit dumbfounded. And the fat ant and the others were even more stunned. Who are these people? Within 3 seconds, put down your weapons. Old Mo squeezed through the crowd, his eyes wide, roaring. This roar was like a command. The big men raised their riot shields, while the other hand heavily slapped the rubber batons against the shields. The sound was deafening. Then they took a step forward, the shields forming a wall, and their other hands positioned the rubber batons, ready to smash down, crashing down mercilessly. The second fool almost wet himself. Old Mo didn't even look at him, running directly to Bai Xiaosheng's side, his cold face instantly breaking into a smile. Mister Bai, are you hurt? Old Mo asked nervously. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head. The second fool was dumbfounded. This group of people was this little white faceless backup? Ancestor. We just took $200. It wasn't he worth sending so many people. Old Mo turned his face towards the second fool, his eyes turning icy. Didn't you hear what I said? You dare hold onto your weapons. The second fool immediately dropped what he was holding, squatting down and covering his head. The posture was standard. Those dozen gangsters all threw down their weapons in unison, squatting down and covering their heads. It was perfectly synchronized. Wu Qiuyan, who was left unattended, rushed to Bai Xiaosheng's side, shock and joy mingling with tears in her eyes. Bai Xiaosheng smiled at her, untying her ropes. Wu Qiuyan tightly grasped Bai Xiaosheng's arm, not daring to let go. The fat ant and the three brothers stood there, dumbfounded. You bring so many people. Do you still have no shame? The tall man screamed in frustration. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at him. Hundreds of cold gazes from around turned to look at him. The tall man shivered and squatted down, covering his head. This was a good example, but still a bit late. The ugly man had already followed the second fool's lead. Soon, the fat man also caved in, following suit. The only one left standing was the fat ant. Her face filled with shock and anger, standing there all alone. Well, you bully me, a weak woman. I'll fight back. Let us see which one of you big men dares to touch me. The fat ant screamed, baring her teeth and claws as she lunged at Bai Xiaosheng. Old Mo chuckled coldly, dodging aside. Two valiant female security guards rushed forward, kicking her leg and twisting her arm, pinning the fat ant to the ground. The fat ant screamed like a pig being slaughtered, struggling. Mr. Bai, how should we educate these people? Should we beat them up first and then talk? Old Mo asked Bai Xiaosheng for guidance. This task is really too simple. If we don't take action, how can we satisfy the employer? The second fool was scared stiff. The group of big men around them had arms thicker than their thighs. If they beat them up first, those people would be completely ruined. Big brother, no uncle, no. Dear grandfather. The second fool saw that Bai Xiaosheng was the leader and fell to his feet, crying and pleading. We only took $200. We know we were wrong. Please spare us. The dozen or so little thugs simultaneously wailed for mercy, which was quite a spectacle. Bai Xiaosheng watched, feeling both angry and amused. With such a commotion, many residents in the community opened their windows to peek out and point fingers. Bai Xiaosheng felt a headache coming on. Shut up, everyone quiet down. In the end, he could only shout. With one shout, those little thugs immediately dared not make a sound. Come to me, come to me. The second fool quickly patted his chest in assurance. After witnessing the situation, he sincerely didn't dare to play any tricks. Get lost. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand. The second fool immediately led his group to flee in a panic. Now it's time to talk about you. Bai Xiaosheng coldly looked at the fat ant and the three brothers. These people were simply audacious, kidnapping and confinement, utterly unaware of their impending doom. Bai Xiaosheng's first splurge in life was 20,000 yuan spent on them, so he was naturally angry. Mr. Bai, I've already informed the police. They will arrive shortly. Old Mo said to Bai Xiaosheng, then coldly glanced at the fat ant and her crew. Kidnapping, illegal confinement, that's no small crime. You're looking at least 10 years in prison. Old Mo's tone was flat, neither threatening nor exaggerated, calmly stating the facts. The three brothers, who were half illiterate, had acted rashly in the heat of the moment, but now seemed to realize their folly, their faces filled with fear and beads of sweat on their foreheads. She seduced someone else's husband. She should be sentenced. The fat ant shouted at Wu Qiuyan. Stubborn. Bai Xiaosheng coldly replied, you can save those words for the judge. Let's see if this excuse can get you a few days off your 10-year sentence. The fat ant continued to shout in defiance. Outside the community, police sirens could be faintly heard. The fat ant's expression froze, and genuine fear finally showed in her eyes. She wasn't completely ignorant of the law. Bai Xiaosheng's sleeve was suddenly tugged. Wu Qiuyan looked at him, her emotions stabilizing significantly. Sister Yin? Bai Xiaosheng looked at Wu Qiuyan. Let them go, Wu Qiuyan sighed. This incident is ultimately my fault. Wu Qiuyan turned to the fat ant and calmly said, don't worry, Li Mingtong and I are done. I won't contact him again. The fat ant snorted coldly, turning her head away, ignoring Wu Qiuyan. But the three men looked at her with gratitude. Bai Xiaosheng paused for a moment and sighed. Since Wu Qiuyan had made her decision, he didn't want to say much. Mr. Mo, please handle this for us. This doesn't count as kidnapping, Bai Xiaosheng said. Commission, please send someone with me to the bank. No hurry, Mr. Bai. You go ahead. I will handle this, Old Mo quickly replied. Give them some punishment. Bai Xiaosheng whispered to Old Mo when Wu Qiuyan wasn't paying attention. Wu Qiuyan could let these people go, but he couldn't. Leave it to me. Old Mo grinned maliciously. Chapter 49, Old Mo pays a visit. Wu Qiuyan's face was still a bit pale, and her spirit seemed a little dazed. However, Bai Xiaosheng still admired her. This strong woman had a kind heart. In that final moment, she gave up on seeking revenge against the fat ant and her group. Whether it was forgiveness or redemption, Bai Xiaosheng couldn't say for sure. The two walked silently, not speaking a word. After half an hour, Wu Qian finally stopped. Looking at Bai Xiaosheng with a self-deprecating and sorrowful smile, I really didn't expect it to escalate to this point. I didn't mean to entangle myself with a married man. I thought he loved me, just as I loved him. I was wrong. Wu Qian sighed deeply. From now on, I will never entangle myself with him again. Bai Xiaosheng saw relief in her eyes. He didn't know what she had experienced during the kidnapping, but he felt that she was truly done with Li Mingtong now. You're a foolish woman, Bai Xiaosheng said softly, but it's not too late to understand. Let's start over. Wu Qian nodded and fell silent again. Wu Qian's spirit was feeling somewhat better. Thank you. She smiled at Bai Xiaosheng, her smile tinged with faint sadness. Bai Xiaosheng smiled back. Wu Qian took a step forward, hesitated for a moment, then hugged Bai Xiaosheng, gently pressing her face against his chest. Bai Xiaosheng didn't think much of it, just gently patting Wu Qian's back. I'm glad to have met you. This world is really big. There's not just one man, and my previous world was too small. Wu Qian released Bai Xiaosheng and said dreamily before turning to leave. Bai Xiaosheng watched her figure. Her back was straight, and her steps were steady. Realizing one's mistakes and returning to the right path is the greatest good. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and turned to leave. Old Mo first exchanged pleasantries with Bai Xiaosheng and reported the situation. Ultimately, the fat aunt and her gang were suspected of commercial fraud against Jiduan Security, filing a false police report, damaging a batch of valuable security equipment, and causing a negative impact on Jiduan Security's image. Jiduan did not seek financial compensation but hoped the police would impose a punishment. The fat aunt's three brothers admitted to the charges, while the fat aunt's frantic rebuttals insisted that she had mental issues. In the end, the police decided to impose 3 to 6 months of detention and a fine of 5,000 yuan on these individuals. Bai Xiaosheng only smiled at this. Just a minor punishment, that's all. Old Mo didn't mention the payment of the commission, but Bai Xiaosheng couldn't avoid it. Boss Missouri, thank you for your help. I'm very satisfied with this service. Please send someone over to settle the commission. Bai Xiaosheng provided the address. Old Mo laughed heartily. All right. I want to be polite then. Are you available now? I can bring a friend from the bank to visit you. Sure, come on over. Since it was more convenient. Bai Xiaosheng was naturally happy. However, Jiduan Security's strength was indeed considerable. A mere 20,000 could actually prompt the bank to send someone to cooperate. Bai Xiaosheng didn't think much of it, just feeling a bit emotional. About half an hour later, there was a knock on Bai Xiaosheng's door. Opening the door, he saw Old Mo along with a short, stout middle-aged man in a suit, smiling amiably at him. Behind them were a young man and woman, both assistants. Please come in. Bai Xiaosheng welcomed them in. This is President Ouyang Fu of Tiannan City Bank. Old Mo introduced with a smile. President of Tiannan City Bank? Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback. How could a mere 20,000 order warrant the bank president's attention? Mr. Bai, it's an honor to meet you. I hope to have your support in the future. President Ouyang said earnestly, shaking Bai Xiaosheng's hand with both hands. Bai Xiaosheng returned the courtesy. The two young assistants were responsible for processing the payment. While making small talk, Bai Xiaosheng took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it over. This card was given to him by the old steward of Jinbei Group, Situine. It was unique, starting with 1,000,000 yuan, and had recently increased by 20,000 due to Bai Xiaosheng's outstanding performance at the presentation meeting. He had hardly touched this money. President Ouyang's eyes lit up. He had just taken his seat, but suddenly stood up, taking Bai Xiaosheng's bank card with both hands. You really handle such a valuable item so casually. The president remarked with awe. Isn't it just a bank card? How else should I handle it? Bai Xiaosheng was initially surprised, then a thought struck him. Could this president be here for this? Reflecting on the time he contacted Jiduan Security, he had only made one phone call. And Jiduan Security had only verified one bank card number before sending 100 elite security personnel with the best equipment without any hesitation. And there was Old Mo's attitude. Now thinking about it, Bai Xiaosheng understood. Lao Mo smiled, his eyes fixed on President Ouyang, who was examining the bank card in his hands. It was just a card. Yet this prominent president seemed to see a famous piece of art, cherishing it like an antique. After looking, President Ouyang said nothing, smiling as he handed it to a young staff member to swipe the card for the transfer. Mr. Bai, if you ever have any funding needs, feel free to come to Citibank and look for me. This is my personal phone number. President Ouyang maintained a smiling face, taking out a golden business card and handing it to Bai Xiaosheng with both hands. Lao Mo was taken aback, a hint of disbelief showing in his eyes. This card was no ordinary card. Within the Tiannan City Bank system, there was a strategy for major clients. Special business cards for executives above a certain level were prepared for big shots, with 24/7 direct service for high-level executives. Having one of these cards from President Ouyang was even more remarkable. Lao Mo only knew that Ouyang Fu had once given one to the mayor, and now he had given one to this young man. Lao Mo felt he had already thought highly of Bai Xiaosheng, but now he felt his imagination was lacking. Bai Xiaosheng politely took the golden business card from President Ouyang, looking calm and composed. This effortless demeanor made Lao Mo secretly admire him. This is what a big shot is like. Once the business was done, President Ouyang personally returned the bank card with both hands, not saying a single unnecessary word. Asking nothing. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. Professionalism. Lao Mo was impressed. Bai Xiaosheng was also quite satisfied with President Ouyang's silence. Mr. Bai, this time, I won't be polite and will accept this commission, Lao Mo said sincerely, trying hard to leave a good impression on Bai Xiaosheng. If you need someone next time, just let me know, and I will send the best person over right away. Moreover, for short-term services like this, it's free. Finally, Lao Mo added, I genuinely want to be friends with someone like you. Chapter 50. Enmity with Li Mingtong. A new week began, and Bai Xiaosheng was still the first to arrive at the department, followed by Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yi Zi. Everyone took advantage of the fact that Supervisor Wu Chuyin wasn't around to chat idly. Until after 10, Wu Chuyin still hadn't shown up. Bai Xiaosheng quietly glanced at her seat, but didn't say anything to Lao Wang and the others. After experiencing that turmoil, Wu Chuyin needed to rest well. And Bai Xiaosheng could understand. After a while, Chen Daya suddenly pushed the door open, greeted everyone, then looked deeply at Bai Xiaosheng. Your supervisor Wu is on leave. Bai Xiaosheng, come and attend the morning meeting in a bit, okay? After speaking, Chen Daya left. My God, is the sun rising from the west today? Yi Zi exclaimed. The supervisor is on leave, and President Chen came to notify us. Is it a leave approved by President Chen? Wu Chuyin and Li Mingtong's relationship was no longer a secret, especially since the promotion department was managed by Li Mingtong. Even if she was on leave, she should have informed Li Mingtong, and it should have been someone from Li Mingtong's side to notify them. Lao Wang and Xiao Song found this unusual and kept discussing it. The only one who wasn't surprised was Bai Xiaosheng. Wu Chuyin had said she would no longer associate with Li Mingtong. It seemed this strong-willed woman meant what she said. As for Li Mingtong, he should have learned about the trouble caused by his wife and 3 brothers-in-law. It was uncertain what his reaction would be. 3 to 6 months of detention and a fine of 5,000. Bai Xiaosheng thought this was far too light. However, would Li Mingtong swallow this hidden loss? Bai Xiaosheng was very skeptical. Nevertheless, whether he could accept it or not, he had to accept it. He brought this upon himself and couldn't blame others. If he wanted to find trouble with me because of this, I would welcome it. Bai Xiaosheng smiled indifferently. During the project morning meeting, Bai Xiaosheng stood in for Wu Chuyin. As he was writing, Bai Xiaosheng suddenly looked up. Someone had been staring at him. Li Mingtong. When Bai Xiaosheng looked over, Li Mingtong was also looking at him, his gaze shadowy and filled with strong hostility. Bai Xiaosheng coldly shot Li Mingtong a glance. The pen in Li Mingtong's hand cracked as he gripped it tightly. Chen Daya, who was presiding over the meeting, noticed something was off between the two, but when he looked over, both had already shifted their gazes. Chen Daya suspiciously glanced around, but didn't pay much attention. After all, they were originally adversaries. Halfway through, he was stopped by Li Mingtong. Bai Xiaosheng, come to my office for a moment. I have something to say to you. Li Mingtong said brusquely, turning to leave. Bai Xiaosheng didn't hesitate and stepped forward to follow. He also had something to say to this President Li. Upon reaching the office, Li Mingtong turned and closed the door. This room was probably the best soundproof room in the entire project. It was noisy inside. Yet only vague sounds could be heard from outside. Bai Xiaosheng, tell me what you did to my wife and them. Li Mingtong's face turned green as he pointed angrily at Bai Xiaosheng. What did I do? Bai Xiaosheng replied calmly, even smiling as he asked. What do you say I did? You framed my wife and my brother-in-law, causing them to go to jail. Li Mingtong shouted. Oh, is that what happened? You really don't need to thank me for that. Bai Xiaosheng wore an innocent smile, polite and humble. You should go thank Wu Chuyin properly. If it weren't for her pleading, I fear you wouldn't see your wife for the next 10 years. This detention was entirely my own decision, a small additional punishment. You. Li Mingtong's face twisted, and his finger shakingly pointed at Bai Xiaosheng. How did you get involved with that filthy woman? What is your relationship? Speak. Is this all you're doing behind the scenes? Li Mingtong was a man with a strong sense of possession, even if he discarded something. He didn't want others to touch it. Bai Xiaosheng's smile vanished. I really don't understand. How could she like someone like you? Bai Xiaosheng said seriously to Li Mingtong. I thought there should be a bottom line for a person, no matter how shameless they are. But now it seems I was wrong. People like you have no bottom line at all. Bastard, who are you cursing? Li Mingtong's rage, already simmering, exploded as he lunged at Bai Xiaosheng, grabbing him by the collar. In his view, this pale and thin man was like a chick, easily bullied. He often worked out and was muscular. So dealing with Bai Xiaosheng would be a piece of cake. Almost as soon as Li Mingtong grabbed Bai Xiaosheng's collar, Bai Xiaosheng seized his wrist. Before Li Mingtong could react, Bai Xiaosheng had already twisted his arm behind his back. A sharp pain caused Li Mingtong to howl in agony. President Li, you better keep your mouth clean and don't try to lay hands on me. I'm not good at fighting, and I don't know my limits. If I break you, I want to take responsibility for it, Bai Xiaosheng said coldly. Li Mingtong felt his arm was about to break and screamed in fear. No, don't twist it. It's going to break. Bai Xiaosheng let go and pushed him away. Li Mingtong stumbled back a few steps, beads of sweat covering his face. The way he looked at Bai Xiaosheng was filled with both resentment and fear. I hope our personal grievances won't affect normal work, Bai Xiaosheng smiled at him, his white teeth making Li Mingtong feel a chill. This kid, if provoked, is like a wolf. Li Mingtong couldn't help but think of this metaphor. I'll take my leave. Don't go bothering Wu Qiuyan again, Bai Xiaosheng said with a smile as he walked towards the door. Actually, my strongest suit isn't fighting. President Li, you definitely don't want to see what happens if you push me further, Bai Xiaosheng threatened openly, turning his back to Li Mingtong. Li Mingtong didn't dare speak, but his eyes were filled with venom, and veins bulged on his forehead. It was only after Bai Xiaosheng vanished from sight that Li Mingtong muttered fiercely under his breath, Bai Xiaosheng, remember this. I will not let you go. On the way back to the promotion department, Bai Xiaosheng ran into Chen Daya again. Chen Daya, with a joyful expression, pulled him aside to a less crowded corner and happily shared some news. Wu Qiuyan had resigned. Bai Xiaosheng, upon hearing this news, was not too surprised but fell silent for a long time, finally letting out a soft sigh. It's for the best, saves us from trouble. She mentioned you, saying it was because of you that she left, and even didn't ask for her salary. Chen Daya patted Bai Xiaosheng on the shoulder with heartfelt admiration. Bro, how did you do it? You took down a key player in just a few days. I'm impressed. Chapter 51, The Battle for Supervisor. The news of Wu Qiuyan's resignation had spread throughout the project team before the end of the workday. Old Wang, Xiaosong, and Yezi speculated endlessly about her reasons for resigning, but none could figure it out. Bai Xiaosheng sat at his desk and did not engage in the topic. His unusual behavior made Yezi suspicious, convinced that he knew some inside information. Unfortunately, even under the persistent questioning of the young girl, Bai Xiaosheng remained tight-lipped. Before leaving work, Bai Xiaosheng received a package. Upon opening it, he found a coffee mug, a gift from the anniversary celebration of Island Coffee. Additionally, there was a postcard featuring a scenic view with just a few elegant words. Thank you, goodbye. It seemed that Wu Qiuyan had indeed left the city. Bai Xiaosheng smiled knowingly as he looked at the postcard. A mug and a postcard. What era is it that people still send these? Yezi glanced at it and grumbled while packing her things to leave. Bai Xiaosheng placed the mug upright in a prominent position. At that moment, a storm was brewing in the project department. With Wu Qiuyan gone, the employees only had more gossip to discuss. However, for the complex project team, this meant that the balance of power had been disrupted. Moreover, with the opening event approaching, the promotion department could not be without a supervisor, and work could not be delayed. After work, the leaders of the Telly's Plaza project department at the supervisor level and above were called to a meeting room. The promotion department needed to select a supervisor. The arguments began. I believe the newcomer Bai Xiaosheng is fully capable of this position. His performance that day was witnessed by all, Chen Daya excitedly suggested. To be honest, Wu Qiuyan's departure shocked him greatly. That woman was a capable aide to Li Mingtong, and her relationship with him was complicated. To Chen Daya, she was a thorn in his side, a thorn that couldn't be moved or pulled out. Yet now, that thorn had walked away on its own. Chen Daya was at a loss for words, his curious heart itching to ask. But Bai Xiaosheng didn't give him a word, leaving him helpless. Chen Daya reported to Shang Wenshu, whose reaction was inscrutable, seemingly considering it normal. This made Chen Daya think that General Shang was involved. However, this was still an opportunity. Chen Daya naturally would not let it pass. I disagree. Li Mingtong's face darkened as he opposed. That kid has only been here a few days. What qualifications does he have to be a supervisor? Who here has less experience than him? Just because he is brought in by General Shang does not mean he has to be made supervisor. The department heads began to whisper among themselves. Li, since when did we start considering qualifications for selecting a supervisor in our project? If we consider qualifications, then old Wang has been here longer than both of us. He could be the project manager or even the deputy manager. Chen Daya firmly rebutted. It's not about who brought him in. It's about Bai Xiaosheng's capability, which everyone has seen. Li Mingtong sneered. Did he come up with those ideas himself? I see that as the result of the entire promotion department's work. I believe the main credit goes to the former supervisor Wu Qiuyan and old Wang. Bai Xiaosheng is merely reciting from a script. What is so praiseworthy about that? If you can find someone else who can present the entire promotion strategy, as Bai Xiaosheng did that day, I might consider it. Chen Daya remained calm and even added with a smile, but don't just appoint anyone. This position requires professionalism. Li Mingtong was stumped, but he still wouldn't agree, stating that there were other issues. The meeting lasted a full hour, and Chen Daya found it baffling how Li Mingtong could find so many faults. Yet he stood his ground. The situation reached a stalemate, and even the supervisors couldn't interject. How long has it been since Chun and Li were so at odds? And why did Wu Qiuyan resign? The supervisors, who had heard some rumors, began to murmur quietly. They were unclear about the meeting's outcome, but everyone inexplicably reached a consensus. Absolutely do not provoke Bai Xiaosheng from the promotion department. He was sent by General Shang, and it was said that Wu Qiuyan had made things difficult for him, leading to her inexplicable departure in just a few days. Unable to be protected even by Li Mingtong and Wang Yi, now, the two leaders were almost ready to come to blows because of him. So, it was best to avoid this person, and if there was an issue, it was best to push it to the leadership. Bai Xiaosheng never would have imagined that he had inexplicably become the third most intimidating person in the project, next to Chen Daya and Li Mingtong. After a lengthy argument in the meeting, both Chen Daya and Li Mingtong stepped out to take a call. Upon returning, their attitudes suddenly changed. Since General Li insists on questioning Bai Xiaosheng, I can reserve my opinion. You can select someone from the promotion department, and we will discuss it further, Chen Daya conceded. In the promotion department, the only capable and qualified person was Old Wang. Old Wang was neutral and could step up. Chen Daya had reported that General Shang's stance was that the position was merely a formality. However, once Bai Xiaosheng had any requests, Chen Daya had to fully cooperate and support him. After that phone call, Chen Daya began to have a higher regard for Bai Xiaosheng's position. In fact, it wasn't that he couldn't use Bai Xiaosheng. He was also thinking of what was best for the project. Surprisingly, Li Mingtong's attitude made a complete turnaround. This sudden change caught the supervisors off guard, almost throwing them into a ditch. Then, let Bai Xiaosheng serve as the acting supervisor? Chen Daya tentatively suggested. This seemed like a compromise. A supervisor is a supervisor. There's no need to add acting as if we don't trust him. That would hurt his motivation. Li Mingtong quickly and thoroughly compromised. Even Chen Daya was stunned. Since Deputy Manager Li has said so, Chen Daya glanced around, and no one opposed. The Human Resources and Administration Department will issue a notice tomorrow. Bai Xiaosheng is appointed as the supervisor of the promotion department. The meeting concluded. Back in the office, Li Mingtong threw down his things and sat down in his chair, deep in thought. Indeed, Vice President Wang Yi had called him. Wang Yi, having learned about the situation from somewhere, advised him not to act rashly, especially towards Bai Xiaosheng. Be cautious, very cautious. Restrain, further restrain. Why would such an overbearing vice president be so wary of a rookie? Li Mingtong didn't understand. However, he had his own considerations. Bai Xiaosheng, even President Wang has ordered not to touch you, but I still can't get rid of my resentment. Li Mingtong sneered, talking to himself, old grudges and new resentments. I almost got furious. If you weren't the supervisor of the promotion department, how would I deal with you? Chapter 52, Taking Over as Supervisor. Bai Xiaosheng became the new supervisor of the promotion department. This news spread like wildfire, and by early morning, employees from various departments were discussing it enthusiastically. A newcomer who had just arrived a few days could replace Wu Qiuyan as the supervisor. Bai Xiaosheng must have an impressive background. I heard he was personally brought in by General Shang. What kind of background could that be? General Shang as person? Vice President Wang Yi had no objections. And Deputy Manager Li didn't oppose. I heard that yesterday, Managers Chun and Li had a meeting with the supervisors that went on late into the night, and it was quite a heated discussion. So how did they reach an agreement later? Various speculations are endless. Not long ago, the topic stirred up by Bai Xiaosheng hadn't cooled down yet, and now a new topic has elevated his fame to a new height. Even the cleaning lady is asking who Bai Xiaosheng is. Around him, almost everyone is pointing and whispering about him, and even the cleaning auntie is sneaking glances at him. Bai Xiaosheng feels suspicious. It wasn't until he walked past the department and overheard a clearer discussion inside that he suddenly realized that he had been promoted. Hong Lian, it seems there's no supervisor level in your position upgrade system, right? Bai Xiaosheng curiously inquired. So that's how it is, Bai Xiaosheng silently nodded. However, being a supervisor first doesn't seem bad. It's just a way to gain experience for becoming a manager. Bai Xiaosheng knows that if he truly gets promoted to the manager level, he will probably be at the same level as Chen Daya. That would still require 45 points. It's a pity that Wu Qiuyan left. If she had given me more challenging tasks, I wonder how many more points I could have earned. Bai Xiaosheng felt a bit regretful, but after a moment, he laughed to himself. Aren't I going to be a supervisor from now on? I wonder if assigning myself difficult tasks counts? It doesn't count. Hong Lian told Bai Xiaosheng decisively that only tasks assigned with a clear superior-subordinate relationship would be included in the evaluation. Such careful consideration really leaves no room for cheating. Bai Xiaosheng actually had been prepared for this and laughed it off. However, even if I don't create trouble for myself, Li Mingtong probably won't let me off easy. The promotion work is managed by Li Mingtong, and Bai Xiaosheng has both new grievances and old grudges with him. If it were someone else, life would not just be tough, it would be unbearable. But Bai Xiaosheng is different. As long as it's work-related difficulties, he eagerly looks forward to it. Otherwise, should I provoke him a bit more? He better not let me down. Bai Xiaosheng thought with a masochistic enthusiasm. Li Mingtong, you mustn't let me down. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but mumble. When he returned to the promotion department, he found that Old Wang was the first to arrive. As soon as Old Wang saw Bai Xiaosheng, he hurriedly got up and closed the door. Xiao Bai, you are the new promotion supervisor. Do you know about this? Just found out, Bai Xiaosheng nodded. This position is not easy to sit in, Old Wang said with some concern, staring at Bai Xiaosheng. You are considered someone from Director Shang's side, right? Yeah, Bai Xiaosheng replied vaguely. He couldn't deny it. Director Shang's actions on the first day were clearly pulling him onto a pirate ship. Sigh, this is also what I'm worried about. Old Wang sighed heavily, his brows furrowed. The work in the promotion department reports directly to Li Mingtong, and you have personal conflicts with him. You must be careful. Old Wang's words were sincere, and his expression was genuine. Bai Xiaosheng felt a warmth in his heart. This big brother, while appearing cold, genuinely cares for those he recognizes. Xiaosong's way of dealing with people is also quite influenced by Old Wang. Bai Xiaosheng treats such a person sincerely as well. Actually, this supervisor position should have been yours. I took your position, Bai Xiaosheng said somewhat apologetically. Unexpectedly, Old Wang laughed heartily and didn't care at all. I'm not fond of being a leader. I hate meetings and don't want to take on responsibilities. I just want to be a steady little employee, Old Wang admitted. This is also a kind of realm, and Bai Xiaosheng admires it too. Just then, the door of the promotion department was suddenly pushed open with force, and Yi Zi and Xiaosong walked in one after another. Brother Bai, I heard you were going to be our department supervisor. Is this true? Yi Zi looked very excited, her beautiful eyes fixed on Bai Xiaosheng. Xiaosong also cared about this matter. Currently, it seems so, but it's still just word of mouth. The HR department hasn't sent me a notice yet, Bai Xiaosheng smiled. That's almost certain. Yi Zi clapped her hands and smiled excitedly. I've been dreaming of a day when the whole office is filled with our own people. It's finally here. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but feel amused. And Old Wang and Xiaosong exchanged smiles. I really don't know what this girl thinks about all day. Bai Xiaosheng officially became the supervisor of the promotion department. Old Wang, Xiaosong, and Yi Zi all pitched in to help Bai Xiaosheng move his things to the spot previously occupied by Wu Qiuyan. Let's not touch these books and decorations. Yi Zi suggested removing Wu Qiuyan's belongings, but Bai Xiaosheng stopped her. He had met Wu Qiuyan and considered her a friend. It was good to keep some memories. The promotion department was filled with joy, but in Li Mingtong's office, it was a different scene. Chen Daya sat across from Li Mingtong, each with a cup of steaming tea in front of them. Chen Daya was naturally not there for idle chat. He had come to discuss something with Li Mingtong. With the opening approaching, the promotion work cannot afford any mistakes. I want to take charge of the promotion department personally. Chen Daya said kindly to Li Mingtong. What do you think? Manager Chen, are you implying that you don't trust me? Li Mingtong replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I have experience in promotion and have never made any mistakes. So, I will do it. And you can rest assured. Old Li, I'm afraid you will be overburdened, Chen Daya said. Not at all, not at all. Li Mingtong replied expressionlessly with a smile. If you think I'm overburdened, you can take any department you want, logistics, engineering, but not the promotion department. If you want me to step back, Director Chen, you will need to ask General Wang Yi. Chen Daya frowned slightly. Li Mingtong leaned forward, with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, and said to Chen Daya, as for everything else, anything can be negotiated. But this matter is non-negotiable. Chapter 53, We Take This Job. Chen Daya looked at Li Mingtong in surprise. For a long time, the two of them had an almost tacit understanding of fighting without breaking. Even though they sometimes had disputes at work, they were careful about the boundaries in private. Now, Li Mingtong not only flatly refused his request, but also showed a displeased expression. Chen Daya believed that if they continued to discuss, it would definitely lead to a breakdown. It seemed that Li Mingtong was determined to take control of the promotion department. Think about it. This matter is not urgent, Chen Daya said, and stood up to leave. Li Mingtong's expression softened a bit as he symbolically saw Chen Daya to the door. Back in his office, Chen Daya closed the door and immediately called Shang Wenshu. He felt that Li Mingtong was going to take action against Bai Xiaosheng. Chen Daya, what else is going on? Shang Wenshu asked. They had just spoken on the phone not long ago. Chen Daya briefly reported the situation to Shang Wenshu. There was silence on the other end, and Shang Wenshu listened quietly. Shang, I think if Li Mingtong continues to be in charge of the promotion department, Bai Xiaosheng might be in danger, Chen Daya reminded. I am aware of this matter. Shang Wenshu's voice came through, calm as if Bai Xiaosheng had nothing to do with him. Is it possible that my description wasn't clear enough? Why isn't Shang worried at all? Chen Daya thought for a moment and decided to organize his words again. I understand your concerns. Shang Wenshu interrupted Chen Daya's attempt to repeat himself. You don't need to worry about this matter. The promotion department will still be managed by Li Mingtong, and as for Bai Xiaosheng, Shang Wenshu's voice paused, and he said firmly, unless he asks you for help, otherwise, even if there are huge problems over there, you don't need to care. Shang Wenshu's attitude left Chen Daya bewildered. Was he allowing Li Mingtong and Bai Xiaosheng to fight it out? But how could Bai Xiaosheng, a small employee, possibly win against his direct superior? Remember my words, unless Bai Xiaosheng asks you for help, otherwise, even if the promotion department is in chaos, you don't need to pay attention. Shang Wenshu emphasized again. I understand. Chen Daya could only agree. At this moment, in Li Mingtong's office, his wife has gone to prison, and in fact, Li Mingtong is not only not sad, but a little happy. That fat woman used to lord over him every day. She deserves to suffer. Wu Qiuyan is gone. And what annoys Li Mingtong more is that he has lost a loyal assistant. Li Mingtong's resentment towards Bai Xiaosheng is mainly because he was harmed by a mere small employee, losing both benefits and face. Moreover, Bai Xiaosheng even dared to confront him. This is what he cannot tolerate the most. After pondering for a while, a sinister smile gradually appeared at the corner of Li Mingtong's mouth. He has already thought of a way to make trouble. He got up and walked to the office door, grabbing an employee passing by. Go call Bai Xiaosheng from the promotion department over here, and tell him to report to me. Okay. The employee hurriedly left. In the promotion department, the news of Li Mingtong's invitation came through. Bai Xiaosheng appeared indifferent, while Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yezi were both worried and nervous. Don't rush over. Let's discuss it properly, Lao Wang said seriously. Xiao Song and Yezi nodded in agreement. No need to worry, Li Mingtong is not a man-eating beast. Can he really swallow me alive? Bai Xiaosheng laughed casually, leaving the office with a relaxed expression. On the way to Li Mingtong's office, Bai Xiaosheng's mind was racing. This so-called report might be a trap, and if he is not careful, he could get into big trouble at work. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but feel a little excited. This is what he has been looking forward to, hoping that Li Mingtong won't disappoint him. The greater the difficulty, the more points he would earn. Manager level is just around the corner. Upon arriving at Li Mingtong's office, Bai Xiaosheng politely knocked on the door. Previously, there had been conflicts between them. But everyone is an adult. This is a different time. In the adult world, it is not about fighting and killing, seeking vengeance. Unless one can take the other down in one blow. Otherwise, no one is foolish enough to keep hitting hard. Besides, Bai Xiaosheng is still counting on Li Mingtong to give him extra points. Oh, Supervisor Bai is here. Come in and sit down casually. Li Mingtong greeted with a smile that seemed to hide something. The previous confrontation seemed to have never happened at all. Bai Xiaosheng was also very composed. They sat down. Mr. Li, what instructions do you have? Bai Xiaosheng smiled warmly. This made Li Mingtong feel strange. Supervisor Bai, the promotion work is my responsibility. And the promotion department reports directly to me. I have the right to arrange the progress of the promotion work. Li Mingtong first clarified this point to Bai Xiaosheng. He didn't want to provoke this guy, who was as fierce as a wolf cub. Bai Xiaosheng nodded, indicating he understood. I think the progress of the promotion work during Wu Qiuyan's supervision was too slow. Now that Supervisor Bai is in charge, you must achieve results. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Li Mingtong smiled. This week, your promotion department needs to produce the brochures and pamphlets needed for the project launch event. By Thursday, I want the final draft. What do you think? Today is Monday morning, and Li Mingtong only gives 3 to 4 days for a complete set of brochures. To others, this is simply impossible, because the brochures they need to produce have a large number of pages and a significant workload. Even 2 weeks would not be too much. Now, Li Mingtong is giving them less than half the time. This is clearly a trap. If you complete it, I will give your department an extra half-month salary as a bonus. But if you fail to complete it, as your supervisor, I will have to impose a small punishment, deducting your department's position allowance, and also deduct 1/3 of the performance salary. Li Mingtong said, observing Bai Xiaosheng's expression. If Bai Xiaosheng disagrees, he can lower the standards. The principle is simple, to place a heavy burden on the promotion department while not driving Bai Xiaosheng crazy. As long as you accept this task, I will spread the word that you volunteered for this. The people in the promotion department will curse you. Li Mingtong thought maliciously, while still pretending to show concern, asking if there were any difficulties, and if so, they could. Thursday, huh? Bai Xiaosheng, who had been pondering, suddenly raised his head and revealed a smile. We'll take this job. Chapter 54. Our department doesn't work overtime. I mean this Thursday. I want the final draft that can be sent to the printing house. Li Mingtong couldn't help but remind Bai Xiaosheng, really doubting if he hadn't made himself clear. Otherwise, how could Bai Xiaosheng have this expression? Excited? What is he excited about? This Thursday, the final draft that can be sent to the printing house. I understand. Bai Xiaosheng nodded. Arrogant, too arrogant. Do you really think that if you can't complete it, I wouldn't dare to take action against you? Li Mingtong mistakenly thought that Bai Xiaosheng was fearless, relying on the backing of Shang Wenshu. He sneered inwardly. All right, Supervisor Bai is really capable. Li Mingtong maintained a calm demeanor, smiling. In a while, I will have the administration send you a task order. Of course, this is just a formality. You just need to sign it. That is definitely not just a formality. The task order is a military order. Chen Daya, This trap is now set around Bai Xiaosheng's neck, with so many eyes watching. Let's see how you handle it. Li Mingtong sneered inwardly. Black and white. Even if Shang Wenshu comes, Bai Xiaosheng can't escape. With this thought, Li Mingtong felt relaxed. Then there's nothing else. I'll take my leave. Bai Xiaosheng stood up to say goodbye. Manager level, here I come. I won't see you off. Li Mingtong and Bai Xiaosheng exchanged knowing smiles. After Bai Xiaosheng left, Li Mingtong immediately called the administration department to issue the task order. This matter must be implemented quickly to avoid long nights and many dreams. In the promotion department, Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yezi were anxiously waiting, analyzing various possibilities. News of the project had spread, and various versions of how Bai Xiaosheng got Wu Chuyan out were circulating, with no way to know which were true, while Lao Wang and the others were shocked. They were even more worried. First, there was a conflict of positions, and now it also involved personal grudges. How could it be okay? Not to mention Bai Xiaosheng. Even their promotion department might be implicated. Lao Wang and the others didn't care about being implicated, but were mainly worried about Bai Xiaosheng. Since they sincerely became friends after several gatherings, their feelings for each other had grown, and they truly regarded each other as friends. His face wore a smile, and even a hint of excitement. Lao Wang, Xiao Song, Yezi, it seems Bai Xiaosheng shouldn't have encountered any difficulties. Maybe Li Mingtong wants to avoid unnecessary gossip during this period, or perhaps he doesn't want to escalate things with Chun Dia and the others. Regardless, as long as nothing happens, that's good. Bai Gu, what did you talk about in Mr. Li's office? Yezi asked bluntly, unable to hold back. He assigned us some tasks. Bai Xiaosheng said nonchalantly with a smile. In a while, the administration department will send over the task orders. On the way back, Bai Xiaosheng had already planned how to carry out the work. Li Mingtong assigned work and issued a task order. Lao Wang and the others tensed up. However, seeing Bai Xiaosheng's expression, they relaxed. Even if there was a task order, it shouldn't be anything difficult. In my opinion, we might as well turn passive into active and take the initiative. Yezi suddenly said, what do you mean by turning passive into active? Xiao Song adjusted his glasses, curious. It means working overtime. Lao Wang spoke up, having guessed Yezi's idea. Exactly. Yezi clapped her hands in triumph, initiatively working overtime. So that's how you turn passive into active? Xiao Song thought for a moment and agreed. Their promotion department had been relatively idle for quite some time, causing complaints from other departments. Taking the initiative to request overtime would also be a good gesture. While they were discussing, there was a knock on the door of the promotion department. Shortly after, the administrative front desk staff walked in, holding 2 task orders. Bai Xiaosheng took a look at it, quickly wrote down his name. The receptionist looked at Bai Xiaosheng with admiration in her eyes. You all need to take care of yourselves these days. Don't overwork yourselves, she kindly reminded before leaving. Take care of ourselves? Old Wang, Xiao Song, they exchanged glances, unsure of what she meant. Yezi walked over and picked up the task list on Bai Xiaosheng's desk. Ah, it's the building brochure and the brochure pages. Yezi read out loud, next Thursday? The timeline is pretty tight. Old Wang and Xiao Song nodded slightly. Less than 2 weeks is still reasonable. It's not next week, it's this week, Bai Xiaosheng reminded. This week, Thursday. Old Wang and the others were stunned. Yezi widened her eyes and stared closely at the task list. It really is this week, Thursday, she exclaimed. The brochure pages don't count. A building brochure. 3 or 4 days to produce. Even a rough draft would take 5 days. Old Wang said in disbelief. It's not a rough draft. It's a final version that can be sent directly to the printing house, Bai Xiaosheng reminded again. A final version that can be sent directly to the printing house? Old Wang and the others were somewhat dumbfounded, staring blankly at the still calm and composed Bai Xiaosheng. This was the task given to them by Li Mingtong. This was putting a noose around their necks. This was a death sentence. Xiao Bai, did you agree to this? Old Wang asked incredulously, feeling his question was redundant after he asked it. The task list is already signed. Old Wang took the task list and immediately saw the details of the rewards and punishments on it. The reward amount was huge, and the punishment amount even more so. This was an unequal contract. How could someone as sharp as Bai Xiaosheng agree to this? Did he threaten you with our entire department? Xiao Song couldn't help but say. His guess made Old Wang and Yi Zi very much agree. Bai Xiaosheng's character was one that would bend but never break. If it were just him, Li Mingtong couldn't threaten him, unless Bai Xiaosheng compromised because of them. Old Wang, the 3 of them thought in unison. Don't overthink it. I took this task on myself, and I'm confident I can complete it. If I can't finish it, I have money. A mere fine is nothing for you to worry about, Bai Xiaosheng said. He was aiming for extra points, but would never let his own people suffer. This was Bai Xiaosheng's principle. After saying this, Old Wang and the others were even more convinced of their judgment. No way. I'm going to find Manager Chun. Why is Li Mingtong bullying us like this? Yi Zi said indignantly. The task list is already signed. It's useless. Xiao Song reminded. Let us work overtime then. Old Wang gritted his teeth, and after hearing Old Wang's words, Xiaosheng and Yi Zi looked serious and nodded. At this point, they could only give it their all. Over time, Bai Xiaosheng looked at the three of them and smiled. You reminded me. As the supervisor, I can't just take office quietly. I need to set some rules. The first rule is, starting today, our department will not work overtime. Chapter 55. It's all about points. Not working overtime? How is that possible? They had been staying up late for the past few days, and they didn't even know to what extent they could complete it. Old Wang, Xiaosheng, and Yi Zi were worried. Don't worry, I have it all figured out, Bai Xiaosheng said with a smile. His relaxed demeanor and the confidence in his eyes melted away much of the worry in Old Wang and the others' hearts. This is doable. Old Wang and the others looked at Bai Xiaosheng and nodded in succession. We are one department, one whole. We should follow the arrangements and commands. Old Wang took the lead in expressing his stance, adding, even if we end up not finishing the work and need to be punished, let him come to our promotion department. I don't believe that before the opening event, Li Mingtong can fire all of us. Right, exactly. Yi Zi and Xiaosheng also expressed their agreement. We share responsibility. We rise and fall together. This might be the most united moment in the history of this promotion department. Even Old Wang, who was usually steady, couldn't help but feel a bit heroic. First, thank you all. Bai Xiaosheng felt warmth in his heart. But don't worry, I won't let you suffer any penalties. What awaits us is only bonuses. This was Bai Xiaosheng's promise. Come on, everyone sit down. Let us discuss the upcoming work, how to do it. Bai Xiaosheng called everyone over. The three gathered around to sit. According to the usual process, to create a building brochure, the planning department first needs to come up with an overall idea. We already have that, Bai Xiaosheng said. Indeed, Bai Xiaosheng had detailed the concept of the building brochure at the conference not long ago. The content was something even Old Wang admired. Xiaosheng nodded. The copywriting isn't simple. The text needs to be easy to understand and also stand out, making a strong impression. Sometimes a good word can take a whole day to polish. The key is, they don't have time now. Xiaosheng is under a lot of pressure right now. Yi Zi also sighed helplessly. Design isn't just simple typesetting. It requires finding materials and adding creativity, all of which take time. And now, what they lack the most is time. So we want to do it this way, Bai Xiaosheng decisively stated. If not this way, then how else can we do it? Old Wang and the others were taken aback. The timeline is short, and the task is heavy. We can't allocate more time. But we can double the number of people working at the same time. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Double the number of people working at the same time? Are we looking for external help or outsourcing? Would Li Mingtong agree? Everyone looked puzzled. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. We won't look for anyone else, just us. I'm talking about doubling the number of people working at the same time. What is the difference? The three exchanged glances. Old Wang. I've seen the plans he has done before. There are many striking words in them, and his writing skills are strong. So for the upcoming time, he won't be planning. He'll be doing copywriting. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Old Wang. I'll do copywriting? Old Wang's eyes lit up. Yes. I've been partnering with Old Wang for so many years. Sometimes, I rely on Old Wang to refine many of my words and sentences. Xiaosheng couldn't help but say, great, now we have two copywriters. And I, actually, am a designer. Do you believe it? Bai Xiaosheng smiled at Yi Zi. Really? Yi Zi was skeptical, and so were Old Wang and Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng was already an excellent planner. Could he also design? That would be too versatile. Bai Xiaosheng was indeed lying in this matter. He naturally couldn't tell Old Wang and the others about the existence of the AI, Hong Lian. With the assistance of Hong Lian, design wasn't difficult. Two copywriters, two designers. This way, we've doubled the number of people working at the same time. Bai Xiaosheng said. I see. The crowd nodded, beginning to feel a bit excited. Thinking about it this way, they really could complete it. However, would there be a problem with style since two groups are working on the same building brochure? Old Wang said worriedly. His concern was not unfounded. Even with the same requirements, the outputs from different copywriters and designers would be different. Integration was a major challenge. Bai Xiaosheng was not worried about this. Instead, he appeared confident. We can treat making the building brochure like shooting a movie. Each framework part of the book is like a scene. And the images and text are the actors. I'm the director and also in post-production. Regardless of the level of completion, I will be the one to edit it all together in the end. Treating making the building brochure like shooting a movie? Old Wang, Xiaosheng, and Yi Zi heard this for the first time. While it was fresh, they also found it quite interesting. How did Bai Xiaosheng come up with such a peculiar method? It was quite admirable. Yi Zi was already filled with admiration, and Old Wang and Xiaosheng were impressed. Suddenly, Bai Xiaosheng's mind echoed with the voice of Hong Lian. Effectively providing work methods, plus 5 points. Current total score is 60 points. Only 5 points? Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback. Such a difficult task, and only this much added? No. Bai Xiaosheng had a thought. Wasn't the employee level score increase related to being hands-on with the work? The more he did, the more points he could earn. It seemed that the one who should be working overtime the most was him. Bai Xiaosheng sighed. Now let us group up. Old Wang and Yi Zi in one group. I and Xiaosong in another. Shall we give it a try? Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Let us try. Old Wang and the others nodded in agreement. For people, 2 groups. In the following time, everyone was in high spirits. Lao Wang and Xiaosong prioritized speed over flair while ensuring the content was accurate. If they couldn't find good words, they would use ordinary ones as substitutes to guarantee speed. They drafted the text and handed it to Bai Xiaosheng, who acted like a director, quickly correcting any inconsistencies without going into fine detail, and collaborated with Yi Zi on the design. During this time, Lao Wang and Xiaosong simultaneously revised their work, refining the text according to the corrected style. No one was idle. Everyone was busy. Initially, Yi Zi was worried while Bai Xiaosheng was designing. However, when she saw what he was creating, she decided to copy him. Bai Xiaosheng's layout was as elegant and minimalist as those of internationally renowned magazines, very beautiful. Some technical handling of images was even more skilled than what she could do as a professional. In fact, Bai Xiaosheng relied on the assistance of Hong Lian, constantly borrowing the best ideas. Yi Zi picked up quickly, as long as she had seen a sample of professional design, mimicking it was a piece of cake. Everyone was moving smoothly, full of enthusiasm, even reluctant to take breaks. As soon as it was time to get off work, Bai Xiaosheng pushed his keyboard away with both hands, stood up, and urged everyone to gather their work for submission, declaring the end of the workday. Want to work overtime? No way. Lao Wang and the others still felt a bit unsatisfied. Tonight, I must work overtime. This is all about points. Chapter 56, The Second Proposal. At dinner, Bai Xiaosheng hastily ate a little and eagerly sat down at the computer. Looking at the results of today's work, he felt quite satisfied. Lao Wang and Xiaosong truly lived up to their reputation. The copy they wrote was really good. Moreover, the similarity was at least over 70%, almost indistinguishable as coming from 2 different hands, and it didn't even need modification. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but praise them repeatedly. However, even so, he knew he had to make changes. He was counting on it for points. I must strive for perfection, at the very least. I need to ensure that Li Mingtong can't nitpick. Bai Xiaosheng cracked his fingers, full of energy. The brochure copy is essentially an extension of the planning thought, and the planning thought for the brochure is Bai Xiaosheng's own. Therefore, he could easily identify the shortcomings. Hong Lian, give me an idiom to express this sentence. Bai Xiaosheng pointed to a sentence that he barely deemed lengthy. Okay, master. Hong Lian's voice was light, instantly retrieving the corresponding idiom. Bai Xiaosheng replaced the text, looked at it from left to right, and still felt dissatisfied. Find all the idioms with similar meanings for me. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xiaosheng added, also, find ancient poems, modern poetry, and lyrics that can express this meaning. Okay, master. As Hong Lian responded, Bai Xiaosheng's mind filled with dozens of options. He compared them one by one until his eyes lit up. He trimmed a line from a lyric and placed it at the top. And the effect was indeed vastly different. Bai Xiaosheng was very satisfied and continued to search for the next place that needed modification. With Hong Lian as a powerful search tool, he only needed to identify where the problems were, let Hong Lian search for suitable vocabulary, and then choose the most appropriate one. It was as easy as multiple choice questions for elementary school students. In less than half an hour, Bai Xiaosheng had gone through all the text. After making revisions, even he felt quite satisfied. Completed revisions, improved the quality of work results, plus 2 points. The current total score is 62 points, 38 points away from upgrading to manager level. Hong Lian's voice rang out. Just 2 points? Bai Xiaosheng frowned. But that's true. This kind of revision work is very difficult for others, but for me, it's just a matter of multiple choice questions. It really isn't worth many points. So frustrating. Bai Xiaosheng felt a bit down. Did it mean I should make it harder for myself? Forget it. I should first get this sorted out before figuring out a way. Bai Xiaosheng made up his mind and started adjusting the design draft. The part Bai Xiaosheng copied was from international publications, while Yi Zi was doing her version based on his. This girl really has a talent for design. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but praise her as he began to modify his parts, learning from Yi Zi. When it came to photo editing techniques, Bai Xiaosheng only needed a thought, and Hong Lian would imprint detailed steps in his mind, making it easy for him to apply. After some modifications, within an hour, everything was completed. Completed revisions, improved the quality of work results, plus 3 points. The current total score is 65 points, 35 points away from upgrading to manager level. Hong Lian's voice chimed in. That's not many points. Bai Xiaosheng clicked his tongue and got up to pour himself a glass of water. After sitting for over an hour, he indeed felt a bit tired. How can I make things a bit harder for myself to raise my score? Bai Xiaosheng held a cup of water and furrowed his brows at the computer screen. Right now, he found it difficult to even pinpoint problems. I can't just delete everything and redo it, Bai Xiaosheng muttered. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why delete? I can just make another one myself. I can do it alone. The more Bai Xiaosheng thought about it, the more excited he became. Suddenly, his back didn't ache and his neck didn't hurt. He immediately put down the cup and sat back down. The version of the brochure he made today was just one of Bai Xiaosheng's initial ideas. He had another concept. The business style was out. Change it. This time, use a warm style. The sound of Bai Xiaosheng's fingers pounding on the keyboard flowed like clouds in water, seamlessly connecting with his thoughts. This feeling was exhilarating. Bai Xiaosheng forgot everything and immersed himself completely. Writing copy, designing. The second proposal was finally completed, progressing at the same pace as the first. Bai Xiaosheng let out a sigh of relief, blinked his tired eyes, and glanced at the time. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed. Almost done. Bai Xiaosheng satisfiedly reviewed it again. Personally, he preferred the second set over the first. However, the first version was still the collective work of everyone. So he decided to stick with that one and keep this as a backup. Bai Xiaosheng had a relaxed attitude about it. Completed original work content, evaluated as excellent. Plus 8 points. The current score is 73 points. Hong Lian's prompt came through. 8 points all at once. Not bad, not bad. Bai Xiaosheng felt quite satisfied. These were just part of the brochure. Once everything was completed, would he directly advance from employee level to manager level? The manager level was just around the corner. Just as Bai Xiaosheng was happy for a few seconds, Hong Lian's voice rang out again. Bai Xiaosheng had just opened his mouth to smile, but the smile faded away. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Hong Lian, are you messing with me? Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Xiaosheng felt disheartened and shut down the computer. Sleep. The next day, Bai Xiaosheng, as usual, went to work. When he arrived at the promotion department, he was surprised to find that Lao Wang and the others had arrived earlier than he did and had already started working, even assigning workloads. If they had completed 1/3 of the entire brochure yesterday, today they were distributing more than half of the content. There was also a fold to be made. Although it was simple, they couldn't let their guard down. Furthermore, our manuscript needed significant revisions. The style and content needed to be changed and unified, which was a huge project. Lao Wang told Bai Xiaosheng, but I have already finished the revision work. Bai Xiaosheng took out the disk. It's done. Lao Wang's eyes widened in surprise. You mean you revised everything from yesterday all by yourself? Xiaosong looked incredulous. Hurry up and show us. Yi Zi was in a hurry. Bai Xiaosheng opened the revised content, and Lao Wang and the others leaned in closely, heads together, their eyes wide, examining it carefully. By the end, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Did you really revise this all by yourself in one night? How is that possible? Chapter 57, Being Excluded. Lao Wang, Xiaosong, and Yi Zi looked at Bai Xiaosheng as if he were an alien, their faces filled with shock. They are all strong figures in their respective fields. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to such an important project. Their vision is high, and their appreciation ability is extremely strong. But this time, Bai Xiaosheng truly surprised them. If what they produced yesterday could be considered a good work, then the revisions Bai Xiaosheng made could even be classified as excellent. The three of them carefully browsed through it, and the more they looked, the more astonished they became. It is not an exaggeration to say that this design draft could be submitted for a competition and win an award. Going to the printing factory would pose no problems at all. To be honest, did you not sleep at all last night? Old Wang couldn't help but ask. He felt a little touched. This is definitely the most competent leader. Having such a leader is their great fortune. Although Bai Xiaosheng didn't look tired, his eyelids were puffy. And Old Wang firmly believed that he must have sacrificed a lot of personal time. Otherwise, how could he produce something so perfect? Xiaosong and Yi Zi, while shocked, were equally moved. Next, let's get to work. Bai Gu, you should sleep for a while. Yi Zi even brought over his cartoon pillow and forcefully stuffed it into Bai Xiaosheng's hands. I went to bed quite early last night. I'm not tired. Bai Xiaosheng felt a bit amused by their enthusiasm. Considering he only went to bed at 11 after working on the second draft, he really had enough sleep. His puffy eyelids were just due to drinking too much water before bed. In any case, let's get to work. You just rest well this morning, Xiaosong said firmly, which was rare for him. These three really wouldn't listen to reason. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't truly explain because of the existence of the intelligence system, Hong Lian, which was also hard to clarify. Throughout the morning, Old Wang and the other two seemed to be energized, working with at least a 50% increase in efficiency. Bai Xiaosheng wanted to see what they were working on, but he couldn't. This time, he was collectively excluded by everyone. Bai Xiaosheng, feeling rather helpless, could only tinker with the second draft he had worked on last night, which had a warm and emotional style. Creating a warm-style brochure for a shopping center seemed somewhat ahead of its time in Tiannan, where the commercial style still dominated. However, Bai Xiaosheng had reviewed the materials, and the designer for this project was Master Song Kai, a visiting professor at Tiannan University and a senior academician at the China Architectural Design Institute, whose philosophy emphasized the integration of commerce and culture. Bai Xiaosheng's new design should align well with Master Song Kai's philosophy. He learned that Master Song Kai had visited the project last month, and the promotion department had always had his email. The degree of care this master took with his work was indeed remarkable. The more Bai Xiaosheng looked at his design draft, the more satisfied he felt. If this version was just a reserve and couldn't be shown to others, it would be a real pity. Perhaps I could show it to Master Song, Bai Xiaosheng thought. As the designer who advocated for the integration of commerce and culture, he might provide me with some unique insights. Bai Xiaosheng immediately compressed and packaged the document, labeling it as the design draft for the Trellis Plaza brochure, and then sent it to Master Song's email. After all, someone of his stature must be very busy, and he might not see it for 10 days or half a month. Bai Xiaosheng was not in a hurry. At this moment, in a tasteful villa in Tiannan, in a unique study, the walls were adorned not with traditional landscape paintings, but with sketches of architectural designs and landscape conceptions. An old man dressed in a white gown and black pants was fiddling with a tablet, flipping through images. Stale, commercial. The old man shook his head in boredom, feeling extremely disappointed as he muttered to himself. These people are just chasing after money. Architecture ultimately serves people. Humanization, comfort, cultural significance are what lasts. Are they blind to trends? He was a bit jaded, feeling he was more insightful than many younger people. This old man was Master Song Kai. The advertisements he was looking at came from another city, related to another architectural design project of his. After reviewing them, Master Song Kai was not pleased. Those businessmen were only leveraging his reputation to promote their projects. When it came to actual promotion and later operations, who would care about his philosophy? Who cares about culture and harmony? Change all of this. I'm not satisfied. If you dare to publish it, expect a lawyer's letter. If that doesn't work, I still have some say in the business and political circles. Master Song directly sent a voice message to the other party. Just after sending it, he received an email. The speed of modern technology is extraordinary. The old man clicked open the email, only to find it was not regarding that project, but about a local one. Trellis Plaza? Are they also busy promoting this brochure? Master Song muttered, decompressing the file, hoping it wouldn't make him too angry. His heart wasn't in good shape. To him, it seemed utterly vulgar, suffocating with the smell of money. So he initially flew into a rage. Shang Wenshu had personally guaranteed him that changes would be made. Who knew if they were just brushing him off? Master Song lazily opened the decompressed document. The moment the old man glanced at it, he immediately sat up straight, fully alert. This style is quite interesting. Master Song held the tablet with both hands, intrigued as he flipped through image after image. His eyes grew brighter. Interesting, flavorful, not bad, I like it. Master Song praised it repeatedly, flipping through it several times. But this is only a small part. This is not the complete brochure. Master Song clicked his tongue, feeling unsatisfied. Who designed this? I need to talk to him. After thinking for a moment, Master Song sent an email, even attaching his WeChat ID, which he rarely shared with others. At Trellis Plaza's promotion department, Bai Xiaosheng was feeling bored when he received an email. The sender was actually Master Song Kai. He opened the email. It was very simple. Just one sentence. Add me on WeChat, Song Kai. Chapter 58, Master Song Kai. Bai Xiaosheng carefully cross-checked the email several times to confirm it was indeed from Master Song Kai and not a scam. It was said that this old man was almost 60 this year, and it was indeed rare for someone of his age to be using WeChat. While Bai Xiaosheng was feeling amazed, he added the WeChat account, which turned out to be Xiao Kai Zheng Dang Nian. Bai Xiaosheng felt a bit exasperated. The master really is a master. When it comes to being stylish, ordinary people can't compete. Bai Xiaosheng verified his name and position, and within a minute, he was added by Master Song Kai. Master Song Kai, who had a quick temper, immediately sent a message. Who did this? He used 3 exclamation marks. Master. This is a personal alternative plan I created. Our first plan still leans towards a commercial style. The master approved. Bai Xiaosheng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling energized. Master. I actually have some additional ideas, but I'm not sure if they would be appropriate to add. Bai Xiaosheng probed. Hurry up and send them over. Let's discuss. Bai Xiaosheng felt a warmth in his heart. After all, he had put a lot of effort into this work. And receiving recognition from a master was a tremendous honor and encouragement. Bai Xiaosheng immediately sent over his remaining ideas, some practical and some quite imaginative and expansive. He didn't dare to use them all. This idea is good. This one is also nice. This one is a bit too artistic. Although we want to emphasize cultural care, we can't completely disregard commerce. Master Song, who had immersed himself in commercial real estate for nearly 30 years, had rich experience and a remarkably keen sense of the market. Every piece of his feedback was extremely valuable. Bai Xiaosheng benefited immensely. This was wisdom that couldn't be found through Hong Lian. No wonder this old man could be considered a master. While Bai Xiaosheng admired him, he kept Master Song's opinions in mind and continued to innovate. This kid is not bad. Quick thinking, making connections, truly rare, truly rare. On the other side, Song Kai was chatting quite comfortably, expressing admiration for people and things alike. Just like that, the two of them, separated by a screen, discussed projects and ideas, eventually talking about everything under the sun. Before they knew it, over 2 hours had passed. Meanwhile, Lao Wang, Xiaosheng, and Yi Zi were really busy. Not noticing Bai Xiaosheng furiously typing away, his face glowing red. Master Song. On Song Kai's side, the door to the study was knocked on and then gently pushed open. The assistant peeked inside and was immediately startled. Master Song Kai, such a renowned figure, was sitting cross-legged on the table, holding a tablet with both hands. Looking enchanted and beaming. My ancestor, are you going crazy? If that falls, what will we do? The assistant was sufficiently alarmed and hurriedly entered the room, calling out several times, each louder than the last, until he was almost shouting. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Or say something? The assistant was at a loss for words. What's the matter? Song Kai asked casually, his eyes still fixed on the tablet. You have a lunch meeting at noon. You need to go, the assistant quickly reminded him. Not going, cancel it. Song Kai replied directly. The old man was staring at the tablet, a smile creeping onto his lips, his finger tapping away, typing with full pinion. Cancel it. The assistant looked conflicted. This was an invitation from the deputy mayor. Isn't that inappropriate? The deputy mayor? Song Kai scratched his sparse hair reluctantly, thinking that it indeed wouldn't be good to cancel. Young man, I have something to do here. Let us talk another day. We'll have a good chat. Master Song Kai sent a message to Bai Xiaosheng. Over there. Bai Xiaosheng also breathed a sigh of relief. So tiring. Through this exchange with the master, Bai Xiaosheng had a clear understanding of the subsequent design work and believed that moving forward, it would take less time and yield better quality. He was extremely satisfied with this. But amidst the satisfaction, Bai Xiaosheng felt a hint of dissatisfaction. The reason was simple. He was so dedicated to his work. Shouldn't Hong Lian add a few points? You are ruthless. Bai Xiaosheng was speechless. Approaching noon, Bai Xiaosheng forced Lao Wang and the others to take a break. The three had been working to the point of neglecting food and sleep. They were almost possessed, even running to the restroom, hardly drinking any water. This is not acceptable. Bai Xiaosheng wanted to stop their madness. As a result, these three began to express concern for him. Do you want a cup of coffee? I'll get you one. What coffee? You haven't tea rested this morning. Just take a good nap at noon. The three were overflowing with concern. Bai Xiaosheng looked at this one and that one, and suddenly regretted pulling them out of their crazy work state. The promotional department's state of intense work had also caught the attention of people from other departments. After all, they were all in the same large environment and could see a thing or two. People from other departments were shocked and began to discuss. How did Supervisor Bai ignite such a fire in his new position, turning the promotional department into a hive of workaholics? Employees were curious, and the supervisors were even more curious. Some were surprised, some were shocked, some were envious, and some felt uncomfortable. For example, Li Mingtong. Are you saying the promotional department is working like crazy and their spirits are high? Li Mingtong frowned, looking at the person reporting. It seems their work progress must be going very smoothly, otherwise, they wouldn't be so spirited. Could it be that they really might complete their tasks? Originally confident, Li Mingtong suddenly felt less so. When it comes to Bai Xiaosheng, many impossibilities seem possible. No, I have to think of a way to prevent them from working so easily. Li Mingtong tapped his fingers on the table, his brows knotted. After a moment, a cold smile appeared on his lips. As a superior, with great power, how can I not use it? Someone, go notify Bai Xiaosheng. Li Mingtong sneered. This afternoon, we have a meeting. Chapter 59, The Trash Meeting. Li Mingtong had witnessed Bai Xiaosheng's personal abilities. In front of the two bosses, Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi, as well as a room full of supervisors, he could speak fluently, maintaining clear and sharp thinking. This kid is no ordinary character. Although Li Mingtong still didn't believe that all that work was done solely by Bai Xiaosheng, he could present to that extent, being so familiar with so much information. Certainly not an ordinary person. In Li Mingtong's eyes, Bai Xiaosheng alone could at least match 2 or 3 elites. As for Lao Wang and the others, while they were also elite talents, they were too scattered in temperament and could never unite like this. Whether from personal ability or organizational ability, Bai Xiaosheng was the key. Therefore, Li Mingtong decided to pull Bai Xiaosheng out of the promotional department, making them lose their core. Meeting, Li Mingtong commanded. Upon receiving this notice, Bai Xiaosheng was not surprised. In just a few days, with such a large workload, did he still feel insecure? Bai Xiaosheng had no intention of attending the meeting at all. Lao Wang and the others had already worked hard all morning. If he was absent again in the afternoon, it would be too unfair to them. Bai Xiaosheng decided to be firm this time. Lao Wang immediately sensed Bai Xiaosheng's intention. Bai, hurry up and go to the meeting. We've got this. Lao Wang urged. We achieved so much this morning. Missing you won't be a problem at all. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head. This matter originated from me. After all, Li Mingtong is not targeting me, nor is he trying to make things difficult for the promotional department. It's because I made you all so busy and tired. If I don't go, what can he do to me? Bai Xiaosheng's attitude was very resolute. Nonsense. We are working here. What is the dragging down or not dragging down? Lao Wang laughed and scolded. Xiao Song and Yizi also sensed Bai Xiaosheng's determination and joined Lao Wang in urging him. Come on, just go. We really have no problem. If you don't go, Li Mingtong will find another excuse, and if it turns into a fuss, it won't just be a hassle for you. Our work might go to waste too. Bai Xiaosheng remained unmoved. Come on, get him out. Lao Wang took action, and Xiao Song and Yizi followed suit. Bai Xiaosheng could fight, but could he hit his own people? He, the new supervisor, was actually pushed out the door. Then, the door was locked from the inside. Hurry. Go to the meeting. Lao Wang shouted from behind the door. The commotion drew curious employees from the corridor. Bai Xiaosheng was both amused and exasperated, and could only head to the conference room. In the large conference room, Li Mingtong had indeed called all the supervisors, and even brought in Chen Deyu. This reason is truly top-notch. Li Mingtong's faction of supervisors were all sitting upright with notebooks, clearly prepared. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at Chen Deyu, who smiled wryly and shook his head slightly. He knew that Li Mingtong was making things difficult for Bai Xiaosheng. But President Shang had said that unless Bai Xiaosheng actively sought help from him, he would not interfere. As of now, even if Chen Deyu wanted to help, he couldn't. The longest and most boring meeting in the history of the Telly's Plaza project department had begun. This meeting lasted a full 3 hours. Li Mingtong's faction of supervisors spoke endlessly, reporting on every trivial matter. After they finished, Chen Deyu made some comments, and Li Mingtong began to speak at length again. This meeting could drive even those with weak minds crazy. This was a trash meeting, with no substantial content at all. Finally, when the meeting was over, as people left, Chen Deyu led many out almost as if they were fleeing. Logistics, investment promotion, and promotion, you 3 department heads stay behind. We need to hold a small meeting. Another meeting? Bai Xiaosheng frowned. Li Mingtong was really going to great lengths to keep him there. The investment promotion aspect has not been done well enough. Just now, the investment promotion director mentioned some rectification opinions, and you all heard them. Li Mingtong's voice was a bit hoarse, but it didn't affect his high spirits at all, especially when he saw Bai Xiaosheng. This matter is reasonable and logical. Li Mingtong, a seasoned veteran in the workplace, always manages to stand on the moral high ground, making it hard for others to refute him. Bai Xiaosheng remained calm. At this point, he was no longer anxious. After all, there are still more than 2 hours until the end of the workday. If there is a meeting, so be it. Bai Xiaosheng thought to himself. Regardless of how far old Wang and the others go, I will make sure it's all set tonight. Your actions can only lead to more difficulties for me, allowing me to score even higher. The second small meeting was even more tedious than the first big one, often straying off topic. Bai Xiaosheng didn't care. You think you're wasting my time, but I'm actually refining my ideas. Bai Xiaosheng was secretly pleased as he meticulously pondered the building brochure plan. This meeting dragged on until the end of the workday, to the point where even Li Mingtong didn't know what else to say. When he finally announced the end of the meeting, the logistics and investment promotion supervisors breathed a sigh of relief, and even Li Mingtong felt a sense of exhaustion. The 2 supervisors nearly fled, fearing that Li Mingtong would have more to discuss. Bai Xiaosheng, wait a moment, Li Mingtong called out to him again. Bai Xiaosheng looked at him calmly. I've heard that your progress isn't slow. How far along are you? Li Mingtong asked with a smile. We can get it to the printing factory by Thursday, Bai Xiaosheng replied with a smile. Li, make sure you have the bonus ready. Our department is looking forward to it. All right, I'm waiting to give you the bonuses, Li Mingtong said hoarsely. After saying this, Bai Xiaosheng leisurely left. Suddenly, Li Mingtong felt quite displeased. You just keep being stubborn. As he said this, Li Mingtong felt a sharp pain in his throat, his voice hoarse. It was extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 60, The Night is Tempting. When Bai Xiaosheng saw them, he was taken aback. In just half a day, these 3 looked somewhat haggard. Each of them had a pale complexion, and their eyes were bloodshot. Old Wang didn't know how many cigarettes he had smoked. As soon as Bai Xiaosheng got close, he could smell the pungent scent of smoke. Xiao Song was blinking rapidly due to dry eyes, and Yizi's hair was in disarray. Seeing them like this made Bai Xiaosheng feel a bit unsettled. He was working hard to earn points for his future position as president. But what about them? They were stubbornly tackling a task that seemed impossible, but for what? Wasn't it because they treated him as a friend and genuinely cared? These were all sincere people. As soon as Bai Xiaosheng appeared, Old Wang and the others perked up and surrounded him. You must be tired after a day of meetings. Did Li Mingtong give you a hard time? Our work here is going smoothly. The 3 of them looked concerned. Bai Xiaosheng felt a wave of emotion and smiled at them. I'm such a smooth talker, and with President Shang as my strong backing. Who can give me a hard time? The 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Wang couldn't help but feel a bit smug, showing a childlike smile. Even though you weren't here, we accomplished quite a bit. Although we didn't meet expectations, We're close. Xiaosheng and Yizi also showed proud smiles. Without pressure, we wouldn't have realized our potential. The seemingly impossible task had actually become possible. They really had a leadership vibe. Old Wang and the others laughed, and this time, they didn't insist on staying, packing up to leave. They were simply too tired. If they kept working late, their efficiency would definitely drop significantly, affecting tomorrow's work. Bai Xiaosheng copied everyone's work results, and at the moment he held the documents, he felt a surge of strength. It came from the power of the team and friends. When Bai Xiaosheng left, he passed by Li Mingtong's office and cast a cold, sharp glance inside. On the way home, Bai Xiaosheng quickly grabbed a bite to eat and sat down at the computer. He opened the drafts and skimmed through them. Although these drafts were not half of the building brochure, they were nearly complete and of decent quality. It was hard to imagine how hard old Wang and the others had to work to achieve this level without him. Bai Xiaosheng learned that without his design, old Wang had to step in personally. Old Wang truly deserved to be called an all-round employee. He could plan, write copy, and even handle design. But old Wang was not young anymore and must be exhausted. Next, it was time for me to take the lead. Looking at the results of their hard work, Bai Xiaosheng pressed down on his fingers. With the assistance of Hong Lian, Bai Xiaosheng focused entirely and quickly made detailed revisions and adjustments to all the drafts. When Bai Xiaosheng felt satisfied, he closed the drafts and started working on his second set of documents. Thanks to Master Song Kai's teachings and the continuous simulations during the half-day garbage meeting, Bai Xiaosheng's thoughts were clear. His fingers flew across the keyboard at an astonishing speed, and he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Speaking of which, I should thank Li Mingtong. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. After a while, he closed the document with satisfaction. You really are a landlady, Bai Xiaosheng said irritably. Not only do you not give more rewards, but you're also cutting back. Bai Xiaosheng had no intention of getting into a quarrel with Hong Lian. After thinking for a moment, he sent a portion of the drafts he just completed to Master Song Kai's email. After doing this, Bai Xiaosheng shut down the computer and got up to stretch. Unknowingly, several hours had passed, and it was almost 11 o'clock. Bai Xiaosheng felt a bit hungry. So he grabbed a bag of milk and went to the balcony to get some fresh air while sipping on it. The evening breeze was slightly cool, but quite pleasant. As Bai Xiaosheng turned his face, he saw a graceful figure standing on the adjacent balcony, holding a thick book. Wei Xiaoyan. Bai Xiaosheng noticed she was wearing a snow-white silk nightgown, her hair cascading down, gently swaying in the night breeze, looking as serene as a snow lotus flower. Perhaps too engrossed, Wei Xiaoyan didn't notice him and was completely focused on her reading. What book could it be? Bai Xiaosheng leaned in to sneak a peek, but still couldn't see. Wei Xiaoyan muttered, feeling frustrated, and let her arms drop, putting down the book. Turning her face, she immediately saw a pair of lecherous eyes fixated on her chest. Both Wei Xiaoyan and Bai Xiaosheng's expressions changed simultaneously. What are you looking at? Wei Xiaoyan hugged the book tightly to her chest. If I say I want to see the title of your book, would you believe me? Bai Xiaosheng said with some difficulty. Even he felt this sounded fake, but it was the truth. Wei Xiaoyan raised the thick book, which was thicker than a brick, like the Statue of Liberty, but instead of shouting for freedom, she aimed to smash it at Bai Xiaosheng. Don't be impulsive, please don't be impulsive. Bai Xiaosheng shouted in fear. I'm really a good person. By the way, you just said you couldn't find something. I can help you look. Sure. Our training center has opened a graduate tutoring class, and I'm preparing the lessons. The material I have has a question, and the answer just says slight. If you can solve it, we'll call it even. Wei Xiaoyan smiled sweetly. If you can't solve it, I'll go get Shuing. What do you want her for? Bai Xiaosheng asked, puzzled. She's better at physical confrontations. Bai Xiaosheng smiled bitterly. What is the question? Politics, history, geography? Bai Xiaosheng took a sip of milk. Management, probability theory, and mathematical statistics, Wei Xiaoyan said. Uffed. Bai Xiaosheng sprayed out a mouthful of milk. What probability theory and mathematical statistics? I'm a liberal arts student. Wei Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes, her expression making her suspicious of Bai Xiaosheng. Do you really understand? No problem. Otherwise we can make a bet, Bai Xiaosheng said while drinking the milk, quickly calling on Hong Lian in his mind. Okay, if you solve it, I'll treat you to breakfast for a week. Wei Xiaoyan said. If you can't solve it, just wait to die? No problem. Bai Xiaosheng agreed. With Hong Lian. What was there to fear? Chapter 61. I'm also a top student. I'll ask you whatever questions I want. Since you're treating me to breakfast for a week, I can let you ask me one more question. Bai Xiaosheng was very confident. Arrogant. Wei Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Whether Bai Xiaosheng can solve this problem is another matter. But Wei Xiaoyan, whose mind was tired, suddenly became very interested and wanted to see Bai Xiaosheng fail. When she came out again, she was holding paper and a pen, sitting down at a small wooden table on the balcony, writing and drawing. Bai Xiaosheng wasn't in a hurry, smiling as he watched her. On Wei Xiaoyan's delicate face, her focused expression added a different kind of charm. A strand of her long, black hair fell casually, and with a fair little hand, she tucked it behind her ear. Such a simple action made one's heart flutter. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly felt that appreciating a beauty was truly a pleasure. If only he had a can of beer, but unfortunately, he only had a bag of milk in his hand. Bai Xiaosheng drank milk instead of beer, taking a sip of milk while admiring the beauty. After a while, Wei Xiaoyan stood up, waved the paper in her hand, and smiled at Bai Xiaosheng. If you can solve it, I'll personally make you breakfast for a week. If you can't solve it, humph, I'll make you breakfast for a week. Bai Xiaosheng chuckled. But that's not very likely, because I have already won. Bai Xiaosheng took the paper and pen from the balcony. On that sheet of paper, there were beautifully written characters, but instead of poetry, it was a bunch of letters, numbers, and formulas. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at it. Hong Lian, search for this problem. Wei Xiaoyan definitely wouldn't fabricate it out of thin air. As long as it was a real problem, there would be records online. Ordinary people might not be able to find it, but Hong Lian could. Bai Xiaosheng's thoughts were right. Master, this is a probability and statistics exam question from 2016 for graduate studies in a certain city in the central region. Most published materials omit the answers. I detected electronic lesson plans from 3 universities that contain detailed answers. Should I extract all of them? Hong Lian inquired. Give me the answers, all of them. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at Wei Xiaoyan and smiled. I can't let this week's breakfast go to waste. I need to get some real stuff. Wei Xiaoyan saw Bai Xiaosheng take that paper, scan it once, smile to herself, and then leaned over the balcony railing to write down the answers quickly. Is it true? Wei Xiaoyan was surprised and a bit expectant. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaosheng finished writing on one side, flipped it over, and filled the back until the paper was completely covered. Then he smiled and handed the paper and pen to Wei Xiaoyan. Haha, you've already mentioned breakfast. Wei Xiaoyan snorted, looking at the answers Bai Xiaosheng provided. Your handwriting is so ugly. This was Wei Xiaoyan's first reaction, but as she looked more closely, her expression gradually became one of astonishment. In fact, Wei Xiaoyan had just hit a mental block. With a little hint, she could have solved it too. Looking at Bai Xiaosheng's detailed answers, after a bit of deduction, she realized they were completely correct. Is he really that strong? After finishing the front side, Wei Xiaoyan wondered what Bai Xiaosheng had written on the back. She flipped it over and scanned it. Her eyes slowly widened in disbelief. Bai Xiaosheng had also added 2 more methods of solving the problem on the back of the paper. What's there to envy? Bai Xiaosheng felt incredibly proud inside the house, smiling smugly. The next day, as soon as Bai Xiaosheng got out of bed, his door was knocked on. Wei Xiaoyan delivered breakfast as promised: toasted bread, a lightly salted fully cooked fried egg, and a lot of milk coffee. The presentation was quite good. Next time, feel free to ask me any questions. Bai Xiaosheng beamed. I used to be a top student too. Wei Xiaoyan shot him a glance and turned to leave. With breakfast provided by a beauty, Bai Xiaosheng felt full and energetic, enjoying the fresh air on his way to work. Upon arriving at the department, Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yi Zi had already come early, but work hadn't been assigned yet. In fact, after 2 consecutive days of hard work, the content of that booklet was nearly complete. The remaining workload was less than 1/6. And they still had a whole day today, not counting tomorrow as submission. With plenty of time, let us not be as frantic as yesterday. If you all tire yourselves out, I'll be left holding the bag, Bai Xiaosheng joked. Don't worry, this morning, our main task is to refine what we did yesterday. We really have enough time, so we won't tire ourselves out. In the afternoon, we'll wrap up the booklet and finish the folding pages too. Lao Wang said with a smile, as he had already planned it out. Yi Zi and Xiao Song also looked relaxed, nodding in agreement. I'll treat for lunch. You can order whatever you want. Bai Xiaosheng generously waved his hand. He still had $1 million in his account, and he hadn't touched that money much. All right. Lao Wang and the others cheered. Bai Xiaosheng was a generous leader, and they were happy. As for the revised manuscript, I've already finished that part. You can take a look and see if you have any suggestions. Bai Xiaosheng smiled as he handed Lao Wang a plate. You finished it again. The smiles of Lao Wang and the others froze on their faces as they looked at Bai Xiaosheng in disbelief. The night before, Bai Xiaosheng had proofread and corrected 1/6 of the manuscript, which had already amazed them. Yesterday, it was about half a booklet, 3 times the amount. Bai Xiaosheng had finished it all by himself late at night? Are you even human? Xiao Song couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of talk is that? Yi Zi shot Xiao Song a glare, but after thinking for a moment, she finally mumbled ambiguously, this really doesn't seem like something a human can do. Bai Xiaosheng was speechless. He really didn't know if they were complimenting him or criticizing him. Come on, everyone, come take a look. Lao Wang was already impatient, transferring the manuscript to the computer and calling Yi Zi and Xiao Song over as the 3 of them huddled together to look. This part, I couldn't decide yesterday. I thought about it all night, but I still wasn't satisfied. This revision is good. Amazing, why didn't I think of that? Lao Wang and the others praised endlessly. At the entrance of the promotion department, Li Mingtong was about to step in when he suddenly stopped and listened closely. A sentence from inside made Li Mingtong shiver. Chapter 62. Please leave. Li Mingtong came to the promotion department for an inspection, wanting to nitpick and create some trouble for the department, disrupting their work progress. The promotion work had always been under Li Mingtong's control, so he had that authority. Additionally, he wanted to see the results of the meeting he held yesterday. Until last night after the meeting, Bai Xiaosheng had remained calm, which made Li Mingtong feel very displeased. In Li Mingtong's eyes, Bai Xiaosheng must be putting on an act, trying to hold it together. Behind the scenes, he was probably overwhelmed, likely working overtime all night. Li Mingtong eagerly anticipated seeing a tired, anxious, and distressed Bai Xiaosheng. Only then would he feel avenged. Unfortunately, as soon as Li Mingtong reached the entrance of the promotion department, he heard news about the work nearing completion, which shocked him. Li Mingtong's brows immediately furrowed, and he cleared his throat heavily before pushing the door open. Bai Xiaosheng, Lao Wang, and the others were all startled when they saw him. What is he doing here so early? Good morning, Mr. Li. Good morning, Mr. Li. Everyone had to keep appearances and greeted Li Mingtong. Mr. Li, what brings you here so early? Are you calling me for a meeting? You even came personally, Bai Xiaosheng said with a hint of mockery in his smile. In fact, Bai Xiaosheng was in a good mood today. Li Mingtong's meeting tactics hadn't affected him at all, nor had he suffered any losses. On the contrary, Li Mingtong himself had talked too much, and now his throat was hoarse. The meeting tactics were a foolish method of self-damage. Li Mingtong himself had realized this. His throat was now unbearably painful. Even worse, the supervisors under him had been complaining since last night. If this continued, Bai Xiaosheng wouldn't be in trouble. But they would be the ones in chaos first. Let's put the meeting aside for now. There's no need to rush. Li Mingtong said hoarsely, his face looking not so good. I came to check on your progress, see how far you've gotten, and whether you can submit the draft smoothly tomorrow. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes flickered slightly as he exchanged a glance with old Wang. So he's here to probe the situation. But I heard laughter and chatter from outside. So I thought your results must be impressive. Come on, let me take a look. Li Mingtong glanced at old Wang's computer. But old Wang had closed everything the moment he entered. Since President Li wants to see it, of course he can, let's show it to him. Bai Xiaosheng said to old Wang. Old Wang had been in the workplace for many years. Without any hints from Bai Xiaosheng, he knew what to do. He opened the draft they had completed the day before, the 1/6 finished product. Li Mingtong pushed old Wang aside, sat down, and flipped through 2 pages, his expression changing. Li Mingtong was usually keen on power and indeed ruthless, but he had the ability, at least a strong appreciation ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been favored by Wang Yi. At this moment, the quality of the work exceeded Li Mingtong's expectations. This is really what you did, Li Mingtong hoarsely exclaimed in surprise. It's beautiful, simply flawless. Li Mingtong was shocked. The promotion department had never produced such detailed work. Could it be that Bai Xiaosheng was really that terrifying, allowing the whole team to perform so extraordinarily? How did he do it? Not bad, right, President Li? This took us a lot of effort to accomplish. Yezi, seeing Li Mingtong's surprised expression, felt a bit smug. Li Mingtong remained silent, then suddenly spoke. Is that all? The work is indeed heartfelt, but it must have taken quite some time. The quality is enough, but the quantity is lacking. If there's only this much. Li Mingtong could feel slightly relieved because with the remaining time, the promotion department wouldn't be able to complete it. What he feared was that what he saw was only part of the work. A hint of cunning flashed in Li Mingtong's eyes. Bai Xiaosheng and old Wang wouldn't be able to extract anything. However, maybe stimulating the others could yield unexpected results. What you did is mediocre, just barely acceptable. And the progress is too slow. Li Mingtong had a dissatisfied expression, frowning as he looked this way and that. I gave you so much time and allowed you to work freely without constant reporting, and you produced this. Bai Xiaosheng, you as the promotion supervisor are really something. Daydreaming during meetings and being lazy at work. You even let the whole department become so slack. I ask you, do you still understand what work efficiency is? Distorting facts and spouting nonsense. Li Mingtong's words became increasingly harsh, using sarcasm to its fullest without resorting to profanity. By the end, even old Wang secretly frowned, finding it hard to listen any longer. Li Mingtong noticed everyone's expressions, secretly sneering. That's enough. The usually straightforward Yezi finally erupted. The young girl angrily swatted Li Mingtong's hand that was pointing at her nose, her face cold as ice. President Li, how do you know we only did this much? Maybe we don't want to show you yet. It's not even time to submit the draft. What right do you have to criticize us? Li Mingtong's gaze flickered, caught off guard. Old Wang silently sighed. Yezi was still too inexperienced. But continuing to tolerate this would only dampen everyone's spirits. No more tolerance. Bai Xiaosheng didn't stop her and let Yezi vent her frustrations. So how much have you done? Li Mingtong pressed. We are about to finish. Are you satisfied now? Yezi was furious, speaking rapidly. You always claim to do this for the company. But you give us this nearly impossible task. It's purely personal revenge. And now you come to criticize us. Where do you get so much reasoning from? How can you expect to earn respect like this? The girl's accusations gradually darkened Li Mingtong's expression. He had indeed extracted information. However, being publicly scolded by a young girl was a huge humiliation for a project deputy manager like him. Shut up. Who are you talking to like that? Li Mingtong glared, hoarsely shouting. You little brat who hasn't even grown up. How dare you talk to me like this? I'll fire you, believe it or not. Bai Xiaosheng stepped in front of Yezi, looking at Li Mingtong expressionlessly. Deputy Manager Li, you do not have the authority to fire anyone. Now, please do not interfere with our normal work. Bai Xiaosheng pointed towards the door, his expression darkening. If you have something to discuss, come to me alone. If not, please leave. Chapter 63, Serious Punishment. How dare you speak to me like that? Don't forget, I'm your superior. Li Mingtong trembled with anger at Bai Xiaosheng's words. Bai Xiaosheng actually told him to leave in public. Although the words didn't include get out, Li Mingtong felt it was about the same. Don't make me say it a second time. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Li Mingtong seriously, his eyes cold, the threat evident. Li Mingtong's face turned pale. He looked at Old Wang and the others. Those people had indifferent expressions, their eyes filled with hostility. Just wait, you all wait. Li Mingtong pointed at them, fleeing in panic. As he left, he stumbled and nearly fell. At that moment, many people were coming and going in the corridor, and many saw Li Mingtong's extremely embarrassing scene. The employees were all dumbfounded. They all knew that Li Mingtong was at odds with the new promotion supervisor. Now, what did that Bai Xiaosheng do to make Deputy Manager Li so embarrassed? The curious gazes around made Li Mingtong seethe with anger. His fierce glare swept over, as if he wanted to eat people. The people around quickly distanced themselves. The more Li Mingtong thought about it, the more frustrated he became, his anger rising. He was a deputy project manager, yet he was publicly driven out by his subordinates. This was an immense disgrace. Li Mingtong's face turned dark as he stormed towards Chen Daiyu's office. Bai Xiaosheng said he didn't have the authority to fire anyone. Fine. He would go find someone who did have the power. In the promotion department, Bai Xiaosheng's domineering moment made Yezi and Xiaosong unable to help but applaud. It was so satisfying, especially the scene where Li Mingtong almost fell. It was simply spectacular. The leader was imposing, Bai Gu was mighty. Yezi cheered, almost wanting to hug Bai Xiaosheng. Rarely, even Old Wang let out a smooth breath. At his age, he had many concerns and hadn't felt this free in a long time. However, Xiao Bai, you need to be careful. Watch out for any tricks Li Mingtong might pull. Old Wang reminded. Don't worry, he can't outsmart our supervisor Bai. Yezi looked down on Li Mingtong and admired Bai Xiaosheng immensely. Bai Xiaosheng smiled calmly. He had never taken Li Mingtong seriously. A mere deputy project manager, he, Bai Xiaosheng, was still the future president of Zhenbei Group. In any case, there was no need to care about him. Let us focus on our work. Tomorrow, I'll personally go to Deputy Manager Li for the reward. He shouldn't think of getting a single penny less. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand. Everyone laughed and returned to their work. At this moment, at Telly Square, in the project manager's office, Li Mingtong sat across from Chen Daiyu, his eyes red, shouting loudly. I just went to inspect the work. The promotion department is going crazy, almost attacking me. I, a deputy project manager, was actually threatened by a group of employees. This matter must be addressed. Li Mingtong was clearly losing control, slamming the table. The teacups on the table were jumping. Chen Daiyu felt pain in his hands, just watching. But inside, he was secretly pleased. You Li Mingtong have today, well deserved. Chen Daiyu pretended to soothe the situation, trying to smooth things over. How could he really go after Bai Xiaosheng? Li Mingtong wasn't stupid. After venting for a while, he regained some composure and immediately saw through Chen Daiyu's perfunctory attitude. President Chen, this matter must be dealt with seriously. They must be punished severely. Subordinates threaten their leader. If this head is opened, the project department will be in chaos. Today it's me, tomorrow it might be you, General Chen, that's for sure. Think about it. Li Mingtong's words were laden with meaning, clearly threatening. Chen Daiyu frowned and glanced at him. Li Mingtong's gaze was dark, unyielding, and fearless. He still had a couple of loyal supervisors in his hands. If he really sought revenge, it would be enough to give Chen Daiyu a hard time. You're right. This matter needs to be dealt with. Chen Daiyu stated seriously. I will investigate immediately, and if it's true, I will punish them severely, to prevent such incidents from happening again. Upon hearing Chen Daiyu's words, Li Mingtong's expression eased a bit. All right, I'll be waiting. I hope to see results today. Li Mingtong stood up and left. After seeing Li Mingtong off, Chen Daiyu locked the door and laughed until tears came out. What a relief. Bai Xiaosheng is a talent. In just a few days, he managed to get rid of Wu Qiuyan, and in just a few days, he made Li Mingtong act like a mad dog, losing his rationality. If I had known there was such a capable person, I should have asked General Shang to send him over long ago. Chen Daiyu couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, this matter still needed a public explanation. After thinking for a while, Chen Daya called the promotion department to verify the situation with Bai Xiaosheng. Deputy Manager Li came to complain about you. Bai Xiaosheng was surprised to receive Chen Daya's call. This situation was unusual, if Li Mingtong couldn't control them. Shouldn't he have gone to complain to Vice General Wang Yi? Why come to Chen Daya? Bai Xiaosheng pondered for a moment and suddenly thought. Could it be that Li Mingtong couldn't tell Wang Yi, or Wang Yi forbade him from causing trouble? It's very likely that Wang Yi had some doubts about his own identity. Another old fox. Thinking this way. If it weren't for the fact that I almost got Li Mingtong's wife imprisoned and had even fought with him, this deputy manager Li might have really calmed down. While Bai Xiaosheng was contemplating, he briefly informed Chen Daya about the recent events. After hanging up the phone, Chen Daya thought for a moment and broke into a wicked smile. Li Mingtong, if you want to deal with this, I will too, but after I do, don't you regret it? Before the end of the workday, a little receptionist from the HR and administration department brought a stack of printed notices to deliver to each office. The recipients of the notices were astonished by the content, their expressions turning strange, and some even couldn't help but laugh out loud in a corner. The notice was about the promotion department's handling. In the tone of the project manager, Chen Daya severely criticized the promotion department for disregarding leadership during Deputy Manager Li's inspection, causing a serious impact due to work disputes. Therefore, the project decided to cancel the promotion department's salary increase for this year. It was also stated that this was a first offense, and if any department dared to repeat it, the supervisor would be directly dismissed. What kind of punishment is this? Their project salary increase is usually proposed after the new year, and it has already been proposed this year. Canceling the promotion department's salary increase for this year is no different from not punishing them at all. The only purpose of this notice was to publicize Li Mingtong's embarrassing incident among the departments. And the punishment for any future offenses was simply a threat to Li Mingtong's faction. Chen Daya, you bastard. After reading the notice, Li Mingtong's eyes turned red, and he crushed the notice into pieces. Bai Xiaosheng, looking at Li Mingtong's grim expression, thought to himself, it seems I was too polite to you before. From today on, we will not rest until we die. Chapter 64. How much is a heart worth? Li Mingtong, like a mad hyena, walked back and forth in his office with red eyes. Right now, he really wanted to get rid of Bai Xiaosheng. Time and again, this person was pushing his limits. The usually steady and mature Li Mingtong felt a headache just mentioning this name. He was already showing signs of mental exhaustion due to lack of sleep. It couldn't go on like this. Just thinking about tomorrow, when Bai Xiaosheng would be flaunting his high-quality building brochure draft in front of him, made Li Mingtong's headache worsen. But to get rid of him, he would need a reason. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to explain to Vice General Wang Yi. This time, no matter what, I mustn't let Bai Xiaosheng complete his task. Li Mingtong took a deep breath and began to ponder. If he couldn't complete the work, he would have a reason to further deal with Bai Xiaosheng. If Bai Xiaosheng did everything excellently, quickly, and well, then what could he do? The problem was, that version of the brochure was both professional and exquisite. Bai Xiaosheng wasn't a fool. He would definitely find Chen Daya and others to testify. If Li Mingtong insisted on calling it rubbish, that wouldn't work. It would be better to approach it from other angles. Li Mingtong's eyes flashed, and a hint of a sinister smile appeared on his lips. For example, from within, to undermine the promotion department. Let the subordinates become disloyal and stab each other in the back. This was something Li Mingtong was good at. This time, if someone close to Bai Xiaosheng could stab him in the back, just thinking about it made Li Mingtong shiver with pleasure. Right now, why were the people in the promotion department so obedient to Bai Xiaosheng? Wasn't it because Bai Xiaosheng had offered them benefits? What kind of benefits could a supervisor provide? If you can afford it, I, Li Mingtong, will pay double. Li Mingtong sneered to himself. I want to see how much a heart is worth. As long as one person can't resist the temptation and gets a little more, you can forget about winning. In the promotion department, everyone was performing their duties and completing the final tasks. The remaining 1/6 of the brochure was almost done by the morning. In the afternoon, a simple trifold brochure was even easier to handle. The work was light, and Bai Xiaosheng took the opportunity to start working on his second plan, which was also wrapping up. Overall, it was a very easy day of work. In the evening, Bai Xiaosheng urged everyone to leave on time, not allowing them to stay even a minute longer. However, Lao Wang and Xiao Song were still the last to leave. They lived too close and weren't in a hurry at all. Bai Xiaosheng had no objection to this. As long as they didn't work overtime, it was fine if they left late. Just as Lao Wang and Xiao Song were tidying up their things and preparing to turn off the lights, Li Mingtong walked in. You two, don't rush to leave yet. I have something to discuss with you. Li Mingtong looked friendly, with a smile on his face. You're looking for us? Lao Wang and Xiao Song exchanged glances, a bit surprised. Yes, just a small matter I want to talk to you about. Li Mingtong glanced at Lao Wang, smiled. Then Lao Wang, you come first. Go to my office. Xiao Song, you wait here for a moment. After saying that, Li Mingtong turned and left on his own. Lao Wang and Xiao Song exchanged glances, both feeling that something was off. I'll go take a look first, Lao Wang said to Xiaosong and followed him. Xiaosong frowned, pulled up a chair, and sat down. This deputy manager Li Isn't planning to deal with us, is he? Xiaosong was timid and felt increasingly uneasy as he thought about it. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, but still sent a message. In the project deputy manager's office, Li Mingtong watched Lao Wang enter, motioned for him to sit across from him, and surprisingly got up to pour Lao Wang a cup of tea himself. This was rare. Lao Wang was a bit flattered as he took the teacup with both hands. This expression made Li Mingtong feel very satisfied. Lao Wang, I called you here today to understand your recent situation. You've been in our company for so long, and you've made great contributions to this project, yet you're still just a small employee. Do you have any opinions? Li Mingtong asked with a smile. It's okay. Just sometimes the work assigned by the new leader is a bit tiring, Lao Wang replied. It seemed he had some opinions about Bai Xiaosheng. Li Mingtong was delighted in his heart, while on the surface, he feigned sympathy for Lao Wang when Wu Chuyan left. I mentioned to General Chun that Lao Wang is capable and wise. This supervisor should be his. But in the end, as you know, General Chun disagreed, and General Shang insisted on sending Bai Xiaosheng. Is that so? Lao Wang frowned. You see, such a hard-working and accomplished minister like you is being managed by a young kid, letting him shout and scold you. Are you really okay with that? Li Mingtong said with a pout. Let me tell you, that Bai Xiaosheng is smooth-talking. He sounds better than a song, but he is full of schemes and tricks. If this goes on, you'll be tricked by him. Li Mingtong looked worried for Old Wang. But what can I do? Old Wang said with a bitter face. I have a way. Li Mingtong said joyfully, leaning in and lowering his voice to Old Wang. Old Wang, look, the people in our project are on my side. I've never mistreated anyone. If you can stand with me, I guarantee it won't be long before you're the head of the promotion department. How can I stand with you? Old Wang seemed a bit tempted. Li Mingtong smiled slyly. You know, I have a bet with Bai Xiaosheng regarding that brochure draft. Since you want to stand with me, you wouldn't want me to lose to him, right? Old Wang suddenly understood and nodded. Then he smiled, his expression revealing cunning and a hint of mockery. That smile seems a bit off. Li Mingtong frowned, sensing something was wrong with Old Wang's expression. So, are you going to do this or not? Li Mingtong asked with a frown. Old Wang stood up, brushing off his clothes as if he had dirted his pants. Mr. Li, I'm just a small employee, without ambition or aspirations. After all these years, I haven't wanted to be a leader at all. Old Wang said with a smile. I don't think you need a small employee's help. It's after work now, so I'll be leaving. Those empty words won't fool anyone. A hint of contempt appeared at the corner of Old Wang's mouth. You. Li Mingtong watched Old Wang leave, seething with anger. This old man has been toying with him from the start. Li Mingtong was so angry he trembled a bit. Then calmed down and picked up the phone to call the promotion department. The one who answered was Xiaosong. Come over here. I have something to say to you. Li Mingtong's politeness faded, replaced by anger. He was angry for two reasons. First, because of the situation, and second, because Xiaosong was different from Old Wang. He was timid. It was better to break him with pressure than to use soft words. I can't deal with an old trickster. Li Mingtong hung up the phone. Gritting his teeth, a worthless coward. I refuse to believe I can't bring him down. Chapter 65. The Promotion Department, No Traitors. Li Mingtong slammed down the phone, his heart burning with anger. After a while, Xiaosong arrived, standing at the door without daring to enter, timidly knocking to remind the leader of his presence. Come in. Li Mingtong glanced at him impatiently and motioned to the seat opposite him. Sit there, I have something to say to you. Only then did Xiaosong walk in, sitting down awkwardly across from him. What kind of man is this? He is not a kid anymore, yet he is as shy as a girl. Useless, no future. Li Mingtong looked down on Xiaosong from the bottom of his heart. Xiaosong, you've been on the project for quite a while, and I've wanted to talk to you for a long time. Li Mingtong frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. Your salary isn't low, but your work performance is lacking. If this continues, I don't think you can handle this job. Do you know what Vice President Wang hates the most? Being a deadweight. You're in copywriting. You should know what that means. I understand, but Mr. Li, I want to explain, Xiaosong said. Li Mingtong raised his hand decisively to stop him. You don't need to explain. I'm not listening. In short, I'm telling you, if this continues, you're in danger. Li Mingtong said, his tone heavy. Xiaosong's face visibly paled. Li Mingtong paused, leaning forward. However, since you've worked under Wu Chuyan before, you're also my subordinate. I don't want to reach that point. If I'm going to help you, then you need to show some willingness. After saying this, Li Mingtong straightened his posture and spoke seriously. The salary here is high. It's hard to find a job like this in Tiannan. Threats and intimidation. Showing his power, Li Mingtong watched as Xiaosong's brows furrowed, silent as if contemplating the seriousness of the situation. Well, you can rely on now isn't any supervisor, but me. Li Mingtong made it clear. He felt that with such a timid man, there was no need to beat around the bush. It was a waste of time. In short, if you want to stay here, you have to listen to me. What do you want me to do? Xiaosong raised his head and asked. Li Mingtong smiled and lowered his voice. I'm not asking you to kill or set fire, nor am I asking you to confront that Bai. I just need you to slightly modify some parts of that brochure, maybe just move a decimal point. These small flaws, no one will notice or suspect you. What do you think? If you do this, I guarantee that your next salary increase will be 30%. Li Mingtong waved the stick first, then offered the carrot. He didn't believe that such a timid man could withstand this kind of pressure. Xiaosong took a deep breath. Are you going to do it? Li Mingtong suddenly slapped the table lightly, speaking in a low voice. Xiaosong jumped in surprise, biting his teeth, as if he finally made up his mind. Li Mingtong felt victory was in sight. I won't betray my friends, Xiaosong said, and Li Mingtong's smile, on the verge of triumph, froze on his face. What did you say? Li Mingtong's brows furrowed, his eyes terrifying. Xiaosong's gaze, however, gradually became resolute. I won't betray my friends. The second time he repeated it, it was steadier and more assertive than the first. Honest people may seem easy to bully, but when they become stubborn, they are tougher than anyone, and they value loyalty more. You. Li Mingtong's forehead veins were bulging. It's rebellion. All of it is rebellion. First, that Yi. Then old Wang. And now even Xiaosong dares to speak to him like this. These damn bastards. Do you know the consequences? Li Mingtong gritted his teeth and asked. Xiaosong, may be timid, but I still have some pride. Xiaosong stood up directly. Well said. Li Mingtong was about to say something when suddenly someone outside called out, sounding like a Peking opera. Good. Both looked over, and Xiaosong's eyes brightened. It's old Wang. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiaosong's face, as if he had received great recognition, and he strode towards old Wang. Mr. Li, don't waste time. There are no traitors in the promotion department, and it's impossible for there to be traitors. Old Wang smiled at Li Mingtong and said, when you have time, you should talk to the finance department. Tomorrow our Bai supervisor will ask you for a bonus, so don't forget to approve it. Seeing old Wang's expression, Li Mingtong was shaking with anger. Xiaosong stood next to old Wang, full of confidence, staring directly at him. Mr. Li, it's nothing. We'll be leaving now. Old Wang chuckled. Our Bai supervisor is a good person, very capable. It's not easy for us to win the privilege of not working overtime, so we should enjoy it, right? Exactly. Xiaosong laughed in agreement. Li Mingtong's nose was about to twist from anger. So arrogant. Not just Bai Xiaosheng, the entire promotion department is too arrogant. His anger reached a peak, and Li Mingtong even started to laugh, his expression twisted. Old Wang, do you know what happens when you go against me? Li Mingtong said ominously, don't forget. Your department's direct leader is me. Yes, I don't have the authority to fire you directly, but the quarterly evaluation is coming up, and I will evaluate your work. At that time, as long as I submit it, Vice President Wang will have a reason to fire you. You all will be out, and your jobs will be gone. Does that not matter? Li Mingtong sneered. Loyalty is more important than eating? He didn't believe it. These people have only been together for a few days. Can they really be united? After Li Mingtong finished speaking, even Xiaosong laughed, and old Wang shook his head. Their expressions made Li Mingtong pause. In the past, those superiors who depended on him always had a flattering, obedient, and fearful demeanor, making Li Mingtong feel as if he held the power over their futures and lives. But now, it seemed that this tactic didn't work on the junior employees. Mr. Li, old Wang really feels a bit sorry for you. Your threats can scare the supervisors, but they don't work on us. As low-level employees, we can find a meal anywhere. Moreover, I guarantee that if we switch jobs, the next company will pay even more, and the leadership will be more reasonable. Xiaosong said with a smile. Using dismissal to scare employees, does he really think this is a secure job? Li Mingtong was stunned, his mind buzzing. His threats were actually treated as a joke. I will fire you all right now. I will fire you all right now. Li Mingtong shouted in anger, wanting them to leave. Then all of you get out. Mr. Li, I told you. You don't have the authority to fire them. Old Wang said, standing behind Xiaosong. If someone is truly leaving, it will be you in front of them. Bai Xiaosheng said, his eyes sharp and imposing. Chapter 66. The opportunity has come. Bai Xiaosheng's face was as cold as water as he walked over. Passing by old Wang and Xiaosong, he smiled sincerely at them. He had been there for a while and had heard part of the conversation. Old Wang and Xiaosong's support made Bai Xiaosheng feel a warmth in his heart. Now it was his turn to step up for them. Old Wang and Xiaosong smiled at Bai Xiaosheng, parting to make way. Bai Xiaosheng stood in front of old Wang and the others, looking at Li Mingtong with a dark expression. Li Mingtong's anger was unexpectedly suppressed into silence. Mr. Li, it's best for us to have some boundaries in our conflict. If you cross my line, even Wang Yi cannot protect you. Bai Xiaosheng's voice was soft, but carried more weight than a shout. Mentioning the name of Vice President Wang Yi, he showed no signs of avoidance. Bai Xiaosheng had never intended to reveal his identity to Wang Yi. All he wanted was a job and to gain points. He had no interest in the struggle between Wang Yi and Shang Wenshu, but if someone provoked him, he wouldn't mind breaking their balance. A chill inexplicably rose in Li Mingtong's heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't. Old Wang and Xiao Song exchanged glances and quickly followed behind Bai Xiaosheng. Watching Bai Xiaosheng and the others leave, Li Mingtong's face turned purple, feeling as if his chest was stuffed with several pounds of cotton, making it hard for him to breathe. With a heavy punch, Li Mingtong struck his chest like a drum, finally expelling a heavy breath. Bai Xiaosheng. Li Mingtong muttered the name, his eyes bloodshot. I will not let you go. I will destroy you, no matter the cost. This time, Li Mingtong did not roar hoarsely but clenched his teeth, murmuring in low tones. Opportunity. I need an opportunity. An opportunity to destroy Bai Xiaosheng. But where is this opportunity? Li Mingtong's lips were biting so hard they were turning purple, almost bleeding, as he kept pulling his hair out, one by one. Just when he was racking his brain and in pain, a phone call came in. The persistent ringing jolted Li Mingtong from his obsession. He picked up the phone, his eyes flashing. It was Vice President Wang Yi. Li Mingtong regained some composure, steadied his emotions, and answered the call. Why did it take you so long to answer? Wang Yi was very dissatisfied on the other end of the line. Yes. I just stepped out for a moment and didn't bring my phone. What's the matter? Li Mingtong respectfully explained to Vice President Wang. I'm looking for you because there's something important. Listen carefully, Wang Yi instructed over the phone. Li Mingtong's deadpan eyes gradually brightened, even showing a hint of excitement. Understood, understood. I will definitely handle it well. Li Mingtong responded repeatedly, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Opportunity, isn't this it? After hanging up the phone, Li Mingtong excitedly rubbed his hands together, his fingers continuously tapping the table. It was his habit of thinking. Let us do it. Li Mingtong finalized his thoughts, sprang to his feet, and dialed a number using the landline. Hello, this is Li Mingtong. You need to come here immediately. Without giving any room for negotiation, he hung up after speaking. After a moment, a short and plump middle-aged man hurried into Li Mingtong's office. Mr. Li, what do you need me for? The marketing supervisor asked with a smile. The supervisors under Li Mingtong's faction were afraid to leave work early because Li Mingtong had said they could only leave after him. At this moment, this deputy manager Li had a pale complexion, his eyes bloodshot, his hair was not as neat as usual, a bit messy, and his clothes were not as tidy, with strands of hair stuck to them. The marketing supervisor wondered what had happened to Mr. Li, as if he had been bullied. Who in this project department could make him so disheveled? Not even Shinde could do that. In fact, the marketing supervisor knew a bit. He had seen Bai Xiaosheng, Old Wang, Xiao Song, and several people from the promotion department pass by earlier, and he had vaguely heard Li Mingtong's furious shouting. Like everyone else still working on the project, the marketing supervisor had directly closed the door, refusing to listen or pay attention. It was better to avoid trouble. Moreover, everyone increasingly agreed on one thing. Bai Xiaosheng was not someone to mess with. At this moment, Li Mingtong had a plan, and he was no longer in despair. Completely unaware of the subtle expressions of the marketing supervisor, coupled with the marketing supervisor's respectful and flattering attitude, his mood improved significantly. Come here. I need you to do something right now. Li Mingtong waved. The marketing supervisor dared not hesitate and leaned in. Li Mingtong whispered something in his ear, and as he spoke, the marketing supervisor's expression changed continuously, first in suspicion, then gradually becoming a bit frightened. This is not okay, Mr. Li. The usually obedient marketing supervisor was refusing for the first time. If this matter escalated, his job would be in jeopardy. It seemed that the conflict between Bai Xiaosheng and deputy manager Li had reached an irreparable level. Once Li Mingtong took this step, there would be no turning back for him either. Are you doing it or not? Li Mingtong glared. He had built up his authority for a long time. And at this moment, the marketing supervisor shrank back, still reluctant but afraid. This matter is really, the marketing supervisor said with a grim face. Trying to evade responsibility. Li Mingtong's expression immediately darkened. Look at Bai Xiaosheng's people. They can risk their jobs for him. And look at these people under me. Even the supervisor I trust the most dares to play tricks on me. Li Mingtong was extremely jealous of Bai Xiaosheng and was also deeply resentful of the people around him. You have to do this. You must do it. Li Mingtong glared. The marketing supervisor wanted to say something. The marketing supervisor looked at Li Mingtong in fear. This boss was as venomous as a snake. I will do it. Finally, the marketing supervisor gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Chapter 67. Tell me more about it. Thursday arrived. And today was the day agreed upon with Li Mingtong for the submission of the draft. The draft had been reviewed by everyone several times and was completely fine. Bai Xiaosheng made a copy and prepared to give it to Li Mingtong. Why don't we first inform President Shun and then call the supervisors to present in the large conference room? Old Wang expressed some concern. Yesterday, Li Mingtong must have been furious. I'm afraid he will refuse to acknowledge this and look for trouble. If he wants to find trouble, I will accompany him. Today, he won't get a single penny less in department rewards. Bai Xiaosheng smiled calmly, his smile cold. Remembering yesterday's events, Bai Xiaosheng felt a surge of anger. How dare he touch his friends? Li Mingtong had crossed the line. After this, even if Li Mingtong withdrew and did nothing, Bai Xiaosheng would never let it go. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Bai Xiaosheng, old Wang gave up. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. If Li Mingtong acted unreasonable, he could just find Chen Dia later. And it would be completely fine. Bai Xiaosheng headed straight to Li Mingtong's office with the disc. At that moment, Li Mingtong was sitting behind his desk, fiddling with his phone while occasionally glancing at the time. When is this Bai Xiaosheng coming to report to me? He can't be thinking of coming in the afternoon, right? Li Mingtong frowned and muttered to himself, or I could just call him and tell him to come over now. Yesterday, Li Mingtong had everything arranged. Today, he was going to put on a good show with Bai Xiaosheng, but before the show began, he needed to accomplish an important task. One key point of this task was to keep Bai Xiaosheng here for at least 2 hours. The more Li Mingtong thought about it, the more excited he became, repeatedly suppressing his urge to call Bai Xiaosheng. That kid is quite cunning, better to be cautious. Li Mingtong continued to hold back. Finally, there was a knock on his office door. Li Mingtong looked up, and his eyes lit up. Bai Xiaosheng was standing at the door. Director Bai, you're here? Come in quickly. Li Mingtong greeted with a beaming smile and stood up enthusiastically. Bai Xiaosheng had already prepared himself mentally to be tough. But Li Mingtong's sudden warmth left him taken aback. Is this really the Li Mingtong from yesterday, who was on edge? Something must be up. Bai Xiaosheng, however, kept his composure and walked in. The draft is right here, Director Li. Take a look. If it passes, I hope our department's bonus can be realized. Bai Xiaosheng placed the disc on the desk and pushed it towards Li Mingtong. Li Mingtong nodded, took the disc, plugged it into his computer, and began to look at the design draft with a serious expression. Bai Xiaosheng waited for him to find fault. However, Li Mingtong merely looked, said nothing, and frequently nodded, even showing signs of approval on his face. Bai Xiaosheng felt a wave of suspicion. Could it be that Li Mingtong has really gone mad? Not bad, not bad. Director Bai, your promotion department's brochure is professional and beautiful. I plan to have you report directly to the leaders. But before that, can you explain it to me? Li Mingtong, still smiling, even stood up and offered his seat to Bai Xiaosheng, indicating for him to sit down. These creative points are great, but when you explain, it's best to link each point to its commercial value. The more commercial, the better. You know this is a commercial project. We must emphasize the project attributes. Even if it's a bit glitch, it helps with investment attraction. Li Mingtong looked at the computer screen, clicking his tongue in admiration, and made another request. This request was reasonable and had no hint of being difficult. Bai Xiaosheng nodded. In fact, this set of design drafts was originally aimed at a commercial style, directly appealing to investors' desires. If he were to explain, it naturally had to revolve around the core of commercial attributes. All right, I'll keep it brief. Bai Xiaosheng walked around the desk and came to the computer. However, he did not sit in Li Mingtong's chair, as he felt uncomfortable being looked down upon. So he stood while explaining. Li Mingtong did not insist, and stood to listen. This brochure is divided into several major sections: location, transportation, supporting facilities, design, and property management, which we will elaborate on. Bai Xiaosheng explained the brochure roughly from start to finish. Li Mingtong actually listened very attentively, frequently nodding. His expression seemed to show a great deal of admiration for the draft. If it weren't for yesterday's near disaster, Bai Xiaosheng would really suspect that Li Mingtong had changed his personality. Could it be that Wang Yi intervened and forced Li Mingtong to get along with him? It was possible. If that were the case, Wang Yi must have learned about Bai Xiaosheng's situation through some channels. But he couldn't determine the depth of Bai Xiaosheng's relationship with the group. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Li Mingtong was scheming something and deliberately trying to confuse him. Bai Xiaosheng took a deep look at Li Mingtong. Not bad, not bad. But here I feel that the connection to the commercial theme isn't very tight. Think about it again, organize your vocabulary, and phrase it to make the theme stand out more. Also here. Li Mingtong scrolled the mouse and pointed out a few places. His suggestions were still reasonable, pointing out areas that Bai Xiaosheng had deliberately omitted. After all, if one repeatedly emphasized the commercial nature, it might overshadow some of the project's highlights, making it inevitably feel glitch. Bai Xiaosheng nodded, thought for a moment, and added some descriptions for Li Mingtong. Very good. Very good. Director Bai is truly talented, just speaking off the cuff, much better than I thought. But you see, here we can. Li Mingtong continued to discuss with Bai Xiaosheng how to maximize the reflection of the commercial and investment themes. Thus, Bai Xiaosheng stayed there for a full 2 hours. If it weren't for Hong Lian's help, even Bai Xiaosheng would have run out of words. Normally, after such a conversation, one would probably be filled with thoughts of business and investment. In the end, there would really be nothing left to discuss. The situation went unexpectedly smoothly. Li Mingtong's approval came too suddenly. almost as if he was rushing Bai Xiaosheng out. Just as Bai Xiaosheng reached the entrance of the promotion department, old Wang rushed out in a hurry, almost colliding with him. What happened? Is there a problem? Bai Xiaosheng immediately asked. What big shot? Bai Xiaosheng asked curiously. Master Song Kai, General Manager Shang, Manager Wang, and a district chief are personally accompanying him and will arrive shortly. Chapter 68. A piece of surrounding fence. A group of people walked through Trellis Square, outside the main square. The elder at the forefront wore a white jacket, black lantern pants, and a pair of old cloth shoes. It was indeed Master Song Kai. To his side was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, who was the district chief Wu Qibing, also a former student of Master Song Kai. On the other side, slightly behind, were Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi. At this moment, both the scholarly Shang Wenshu and the usually domineering Wang Yi had smiles plastered on their faces. Last month, Master Song Kai had visited here with the mayor, and the impression he left on the project was not very good. Shang Wenshu had been racking his brain, trying to find ways to change the old man's mind. Unexpectedly, today, the master had taken the initiative to come and take a look. Speaking of Master Song Kai, he was renowned in Tiannan and even across the country. He was a highly influential figure in both the business and political realms, with many disciples and considerable clout. If they could invite him to the opening, it would definitely elevate the project's visibility by several notches. However, the old man had a rule. He never participated in opening ceremonies, even for projects he personally designed. As the heads of local enterprises, Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi valued this master-level figure immensely, even going so far as to cancel meetings and social engagements to accompany him, fearing any slip-ups. The importance of the master was evident. At this moment, Master Song Kai was looking around with his hands behind his back. This was the master's work, the fruits of his labor. However, now the master was muttering to himself while looking around, as if this project were not designed by him. Looking at it this way, that little kid-esque design is indeed clever. I rejected it. Am I getting old? The old man compared the actual scene and kept mumbling. Shang Wenshu wore a smile. This time, they would surely satisfy the master. If the master was pleased, perhaps he could mention the opening guest issue. And if he agreed, Trellis Square would surely become the most talked-about place in Tiannan. Wang Yi smiled, wanting to leave a good impression in front of Master Song Kai. I specifically instructed Li Mingtong to do a thorough check of the project in advance, making sure there's nothing that would annoy the master. Even the fence at the entrance has been changed. Not bad, not bad. Mingtong's efficiency is still very high. Wang Yi felt satisfied as well. This time, they truly wanted to ensure that both hosts and guests were happy. Song Kai gestured as he walked, framing the scenery with his fingers and mumbling. This blank space is great. This treatment is really wonderful. Director Wu Qibing couldn't help but smile, saying, "What are you mumbling about? You're so happy, why don't you share it with us? You guys?" Director Wu laughed heartily, noting that his teacher still had the same temperament and hadn't changed at all. The group continued to walk around the venue. When they reached a construction site, the enthusiastic Master Song Kai's expression suddenly darkened. There, an abrupt and eye-catching barrier appeared, bright red with golden characters. The image featured an unknown pseudo-successful person, smiling broadly and proudly giving 2 thumbs up. The text on the image was even more blunt. Earn, 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 money, money, money. Once it's in hand, I have it all. Wealth, gold, the pinnacle of business, endless wealth for 3 generations. The most vulgar, the most direct, and the least design barrier just stood out here. It made anyone without any design talent feel utterly tasteless. In this artistic and cultural square, it was like slathering thick foundation on a delicate young girl and painting her lips a bright red, utterly garish. The key was that it had just been replaced. Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi both changed their expressions simultaneously. Why would such a barrier appear this time, even worse than last time? It was simply a major eyesore. Shang Wenshu couldn't help but glance at Wang Yi, his first reaction being that Wang Yi was behind this. However, Wang Yi looked even more surprised. What a barrier full of commercial flavor. Song Kai said lightly and turned to walk into the square. Wu Qibing glanced at the barrier and frowned. Commercial projects can reflect commercial elements, but this was just too low quality and vulgar. Director Wu was at a loss for words, feeling that even in the suburbs, it would be hard to find such a thing. He let out a heavy sigh and hurried to catch up with his teacher. Shendaya, Li Mingtong. What are you doing? What is this thing? Shang Wenshu couldn't help but curse softly. Wang Yi's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Last night, he had clearly called Li Mingtong, and seeing that the barrier was newly replaced felt like a slap in the face. The 2 leaders were furious as they headed to the marketing center. At this moment, Shendaya and Li Mingtong weren't accompanying the leaders, not because they didn't want to, but because Master Song had given prior notice that no one unrelated to the project needed to accompany them. They were busy preparing and setting up the venue, communicating with the supervisors. They had heard that this time, Master Song would have a casual chat with the subordinates. The The two managers were worried about offending the old master, so they hurriedly reminded the supervisors. Just then, a young employee rushed over, looking panicked and out of breath. What happened? Chen Dai asked, noticing it was one of the employees who followed the leaders. He quickly pressed for answers. It's bad. Master Song and Director Wu have arrived at the Four Seasons Flower Island scenic spot and saw the barrier outside. What's wrong with the barrier? Chen Dai asked in surprise. He remembered that it had been changed to a more scenic one, which was quite suitable. The leaders said the newly replaced barrier is vulgar, and the master is unhappy. The young employee said, swallowing hard. He didn't know what expression the master had, but he clearly saw the anger on the faces of the two leaders. What does the new one look like? Chen Dai suddenly felt uneasy and couldn't help but glance at Li Mingtong. Li Mingtong also frowned. A few days ago, I organized a meeting for investment promotion, and they were supposed to do some publicity. Maybe they changed it. And I even had Bai Xiaosheng from the promotion department oversee it. What happened? Is there a problem? Chapter 69. I have something to say. Li Mingtong threw the trouble onto the investment promotion and marketing departments, but since it involved the barrier issue, which was also part of publicity, it clearly pointed to the promotion department. Chen Dai wasn't in the mood to argue and hurriedly nodded, jogging to meet the leaders. Li Mingtong followed behind, a sly and smug smile on his face. The barrier was something he had instructed the marketing director to change, made by a small workshop found on the street. Poorly crafted and extremely vulgar. To be honest, after it was installed, Li Mingtong had taken a look and found it disgusting. It was an insult to the project. What if it fell into the eyes of a master who cherished his work? Ever since Master Song Kai had lost his temper last time, Li Mingtong had done his homework. Master Song Kai valued humanity and culture, despising rigidity and overly strong commercialism, and was extremely protective of his work. The master, who had never met Bai Xiaosheng, would surely form a bad first impression once he learned that Bai Xiaosheng was involved with that barrier. The importance of first impressions between people cannot be overstated. It is difficult to change them later. And this was just the beginning. Li Mingtong felt proud in his heart. Every step of this game was being played by him, Li Mingtong, and he was the one in control. No matter how Master Song Kai was, he was still his pawn. Even Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi were the same. Thinking of this made Li Mingtong feel excited and hot all over. Chen Dai reached the entrance of the marketing center just as Master Song Kai and his group arrived. He took a quick glance and saw that the expressions of the leaders were not good. On the contrary, the master, who had the worst temper, seemed to be in a slightly better mood, at least not showing any anger. Master, please this way. The leaders can rest in the conference room first. We have prepared tea and snacks there, Chen Dai said cautiously with a smile. Master Song and Director Wu politely nodded at Chen Dai and followed the employee to the conference room. Taking this opportunity, Shang Wenshu pulled Chen Dai aside. His brows furrowed in worry as he impatiently whispered, "It can't be a coincidence that the master came just as they replaced it with something like that." Shang Wenshu felt a bit frustrated. He knew Wang Yi also respected the master and wouldn't dare to interfere, so he had become careless. Sure enough, something had gone wrong. Li Mingtong said it was the investment promotion and marketing departments who acted without permission. In my opinion, the promotion department should take the blame. Li Mingtong is clearly targeting Bai Xiaosheng. Chen Dai spoke urgently in a low voice. Could it be that President Wang also? No. Shang Wenshu waved his hand. Based on what Chen Dai said, it seemed more likely Mingtong acted on his own. Shang Wenshu had been paying attention to the project and was also aware of the conflict between Li Mingtong and Bai Xiaosheng. It's a disaster in the making. Wang Yi, you also have moments when you can't control the situation. Shang Wenshu felt emotional and nodded at Chen Dai before hurriedly heading to the conference room. At this moment, Wang Yi was confronting Li Mingtong, his eyes filled with rage. It's that Bai Xiaosheng, Li Mingtong said with certainty a few days ago. I organized him to meet with the investment promotion and logistics departments to discuss publicity. You can investigate, it's true. I don't know how they ended up like this. Li Mingtong looked frustrated, as if it really had nothing to do with him. Wang Yi's gaze was cold as he stared at Li Mingtong, making Li Mingtong's heart race and feel uneasy. Such words might deceive others, but trying to fool someone of Wang Yi's caliber was far-fetched. Li Mingtong suddenly felt that this lie was a bit foolish. Since it's come to this, I don't want any more problems. Wang Yi looked at Li Mingtong with a grim expression and heavily patted his shoulder, the force making Li Mingtong feel pain. After saying that, Wang Yi turned and left. Li Mingtong couldn't help but swallow hard, silently following behind. What had seemed like a flawless plan now carried immense risk. However, he was determined to make Bai Xiaosheng pay, even if it meant hurting himself in the process. A ruthless glint appeared in Li Mingtong's eyes. He had no intention of stopping. The large conference room had been carefully decorated, and the tea and snacks were excellent. However, Master Song Kai stood with his hands behind his back, showing great interest in the aerial views and landscape renderings hanging on the wall, sometimes contemplating and sometimes revealing a hint of a smile. It seems that the teacher is in a good mood and hasn't been affected by that construction barrier. District Chief Wu Qibing let out a sigh of relief, feeling at ease, and sat down leisurely to enjoy his tea. Shang Wenshu, Chen Dai, Wang Yi, and Li Mingtong entered the meeting room one after another. Seeing Master Song Kai looking at the project posters, they dared not disturb him and patiently waited aside. Oh, you all are here. After a while, Master Song Kai noticed everyone and smiled apologetically. Look at this old man of mine, with such little hobbies. Sometimes I get too absorbed. Please forgive me. The master is indeed a master, humble and polite. Everyone chuckled along. Master Song Kai's words made everyone nod frequently. Teacher, still so dedicated. District Chief Wu Qibing nodded and smiled, but when he looked at Shang Wenshu and the others, his expression turned serious. I, along with Shang Zong and Wang Zong, are all familiar faces, so I won't be polite. You say it. District Chief Wu, Shang Wenshu, and Wang Yi hurriedly replied. District Chief Wu Qibing solemnly emphasized. You must listen to the teacher's advice and take it to heart. In front of Master Song Kai, District Chief Wu brought up the sensitive topic because he knew that his teacher had a straightforward temperament and would inevitably mention this matter. Rather than let the teacher say it, it would be better for him, as a student, to remind them. Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi quickly nodded in agreement. Master Song Kai remained expressionless. This matter seemed on the verge of passing. District Chief Wu, I have something to say. Suddenly, Li Mingtong, who had been silent, stepped forward. Chapter 70. Pit digging expert Li Mingtong. Before speaking, Li Mingtong felt a bit conflicted and anxious. Things weren't going as smoothly as he had anticipated. He had overestimated himself and underestimated the intelligence of someone like Deputy General Manager Wang Yi. Just now, Deputy General Manager Wang Yi's attitude had already given him a severe warning. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. However, Li Mingtong still didn't want to give up this opportunity. Having taken the first step, he couldn't help but want to take the second. His chips were all on the table now. Whether he won or lost, he wanted to give it a try. If he could take this chance to provoke Master Song Kai through Bai Xiaosheng, then Bai Xiaosheng would be in big trouble, especially since District Chief Wu Qibing was present. Just the District Chief's anger would be enough to give Bai Xiaosheng a hard time. At that point, Shang Wenshu, that old fox, would most likely sacrifice a pawn to protect the queen, and Deputy General Manager Wang Yi might also take the opportunity to kick him when he was down. Li Mingtong believed that the benefits far outweighed the risks. These past few days, Bai Xiaosheng had driven him a bit mad, making him irritable and impulsive. Therefore, he ultimately decided to act. You are the project leader, Li Mingtong, right? Do you have something to say? District Chief Wu Qibing looked at Li Mingtong with curiosity. Knowing this person, at this moment, when Li Mingtong stood up, Wang Yi's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. This Li Mingtong actually dared to disregard his advice. Shang Wenshu remained silent, watching coldly. Li Mingtong spoke with great certainty. Oh? This made District Chief Wu Qibing let out a laugh. Deputy Manager Li, do you think that, Master? I, General Manager Shang, and General Manager Wang are all blind and can't see such a large red banner with golden characters? Or perhaps Deputy Manager Li has never seen it. Well, that banner is still there. You can go take a look. District Chief Wu was also somewhat angry. This matter itself wasn't that significant. Since the Master wasn't angry, he brought it up just to avoid the Master mentioning it again. This was already giving the project a way out. How could they not see it? If they were really that serious and responsible, where did that barrier come from? Did it just fall from the sky? You mentioned that barrier. I have something to say, Li Mingtong said calmly, addressing the district chief, the day before yesterday. I organized a small meeting for the Project's investment department to do some promotion. I asked the promotion department to help complete it. This barrier was very likely set up by them. Perhaps it was changed this morning. Manager Chun and I were busy preparing this venue and didn't have time to check. This was our oversight. Li Mingtong admitted his responsibility, but threw the blame on the promotion department as the culprit. Are you implying that this barrier was set up by the heads of the two departments? Interesting. Just now you said that from employees to managers, everyone opposes vulgar business. Is this the outcome of your anti-vulgar campaign? Quite effective. District Chief Wu Qibing said sarcastically. Master Song Kai picked up his teacup, leisurely blowing on the tea leaves, savoring it gracefully, as if this topic had nothing to do with him. District Chief Wu glanced at the master, somewhat surprised. His teacher, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, had surprisingly restrained his explosive temper so much. In the past, the old man would have jumped up, pointing his finger at Li Mingtong's nose, cursing, "What the hell are you talking about? I still need to talk to you about this." Li Mingtong continued. The expressions of Wang Yi and Shang Wenshu behind him turned somewhat grim. Li Mingtong was finally ready to show his fangs. This person, disregarding the overall situation, was avenging personal grievances and was quite venomous, truly a heart of a poisonous snake. You don't know? Our Project's old employees have been reminded many times and are aware of this. However, we got a new supervisor in the promotion department. This new supervisor has been here for a short time, so it's inevitable there are oversights. District Chief Wu Qibing frowned. Shang Wenshu also raised his head, his gaze cold. Li Mingtong had dug a good pit. He had solidified Bai Xiaosheng's responsibility with facts, and even if later the master and the district chief realized it was a misunderstanding, it would still be their own misinterpretation, and they wouldn't be able to find Li Mingtong responsible. District Chief Wu Qibing spoke up. New supervisor? With the level of that barrier, even the small studios on the street could do a better job. And you call him the promotion supervisor? How do you hire people for your project? District Chief Wu questioned. The anger in his words gradually increased, making Li Mingtong feel secretly pleased. What the district chief doesn't he know? Li Mingtong glanced at Shang Wenshu, seeming to hesitate for a moment. Our new supervisor is not an ordinary person. He was brought in by General Manager Shang. In fact, he is quite capable. Recently, he led the department to produce a great set of building brochures in just 3 to 4 days. I wonder if it's because of the busy work lately that caused some minor oversights. Li Mingtong seemed to be making excuses for Bai Xiaosheng, but in reality, he had successfully silenced Shang Wenshu, forcing him to avoid suspicion while also bringing up the matter of the brochures. Just think, if such a meticulous master pays so much attention to a small barrier, wouldn't he care even more about the brochures, which have a large proportion in the promotion? Sure enough, Master Song Kai paused his action of raising the teacup to drink, his brow even slightly furrowing. You mentioned brochures. Master Song Kai spoke up. Yes, Li Mingtong quickly replied. I was just thinking about things earlier, and didn't he notice that the promotion department? Master Song Kai interrupted, suddenly asking. What is the name of the new supervisor in the promotion department? You say he finished the entire set of brochures? Master Song Kai put down his teacup. Becoming interested. Teacher, you really want to see them? District Chief Wu laughed, interjecting. He was afraid the teacher would have a bad impression of that new supervisor. And if he saw a brochure with a heavy commercial flavor, what if he got angry? That wouldn't be good for his health and would also embarrass the project. Seeing that the district chief seemed to want to stop it, Li Mingtong felt a surge of anxiety, nervously looking at the master. Li Mingtong even silently prayed. Master Song Kai, you must call Bai Xiaosheng to report. Otherwise, I spent half a morning brainwashing him for nothing. Let him come over and tell me about it. Master Song Kai finally said this. Li Mingtong was overjoyed. Bai Xiaosheng, you're in for it now. Chapter 71, Building Brochure Report. You, go to the promotion department and bring over Supervisor Bai Xiaosheng. Li Mingtong pointed to a person standing at the entrance of the conference room, nodded slightly, and hurriedly left to find Bai Xiaosheng. Even that person was arranged in advance by Li Mingtong. Li Mingtong didn't want Chen Dai's people to go, to avoid raising Bai Xiaosheng's vigilance. Just imagine, those masters would be annoyed to hear those words frequently coming from someone they had a very poor impression of. Would they still have a good temper? The show is about to begin. Bai Xiaosheng, you must not let me down with my training. Li Mingtong believed that it would definitely be exciting soon. As long as the fire was lit, he could make it burn fiercely and destroy Bai Xiaosheng. Watching every step he carefully arranged go smoothly, Li Mingtong felt a peak of anticipation and desire in his heart. Since he was going to report on the building brochure, Chen Dai had no time to spare, so he hurried to organize personnel and adjust the equipment. This was the conference room, and the equipment was ready. The technical staff made slight adjustments and prepared everything. Master Song and Director Wu waited for a moment, and then a plain-looking but energetic young man walked in. Master Song Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances. This young man was very spirited, with a straight posture, firm footsteps, and a confidence and agility in his eyes that far surpassed anyone else present. This was Bai Xiaosheng. The old man remained expressionless, but his eyes hid a hint of mischief. They had exchanged barbs online many times. Initially, Bai Xiaosheng was a bit cautious, but eventually, they had an open discussion without holding back. There were some points where Master Song Kai had not actually debated with Bai Xiaosheng, and now he was quite eager to tease this kid. Bai Xiaosheng, called in a hurry, initially thought it was a meeting attended by all supervisors, but upon arrival, he found that the supervisors were all standing at the door, and only a few leaders were in the conference room. The most eye-catching one was the elderly man sitting upright in the center with a serious expression. Master Song Kai? This was Bai Xiaosheng's first time meeting this renowned master in person, and he felt it was somewhat different from his imagination. The Master Song before him sat with a dignified posture and a stern expression, which was a stark contrast to the image he had envisioned. Perhaps this was the difference between reality and virtuality, Bai Xiaosheng thought. Li Mingtong saw that Master Song Kai remained indifferent to Bai Xiaosheng's arrival, and he felt secretly pleased. It seemed that the humble and friendly master indeed had a very poor impression of this kid. At the door, Old Wang, Xiao Song, and Yi Zi also rushed over. They stood outside and saw the master's cold expression, feeling uneasy. The issue of the barricade had already spread, and some even directly said it was their doing. Instructed by Bai Xiaosheng, this was simply nonsense. Yi Zi was so furious her nose nearly crinkled. This was a blatant slander of her aesthetic views. If it weren't for Old Wang and Xiao Song holding her back, she would have rushed into the conference room to clarify things. Bai Xiaosheng greeted several leaders in succession: Master Song, Director Wu, and General Manager Shang, and General Manager Wang. The coldest was the master, while the most amiable was Director Wu. However, after being polite, Director Wu Qibing's question carried a hint of challenge. "You are the new supervisor from the project promotion department, Bai Xiaosheng? Is it you who had the barricade made?" Bai Xiaosheng glanced at Li Mingtong, who had a smug look in his eyes. "The matter of the barricade will be explained to you later by Deputy Manager Li. I am here mainly to present our building brochure design to the master and several leaders." Bai Xiaosheng appeared very composed, his demeanor neither submissive nor arrogant. This young man was quite calm. Director Wu nodded, feeling a bit of admiration, and his expression softened slightly. Li Mingtong frowned. However, the master's expression still did not ease, which made him feel relieved. As long as the master had a poor impression of you, others could not help you. Li Mingtong thought to himself. "Oh, then you can tell us about it." The previously silent Master Song Kai slowly spoke, his voice flat and indifferent. Bai Xiaosheng didn't mind and walked confidently to the projector screen, handing over the presentation materials to the technical staff and giving some instructions. The technical staff projected the building brochure design onto the screen. As the documents appeared, Wu Qibing, Shang Wenshu, Wang Yi, and everyone else were instantly impressed. The layout of this brochure was clean, concise, and grand. It was extraordinary. "Next, let me explain." Bai Xiaosheng calmly picked up the laser pointer and began to speak eloquently at the screen. As his explanation deepened, employees couldn't help but whisper to each other, "This brochure is really well done. How can the quality be so high for our project? Incredible. It makes me want to invest. It's so compelling." At the door, department supervisors were focused on the screen, their eyes not blinking. This brochure was fantastic. The visuals and text were integrated, striking right at the heart. The supervisors suddenly felt that their project was so upscale. Some things that were commonplace now seemed to have a lot of highlights. If they showed this to clients, it would definitely be more effective than rambling on for half a day. The supervisor from the investment promotion department looked a bit anxious. If this was printed out, it would definitely greatly enhance their investment rate. Old Wang, Xiao Song, and Yi Zi were in the crowd, receiving more and more gazes of attention. And the surrounding discussions were all praises. They felt both proud and honored. The fruits of their labor were strongly recognized by everyone. This feeling was wonderful. Li Mingtong was uneasy. Bai Xiaosheng's presentation had even garnered great interest from Director Wu Qibing. The supervisors and employees at the door were praising it nonstop. This was not what he wanted to see. Li Mingtong stole a glance at the master. Fortunately, the master still had a cold face and remained indifferent. The master's character was known to be straightforward. If he truly liked something, he would not hesitate to praise it, and if he disliked it, he would criticize it mercilessly. Since the master had still not shown any sign of appreciation up to this point, at least he was not satisfied. Li Mingtong's eyes burned with fervor, his blood surging. And looking at Bai Xiaosheng, his eyes were filled with cold laughter. No matter how well you spoke, as long as the master didn't like it. Even if everyone praised you to the heavens, I will make you fall. Li Mingtong was ready to strike. Chapter 72. Do you accept the punishment? Above is the building brochure design plan created by our promotion department with everyone's collaborative effort. Bai Xiaosheng concluded his presentation. The supervisors and employees at the door looked eager, and the praise and discussions showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they grew more intense. Old Wang, Xiao Song, and Yi Zi felt as though they had just drunk 2 shots of liquor, their cheeks flushed with excitement, basking in the admiration and respect of those around them. Wu Qibing praised Bai Xiaosheng's performance highly. This young man was steady in his actions, calm and composed in his gestures, and his explanation of the brochure was clear and articulate. Indeed, he was a talented youth, more than capable of being a supervisor. Director Wu even couldn't help but smile at Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi, saying, "I didn't expect your project to have such talent." It seemed that the director had a good impression of Bai Xiaosheng. Shang Wenshu smiled. "Director Wu, you don't know, this supervisor is not ordinary. Recently, he produced a complete set of promotional planning proposals that surprised both me and General Manager Wang. This brochure also follows the ideas from his proposals, created under his leadership in the promotion department." Shang Wenshu took the opportunity to elevate Bai Xiaosheng's image again. Li Mingtong's intentions were sinister. While Shang Wenshu was doing his best to help Bai Xiaosheng turn the situation around, Wang Yi just smiled and did not interject. He seemed casual, but he coldly glanced at Li Mingtong. Bai Xiaosheng is likely involved within the group, and he is unwilling to act. Moreover, what Shang Wenbook said is also true. All the supervisors on the entire project are witnesses, and he has no rebuttal. Additionally, Li Mingtong dares to go against his words and still shows no restraint. He deserves a lesson. Regardless of the considerations, Wang Yi has decided to remain silent. Oh, it's surprising enough to astonish both you and old Wang. Wu Qibing was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but glance at Bai Xiaosheng, his eyes flickering. General Shang, the district is planning to hold an investment promotion conference this year. Can you lend me this talent to perfect the proposal or act as an advisor? Let's consider it a government-business collaboration, shall we? Director Wu was being polite. Contributing a bit to the local government is something we should do as a business. Shang Wenbook laughed heartily. The two were chatting happily. Li Mingtong looked anxious. The praises from those employees and supervisors, as well as Wu District Director and Shang Wenbook's commendation of Bai Xiaosheng, made him restless. Wang Ye's casual cold glance made him even more terrified. He must act quickly against Bai Xiaosheng, otherwise it would be a huge loss. Li Mingtong was scratching his ears and feeling anxious, waiting for an opportunity to speak up. Master Song Kai glanced at Wu District Director and Shang Wenbook, then coughed. You politicians and businessmen come together and talk about money in 2 seconds. I think next time I come, I should set the tone. You should mention less about investment promotion and commercial finance. Wu Qibing and Shang Wenbook smiled and quickly apologized to the master. Once Bai Xiaosheng finished speaking, he remained silent, waiting for Master Song Kai to look at him again, and he immediately smiled. Master Song, what do you think of this set of building brochures? Bai Xiaosheng politely asked. It's okay. The old man nodded a bit reluctantly, but compared to one I saw not long ago, it's quite lacking. This statement fell into Li Mingtong's ears like music from heaven. Li Mingtong's anxiety and worries were swept away, and he suddenly felt energized. The master said it wasn't good. It wouldn't matter if anyone else said it was good. Bai Xiaosheng, this is the brochure you made for the project. Master, he is not satisfied. Li Mingtong stepped forward and shouted sternly. Everyone present, including Master Song Kai, Director Wu, and those project employees, were startled by the sudden outburst. All eyes turned to Li Mingtong. This thing is too commercial. What about culture? What about human concern? This is simply ruining the master's art and completely contradicting the master's design philosophy. Li Mingtong pointed at the projection and criticized Bai Xiaosheng without any courtesy. His eyes were fiery, and his heart was burning. He was in a state of extreme excitement. He wanted to hit Bai Xiaosheng hard. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Li Mingtong with a blank expression. In fact, when he learned that he would be presenting the brochure to the master, he understood. This was a carefully calculated game set by Li Mingtong. Bai Xiaosheng felt a bit of admiration for Li Mingtong. This person is cunning and quite ruthless. The key is that he is bold. Li Mingtong is using Master Song Kai, Director Wu Qibing, and the two bosses, Shang Wenbook and Wang Yi, as pawns to attack him, Bai Xiaosheng. And these so-called pawns, who aren't all heroes and geniuses. Bai Xiaosheng asked himself, if it were him, he wouldn't dare to be so blatant. This shows that Li Mingtong's patience with himself has truly reached its limit. Bai Xiaosheng, I gave you and your department such a long time. Don't you do your homework? What is our project's development philosophy? The integration of business and culture, green business, humanistic business. Look at this set of brochures. Where does it highlight human concern? Tell me. Li Mingtong reprimanded mercilessly. This was a complete denial in front of a crowd of leaders and the master. The employees and supervisors at the door were dumbfounded, holding their breath. Yet, Yizi was furious. Li Mingtong was distorting the truth and babbling nonsense. She opened her mouth to refute and was about to rush in. Old Wang and Xiaosong quickly grabbed her arms and covered her mouth, dragging the young girl back. Good grief. A small employee from the promotion department dared to confront the project deputy manager in front of the big leaders. That Bai Xiaosheng truly is a competent leader. My dear, don't make things difficult for Xiao Bai. You're just adding another charge against him. Old Wang hurriedly advised in a low voice, pulling Xiaosong to take her away. Bai Xiaosheng remained expressionless, watching Li Mingtong angrily reprimanding him, with a faint smile on his lips. Smile? You're still smiling. Li Mingtong's anger surged. I gave your department a task order. That's a military order. Isn't it, Manager Chen? Li Mingtong asked Chen Daya, who had been silent next to Shang Wenbook. Chen Daya was extremely reluctant to get involved, but since Li Mingtong was asking him, he could only reluctantly nod, despite cursing Li Mingtong in his heart. Yes, Shang Wenbook shot him a glare, and Chen Daya felt wronged. What can I do? The system is in black and white. And the supervisors I dealt with are still standing at the door. Can I say I don't know or am unclear? Good. You understand, right? The system is the system. No one can violate it. Li Mingtong deliberately raised his voice, sneering. Bai Xiaosheng, do you accept the punishment? Do you have anything to say? Chapter 73. Brochure. I have the second edition. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and shrugged, as if he really had nothing to say. I believe you have nothing to say. The master doesn't like your draft. He also won't like you. The excitement in Li Mingtong's heart was almost impossible to contain, and it was about to show on his face. A piece of extremely vulgar barricade has completely ruined Bai Xiaosheng's first impression. It's truly brilliant. Li Mingtong couldn't help but want to praise himself. This Bai Xiaosheng, no matter how cunning, is just a young lad whose facial hair hasn't fully grown in. Why should he fight with him? You are far from it. Li Mingtong now feels like the ultimate victor. What he needs to do now is to expand the results. Dig this pit deeper, and let Bai Xiaosheng fall in and never get back up. Everything is simply perfect. Master Song Kai, Director Wu. I have always been in charge of the project promotion work, and this Bai Xiaosheng is also my subordinate. His work error makes me, Li Mingtong, have an inescapable responsibility. Li Mingtong patted his chest, displaying a face of regret and apology, sincerely telling everyone, therefore, I will urge the promotion department to produce a draft that meets the master's expectations in the shortest time possible. At the same time, to serve as a warning to other departments on the project, I propose to deduct the promotion department's performance bonus for this quarter as punishment. Of course, as a leader, I am also willing to accept the same punishment. Li Mingtong was extremely sincere. Just imagine, such a leader who willingly accepts punishment and takes responsibility. How could the higher-ups not be moved? Perhaps I could be appreciated by the master and the district director and under their influence. It's not impossible to become the project manager. The more Li Mingtong thought, the better it seemed. Bai Xiaosheng's supervisor is irresponsible, has a negative attitude, and wastes time and manpower. I propose a heavier punishment. Li Mingtong thought for a moment and added, of course, he did do some work for the project. I request that he not be fired. Li Mingtong was not kind-hearted, pleading for Bai Xiaosheng. He was afraid that if Bai Xiaosheng left, what would be the point? Li Mingtong's eloquent speech, from self-punishment to punishment, from self-blame to blame, was coherent and smooth, almost like it had been prepared in advance. Wu Qibing initially had some doubts, but as he listened, he looked amused, his gaze full of meaning. Shang Wenbook grew more and more calm as he listened. In contrast, Wang Ye's brow gradually furrowed. This Li Mingtong, usually so clever, how did he turn into a fool when facing Bai Xiaosheng? The signs of acting were too obvious, and only he was still lost in his own excitement. Li Mingtong gave a passionate speech, only to find that the leaders had little reaction. Only the master seemed to acknowledge him. As long as the master recognized him, that was enough. Li Mingtong felt a sense of confidence as if everything was under his control. Bai Xiaosheng watched the performance like a spectator, almost wanting to applaud. After Li Mingtong finished speaking, Bai Xiaosheng, unhurried and calm, said to him, if Deputy Manager Li thinks the marketing proposal is too commercial, that's okay. Like performing a magic trick, Bai Xiaosheng pulled out another proposal and showed it to him. I have a second version. A second version? Li Mingtong's smile froze on his face. He had only given the promotion department 3 or 4 days, while a normal proposal took 2 weeks to prepare. He was already shocked that they managed to produce one so detailed and perfect. And now, Bai Xiaosheng claimed he had another version. This was impossible. He couldn't have had time to create a second version. I didn't give you that much time, Li Mingtong blurted out, quickly realizing he misspoke and hurriedly closed his mouth. However, in front of everyone, the words were already out. Regarding the task list and the bet, Shang Wenshu had learned the general idea through Chindaya. Immediately, Shang Wenshu lowered his voice and briefly explained it to District Chief Wu. Wu Qibing was taken aback, and his gaze toward Bai Xiaosheng changed. This level of efficiency was beyond the realm of mere talent. Wang Yi was surprised, and his eyes grew colder. It turned out that Li Mingtong had long kept it from him and had already targeted Bai Xiaosheng. The proposal Bai Xiaosheng spoke of was completed in just 3 or 4 days, and there were 2 versions. The appearance of the second version caused several leaders to focus intently. Old Wang and the others were stunned. Bai Xiaosheng stayed up late every night. Wasn't he just revising the first version? Even if he was only revising the first version, time was already tight. Where did he find the time to create the second version? Old Wang and the others looked at their young, confident supervisor, and in their hearts, they couldn't help but think of a series of adjectives: freak, monster, inhuman. Bai Xiaosheng certainly didn't expect that the first wave of criticism would come not from enemies, but from his own team. At the entrance, the HR administrative receptionist was loose-lipped. She clearly knew the contents of the task list Li Mingtong had issued to the promotion department. Through her gossip, the supervisors and employees at the entrance quickly learned the details. A commercial proposal of such high quality was completed in less than 4 days. And there were 2 versions. My God, how was this done? Even splitting oneself into 4 wouldn't be enough. Did he gather a team of 10 or more to work on this together? Not only the employees were astounded, but even the supervisors were taken aback. Their gazes toward Bai Xiaosheng changed. Freak, monster, inhuman. Bai Xiaosheng was criticized once again. A person who was incredibly talented, considered a top planner, a supervisor who could mobilize the entire department's enthusiasm to an unprecedented height. Someone who could complete work with super efficiency in a very short time. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, admiration, and disbelief, and they even began to discuss loudly, completely ignoring the master and the leaders present. They looked at Bai Xiaosheng as if he were a treasure. Shang, After this meeting, I have a small request. Can you ask him if he is interested in being my advisor? No need to come to the office, just one meeting a week, with excellent compensation. This time, Wu Qibing was not joking, but very serious. Shang Wenshu smiled wryly. He wanted to help District Chief Wu, but Bai Xiaosheng was a senior member of the Group S inspection team. Would he care about such a minor advisory position? Let's talk about it later, District Chief Wu. Shang Wenshu said ambiguously. Seeing Wu Qibing's somewhat dissatisfied expression, he quickly pointed toward Bai Xiaosheng. He starting. Chapter 74. The Master is angry, anxious, and uneasy. The stakes Li Mingtong had placed this time were simply too high, leaving him with no way out. It was a do-or-die situation. If he failed, he would lose everything. Right now, every compliment directed at Bai Xiaosheng felt like a steel needle piercing Li Mingtong's heart. Every admiring gaze toward Bai Xiaosheng felt like a sharp knife cutting into his heart. Li Mingtong seemed to have lost all sense of reason. Like a gambler who had lost everything but was desperately hoping for a comeback, filled with both anticipation and fear. The room was filled with generous praise, the leader's eyes sparkling. And District Chief Wu even openly wanted to poach someone. All of this made Li Mingtong feel a bit dizzy. Fortunately, the master remained as stable as a mountain, unmoved, seemingly unaffected by the discussions around him. He appeared to have no interest in Bai Xiaosheng at all. As long as the master doesn't like him, I won't lose. I won't lose. Li Mingtong gritted his teeth in secret. Master Song Kai was his last lifeline, his spiritual support. As long as this support stood strong, he would not admit defeat. Bai Xiaosheng began to explain. This version of the proposal did not focus on the current commercial trends in Tiannan, but rather on warmth and humanistic care. The second version of Bai Xiaosheng's proposal was unveiled. Whether it was the employees at the entrance, the supervisors, or leaders like Wu Qibing, Shang Wenshu, and Wang Yi, they all became silent and focused intently. This atmosphere made Li Mingtong uncomfortable. I can't let him continue smoothly. I need to say something to interrupt him. You. As soon as Li Mingtong opened his mouth, the three leaders turned to him, their gazes filled with coldness and dissatisfaction. Li Mingtong immediately wilted, as if a lump of cotton had blocked his throat, and he could no longer make a sound. Bai Xiaosheng was completely undisturbed. He didn't even glance at Li Mingtong, his voice still calm and steady as he continued. This is the starting point and foundation of my version of the proposal. Everyone, please take a look. Bai Xiaosheng spoke eloquently. This version of the proposal incorporated not only his personal philosophy, but also Master Song Kai's ideas. While Li Mingtong tirelessly held feudal meetings, Bai Xiaosheng, with ample time, repeatedly pondered over it. This version of the proposal would allow investors to feel the sincerity behind it, making them believe that this project could become a career rather than just a means of making money. If the project and the merchants fully implemented this idea and conveyed it to those visiting the shopping mall, it would win emotional recognition and ultimately achieve a win-win situation. For a full hour, Bai Xiaosheng spoke, and the entire conference room was silent, listening intently. From the district chief to the employees, everyone was savoring the uniqueness of this version of the proposal. It felt very comfortable. This was the impression it gave. Unlike the flamboyance and enthusiasm of the first version, it was more captivating. Is this really our project's proposal? I want to see it again. Print it out. I want to keep a copy. It's a bit like light music, and the visuals are beautiful. I wonder if I could get an electronic version. I want to use a few pages as a screensaver. The employees and supervisors began to exchange eager whispers. Li Mingtong looked over and saw even his subordinates praising it. He glared at them fiercely, and when they noticed, they quickly shut their mouths, but their eyes still showed admiration. Li Mingtong signaled to two loyal subordinates, and they immediately understood. However, we are ultimately a commercial project. Isn't this proposal too sentimental? Yeah, doesn't this seem like a motivational book? Can it help us attract clients? Using it as a screensaver is fine, but as a proposal, those two began to voice their opposition. However, the surrounding compliments quickly drowned out their voices. Old Wang, Xiao Song, and Yezi looked at their supervisor Bai Xiaosheng with admiration on their faces. This second version of the proposal left them truly speechless. It was primarily about warmth, and while the commercial aspect seemed weak to the extreme, it could reach people's hearts. They were in awe. Wu Qibing and Shang Wenshu exchanged words in low voices, their expressions lively, clearly highly praising this version of the building brochure. Even Wang Yi looked approving. He recognized it too. The increasing acknowledgement made Li Mingtong feel flustered, like a fish out of water, suffocating and uncomfortable. Bai Xiaosheng continued speaking, but it was obvious he was wrapping up. This second version of the building brochure aligned too closely with Master Song Kai's philosophy. That shameless Bai Xiaosheng was deliberately catering to the master. What a disgrace. Li Mingtong's body trembled slightly. The more outstanding Bai Xiaosheng performed, the more fear he felt. Are you all just flattering the master, standing on Bai Xiaosheng's side? What's so good about this worthless thing? Li Mingtong's eyes turned red as he looked around at the people, roaring internally. With some fear, He glanced at Master Song Kai. Could it be that even the master has been swayed? Li Mingtong observed Master Song Kai, who had remained calm, slowly furrowing his brows. Especially when he saw the final part, his face clearly showed some emotion. The master was angry. Li Mingtong felt ecstatic, his heart racing. Master, speak up, criticized Bai Xiaosheng. Finally, under Li Mingtong's almost prayer-like gaze, Master Song Kai raised his hand. With a loud clap, he struck the table. Master Song Kai's face was filled with anger as he glared at Bai Xiaosheng. You. Master Song Kai's gaze was sharp as he pointed directly at Bai Xiaosheng. Li Mingtong was tense with excitement, ready to take advantage of the master's anger to strike. You didn't send me this part at the back. Master Song Kai roared. Li Mingtong opened his mouth in shock, unable to utter a single word. His excited expression froze, feeling as if struck by lightning. What did the master say? Chapter 75. The master must listen to me too. Master Song Kai finally got angry and started scolding. For a moment, Li Mingtong felt like his heart was soaring to the heavens, but once he heard what the master said, his heart plummeted straight into an abyss. In an instant, it shattered. District Chief Wu Qibing, Shang Wenshu, Wang Yi, Chen Dia, and the crowd of supervisors and employees were all dumbfounded at that moment. The master knows Bai Xiaosheng. That scolding was merely a mix of genuine reprimand from an elder to a junior. Bai Xiaosheng saw Master Song Kai smiling, a mischievous grin on his face. This old man is playing me. Truly a master of acting. Bai Xiaosheng was also deeply impressed. Now, Master Song Kai's image matched that of the young Kai in WeChat. A cynical, rather ill-tempered old man. Bai Xiaosheng felt a mix of laughter and tears. In fact, the master wasn't wrong to be angry. To be honest, Bai Xiaosheng really did forget to send him that tiny part at the end of the second version of the brochure. The master's anger was justified. Bai Xiaosheng smiled sheepishly at the master. Now that you've seen all this, do you have any opinions or suggestions? Let us chat face to face. That would be much more enjoyable, Bai Xiaosheng mumbled. Us too. The crowd was speechless. Who talks to the master like that? Master Song Kai is a person of great prestige. Who do you think you are to say us to? This young man's words were still a bit frivolous. This is public, not private. District Chief Wu Qibing couldn't help but frown. Haha, you kid, that is a good point. Let us chat face to face. That is much more fun. Typing across the screen is just too troublesome. Master Song Kai laughed heartily, without any reservations, even quite delighted. District Chief Wu Qibing was at a loss for words. However, it had been years since he had seen the old man this happy, like a playful child. In his memory, he had only seen him once during his student days, making him a bit nostalgic. Making the teacher this happy, this young man is impressive. Wu Qibing's gaze towards Bai Xiaosheng changed. Shang Wenshu, standing nearby, noticed the change in Wu Qibing's expression and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, his anxious heart settling down. Wang Yi kept his eyes on Bai Xiaosheng, having had his cognition refreshed multiple times today. If I had known this, I should have acted earlier to get closer to this person. Wang Yi felt a hint of regret. At the entrance, whether employees or supervisors, everyone was silent, shocked into speechlessness. Supervisor Li has such a great reputation. Can he really be this casual with the master? Li Mingtong stared blankly. His heart ached. He had spared no effort, gone to great lengths, even defying Vice President Wang Yi's orders and risking everything. And this is the result. It turns out I was the one being set up. Li Mingtong's mind was shaken, feeling like a clown. No, like a monkey in a zoo, jumping around. Thinking he was in control, but actually just adding to others' amusement. His lips couldn't help but tremble. In anger, frustration, and pain, Li Mingtong felt a ringing in his ears, as if everything around him was mocking him. Master Song Kai ignored Li Mingtong and strode over to Bai Xiaosheng. Kid, those old fellows in front of you are quite satisfied, including your first version of the commercial style. Even that version placed in Tiannan would be fine. Master Song Kai said seriously, sincerely giving a thumbs up. That commercial brochure, the master also recognizes it? District Chief Wu Qibing's gaze towards Bai Xiaosheng brightened again. He rarely heard his teacher praise a purely commercial style so much. Rare. Of course, personally, District Chief Wu preferred the first version of the brochure. Shang Wenshu's face was glowing. The master publicly accepted even the commercial style. This shows how much face he is giving Bai Xiaosheng. If Bai Xiaosheng invited the master to cut the ribbon, it might really come true. Then this project would soar. With this project's performance, he would defeat other competitors and advance into the group. The more Shang Wenshu thought about it, the more excited he became. Wang Yi was increasingly shocked. Master Song Kai had prestige, status, and money in the country. Even the backer in the group would rush to befriend him, and the master might not even care. And Bai Xiaosheng, has he influenced the master to the point of changing his preferences? It's unimaginable. The leaders each had their own thoughts, their minds shaken. The employees and supervisors at the entrance were even more stunned, left speechless by wave after wave of shock. Lao Wang, Xiao Song, Yezi, A few of them had flushed cheeks, as if drunk, yet all were high-spirited, proud of their impressive supervisor. Just now, I strolled around the project and inspected it. Some of the ideas you discussed with me, the ones I dismissed, were actually some of my old man's stubborn thinking. You were right, Master Song Kai said earnestly. The master actually admitted defeat in public. This statement made even District Chief Wu Qibing repeat it in disbelief. The crowd had been numbed by wave after wave of incredibility, no longer feeling that shocked. But you see, there are still some parts of the second version of the brochure's conclusion that I disagree with. The technicians snapped back to attention, even struggling to control the mouse. Everyone was restlessly staring at Bai Xiaosheng. At this point, you've already gained enough face. Since the master disagrees, just make some changes to make him happy. Everyone can be happy. Many people thought so. These parts have already been discussed collectively by our department and revised several times. I believe what our department has settled on is the most suitable and doesn't need to be changed at all. Bai Xiaosheng unexpectedly stood his ground, refusing to budge. That's Master Song Kai. What is wrong with giving way a little? Everyone couldn't help but groan inwardly. All right, let's have a debate in front of everyone and see whose opinion is better, yours or mine. Master Song Kai was fired up. The old and the young stood in front of the curtain, arguing in front of the crowd. This scene even made District Chief Wu Qibing straighten up, staring intently without blinking. After a long debate, only the voices of the old and the young remained in the room. In the end, the young man said, "All right, you win." Master Song Kai said fiercely. Bai Xiaosheng smiled proudly and murmured something out of excitement. So what if you're a master? You still have to listen to me. Chapter 76, about to reach manager level. In the conference room, from the district chief and executives to the employees, everyone was somewhat numb. The repeated shocks had come too frequently. Now that the master had even conceded to Bai Xiaosheng, they were no longer surprised by what might happen next. Li Mingtong had a face that looked like he was both crying and laughing. His face was pale, without a hint of color, his lips trembling, and his body shaking. He was no longer standing on his own, but leaning against a table behind him, as if he might collapse at any moment. However, no one noticed him. Everyone's attention was drawn to Bai Xiaosheng. The master, the district chief, and the two executives were all surrounding him. Ah, is it already this time? No wonder my stomach has been growling, Master Song Kai said with a playful glance at the time. Indeed, it was already noon, time for lunch. Master, it's our honor that you can come to guide our project amidst your busy schedule. We have prepared a luncheon, and you must honor us with your presence. Shang Wenshu eagerly said to Bai Xiaosheng, you accompany him. Wang Yi also laughed in agreement. That's right. If the master feels he hasn't talked enough, you can chat while eating. The two were incredibly enthusiastic. However, Master Song Kai slightly shook his head, seemingly uninterested. District Chief Wu Qibing smiled and said to Master Song Kai, there's a unique restaurant nearby that you've been to before. I remember you liked it very much. And this time, I've specially reserved a table. The master is coming to our project. District Chief, you can't just take over like this, Shang Wenshu firmly opposed. Rest assured, Master, the dishes were ordered by me and Vice President Wang Yi together. I'm confident we have some taste. Wang Yi tried to persuade him. District Chief Wu immediately argued with them. Finally, Master Song Kai clapped his hands a few times, and the three finally stopped. Today, I'm not eating at your project, Master Song Kai said firmly to Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi. When the two wanted to say something, Master Song Kai waved his hand and turned to District Chief Wu Qibing. Today, I also don't need you, my student, to invite me. District Chief Wu Qibing thought he had it in the bag, but his smile froze on his face. If Master Song Kai wasn't eating here or there, how could that be? Teacher, Master. The three all wanted to object, but were stopped by Master Song Kai's gesture. Today, I'm treating. With those words from the master, the three were stunned. Master Song Kai turned to Bai Xiaosheng and smiled. I just heard you talk about the building brochure. And all your words were about how your department worked hard. In less than 4 days, you produced a brochure of such a level. Impressive. They must be exhausted, right? So today, I want to treat you all to a meal. Is that okay? The master is treating the promotion department to dinner. The employees and supervisors, who had originally felt numb, erupted into excitement. Envy, jealousy, and worship filled the room. Countless eyes fell on Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yi Zi, making them the center of attention. The three of them were also stunned. Happiness came too suddenly, too unbelievably. It felt like a dream. Bai Xiaosheng looked at them and smiled. Indeed, they had been too tired these past few days, and now that the report was a success, it was time to celebrate. Then let's have a meal with the master. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. I think they have no objections. Of course not. Being recognized by such a renowned figure as Master Song Kai, and even being treated to a meal, is something we can brag about for a lifetime. Even Lao Wang was excitedly rubbing his hands. District Chief Wu Qibing smiled at Master Song Kai. Then the three of us will accompany you and also enjoy a meal. How about that? The district chief was now trying to get a free meal too. Everyone burst into laughter. Bai Xiaosheng. Suddenly a harsh shout rang in his ears. Like a cornered beast on the brink of death, the originally harmonious atmosphere in the conference room was startled by this sudden voice. Everyone looked over. They saw Li Mingtong staring fixedly at Bai Xiaosheng, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted, and his features nearly displaced. Master Song Kai frowned. This project's deputy manager, who knew what grievances he had against Bai Xiaosheng, had been trying to sabotage him from the beginning, which the master did not like. Now, what was he trying to do again? Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi's expressions changed. It was rare for the master to have a good impression of Bai Xiaosheng. What if he thought that the project was full of scheming and backstabbing? That would be terrible. Even Wang Yi couldn't bear that responsibility. Li Mingtong, what are you doing? Get out, Wang Yi said in a low voice. Li Mingtong stared blankly at Wang Yi for a moment. Then, he rolled his eyes and suddenly fell straight back, crashing hard to the ground, fainting. The scene was thrown into chaos. District Chief Wu Qibing frowned. Send him to the hospital. Shang Wenshu waved his hand. And immediately 2 employees rushed over, clumsily carrying Li Mingtong out. Master, District Chief, our project deputy manager has not been in good health, with low blood sugar. Sometimes he suddenly faints. It's okay, everyone, don't be nervous, Shang Wenshu explained with a smile. That's right, I know this too. Wang Yi patted his chest to assure. Such a fake excuse, yet everyone pretended to take it seriously. Master Song Kai still smiled. Then let's hurry to eat, my blood sugar is low too. The entire conference room seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at the direction Li Mingtong was taken away, feeling a bit regretful. He had been ready to fight back, but his opponent had escaped first. All right, let us eat first. Bai Xiaosheng waved to Lao Wang and the others. The 3 excitedly ran over. A group of people surrounded the master, preparing to head out for lunch. Suddenly, Bai Xiaosheng's mind echoed with the voice of Hong Lian. Involving the group's subsidiaries and key projects. Report the building brochure to the important figure regarding the project's future, Song Kai. Report successful, now proceeding with score statistics. The first version of the building brochure received recognition, adding 5 points, currently totaling 83 points, 17 points away from upgrading to manager level. The second version of the building brochure received high recognition, adding 7 points, currently totaling 90 points, 10 points away from upgrading to manager level. The employee level upgrade process has reached 90, now issuing the task to invite Song Kai to participate in the project opening ceremony. Successfully inviting him will earn 10 points. Upgrading to manager level, and opening the second system assistance. The series of prompts left Bai Xiaosheng a bit overwhelmed. The final task, however, made his eyes light up. The manager level was finally coming. Chapter 77, Persuading Master Song. Master Song Kai set the banquet at the restaurant chosen by District Chief Wu Qibing. As they say, food should not be coarse, and delicacies should not be neglected. Master Song Kai was a gourmet, but also despised extravagance. The place chosen by District Chief Wu was one Master Song Kai had visited before. The owner of the restaurant was also a food enthusiast, a unique individual. With good character, who wouldn't flatter the wealthy with strange and rare delicacies. Just based on this, the master greatly appreciated it. The location was near the project. Just a 10-minute drive. They got out of the car at the entrance of a small alley and walked a few hundred meters, where everyone's eyes suddenly brightened. The ground was paved with green bricks, shaded by green bamboo, and a Chinese-style brick and stone archway beckoned them. A glance inside revealed a bamboo garden and a clear stream. The environment is serene and elegant, bringing a sense of peace to the mind. The blue stones, blue water, and blue bamboo resonate together, creating the Three Blues Garden. Master Song Kai personally explains it to everyone. Indeed, it's quite impressive. Bai Xiaosheng nods, and the others including Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yizi also express their admiration. This time, the promotion department is in the limelight. Riding in the leaders' cars to enjoy a meal, accompanied by District Chief Wu Qibing, General Manager Shang Wenshu, and Deputy General Manager Wang Yi. While even Chen Dia lacks the qualifications to join them. All of this is thanks to Bai Xiaosheng's efforts. Reflecting on their first encounter, Lao Wang and the others gaze at Bai Xiaosheng's back, filled with emotions. As they enter the Three Blues Garden, staff members immediately greet them, guiding them on a leisurely stroll through the garden while introducing various unique landscapes along the way. Enjoying the scenery before the meal serves to uplift the mood and also gives the kitchen time to prepare, so they won't have to wait for the dishes. In this garden, they are not the only guests. There are others as well, yet there is no noise or commotion, just tranquility. Even Master Song Kai is not in a hurry to discuss with Bai Xiaosheng, but instead walks ahead with his hands behind his back, enjoying the scenery. Sometimes, the enjoyment of a meal is about the state of mind, and Bai Xiaosheng is in a good state of mind. With a project proposal submitted, Hong Lian has added points twice, and he has easily secured 12 points, more than what he would make working overtime at night. Bai Xiaosheng feels a wave of relief. The final task for the employee level has been announced. Unlike the previous task of finding the interval value, this time it's a fixed score of 10 points. If he gets it, he will be at the manager level. The task? Persuading the master to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Bai Xiaosheng feels it won't be easy. He had Hong Lian look into it, and after Master Song Kai turned 40, he hasn't attended any such events, not even at the invitation of his students. This indicates that the old man does not like such commercial activities. How to complete the task? Bai Xiaosheng can't help but feel troubled. Just as he thinks this, someone tugs at his sleeve. Bai Xiaosheng looks over to see Shang Wenshu, giving him a secretive glance and slowing down. Does Shang Wenshu have something to say to me? Bai Xiaosheng's heart stirs, and he also slows down. Wang Yi walks alongside District Chief Wu Qibing, engaged in a low conversation, clearly enjoying themselves. Xiao Bai, do you know Master Song Kai well? Shang Wenshu glances at them and quietly asks Bai Xiaosheng. There's a misunderstanding. However, Bai Xiaosheng doesn't want to explain and casually nods. Then can you invite the master to come for the ribbon cutting on the opening day? Shang Wenshu's expression is somewhat urgent, his eyes filled with great anticipation. Inviting the master to cut the ribbon? Bai Xiaosheng is taken aback. Is this what Shang Wenshu wanted to discuss? Bai Xiaosheng can't help but smile bitterly inside, as he is already troubled by this matter. Seeing Bai Xiaosheng's brows slightly knitted, Shang Wenshu quickly adds, this matter, consider it a request from me. You must give it a try. Whether it works out or not, I owe you a huge favor that I will never forget. Shang Wenshu's face even shows a hint of pleading, and he starts to call Bai Xiaosheng brother. It's hard to believe that such a dignified and scholarly CEO, who has held a high position for a long time, would show such a side. Bai Xiaosheng, while feeling emotional, contemplates for a moment. Shang Wenshu stares at him, afraid he might shake his head. The opportunity is rare. Whether the master agrees to attend the ribbon cutting, whether Trellis Square can soar, and whether Shang Wenshu can join the group all depend on Bai Xiaosheng. One could say his future relies entirely on this young man before him. Shang Wenshu's mind races as he thinks of how to persuade Bai Xiaosheng first. Money, power, beauty. Shang Wenshu has considered these but didn't dare mention them. After all, Bai Xiaosheng is a member of the group's inspection team, holding an extraordinary status. And any attempt at manipulation could backfire. This seasoned and shrewd individual, Shang Wenshu, finds himself somewhat at a loss. Feeling anxious and wishing Bai Xiaosheng would simply state his conditions. He would agree to anything. Bai Xiaosheng glances at Shang Wenshu and finally nods. He accepts this favor. Shang Wenshu's heart drops, and he looks at Bai Xiaosheng with immense gratitude. He will remember this favor. But persuading the master is not an easy task. Bai Xiaosheng is conflicted about this matter. Rest assured, I've studied the master, Shang Wenshu says impatiently, confiding in Bai Xiaosheng. I know the master hasn't participated in any ribbon-cutting ceremonies for years, but there's always an exception, especially since he is in a good mood today. I have a set of arguments prepared that you might find useful. Shang Wenshu even has the words ready. Bai Xiaosheng is somewhat impressed by him. Truly, he is quite cunning. Shang Wenshu whispers a series of arguments to Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes gradually brighten. Shang Wenshu's arguments are indeed a brilliant piece of rhetoric. With this set of arguments, Bai Xiaosheng feels greatly encouraged. He immediately memorizes them, repeatedly contemplating and refining them in his mind, striving to make them his own, aiming to present them naturally and flawlessly when the time comes. The conversation between Shang Wenshu and Bai Xiaosheng is quite brief, and soon the two stop exchanging words, quickening their pace because the master has already walked towards the building. In the elegant room of the Three Blues Garden, dishes are served one after another, each more exquisite than the last. Bai Xiaosheng has seen images of Michelin-starred restaurant dishes, and feels these cannot compare. The master is very friendly at the dinner table, laughing and joking, even sharing 2 cups of yellow wine with everyone. The atmosphere is harmonious and peaceful. While Bai Xiaosheng mentally rehearses the arguments Shang Wenshu has taught him, he also looks for an opportunity. There is only one chance. If it fails, it will be a complete failure. There won't be a second opportunity to speak. Bai Xiaosheng is extremely cautious. Shang Wenshu is even more anxious. Just as the two are secretly agitated, the master suddenly pauses with his wine glass. Bai Xiaosheng, I think this version of the project proposal should count as half mine. I've contributed quite a bit to it. I want to use it as teaching material for other projects. Master Song seems afraid Bai Xiaosheng will refuse, quickly adding, if you agree, then I'll come to the ribbon cutting for this project to honor you. How about that? Chapter 78. This is the manager level. Master Song Kai's words astonish everyone. Even District Chief Wu Qibing seems taken aback, for his teacher hasn't participated in any commercial activities for almost 20 years. And even the mayor is difficult to invite. The old man always finds various excuses to decline. Now he is actively requesting to attend the ribbon cutting? It's simply unbelievable. Wu Qibing looks at Bai Xiaosheng with a changed expression. Even as a student, he feels a bit envious and jealous of this young man. Shang Wenshu, who had just sipped some wine, nearly spits it out, forgetting to swallow it. The master is voluntarily agreeing to attend the ribbon cutting? Is it really that simple? He had meticulously prepared, racking his brain to devise a comprehensive set of interconnected arguments, appealing to emotions and reason, even going so far as to ask Bai Xiaosheng for help. Yet, he hadn't even had the chance to put his plan into action before it was thwarted. Of course, Shang Wenshu knows that the master's words are extremely significant. Looking at your face, I'll come. The key is still Bai Xiaosheng. If it were someone else, they might not have such influence. Shang Wenshu swallows the wine in his mouth bit by bit, pondering this simple sentence repeatedly. He looks at Bai Xiaosheng with a peculiar gleam in his eyes. Bai Xiaosheng continuously refreshes his understanding of what a young talent within the group could achieve. Such powerful energy. Shang Wenshu's desire to join the group reaches unprecedented heights. He feels that only by getting there can he achieve greater success in his life. Wang Yi looks at Bai Xiaosheng with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. There's no need for an invitation. He can easily sway the master, that's Bai Xiaosheng. It seems that once this matter is settled, he must report back to that individual in the group, quickly coming up with a strategy focused solely on Bai Xiaosheng. 3 leaders were shocked, but managed to remain calm on the surface. Lao Wang, Xiao Song, and Yi Zi were dumbfounded, and after the initial shock, their eyes were filled with intense excitement. It should be noted that this was Master Song Kai, a renowned figure in architectural design who was rumored never to participate in commercial activities. This time, however, he changed his mind because of their supervisor. It was simply unimaginable. When all the gazes in the room converged on Bai Xiaosheng, he felt a bit dazed. But soon, Bai Xiaosheng's mood became excited. The moment Master Song Kai agreed, Hong Lian's voice came through. Continuous notifications made Bai Xiaosheng feel a bit overwhelmed. Task completed. Score reward of 10 points. Current total score is 100. Congratulations on successful promotion. Current level is manager. Bai Xiaosheng. Current position is group manager. Unlocking funds of 5 million. Overdraftable funds of 5 million. Activate manager level assistance function for language conversion. Input 6 UN working languages. System library has 5,000 alternative languages. The manager level originally had 2 types of funds: directly usable and overdraftable. The overdraft seems to require a reason, which needs to be recognized by Hong Lian. Suddenly, a large list appeared in Bai Xiaosheng's mind, with names of various languages, even unknown indigenous languages from various places. Why is the assistance at the manager level language related? Bai Xiaosheng was a bit surprised. It sounded like it was not as powerful as the original search engine assistance. The manager level is part of the management level. The higher the position, the greater the opportunity to interact with clients from various countries. The limitations of the search engine can create communication barriers, which is why the manager level has activated language conversion assistance. Hong Lian clarified this for Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng could understand this. He just needed to think a bit. And he could quickly scroll through the thousands of language names, which was very convenient. It turned out there were so many languages in the world. While Bai Xiaosheng was feeling emotional, he suddenly paused and thought, what is this? Beast language. At the end of the language list, this branch surprisingly appeared. Out of curiosity, Bai Xiaosheng selected it, and the branch included canids, felids, birds, and other subdivisions. How could there be non-human languages? Bai Xiaosheng was genuinely a bit puzzled. Is this even possible? Can we talk to animals? Wouldn't it be like meowing and barking when talking to cats and dogs? If this fell into someone else's eyes, wouldn't that make him seem like a neurotic? Hey, what's up, kid? Do you disagree with my proposal? Master Song Kai saw Bai Xiaosheng's gaze becoming a bit vacant, waved his hand in front of his eyes, and asked, I agree. Shang Wenshu almost answered for Bai Xiaosheng. If it weren't for the fear of interrupting the master and making him unhappy, he would have definitely done so. Bai Xiaosheng, what are you daydreaming about? Shang Wenshu looked anxiously at him. Oh, Bai Xiaosheng was startled awake from his thoughts by the master, blinked, and saw the master's inquiring expression, recalling it. Sure, we welcome you with open arms. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. As the book originally had many of the master's ideas, so naturally, he had to count him in. Haha, great. The master laughed heartily. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, it truly felt like the host and guests were enjoying themselves. Shang Wenshu and Wang Yeping were naturally happy to have received the master's promise to attend the project's ribbon-cutting ceremony, and they raised their glasses to toast. However, their phones rang consecutively, with less than a second apart. The two exchanged apologetic looks, greeted the master, and got up to take the calls. This sudden change also made Master Song Kai very curious. What's going on? What happened? Master Song Kai put down his glass and asked. District Director Wu Qibing and Lao Wang also wore curious expressions. Shang Wenshu glanced at everyone, smiled at Bai Xiaosheng, and said, Xiao Bai, from today on, you are no longer a supervisor. Not a supervisor. Could it be a demotion? Master Song Kai frowned slightly, seemingly a bit displeased. You are now a manager. At the same level as Chun Zhongshi. Shang Wenshu gave Bai Xiaosheng a meaningful look. The call just now was actually a notification from the group about the appointment. For a mere sub-company manager, the group's HR department even made a special call to inform. Haha, so it turns out you got promoted. That's truly a cause for celebration. You should drink a couple more glasses later. Master Song Kai laughed heartily, patting Bai Xiaosheng on the shoulder. Lao Wang and others exhaled in surprise. Bai Xiaosheng smiled faintly. He knew this news even earlier than those present. It seemed that as long as he reached the corresponding level, the group would notify his company and forcibly promote him, Bai Xiaosheng thought. But with this, doesn't your project now have 3 managers? District Director Wu Qibing laughed. The usually silent Wang Yi shook his head and replied, "It won't be like that." "Oh, why not?" District Director Wu asked curiously. "I just received a call." Wang Yi seemed to have mixed feelings, speaking with a strange expression. Li Mingtong has gone crazy. Chapter 79, Infamous. A dignified project deputy manager went crazy during a project report meeting. Everyone present, including Master Song Kai, exchanged glances in silence. Li Mingtong had exhausted his mind, used all his wisdom, bet his future, and risked his life to dig a huge pit for Bai Xiaosheng. But despite all his calculations, he did not anticipate that Bai Xiaosheng was actually an old acquaintance of the master. A farce turned into nothing. This pit ultimately buried himself. In a moment of joy when success was within reach, realizing he was the big fool in this cruel truth, the emotional highs and lows could drive anyone mad. Moreover, Li Mingtong had long been made a bit anxious and unhinged by Bai Xiaosheng. Madness was somewhat inevitable. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards him. After all, was it really necessary to go this far? At this point, Bai Xiaosheng wouldn't hold past grievances against him. After all, the person had gone mad. It was pointless to settle scores with a madman. Although Master Song Kai and District Director Wu Qibing did not know the deeper details, both were very cultured individuals. And naturally, they wouldn't concern themselves with personal privacy or gossip. They didn't even ask much. This saved a lot of trouble. The dinner party reached its conclusion. Master Song Kai and District Director Wu Qibing had matters to attend to in the afternoon, so they bid farewell to Bai Xiaosheng and the others. Whether it was the master or the district director, they both showed great favor towards Bai Xiaosheng before leaving, even verbally agreeing to sit together during their leisure time. To outsiders, this was an immense honor. Even Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi were envious. After all, in their eyes, this was a precious political and business resource. After seeing off the leaders, at the entrance of the project marketing center, Vice President Wang Yi dropped off the people in the car, greeted everyone, and hurriedly left. For him, many matters needed to be reported to that person in the group, which was crucial. Even the cleaning staff were whispering. "Did you hear? Deputy Manager Li Mingtong has gone crazy. How is that possible? Who told you? Wasn't he fine in the morning? Little Wu from the investment department personally sent him to the hospital. I heard he was transferred to a mental hospital. TSK. How could this perfectly normal person go crazy? I saw him when he fainted. His expression was terrifying, and he was screaming Bai Xiaosheng's name." Bai Xiaosheng was unaware that after this incident, he had gone from being one of the most untouchable figures in the entire project to the only one. His fame overshadowed Chen Daiyu. Shang Wenshu rushed to the project and immediately called Chen Daiyu over. Shortly after, the head of the HR and administration department was also summoned. Before long, the news of Bai Xiaosheng's promotion to manager spread throughout the project. Instantly, the entire project was in an uproar. Bai Xiaosheng, who had risen 2 levels in just 2 weeks, ousting the supervisor first and then driving the deputy manager mad, had become a legendary figure. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Bai Xiaosheng, the manager, had suddenly become a legendary existence. For most people, the incident involving Li Mingtong is merely gossip and a topic of conversation that elicits sighs, serving to satisfy their curiosity. However, Bai Xiaosheng is someone whose actions directly impact personal interests. Especially for Li Mingtong's faction, the tension is almost unbearable. With the new official taking charge, Bai Xiaosheng has ignited a frenzy of hard work in the promotion department. Who knows, he might just burn them too. This is someone who drove Li Mingtong to madness, and anyone who dares to be negligent is asking for trouble. Eagerly wanting to accompany their former leader in a mental institution. As time goes on, Bai Xiaosheng's formal appointment has yet to be sent from the headquarters. But his personal authority has already reached a peak. Now, when he speaks, his words are likely to be far more effective than Chen Dai's. According to the rumors, Bai Xiaosheng's position is not that of a deputy manager, but a legitimate manager, on par with Chen Dai. In response, Chen Dai asked Shang Wenshu who was in charge. And Shang Wenshu clearly told him that if the two of them do not have a disagreement, they should negotiate together. However, in the event of any divergences, Bai Xiaosheng's word would prevail. Different fates for the same rank. Nevertheless, Chen Dai had no objections to this. First, he had witnessed Bai Xiaosheng's capabilities, and second, he was somewhat intimidated. As for Li Mingtong, He is ultimately a senior management personnel of the project and an old employee. Shang Wenshu instructed Chen Daya to make arrangements for a visit tomorrow, to form a condolence group to check on the illness and also to deliver a sum of money as a gesture from the company. This was not just Shang Wenshu's idea. Vice President Wang Yi had also called after leaving, similarly reminding him about this matter. For this traitor, Vice President Wang Yi had shown considerable kindness. Initially, the entire leadership team was supposed to visit. Bai Xiaosheng felt conflicted. On one hand, as a former subordinate, the new manager should indeed pay a visit, but Bai Xiaosheng prided himself on not being so magnanimous and did not want to appear hypocritical. Li's wife and brother-in-law were still in detention, and he had contributed to that situation. It was awkward to go, and it was also awkward not to go. Bai Xiaosheng asked Chen Daya, and Chen Daya immediately insisted on declining on behalf of Li Mingtong. If Bai Xiaosheng went, Li Mingtong would surely go from madness to craziness. All right then, I see Manager Bai, you and the promotion department have been quite busy these days. Why don't you take a day off tomorrow? Combine it with the weekend and get some good rest? Chen Daya suggested. Now that they were at the same level, and Bai Xiaosheng had more say than himself, Chen Daya could not force him. Bai Xiaosheng nodded in agreement with this arrangement. The promotion department, once again under the envious gazes of the entire project, was given a day off. Back at home, Bai Xiaosheng burrowed into bed. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tired after these past few days, and he truly wanted to sleep in. That night, Bai Xiaosheng went to bed early and slept soundly until the next morning when Wei Xiulian came to knock on his door with breakfast. Hey, are you taking the laundry bet? Bai Xiaosheng received the beautiful woman's heartfelt breakfast and asked Wei Xiulian with an expectant look. Wei Xiulian gave him a sidelong glance, lightly parted her lips, and simply said one word, "Get lost." Bai Xiaosheng forced a smile and had to give up. On Friday, Bai Xiaosheng stayed at home all day, not stepping out even once, watching movies, playing games, and sleeping. It wasn't until the evening that he received a phone call, breaking the tranquility of his personal little world. The caller was Zheng Dongsheng. "Are you home? Come out and drink." That was the first sentence. After a moment of silence, Zheng Fatty said the second sentence. "This weekend is a class reunion. You must come with me. It's time to settle old scores with He Yanbing." Chapter 80. Heaven does not conceal evil. What is it to me? In the wooden house barbecue, Bai Xiaosheng confirmed with a glance outside the store and stepped in, quickly finding Zheng Dongsheng waiting there. Zheng Fatty, seeing Bai Xiaosheng arrive, hurriedly urged the waiter to serve the dishes. Peanuts, edamame, smashed cucumbers, skewers of meat, tripe, tendons, and kidneys. Zheng Dongsheng also ordered a barrel of beer, a 10-liter container. The two of them drank heavily while skewering meat, reminiscing about their university days, downing beer one cup after another. Before long, they were both drunk. You say, what kind of person is He Yanbing? Hypocritical, with a heart of a beast. The former president of the student council, a total scoundrel. Zheng Fatty slammed the table and cursed loudly. Bai Xiaosheng nodded heavily, thinking of He Yanbing. He has harbored resentment for many years. The first time he met He Yanbing, he was a very well-groomed man, standing 1.8 meters tall, handsome, and seemingly cultured. His demeanor was mature beyond his peers, and his voice was magnetic. He was personally very capable, excelling in calligraphy, stunning everyone. In short, at first glance, this man was truly impressive. At that time, He Yanbing was the president of the student council, and Bai Xiaosheng joined the council later as one of the 4 vice presidents. After He Yanbing took charge of the student council, the work was well organized, gaining the favor of the young female counselors, making all the women in the department go crazy over him. However, Bai Xiaosheng quickly discovered that He Yanbing was nothing but a scum, a complete scum. The saying golden exterior, rotten interior was no longer sufficient to describe him. This person had a terrible private life, involved with many women. Once, Bai Xiaosheng even accidentally stumbled upon a passionate scene between him and a woman in the equipment room. Of course, how others live is their personal matter, and others have no right to interfere. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't be bothered. Until one day, Zheng Dongsheng came to him in a fury. A girl Zheng Fatty had a crush on was abandoned by He Yanbing, and the woman was even pregnant. At that time, Zheng Dongsheng was completely a pure-hearted fat man, and upon hearing this news, he went mad, furious enough to want to kill He Yanbing. It was Bai Xiaosheng who desperately stopped him. Abandoning someone after starting a relationship, they were once mutually affectionate. You, Zheng Dongsheng, an outsider, have no right to intervene. If you can't stand it, you want to shout and kill? Moreover, if things escalate, how would that woman live? However, Bai Xiaosheng still decided to help him, even if the opponent was the illustrious He Yanbing. After all, the fat man was his best friend. At that time, Bai Xiaosheng discovered that there was a huge deficit in the funds managed by the student council, suspected of being embezzled. Bai Xiaosheng secretly investigated, and the suspect pointed straight at He Yanbing. With Bai Xiaosheng's intellect, he quickly obtained evidence and, together with Zheng Dongsheng, lured He Yanbing to a secluded corner of the school's small woods. Faced with the evidence, He Yanbing was scared out of his wits, crying and begging on his knees. All his elegance and demeanor turned to nonsense. He Yanbing sobbed and claimed that he had only borrowed the money temporarily, entirely due to a family emergency, needing money urgently to save someone. He Yanbing repeatedly assured them that he would definitely pay back the money, begging Bai Xiaosheng and the others not to spread it. At that time, how pure we were. Zheng Dongsheng laughed heartily. Bai Xiaosheng also laughed, surprisingly believing his nonsense. Fat man, you still want him to take responsibility for that girl. We were just two big fools. Zheng Fatty laughed so hard that tears came out. Subsequently, they let He Yanbing go and really did not publicize the matter. A week later, their nightmare arrived. First, Bai Xiaosheng, the vice president, was accused of embezzling public funds. Immediately, someone rushed in, caught Zheng Dongsheng, and claimed to have witnessed him behaving indecently. That day, the two incidents were both led by He Yanbing himself, with 3 other vice presidents capturing them. When Bai Xiaosheng and the others were brought before the female counselors, they were already beaten black and blue, and even speaking up was difficult. However, Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng did not yield at that time and were not afraid. They had evidence. He Yanbing is the one who embezzled public funds and acted like a rogue, while they are innocent, hoping that the counselor would uphold justice. The two presented their collected guarantee letters, only for them to turn into a plan. A detailed plan outlining how to frame and blackmail He Yanbing, drafted by Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng. Even the female counselor could handle it. We didn't lose out. Not at all. You agree, right? Zheng Fatty asked Bai Xiaosheng with a drunken smile. Not at all. Bai Xiaosheng clinked glasses with him, downing a full glass of beer in one go, and filled his glass again. Heaven doesn't hide wrongdoing. I heard that the counselor from last year was expelled by the school, which can be seen as a little interest returned to us by heaven, Zheng Dongsheng murmured. At that time, the female counselor reported the matter to the school and claimed to be doing her best to help Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng plead for leniency. Ridiculous. In the end, Bai Xiaosheng received a major penalty of probation until graduation and never obtained his degree certificate, while Zheng Dongsheng also received a significant punishment. Ultimately, they lost to He Yanbing. Completely defeated. Damn it, if I hadn't been afraid of implicating you and getting expelled, I really wanted to beat that idiot into a real idiot. You don't know I even prepared bricks, Zheng Dongsheng said with a smile, tears streaming down his face. Zheng Dongsheng raised his beer mug and drank it all. Me too. How many times did I want to kill him? Bai Xiaosheng laughed, shaking his head, remembering those nights spent howling in the small woods like a dying wolf. Over the years, they had experienced many things, matured, and grown. Those memories, Bai Xiaosheng had not forgotten and dared not forget. Bai Xiaosheng filled his glass again and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Class reunion going? Yes. The two good brothers clinked glasses fiercely and filled their glasses again. Chapter 81, Language Translation. Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng drank an entire barrel of beer. The table was filled with plates, underneath which were piles of bamboo skewers, peanut shells, and edamame skins, with leftover meat skewers on top. Both were a bit drunk. He was a bit slurred, but much better than the fatty. My home is nearby. You can stay at my place tonight. Okay, let's go to your place and keep drinking. Zheng Fatty still couldn't forget. After drinking like this, the waiter was also worried they would cause trouble, hurriedly packing the meat skewers into a box and bringing the bill to the two. Come on, with this little money. You still want to use your salary card? The principal of this school is treating you. Zheng Dongsheng pulled out several hundred yuan bills. Squinting his eyes and unable to count clearly, he simply stuffed them all into the waiter's hands. Don't bother with the change. Consider it a tip. Now, the waiter's face lit up with joy, eagerly helping the two out the door. Outside, the night was just right, and the evening breeze was cool. Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng each carried a takeout bag, walking down the street with firm steps. The two chatted and strolled, and the alcohol had sobered them up a bit. When they reached a street with not many people, Zheng Fatty saw a public restroom from afar, quickly shoved the bag in Bai Xiaosheng's hands, and ran off. I'm not robbing you, Bai Xiaosheng said, both annoyed and amused. Seeing Fatty run too fast, he tripped over himself and fell flat. Bai Xiaosheng was startled and was about to shout to ask if he was okay when he saw the fatty roll on the ground and get up to keep running. His movements fluid and agile. Bai Xiaosheng was dumbfounded. Holding 2 takeout bags, Bai Xiaosheng walked to a streetlight and waited there. After a while, he suddenly noticed someone approaching him, a tall and robust figure. Bai Xiaosheng frowned and immediately became alert. There aren't many people around. Could this be a robbery? As the person got closer, Bai Xiaosheng realized it was a foreigner. Although he looked strong, there was no fierce expression on his face. Instead, he seemed anxious but also very pleased to see Bai Xiaosheng. This cultured foreign man seemed to be holding a large piece of paper. As he got closer, Bai Xiaosheng saw that he was holding a map. This is a lost foreigner looking for directions? Bai Xiaosheng speculated, and the foreigner was already in front of him. However, as he approached, the foreigner clearly frowned. as if he caught a whiff of the alcohol on Bai Xiaosheng and hesitated, but still raised the map, mumbling something while gesturing, clearly asking for directions. What he said wasn't in English. Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback. Detecting the host's need, activating the second auxiliary function, language translation. Search complete. The language spoken by the other party is French, proven Al dialect. Translation activated. The voice of Honglian sounded. Almost simultaneously, Bai Xiaosheng heard authentic Mandarin in his ears, still with the foreigner's accent. I want to go to Tiannan Hotel. Could you please tell me how to get there? The map says it's nearby, but I still can't find it. Can you help me? The foreigner repeated, then sighed and shook his head in disappointment. All right, my friend. It seems you don't understand my language. The Tiannan Hotel is just a street away, very close. Bai Xiaosheng spoke up. To his surprise, it came out as a string of French. Bai Xiaosheng was stunned. The foreigner was also taken aback, his eyes brightening. Oh my God, your French is so authentic. It's from my hometown. The foreigner was excited, as if he had met a fellow countryman. Bai Xiaosheng was momentarily puzzled but quickly understood. It seemed that once he used the language translation, he could freely speak the other party's language. This is great. The foreigner was quite lucky. Bai Xiaosheng pointed in a direction and patiently explained to the foreigner how to get there, and the foreigner nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, praising Bai Xiaosheng's excellent French. After sending off the foreigner, Bai Xiaosheng found it quite interesting. He had unwittingly become a language master, with a language library capable of using 5,000 languages, relying on this auxiliary. He could easily switch careers to translation for the rest of his life without worrying about food and drink. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard some commotion behind him. Woof woof. A dog? Bai Xiaosheng instinctively recalled that the last item in the language library included animal languages, with a canine category. Could this also be translated? Detecting the host's need, activating language translation. Search complete. The language used by the other party is canine, pastoral dog branch translation activated. Almost instantly, Bai Xiaosheng heard, I'm so hungry, give me food. The dog's bark was short, but combined with its emotions, the translation into human language was not necessarily short. Bai Xiaosheng looked at the skinny pastoral dog in surprise. Hurry up and give it to me, or I want to be polite. I'm going to snatch it. The dog was already preparing to pounce. Wait, you want food? I'll give it to you. Bai Xiaosheng thought to express this, but what came out was, woof, 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 woof. Why am I barking like a dog? Bai Xiaosheng was startled. It seems that this language translation really needs to be adapted and used cautiously. The originally fierce stray pastoral dog was also startled, staring wide-eyed at Bai Xiaosheng, even shrinking back a bit. Bai Xiaosheng was speechless, opened the 2 takeout bags, placed them on the ground, signaling the dog it could eat. To reassure it, Bai Xiaosheng turned to leave. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head and turned to see Zheng Fatty looking at him blankly from a distance. Are you okay? Bai Xiaosheng walked over and waved his hand in front of his eyes. I might have a problem. Zheng Fatty blinked hard. I think I just saw you talking to a dog. This fatty saw it. Bai Xiaosheng thought for a moment. This was impossible to explain. Bai Xiaosheng patted Zheng Fatty on the shoulder. You're drunk. Your alcohol tolerance is low. Drink less next time. Is that so? Zheng Dongsheng was puzzled. Didn't Ti bring money? How come I remember spending it? Zheng Fatty looked at Bai Xiaosheng's back, took out his wallet, opened it, and found it empty. Not a single cent. Did I really not bring money? Chapter 82. What a small world. Early on Saturday morning, Bai Xiaosheng was awakened by a series of knocking sounds. By the time he opened his eyes, the knocking had stopped. He wasn't sure if it was a dream or reality. In his confusion, Bai Xiaosheng realized he was sleeping on the floor. His large double bed was occupied by a fat man. I must have been kicked out of bed by this fat guy. Bai Xiaosheng rubbed his temples, still feeling a bit dazed. Suddenly, an alarm clock went off. It came from the bedside, Zheng Dongsheng's phone. Bai Xiaosheng was surprised by what he saw. Zheng Dongsheng, who had been sleeping like a dead pig, suddenly sat up, frantically searching for his clothes. Where's my clothes? Where's my clothes? Your clothes are on you. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but remind him. Zheng Dongsheng paused for 2 seconds, looked at himself, let out a sigh, then looked at Bai Xiaosheng in astonishment, and said, Old Bai, why are you here? This is my home. Bai Xiaosheng said helplessly. Zheng Dongsheng blinked and looked around, then smiled awkwardly. Hey, I have to say you're impressive. As soon as the alarm went off, it was like a rallying call. You got up immediately, commendable, truly rare. Bai Xiaosheng really admired this. Zheng Dongsheng chuckled bitterly. This has been a habit I developed in recent years. Do you think I became principal easily? I lost a good 20 pounds just from hardship. Zheng Dongsheng said this through gritted teeth, as if the weight he lost pained him immensely. Bai Xiaosheng scratched his head. He didn't think this fat guy looked any slimmer than he remembered, let alone 20 pounds. This meant Zheng Dongsheng had become even fatter after leaving school. Now that both were awake, they felt no more drowsiness. Bai Xiaosheng went to wash up first. Zheng Dongsheng leaned against the bathroom door frame, chatting with Bai Xiaosheng inside. So, who paid for yesterday? Honestly, Were you so drunk that you ran out on the street barking like a dog? Before the alarm went off, I vaguely heard someone knocking at the door. Just as Zheng Dongsheng finished his sentence, there was another knock at the door. This time it was real, not a dream. Bai Xiaosheng poked his head out of the bathroom, toothbrush in mouth, foam everywhere. It's my breakfast, can you go get it for me? Bai Xiaosheng pointed to the keys on the table. Well, you even ordered breakfast, quite particular. Hearing there was food, Zheng Dongsheng was delighted. Running over to grab the keys to open the door. After Bai Xiaosheng finished rinsing his mouth and wiped his face with a towel, he stepped out. He intended to show off his beautiful neighbor to Zheng Dongsheng. The key point was, the beauty even made him breakfast. Bai Xiaosheng felt he could boast a bit. Before the door was fully opened, a soft and pleasant female voice came from outside. Zheng Dongsheng's expression suddenly became strange. When the door opened completely, both Zheng Dongsheng and Wei Xiaoyan were stunned. Bai Xiaosheng was about to introduce them to each other when he realized something was off. Xiao Wei, principal. They both exclaimed in surprise. They knew each other. Bai Xiaosheng instantly understood and couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. I said, with one going to be a training lecturer and the other starting a training class, what are the odds of this happening? Bai Xiaosheng lamented how small the world was. Zheng Dongsheng was the one Bai Xiaosheng had cursed countless times, who was Wei Xiaoyan's boss. You came to deliver breakfast to old Bai? Zheng Dongsheng was somewhat incredulous. You are Bai Xiaosheng's friend? Wei Xiaoyan looked equally incredulous. Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback. Should I call you sister-in-law, or just sister? Zheng Dongsheng exaggeratedly mouthed the words. All right, you two chat first, I'll take my leave. I have classes today, I need to head over right away. Wei Xiaoyan smiled and turned to leave. Principal Zheng. Tomorrow's training is very important. Are you really not going? Wei Xiaoyan asked. Tomorrow 1T work. Zheng Dongsheng shook his head, glancing at Bai Xiaosheng, saying, tomorrow, we have something more important. Tianjing, the class reunion. It's time to settle a few years of grievances. Then I'll take my leave. Wei Xiaoyan smiled and closed the door for them. Zheng Dongsheng quickly placed the breakfast on the table and curiously approached Bai Xiaosheng, winking mischievously. Honestly, how far have you two gone? Why aren't you living together yet? Don't play coy with me. You're already delivering breakfast. Bai Xiaosheng didn't bother to respond, picking up his coffee to drink. Zheng Dongsheng wasn't polite either, grabbing some toast to eat, continuing to ask questions while munching. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Could it be that someone prepared breakfast for the boss as well? Zheng Dongsheng was overjoyed. Getting up to open the door, Bai Xiaosheng took a sip of his coffee. Bai Xiaosheng, are you home? It's the weekend, and since I'm free, why don't you come with me to the team? A woman's voice came from outside, not as gentle as Wei Xiaoyan's, but clear like a silver bell. Bai Xiaosheng spat out his coffee. It was his fault for helping Zheng Dongsheng with some competition, leading this woman to cling to him. Every holiday, she came asking if he wanted to go to the team. Of course not. Bai Xiaosheng truly had no way to deal with her. Fatty, just tell her I'm not home. Bai Xiaosheng urged Zheng Dongsheng in a low voice. Shuang, the goddess. Zheng Dongsheng recognized who was outside, and his eyes sparkled as he waved to Bai Xiaosheng, saying, go to the bathroom, don't make a sound. Don't ruin my beautiful time with my idol. Bai Xiaosheng obediently followed, slipping into the bathroom. Zheng Dongsheng hurriedly put down the toast he was holding, wiped the crumbs from his mouth, suddenly feeling both sad and angry. Ah, that bastard old Bai. How come he is so popular with women? Damn it. He is trying to play both sides. How despicable. I really envy my goddess Shuang. Zheng Dongsheng hurriedly went to open the door. Bai Xiaosheng leaned against the bathroom door, vaguely hearing Zheng Dongsheng chatting with Han Shuang outside. As he sipped his coffee, his gaze fell on a corner of the bathroom. There were 2 bricks lying there. Bai Xiaosheng's expression darkened. Back then, he had thought more than once about throwing a brick at Yambing. But that was a choice made out of helplessness due to lack of strength. Now it was different. Hong Lian, it's time to start. Bai Xiaosheng's thoughts shifted. Always ready. Hong Lian's voice was always pleasant. It was time to prepare for tomorrow. Bai Xiaosheng's gaze turned cold. This time, he would make Yambing endure a punishment 100 times worse than physical pain. Chapter 83, Before the Feast. After sending Han Shuang away and finishing breakfast, Zheng Dongsheng didn't leave. Tomorrow was the class reunion. He kept reminding Bai Xiaosheng about how to seek justice from Yambing for the grievances of the past. Zheng Dongsheng was particularly fond of the 2 bricks he had picked up from the bathroom. I plan to take a backpack tomorrow to put them in, and at the right moment, let them smash into Yambing's head. Zheng Dongsheng said seriously, with no hint of joking, and asked Bai Xiaosheng, what do you think? Not a good idea. Does revenge really have to be physical? If you hit him, you'll have to go to jail. It's not worth it for a scumbag. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head and added, the key point is, it's not harsh enough. Is it enough? Of course not. They were almost ruined for life. Just making Yambing bleed wouldn't settle things at all. Bai Xiaosheng always considered himself a lazy person, sometimes even too lazy to hold grudges. But the hatred he felt towards Yambing was something he would never forget. Back then, Zheng Dongsheng was always cheerful, never angry with anyone, even when pranked. He laughed harder than the prankster. Such a carefree fat guy now wanted to use bricks for revenge. Bai Xiaosheng understood. The last days of university were like hell on earth for both him and the fat guy. As long as they were on campus, no matter where they went, they would be poked in the back, laughed at, and insulted. Many friends have turned into strangers. Many opportunities have turned into bubbles. The indelible stain in the file, without surprise, will follow them for a lifetime, becoming an unerasable blemish. Bai Xiaosheng was exceptionally outstanding during his university years, whether in academic performance or organizational skills. He was among the best. Some even predicted that he would certainly secure a stable job. However, carrying this disciplinary action and the stain of embezzlement, Bai Xiaosheng could not even apply for civil service exams. Not only that, but his degree certificate was also withheld by the school for reasons related to misconduct, and he might not even receive his graduation certificate. Bai Xiaosheng was furious and even caused a scene, but in the end, all he got was another disciplinary action. Eventually, it was Zheng Dongsheng who said he had a way and could give it a try. On the day Bai Xiaosheng was to leave school, Zheng Dongsheng actually ran to get his graduation certificate. Holding that certificate, Bai Xiaosheng embraced it and cried bitterly. The degree certificate still had no hope. But Bai Xiaosheng didn't care anymore. To celebrate, he invited Zheng Dongsheng to a small roadside restaurant, which was dirty and shabby, with so-called private rooms. The two of them hid inside, ordering 2 bottles of strong liquor and cheap dishes, drinking away. For the first time in his life, Bai Xiaosheng got completely drunk and cried uncontrollably. Bai Xiaosheng clearly remembers the scene of Zheng Dongsheng pouring the 52-degree liquor down his throat. He remembers clearly that the fat guy had shouted, "I, Zheng Dongsheng, swear that whether it takes 5 or 10 years, I will make something of myself and return this pain tenfold to He Yambing." The liquor mixed with tears flowed freely. At that moment, Bai Xiaosheng snatched the bottle, drank the rest in one go, and then smashed the bottle hard on the ground. "I swear by this, I will take revenge." Back then, they were like dogs, hiding in unseen corners, howling and licking their wounds. There was no direction in life, not even a fantasy for the future. Bai Xiaosheng shook his head with a bitter smile. At that time, they were still too young. Their celebration was clearly premature. After obtaining his graduation certificate, Bai Xiaosheng even thought about not leaving school because there was a grand job fair that day. However, even with the graduation certificate, Bai Xiaosheng was still rejected and could not attend the job fair organized by the school. That day, Bai Xiaosheng left school, and apart from Zheng Dongsheng and a few others, he blacklisted everyone else and cut off all contact. It wasn't until recent years that he slowly reconnected with a few people. Due to the lack of a degree certificate and the stain on his record, he couldn't go to big companies and could only work at small firms like Tianhai Media to gain work experience. Over the years, the hardships and suffering Bai Xiaosheng endured were etched in his heart, not to be forgotten. Now, he was finally going to meet He Yambing again. 30 years of the East River and 30 years of the West River. "I'm here. Are you ready, He Yambing?" he whispered to himself. In fact, after breakfast, Bai Xiaosheng had already started to get busy. He made several phone calls in succession, each lasting quite a while, avoiding Zheng Dongsheng, wanting to leave some big surprises for the fat guy for tomorrow. Good shows are not afraid of being late. Similarly, revenge requires patience. Directly crushing the opponent is meaningless. Using a dull knife to cut flesh is the true essence of revenge. Unlike Bai Xiaosheng, Zheng Dongsheng started receiving several phone calls from noon. Bai Xiaosheng went to the balcony. Zheng Dongsheng went to the bathroom. Bai Xiaosheng went to the bathroom, and Zheng Dongsheng went to the balcony. Bai Xiaosheng was curious and noticed the fat guy's expression seemed a bit off, but every time he faced Bai Xiaosheng, the fat guy would appear normal. Bai Xiaosheng thought about it, but didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. Even the best of friends need a certain distance and space. If Zheng Dongsheng wanted him to know, he would definitely tell him. In summary, it was a busy day filled with frequent phone calls for both of them. Until dinner, they finally took a break. They ordered food and beer, sitting across from each other in silence, eating and drinking. Suddenly, Zheng Dongsheng looked up seriously at Bai Xiaosheng. "Old Bai, do you know that He Yambing is doing better than us? I heard he is a vice president at a well-known company and has started his own business." Bai Xiaosheng nodded. He knew that. Zheng Dongsheng fell silent, drank a can of beer in one go, and said with difficulty, "We might not be doing as well as him, but I'm still going. Even if I end up in jail, I want to collect some interest." "Fat guy, do you trust me?" Bai Xiaosheng looked directly at Zheng Dongsheng, asking seriously. Zheng Dongsheng was taken aback, then smiled. Of course, whether in university or now, this kind of trust warmed Bai Xiaosheng's heart. No matter how much suffering, it was fortunate to have a brother. "I'm prepared for everything tomorrow. You come with me. I don't want you to get involved. I want you to watch how I make He Yambing repay the debts he owes." The last 4 words Bai Xiaosheng spoke were fierce and powerful. Chapter 84. You smell like scum. People rely on clothes, and Buddha relies on gold. Zheng Dongsheng looked quite decent, possessing a bit of the aura of someone in a higher position. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and just put on a clean set of casual clothes. You're wearing this? Zheng Dongxing was taken aback. What? Should I specially dress up for this class reunion? This is fine. If possible, I want to get into a fight. If we do, this outfit is very convenient. Bai Xiaosheng teased the fat guy. All right, just wear this. I don't have suitable clothes. Buying a new set just for this will only make me a joke. Your outfit is good. You can back me up. Bai Xiaosheng stopped him. Zheng Dongxing then gave in. As the time approached, the two of them went downstairs to set off, riding in Zheng Dongxing's car, which was a business model worth around 300,000. The reunion was set at the Tiannan City Center, on the top floor of the Tiannan Pearl Tower, the tallest building in the city at 280 meters, a 5-star hotel. Without traffic, they arrived at the Pearl Tower's outdoor plaza in just over half an hour. Look at that person. Isn't that Han Dongxiu? Zheng Dongxing suddenly squinted his eyes and pointed forward. Bai Xiaosheng looked over. At the entrance of the Pearl Tower stood a few people. The one at the front was tall, impeccably dressed in a suit, and had a distinctive grin that seemed to be a constant expression. Indeed, it was Han Dongxiu. Once, he was one of the 4 vice presidents of the student union, a staunch confidant of He Yambing. Because of his unique smile, he had the nickname Smiling Tiger. Han Dongxiu was waiting there with a few people. He would greet every car that stopped by enthusiastically, clearly in charge of welcoming guests. Bai Xiaosheng's expression was indifferent. He remembered this person well. He was the first to jump out and insist that Bai Xiaosheng had embezzled public funds. He was also the first to violently attack Zheng Dongxing. Now, He Yambing was organizing a reunion, and he was there to welcome guests? Zheng Dongxing glared at Han Dongxiu fiercely, looking like he wanted to eat him alive. Calm down. The main person hasn't been seen yet. No need to be like this. He's just a dog. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Some people, they are not even as good as dogs. Just a dog, huh? Zheng Dongxing chuckled, relaxing a bit, joking with Bai Xiaosheng. You're insulting dogs. The Animal Protection Association might sue you. As they spoke, they drove over and slowly stopped in front of Han Dongxiu. Han Dongxiu leaned forward to look. The car in front had just passed, and he didn't notice who was behind. The window rolled down. Long time no see, Han Dongxiu. Zheng Dongxing spoke, emphasizing the name heavily. Han Dongxiu's smiling face slightly stiffened. His eyes changed for a moment, but soon his expression returned to normal. Oh, it's you, Zheng Dongxing, Bai Xiaosheng. Han Dongxiu recited these 2 names, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. You guys can come. Great, really great. Han Dongxiu beamed. This pair of brothers had made things quite miserable for them back in the day, especially Bai Xiaosheng, who was known as the top talent of the whole department and the vice president of the student union, had once become a target for everyone in the school. Han Dongxiu had put in a lot of effort in these matters. Now, had they finally come? In fact, Han Dongxiu had secretly thought of many ways to invite Zheng Dongxing, twisting and turning to find someone to ask him. With Zheng Dongxing here, Bai Xiaosheng would also come. This time, he had guessed correctly. This gathering of classmates was going to be fun. Doing well for himself, the fat guy had even gotten a car. This car must be worth 200,000 or 300,000, right? Han Dongxiu leaned against the car window and roughly knocked on it, even bringing his knee to bump against the door. However, a look of disdain and ridicule was clearly visible on his face. I've seen a lot of people, but your car is pretty rare. After all, there aren't many who have made it this far. Han Dongxiu was quite happy. Zheng Dongxing looked at him coldly. Hey, nice suit. Where did you buy it? Taobao or Xiqing? Han Dongxiu reached out and tugged at Zheng Dongxing's suit collar. Xiqing was the largest counterfeit market in Tiannan, a hub for fake and inferior goods. Zheng Dongxing's jaw tightened, but recalling Bai Xiaosheng's earlier warning, he endured. Oh, isn't this our department's big talent? Han Dongxiu's gaze fell on Bai Xiaosheng. Zheng Dongxing was just a side dish. Bai Xiaosheng was the main course. Rich people wear mink, poor people wear cotton, and the boss wears casual clothes. Dressed in casual attire, he was doing quite well. Han Dongxiu couldn't help but burst out laughing. I can't do that. Working for someone else, my clothes are only a few $1,000s, far from yours. He thought to himself, when He Zong arrives later, wouldn't he still have to personally get close to you? Bai Xiaosheng looked at Han Dongxiu calmly and smiled. Your He Zong doesn't need to get close to me. I'll have to take the initiative to find him. We haven't forgotten the help we received back then. Bai Xiaosheng casually picked up a can of air freshener from Zheng Dongxing's car and leisurely sprayed it toward Han Dongxiu's face. Caught off guard, Han Dongxiu let out a scream and stepped back. Recently, there has been a lot of haze outdoors. Close the windows. The stench of trash is coming in. Bai Xiaosheng handed the can of freshener to the fat guy. Zheng Dongxing understood and gathered his strength to throw it at Han Dongxiu's face. Han Dongxiu screamed again. No problem. You spray more. The smell is too strong. Remember to keep your distance when we go up later. Zheng Dongxing deliberately laughed loudly and pressed the accelerator to drive away. Scum. Zheng Dongxing felt a rush of pleasure and said to Bai Xiaosheng, in terms of eloquence, you could take them all down. Good, You handle the insults, I'll handle the fights. Let us sweep them away together. Bai Xiaosheng shrugged. Just now. You were quite patient. I didn't call you up to explode, but I didn't make you endure him either. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but say. And why did you throw something? Aren't those things worth money? Ah, that's not what I meant. Forget it, as long as you're happy. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Over there. Han Dongshu was in a fluster, rubbing his eyes incessantly. Around him, a few people were spinning around but couldn't help at all. It was hard to find someone who suggested washing with water, but there was no bottled water available, so they had to give up. With eyes rubbed red like rotten peaches, Han Dongshu no longer wore his signature smile, but instead had a twisted expression on his face. He thought that Bai Xiaosheng, who had been trampled by life for several years, had lost his former sharpness. But now he realized that Bai Xiaosheng was still the same as before. That extraordinary eloquence and unmatched courage, the fierce man who had fought with more than a dozen people, falling down again and again, but standing up each time. Amid his hatred, Han Dongshu's eyes even revealed a perverse excitement. This kind of Bai Xiaosheng was worth dealing with. A few years ago, I helped He Yambing ruin you. A few years later, I will ruin you again. Chapter 85. Entering is not easy. Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng parked the car and walked back to the entrance of Mingzhu Tower. From a distance, Zheng Dongsheng spotted Han Dongshu, whose eyes were swollen like red peaches, and the fat guy couldn't help but laugh heartily, even more joyfully than Han Dongshu had laughed earlier. The few classmates around Han Dongshu felt a bit awkward. Some quietly nodded and waved from behind, as a way to greet. Bai Xiaosheng nodded slightly. These people were just following the crowd. Neither Bai Xiaosheng nor Zheng Dongsheng cared about them, nor did they harbor any resentment. I say, Peach, no, Han Dongshu. You look much better like this. Zheng Dongsheng said affirmatively, giving a thumbs up. Han Dongshu's eyes practically wanted to kill, but his face was still smiling. It was impressive that he could manage such a complex expression. The top floor, Qingyun Pavilion, is the private room we booked. You two can go up. Han Dongshu said. Qingyun Pavilion sounded like some kind of sect from a novel, but Bai Xiaosheng had done some research through Honglian and understood a bit. Qingyun actually comes from the meaning of walking on air, catering to the mindset of wealthy people, and it also has an ancient style, with the hotel deliberately highlighting the height of Mingzhu Tower, making it feel like standing on clouds at the top. Walking on air? Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Maybe we'll soon fall from the clouds. Bai Xiaosheng thought, suddenly noticing a glint of cunning in Han Dongshu's eyes. What was this guy up to again? Then we'll go up. You stay here and keep an eye on the door. Zheng Dongsheng laughed heartily. Dog, perfect for guarding the door. Han Dongshu caught the fat guy's meaning, his eyes flickering with anger, but he forcibly suppressed it, pretending not to hear. Ignoring Han Dongshu, Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng walked toward Mingzhu Tower. Just as they reached the entrance of the lobby, they were stopped by two security guards. Sir, you cannot enter. One guard said bluntly to Bai Xiaosheng. Huh, why can't we go in? Zheng Dongsheng was astonished. You can, but he can't. The other guard pointed at Bai Xiaosheng. We have a rule here. For levels above 88, guests must wear formal attire, and this gentleman's clothing does not comply. Bai Xiaosheng's mind stirred. Honglian immediately searched. Indeed, there was a rule that levels above 88 in Mingzhu Tower were for high-end business and top hotels, and this rule existed. Who made this rule? Zheng Dongsheng couldn't help but shout. Then his eyes turned. How do you know we're going to the 88th floor or above? Maybe we. If you want to go to the top floor, that gentleman has already informed us. One guard pointed at Han Dongshu. Zheng Dongsheng was a bit angry and said to the guard, we are consumers, clients. How can you do this? If the mayor came without formal attire, would you stop him? We wouldn't stop him. The guard lazily asked, are you the mayor? You. Zheng Dongsheng was furious. Bai Xiaosheng looked at the guards. The two guards sneered, seemingly dismissive. Mingzhu Tower had always strictly enforced regulations, and many had tried to seek special treatment, but few succeeded. Outside, Han Dongshu watched Han Dongshu and Zheng Dongsheng suffer and was delighted. When you come out all disheveled, I'll help you again. If you really can't get in, what's the point of the reunion without you? Han Dongshu thought. In his car, he actually had a formal suit. This was just his way of using the rules to give Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng a warning. Hey, this Bai Xiaosheng ISNT even wearing formal attire. ISNT he looking for trouble? Exactly. But look at how he is dressed. Does he look like he is doing well? I bet he hasn't worn formal attire much. The classmates standing behind Han Dongshu couldn't help but whisper. Over there, old Bai, don't be anxious. We have connections. Just wait a moment. Zheng Dongsheng glared at the guard, hurriedly pulled out his phone, and ran aside to make a call. The two guards exchanged glances and smiled, their expressions carrying a hint of mockery. They had seen this scene many times, thinking that knowing a couple of people would grant them power. Bai Xiaosheng frowned slightly, also thinking of a way. His phone suddenly rang. The caller was actually Master Song Kai. After the banquet that day, the old man gave him a private number. Bai Xiaosheng ran to the side and answered the call. Hey, do you have some time? Come out for a chat and a cup of tea. It was Master Song Kai reaching out to him. I'm sorry, Master. I'm currently at a class reunion. I might not be able to leave, Bai Xiaosheng replied regretfully. That's fine. Just let me know when you're free. Master Song Kai also sounded a bit disappointed. Refusing a master for a class reunion. If Shang Wenshu and the others heard this, they would surely be pounding their chests in frustration. Yet the master, after being declined, showed no sign of unhappiness at all, which left Director Wu dumbfounded. By the way, Master, could you do me a favor? Bai Xiaosheng quickly said before hanging up. The two security guards exchanged light laughs. However, after a moment, both adjusted their earpieces and frowned as they listened to something. Director Wang from Logistics said to take them over. Then take them over, avoid the crowd. The two guards seemed reluctant, muttering a few words before reluctantly agreeing. Follow me, one of the guards said in a very stiff tone. Regardless, they got in. Zheng Dongsheng was cheerful and completely unconcerned, even smiling smugly at Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng gave the chubby guy a thumbs up. The two followed the guard inside. They got in. Someone on Han Dongshu's side exclaimed. Han Dongshu himself was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. It seemed that Zheng Dongsheng, the fat pig, had some connections after all. Han Dongshu muttered, then sneered. Well, if he has some ability, it'll be even more satisfying to take him down. Just as Bai Xiaosheng and the others walked in, a middle-aged man with a full head of gray hair but a youthful face hurried over. The previously indifferent guards were startled upon seeing this person, quickly straightening up to salute. The middle-aged man waved his hand and impatiently asked, Where are they? Were there two people here just now that you stopped? Yes, it was Director Wang from Logistics. They were just let in. The guard's face turned pale, stuttering but not daring to lie. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, and after a moment of silence, he said, You security and logistics departments have failed in your duties and abused your power. Your bonuses for this month are deducted. Also, go inform that old Wang from Logistics to stand at the main entrance for a month. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and turned to leave. The guard was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 86. Chunming. The guard led Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng to an elevator lobby, coldly handed them a card, instructed them briefly, and then turned to leave. The card was a temporary pass from the security department that would allow them access to the top floor when given to the elevator operator. Shortly after, he saw that middle-aged man with a full head of gray hair, his expression stern and somewhat impatient, striding toward him. The guard's face turned ashen, and he quickly ran to meet him. Where are they? The middle-aged man asked before he could speak. Over there. The guard hurriedly pointed. In the distance, Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng were still waiting. The middle-aged man ignored the guard and quickly walked over. The guard swallowed hard, glancing nervously at them before fleeing. The Tiannan Pearl Tower had more than a dozen elevator lobbies, and the one Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng were waiting at was specifically for high-level use. According to the tower's regulations, everyone waiting for the elevator here was in formal attire, making them quite conspicuous. Zheng Dongsheng was boasting about his connections in Tiannan to Bai Xiaosheng, who was smiling and being a good listener. Excuse me, are you Mr. Bai Xiaosheng? Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. He saw a middle-aged man with a full head of gray hair, skin as fair as someone in their 30s or 40s, and a beaming smile, very refined, but with an aura that subtly radiated strength, even stronger than Shang Wenshu's. Who are you? Bai Xiaosheng asked curiously. He was certain he had never seen this person before. I'm Master Song Kai's student. I was sent to pick you up. I'm really sorry for being late. The middle-aged man smiled warmly, introducing himself. My name is Chunming. Chunming? As Bai Xiaosheng heard this, his mind raced. And Hong Lian quickly searched for all information regarding Chunming in the Pearl Tower. When he found it, Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but gasp. Chunming was the overall head of the Tiannan Pearl Tower and the deputy general manager of a development company, which was a state-owned enterprise, making him even more powerful than Shang Wenshu. Bai Xiaosheng was astonished. From Chunming's tone, he seemed to also refer to Master Song Kai as teacher. Are all of Master Song's students this impressive? Bai Xiaosheng's perception of Master Song was being reshaped. No wonder Shang Wenshu and Wang Yi treated him with such respect, even more cautiously than they would with the mayor. May I have a word with you? Chunming gestured for him to follow. Bai Xiaosheng went with him to a less crowded area. Zheng Dongsheng had the sense to wait in place. To be honest, Chunming was also surprised by Bai Xiaosheng's age. The person his teacher admired was actually a young lad. However, despite his surprise, there was no hint of condescension on Chunming's face. After chatting a bit, Bai Xiaosheng's natural and polite demeanor greatly impressed Chunming. In the eyes of the teacher, you're quite a big deal. He specifically reminded me several times not to treat you poorly. Chunming smiled amiably, speaking to Bai Xiaosheng as an equal. Like a friend. Your gathering is at Qingyan Pavilion? That's a small private room. I'll switch you to a larger one right away. And all expenses will be on me. Don't argue with me about it. You must give me this face. Chunming's tone left no room for negotiation. Then I'll take advantage of that and call you brother. Bai Xiaosheng didn't want to be overly formal, smiling and being honest, Chen bro, I appreciate your kindness. But for this class reunion, I'm not hosting, and to be honest, there is some conflict with the person who invited me. Bai Xiaosheng didn't elaborate, but his expression turned cold. Chen Ming, being such a person, quickly understood, and with a smile that didn't change, he said, "All right. Let this one slide then." He paused and continued, "Here, my words carry weight. Young people who are quick to settle scores aren't a bad thing." Chen Ming didn't say much more. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. "Thank you, Chen bro. No need, just bring the teacher over to sit with me whenever you have time." Chen Ming smiled back. They had missed several elevator trips. "Hey, was that your friend just now?" Zheng Dongxing asked. Bai Xiaosheng nodded and directly signaled him to walk in another direction. "No need to wait for the elevator, it will be here in a few minutes." Zheng Dongxing called out. Bai Xiaosheng made a shushing gesture, glanced at the others, and quietly said to Zheng Dongxing, "My friend just said there is an unused elevator over there. It's free now, let us hurry." "Is there such a good thing?" Zheng Dongxing hurried to follow Bai Xiaosheng. The two turned a corner and pushed open a door, and there really was an elevator inside. The elevator operator was not a middle-aged woman like the ones outside, but a very young and beautiful woman, like a movie star, wearing a snow-white shirt, a short skirt that fell just below her knees, black stockings, and high heels, with a sweet smile and plenty of sex appeal. "Are all elevator operators this beautiful now?" Zheng Dongxing exclaimed. The two entered the elevator, and Bai Xiaosheng pretended to hand over the card he received from the guard. The beautiful woman, still smiling sweetly, accepted it and directly pressed the button for the top floor. This elevator was both fast and stable. Zheng Dongxing even lingered on the scent of the woman's high-end perfume, and they had already arrived. "Just walk straight to the end of this corridor. Your left-hand side is Qingyun Pavilion," the beautiful woman said with a bright smile. Her voice exceptionally sweet. Zheng Dongxing hesitated, reluctant to leave, but Bai Xiaosheng pulled him away. The corridor on the top floor was extremely spacious, several meters high, with a grand view, resembling the lobby of a five-star hotel. There were doors spaced far apart on both sides: Chongshan Pavilion, Fengyue Tower, Chunshui Crossing. They all had quite unique or poetic names. There were some people coming and going, entering and exiting various private rooms. Zheng Dongxing was very curious and wanted to peek in, but felt as if he had never seen the world, so he held back. Finally, they arrived at the door of Qingyun Pavilion. Before they could push the door open, it swung open from the inside, revealing a tall, thin man. Upon seeing Bai Xiaosheng and the others, both sides were stunned. "Lao Bai Lao Zheng," the man exclaimed with boundless joy. "Lunan." Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongxing were equally surprised. In their final year of university, not everyone viewed Bai Xiaosheng and his brother as scum, wanting to avoid them at all costs. Some had always believed in their character and had even helped them wholeheartedly. Lunan was one of them. The three met again, and amidst the surprise, they felt there were many things to say. "Look at you, doing well now, made some money, huh?" Zheng Dongxing said with a smile. "Just SOSO?" Lunan chuckled, shaking his head, a hint of concern flickering across his face, but he quickly concealed it. "Who lives a life without ups and downs? Isn't that what life is?" Lunan turned to Bai Xiaosheng. He was dressed casually, not in any brand, but carried himself with an easy grace. It was hard to believe that such an outstanding peer had fallen to this state. Lunan couldn't help but feel a bit sad. "Come on, let's go in and chat." Lunan pushed the door open for Bai Xiaosheng, who smiled slightly and stepped inside. "I'm here." Chapter 87. Old Friends Reunited. Qingyun Pavilion. Chen Ming had also mentioned that it was a small private room. Therefore, Bai Xiaosheng didn't pay much attention, but when he pushed the door open, he was slightly taken aback. This private room was indeed not small at all. It could easily accommodate 400 to 500 people for a meeting. Facing the entrance were several meters high floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking Tiannan. The room was divided into several areas, designated for banquets, resting, and a stage, almost everything one could need. Moreover, the furnishings were all custom-made in an antique style, filled with an ancient charm. At first glance, Bai Xiaosheng truly felt as if he had traveled back in time. Is this really a small room in Mingzhu Tower? Bai Xiaosheng was somewhat astonished. It seemed that this brother Chen was too modest. Now he was curious about what the larger private room would look like. Zheng Dongxing was also surprised. There were already dozens of people in the private room, scattered around. Yet it still felt very spacious. As soon as Bai Xiaosheng and the others entered, everyone noticed them. Upon seeing them, the people couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "Isn't that Bai Xiaosheng? And Zheng Dongxing? What are they doing here? TSK, two big scumbags from Tiannan University, really disgusting. Look at how Bai Xiaosheng is dressed. He's not doing well at all. They used to say he was a top talent. What a joke. Especially when compared to He Yambing. He's practically begging on the street now. Haha, aren't they just shamelessly coming here to mooch off food?" Various voices of criticism echoed around, and the remarks directed at Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongxing were already very grating, not to mention the ones they couldn't hear. Zheng Dongxing's face instantly darkened, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront those who spoke ill. Bai Xiaosheng grabbed him and shook his head slightly. Zheng Dongsheng, who had been fuming, glanced at Bai Xiaosheng and managed to suppress his anger. You guys really shouldn't have come, Lu Nan said with a bitter smile. I regret coming here. Look at the kind of people who showed up for the reunion. Bai Xiaosheng smiled at Lu Nan and whispered, don't sit with us later. This was also a form of protection. Bai Xiaosheng led Zheng Dongsheng to a spacious area in the resting zone. Lu Nan looked at their backs and followed them. He knew Bai Xiaosheng meant well, but he wasn't afraid. Even back in school, he would still help the two. When Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng sat down, Lu Nan also took a seat. Bai Xiaosheng smiled happily. Zheng Dongsheng grinned. Some friendships, weathered by storms and the test of time, remained as solid as a rock. Lu Nan, you were our good friend before, and you will always be. If you have any difficulties, I, Bai Xiaosheng, will definitely help you, Bai Xiaosheng said seriously. Lu Nan had his own concerns, and Bai Xiaosheng didn't press him for details. All he could do was promise. After all, after this reunion, Lu Nan would know that Bai Xiaosheng had the strength. Lu Nan nodded with a smile. He didn't look down on Bai Xiaosheng's words just because he was dressed plainly and wasn't doing well. I believe you, Bai Xiaosheng, are a dragon among men. You won't remain silent forever. Lu Nan poured a cup of tea for Bai Xiaosheng, then for Zheng Dongsheng, and finally for himself. Around them, some voices drifted in. Why is Lu Nan sitting with Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng? Aren't they just two of a kind, birds of a feather flock together? I heard Lu Nan has been having business problems recently, and is here looking for help. Now, he Yambing and the others won't help him for sure. Hearing this, Lu Nan maintained his composure. Do you remember our favorite song from university? Lu Nan suddenly smiled and began to hum. I can't drift with the tide. For the loved ones I cherish, I must be strong, no matter how hard it gets, just for those expectant eyes. Zheng Dongsheng gazed into the distance, unable to help but join in the humming. As long as the heart is there, dreams are there. Between heaven and earth, there is still true love. Success or failure. Life is bold. It's just starting over. Bai Xiaosheng sang along with them. The three of them sang amidst the disdainful, dismissive, and mocking gazes from those around them. In a corner, a pair of eyes closely watched them. After Bai Xiaosheng and the others finished singing, the owner of those eyes stood up and walked over with large strides, his gaze filled with eagerness and excitement. Bai Xiaosheng, Zheng Dongsheng, it's really you. Long time no see. I was busy with messages just now and didn't even notice you were here. The person sat down beside Lu Nan, his smile sincere. He was not tall, his hair neatly combed, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, still looking like that refined scholar. Song Yiping. Bai Xiaosheng turned slightly and called out his name with a smile. Oh, Bookworm, you're here too. Zheng Dongsheng exclaimed with surprise. This Song Yiping had been his follower during university. To say this man had a rather quiet and timid personality would be an understatement. He had been bullied often. Since he was Fatty Zheng's roommate, it was always Zheng Dongsheng who stood up for him. Zheng Dongsheng, known for his good temper and kindness, had put in a lot of effort for the weaker Song Yiping. Before Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng ran into trouble, Song Yiping had always been their little follower. After the incident, Song Yiping disappeared from their sight. For self-preservation, this was understandable. Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng did not hold a grudge against him for that. After all, one couldn't expect everyone to be like Lu Nan. As soon as Song Yiping sat down, Lu Nan's smile faded a bit, and his gaze turned somewhat cold. He didn't have much fondness for Song Yiping. However, Song Yiping still smiled at Lu Nan. Bai Xiaosheng, where are you making money now? Song Yiping sized up Bai Xiaosheng and said, you look so relaxed and comfortable. I'm envious, such a strong personality. As soon as this was said, Zheng Dongsheng was displeased. This was too direct. Song Yiping's smile stiffened, then he eagerly nodded. It's been so many years since I called you that. It feels distant. Zheng, don't mind me. Bai Gu, I'm just concerned about you. Bai Xiaosheng smiled indifferently. He didn't mind. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. Song Yiping stood up to take out his business card and handed one to both of them. Tian'an City Bank, East Road Branch, Client Manager. Zheng Dongsheng read out the title, somewhat surprised. Not bad, Bookworm, you're already a bank manager. Can you lend us some money? If you have needs, of course. Song Yiping replied with a smile. Tian'an City Bank. Bai Xiaosheng had a golden business card from Ouyang Fu, the president of Tian'an City Bank, in his wallet. That is also a pawn. Chapter 88, Trouble for Fatty. Zheng Dongsheng and Song Yiping started chatting warmly. Lu Nan remained silent nearby. Bai Xiaosheng also fell silent. But this did not mean he had any particular attitude towards Song Yiping. Rather, he was lost in thought about other matters. Song Yiping was chatting with Zheng Dongsheng about the past and the present. Besides initially addressing him directly by name, Song Yiping had completely changed his tone, affectionately calling him Zheng. After several unsuccessful attempts, Song Yiping had to give up. Where is my brother Bai working now? Seeing that he couldn't get any information from Bai Xiaosheng, Song Yiping turned to Zheng Dongsheng. I'm not sure. He might be working as a planner on some project. Zheng Dongsheng replied, not being dismissive but genuinely not knowing and having not asked. Besides, what did it matter? Whether Bai Xiaosheng was an employee or a leader, he was still Zheng Dongxing's brother. Hey, bookworm, you're already a client manager now, right? Do you have the authority to approve loans? What is the limit and interest rate? Zheng Dongxing had topics he was interested in. What? Zhenggu, do you want to take out a loan? Song Yiping keenly picked up on this. I'm just asking casually. You never know when I might need it. Zheng Dongxing straightened up, glanced at Bai Xiaosheng, and scratched his face while mumbling. Well, you can always come to me. Who are we to each other? If I can do it, I'll help you out. If I can't, I'll find someone who can. Song Yiping pounded his chest, full of bravado. Now what do you want to know? I'll tell you. With this, Zheng Dongxing became excited and really started to ask questions. For loans, the fat guy didn't even have a rudimentary understanding. He only knew that you could borrow money from a bank. Song Yiping patiently explained, starting from the types of loans. What is self-operated loan, entrusted loan, specific loan? What is credit loan, secured loan, bill discount loan, and commodity mortgage loan? Zheng Dongxing listened with a look of confusion but was completely engrossed. Thinking that Song Yiping was profound and mysterious, Lu Nen observed coldly from the side. A few times he deliberately kicked Zheng Dongxing's foot under the table. But to his surprise, the fat guy showed no reaction. He just shifted a bit when kicked and continued to listen attentively to Song Yiping's animated explanation like a primary school student. Lu Nen had no choice but to give up. Over there, Bai Xiaosheng was completely uninterested in the conversation between Song Yiping and Zheng Dongxing. He glanced at his phone, and a faint smile slowly crept onto his lips, carrying a long-lasting meaning and exuding infinite confidence. Lu Nan's eyes brightened. That smile felt incredibly familiar. Back in college, when Bai Xiaosheng won various championships and was sure of victory, he wore that same confident smile full of charm. You guys chat. I'm going to the bathroom. Bai Xiaosheng stood up. Go ahead, you don't need to tell us. Zheng Dongxing waved his hand as he saw Song Yiping stop talking and continued to pull Song Yiping into conversation. This private room had an independent bathroom, and when Bai Xiaosheng entered, he saw the sign and headed that way. Lu Nen glanced at the two who were deep in conversation, silently stood up, and quietly followed. The bathroom in this private room was also quite large, as it needed to accommodate hundreds of people using the room. Bai Xiaosheng entered first, and Lu Nen followed right behind. What is up, Lu Nen? Do you have something to say to me? Bai Xiaosheng stopped and looked inside. There was no one else in the bathroom. Lu Nen nodded, hesitated, but still moved closer and lowered his voice. Be careful of that Song Yiping. He is not a good guy, Lu Nen said seriously, feeling like he was gossiping. I know who is close and who is not. Bai Xiaosheng smiled at him, seemingly talking to himself. The fat guy is too loyal and simple. People who always see the good side can change, and people's hearts have no expiration date. These things are useless to tell him, but I will keep an eye on him. Bai Xiaosheng's gaze was sharp. Lu Nen felt relieved and turned to leave the bathroom. Lu Nen. Just as he was about to step out, Bai Xiaosheng called him back. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. I consider you a good brother. As important as Zheng the fat guy. I hope you both do well, and if one day you know I have the ability to help, please speak up and give me a chance to lend a hand. Bai Xiaosheng reiterated, showing how much he valued Lu Nen. Lu Nen's eyes warmed, and he nodded vigorously before walking out. Bai Xiaosheng walked over, locked the bathroom door, and then took out his phone to dial a number. Hello, this is Bai Xiaosheng. Let us schedule a time to meet. After Bai Xiaosheng and Lu Nen left, Zheng Dongxing, who was keenly listening to Song Yiping's explanations about lending knowledge, glanced toward the bathroom and then abruptly stopped Song Yiping's flow of words. A hint of melancholy appeared on his face, along with a touch of fatigue. Zhenggu, what is wrong? After becoming a bank client manager, Song Yiping had become adept at reading people's expressions and immediately lowered his voice to ask cautiously. Zheng Dongxing rubbed his face and looked at him seriously. Bookworm, I actually really need a loan. Song Yiping's eyes brightened slightly. Zheng Dongxing massaged his temples and explained. You might not know, but I've started a training institution and it's been developing quite well. However, I've recently encountered a cash flow problem. I need 3 million. If I can't raise this money within a month, all my efforts over these years will be in vain. I'll have to start all over again. Ah, is it that serious? Does Bai know about this? Song Yiping asked cautiously. I Haven T told him. What good would it do to tell him? To put it bluntly, I came here to support him. You understand, right? If I tell him I'm about to go under, how can Bai go on to face that he guy today? We're all brothers. I can't say that. Yes, Zhenggu, you really are like that. Song Yiping adjusted his glasses and gave him a thumbs up. It's a good thing I ran into you. Zheng Dongxing extended his hand and patted Song Yiping on the shoulder. Can you help me think of a way to get a loan of 3 million? If not, 2 million will do. Song Yiping lowered his head and thought for a moment before smiling. No problem. Zhenggu helped me a lot in college. This little favor is nothing. That's great. Zheng Dongxing smiled, feeling relieved. Lu Nen walked over from the bathroom, and Zheng Dongxing quickly changed his expression, grabbing Song Yiping to continue asking questions eagerly. Suddenly, The door to the private room swung open, and a group of people poured in. Leading the way was Han Dongxiu, who strode forward and shouted to everyone in the room, "He Yambing, Mr. He, has arrived. Let us welcome him." Chapter 89, That Kneel. Han Dongxiu was very respectful, inviting the person behind him to step forward. This person wore a smile, was handsome and dashing, and walked forward with an impressive presence, almost radiating an air of leadership inspection. It was He Yambing. Instantly, the men and women scattered throughout the private room stood up one after another, many wearing eager and enthusiastic smiles as they approached. "Mr. He, Brother He, President He." Various titles arose, exuding warmth. He Yambing smiled amiably, nodding at everyone and greeting them. Upon seeing He Yambing, Zheng Dongxing's brow furrowed tightly, one hand clenched into a fist with blue veins standing out on the back of his hand. Song Yiping had already stood up, but was met with a fierce glare from Zheng Dongxing. Seeing the fat guy's clenched fist, he hesitated for a moment and awkwardly sat back down. He Yambing noticed Zheng Dongxing. After all, he was the only one still seated when he entered the room. This fat guy seems to be doing quite well, He Yambing thought, a barely perceptible hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Before coming, Han Dongxiu had described Zheng Dongxing to him. Judging from the car Zheng Dongxing drove, He Yambing truly looked down on that level of achievement. Where's that person? He Yambing scanned the room, but did not see Bai Xiaosheng. He could never forget Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng was the first person in his life to force him to kneel, and although there were no witnesses at the time, He Yambing would forever carry an indelible shadow in his heart. That kneel was something he would remember for the rest of his life. In He Yambing's eyes, a flicker of resentment that others could hardly perceive danced within. At this moment, many people surrounded He Yambing. Those who hadn't come over mostly held themselves in high regard, but they smiled from a distance. He Yambing scanned the room and finally spotted a cold face, Lu Nan. Behind Lu Nan, the bathroom door was pushed open, and a figure stepped out. He Yambing's gaze narrowed. Bai Xiaosheng stood there, exchanging glances with He Yambing across the room. The grudges of years passed. The hatred accumulated over the years. They finally met again. After locking eyes for several seconds, Zheng Dongsheng had already picked up the glass ashtray from the table, waiting for Bai Xiaosheng's signal. Song Yiping looked at Zheng Dongsheng in panic, his face slightly pale. The others also noticed the standoff and quickly fell silent. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. "Haha, Bai Xiaosheng, it's been a long time." He Yambing broke the silence, laughing as he stepped towards Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng also smiled, but his smile was filled with coldness. The influential He Hui, long time no see. Bai Xiaosheng approached as well. Their past grievances were widely known. The people in the private room tensed up instantly. Han Dongxiu, Zheng Dongsheng, and Lu Nan watched closely, ready to rush in if a conflict broke out. To everyone's surprise, He Yambing and Bai Xiaosheng stopped 2 meters apart, both wearing smiles. "I didn't expect you to come. I'm genuinely happy to see you," He Yambing said with a smile. "You hosted. How could I not come?" Bai Xiaosheng replied with a grin. The two chatted amiably, but the atmosphere was incredibly strange. People in the distance couldn't help but whisper, "Mr. He, what could he possibly have to talk about with Bai Xiaosheng?" "Exactly, Bai Xiaosheng is scum. Didn't you know he embezzled money from the student council back in school? Yeah, just look at Zheng Dongsheng next to him. His eyes light up whenever he sees a woman, and he even went to the girls' dorm to act like a rogue. Birds of a feather flock together. These rotten people are all together now. One is a standout, the other a lowly bum. What a difference." These whispers made Han Dongxiu see Bai Xiaosheng's smile transform into one of disdain and pride. Zheng Dongxing's face turned pale with anger. He was about to get up, but was heavily pressed down by a hand. Lu Nan shook his head slightly. He Yambing took 2 more steps closer, smiling as he lowered his voice. "Vice President Bai, I didn't expect you to be so famous. After all these years, they still remember your deeds back then. I think, even in 10 years, you'll still be a notable figure at this school. Congratulations. Maybe, but you might not see that day," Bai Xiaosheng said as he reached into his pants pocket to pull something out. He Yambing's expression changed instantly, and he quickly took 2 steps back. "What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, don't act recklessly." Bai Xiaosheng glanced at him indifferently, took out his phone, and looked at the newly arrived message. The content made Bai Xiaosheng smile. He Yambing's face darkened. In terms of presence, he was still far inferior to Bai Xiaosheng, even after all these years. Even though he was now doing 1,000 times better than this guy, this made He Yambing feel uncomfortable and furious. Years ago, he had severely set up Bai Xiaosheng, but every time he felt pleasure, he would remember that scene in the small woods where he had knelt down. He begged for mercy, both to Bai Xiaosheng and to that useless Zheng Dongsheng. This humiliation always accompanied the pleasure that struck He Yambing. Over the years, he wanted to forget but couldn't. So, he organized this reunion, trying every means to invite Bai Xiaosheng here. This time, he wanted to completely crush Bai Xiaosheng, but unexpectedly, just because of a small gesture from Bai Xiaosheng, he panicked. He Yambing's face darkened, and he began to tear off his facade. He Yambing stepped closer again, lowering his voice fiercely to Bai Xiaosheng, his gaze incredibly sharp. Bai Xiaosheng looked at He Yambing, also lowering his voice. You knelt quite well back then, very standard. However, I've forgotten a bit. If you could demonstrate it again, I might remember. We'll see about that. He Yambing revealed his white teeth, saying. After saying this, He Yambing seemed to think of something and smiled ominously. Actually, there's a secret I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Bai Xiaosheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you know why you were able to get that diploma back then? Bai Xiaosheng frowned. How he got it, Zheng Dongxing never said. And Bai Xiaosheng never asked. Thinking back now, it seemed problematic. Bai Xiaosheng stared hard at He Yambing. This expression made He Yambing feel satisfied. Let me tell you, that fat guy took advantage of others' inattention back then, stole yours, and brought it out as his own. After giving it to you, you left school, and no one could contact you. Later, there was a punishment for him. You probably don't know that, right? Zheng Dongsheng was the one whose diploma and degree were both withheld. You could say that because of you, his life was ruined. And back then, he also begged me to let you go. You didn't see that, Neil, but everyone present witnessed it. Chapter 90, Glorious and Unmatched. He Yambing's words stunned Bai Xiaosheng. He had always thought he was the most miserable one, but unexpectedly, Zheng Dongxing had suffered much more, and Zheng Dongxing had never mentioned a word to him. Bai Xiaosheng clenched his fists, his gaze turning extremely terrifying. Old Bai, what did He Yambing say to you? Zheng Dongxing noticed Bai Xiaosheng's bad expression and asked. Bai Xiaosheng remained silent for a moment, then smiled at Zheng Dongxing. He said nothing. Zheng Dongxing had no doubt about Bai Xiaosheng's words. But Lu Nan looked deeply at Bai Xiaosheng. Whenever you're ready to act, just say it. I'm already prepared. Zheng Dongxing grinned, showing Bai Xiaosheng the glass ashtray he was holding. Bai Xiaosheng smiled back at him and waved his hand. Be patient. Good shows are worth the wait. Bai Xiaosheng said softly. This time, I feel that both principle and interest won't be enough. Bai Xiaosheng's voice was soft, but more chilling than ice. Song Yiping beside him couldn't help but shiver, his face looking somewhat unnatural. Brother Bai, do you have a plan? Song Yiping asked tentatively. Bai Xiaosheng calmly looked at him, smiled faintly, and said nothing. Song Yiping awkwardly gave up. In the kitchen of the Mingzhu Tower, Chen Ming directly found the head chef on duty. Have the dishes for Qingyan Pavilion been prepared? Chen Ming asked. Let me check. Chen Ming, under the chef's guidance, inspected the dishes and frowned slightly. The teacher has reminded me several times that this Bai Xiaosheng is like his own presence. For the first time, he needs to be given full face. Don't serve these. Use the large package standard, Chen Ming instructed. The large package standard? The chef was surprised, but the price difference was too vast. The cost of the dishes alone would cover the entire expense of the small package. This, Chen Ming shot the chef a cold glance. The chef immediately shrank back and lowered his head. Prepare it right away. You can't delay for even a minute, or you know the consequences. Chen Ming left that sentence and turned to leave. The chef couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. This chief steward was truly autocratic. A disagreement could lead to terrifying punishments. However, the rewards were equally generous. The treatment at Mingzhu Tower was terrifyingly high for outsiders, and many people tried desperately to get in. Those inside were even more reluctant to leave. The chef didn't dare to slack off and quickly urged his subordinates to get to work, even temporarily reallocating dishes from other large packages. In Qingyan Pavilion, a round table capable of seating 40 people was already set up, and everyone was gathered around it. Other star-rated hotels would consider a 20-person table quite large. Such an exaggeratedly large table could probably only be provided here. He Yambing and Bai Xiaosheng took their seats, facing each other. Most people were eager to align themselves with He Yambing, trying to stay as far away from Bai Xiaosheng as possible. If they were close, they would shift their seats to create space, indicating their support for He Yambing and that they were not on the same side as Bai Xiaosheng. Only Zheng Dongsheng, Lu Nan, and Song Yiping, who was next to Zheng Dongsheng, were near Bai Xiaosheng. Han Dongshu stood beside He Yambing, his face glowing and speaking animatedly. At this reunion, we must first thank, and rightly so, our He Yambing, our department's student council president. Han Dongshu said enthusiastically. He has always been outstanding and a hero among men during our college days. Everyone knows this, so I won't introduce him further. Indeed, brother, he is exceptionally talented and versatile, always our idol. I was quite infatuated with our president, but he didn't look my way. Oh, how sad that was. The entire department, no, the whole school, probably had no man who could compare to Brother Bing. Men and women alike offered flattery, almost worshipping him. Bai Xiaosheng observed calmly, while Zheng Dongsheng sneered, and Lu Nan remained silent. Han Dongshu scanned the crowd, glancing at Bai Xiaosheng and casting a disdainful look. Next, I want to highlight He Yambing's recent remarkable achievements, Han Dongshu announced proudly. Not to mention the distant past, just this month, He Yambing helped his company negotiate several major deals with big firms, including the Aishi Group in our city, totaling over 20 million. The crowd gasped in awe. He Yambing smiled, his expression extremely proud. Bai Xiaosheng wore a faint smile. He had only discovered this information through Honglian yesterday. Do you all know how much commission He Yambing earned this month? Han Dongxiu surveyed the crowd. A chorus of gulping sounds filled the air. I think Zheng Dongxing should know because the money He Yambing earned in a month is enough for him to buy 2 cars. I wonder how long it took old Zheng to save for a car. Years, perhaps? Han Dongxiu laughed heartily, and the crowd erupted in laughter. Zheng Dongxing's face turned pale. That's not all. Just yesterday, He Yambing received 2 major pieces of good news. Han Dongxiu nearly shouted. What good news? The crowd's eyes sparkled. They sensed that this news was even more impressive than the 20 million deal. First, yesterday at noon, the president of Bainian Gongzhu, Shang Wenshu, personally called to express approval for He Yambing's partner plan, allowing him to invest, and they signed a letter of intent that evening. Han Dongxiu couldn't help but swallow hard. Bainian Gongzhu. That's a big company. I heard it's a wholly owned subsidiary of a large group, extremely wealthy. Yes, their leaders frequently inspect the site. The crowd erupted in discussion. Even Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but feel astonished when he learned that He Yambing was negotiating partnership plans with several major companies, including Bainian Gongzhu. This He Yambing truly has high aspirations. However, the other party requires an investment amount that is double the current valuation of He Yambing's company. Han Dongxiu continued. The crowd gasped at the demanding conditions of the big company. So, He Yambing applied for a mortgage loan from the Citibank that day and spoke with the bank president to negotiate special arrangements. Everyone present gasped in disbelief. And Song Yiping's eye showed a glimmer of understanding. Was he successful? Someone couldn't help but ask. Han Dongxiu smiled brightly. Of course he was. What kind of person is He Yambing? He proclaimed loudly. This is the second piece of great news. But how can they sign the letter of intent in one day? Will the bank be able to disperse the funds in time? Someone questioned. Can they really process a loan in one day? Han Dongxiu scoffed at the person. He has plenty of friends. Is borrowing some short-term funds really a problem? Once the bank disperses the loan, he can pay back the borrowed funds. Borrowing small amounts is certainly not an issue, but for large capital, He Yambing must be borrowing high-interest loans from private lenders. Impressive, President He. Congratulations on your wealth. The crowd buzzed with excitement. He Yambing reveled in the moment, looking at Bai Xiaosheng with a proud smile. See that, Bai Xiaosheng? This is my capability. In one day, the financial and political circles are opening green lights for me. Can you do that? Chapter 91, Breaking the Face. In all of Tiannan, how many people like He Yambing are so bold and daring? He only needed to reach a letter of intent with Bainian Gongzhu, which does not have the same legal effect as a formal agreement or contract. Just to sign such a document, he dared to apply for a large mortgage loan from the bank, while also borrowing high-interest loans to temporarily cover his accounts, hoping to pay back the loans after the bank disperses their funds. This is simply a reckless gamble, akin to walking a tightrope on a cliff or dancing ballet on the edge of a blade. Yet, He Yambing did just that. Bai Xiaosheng felt a mix of emotions. From college until now, He Yambing had always been this way, ruthless to others and even more so to himself, believing that wealth and fortune come from taking risks. Now, his audacity is truly increasing. With such achievements, none of you here can compare. Han Dongxiu, flushed like a drunk, scanned the crowd, looking at He Yambing as if he were about to bow in worship. Even if we all combined, we wouldn't measure up to even a fraction of President He. He is our pride. Han Dongxiu grew more excited as he spoke. Don't be like that. Dongxiu, be humble. There are still many talented people among us, He Yambing said, beaming, casually pointing to Bai Xiaosheng across the room. For example, our classmate Bai Xiaosheng was quite impressive back then, but unfortunately, he made one wrong step. He Yambing shook his head in regret. Han Dongxiu immediately understood, directing the conversation toward Bai Xiaosheng. The two of them began to target Bai Xiaosheng. He Yambing could not forget the hatred from that kneeling incident years ago, while Han Dongxiu added new humiliation from the doorway. Since the topic was out, they aimed to strip Bai Xiaosheng of his dignity first. People need face, trees need skin. They decided to take Bai Xiaosheng's face first. Han Dongxiu pointed at Bai Xiaosheng, laughing. Our president, he is humorous and remembers his classmates. This Bai Xiaosheng, our classmate Bai, is quite famous. In our year, he is known throughout the school. For a mere student council reserve fund, he dared to shamelessly act. I admire that. That little bit of money. I wonder if it's enough for President He to treat us to this meal. The crowd burst into laughter, looking at Bai Xiaosheng with mockery and derision. Zheng Dongxing and Lu Nen were instantly furious. Han Dongxiu, watch your words. Lu Nen shouted. Brat, dare to talk nonsense again. Zheng Dongxing roared, grabbing a knife from the table. Oh, getting angry. Han Dongxiu spat at Zheng Dongxing. Han Dongxiu acted recklessly, insulting him. The surrounding people looked at Zheng Dongxing and Bai Xiaosheng with disdain, as if they were two piles of garbage. I'll be damned. Zheng Dongxing could no longer hold back his anger, standing up furiously and charging at Han Dongxiu. Time was almost up. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at his phone, not stopping the fat man. He thought it best to let him make a scene. Seeing Zheng Dongsheng rushing madly at him, Han Dongshu was frightened, fleeing while screaming, "We're all civilized people. Don't come over, don't fight." The two ran around the table, one chasing the other. Bai Xiaosheng quickly stopped Zheng Dongsheng. "This is not a place for you to act recklessly." He Yambing slammed the table and shouted. Bai Xiaosheng ignored him completely. The two ran a few laps, and Han Dongshu headed for the door. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a dining cart was pushed in, with the chef himself pushing it, smiling broadly and singing the names of the dishes to the guests in the small room. "Here comes the top-grade lobster from Western Australia and the charcoal-grilled Kobe beef. These are all top-notch dishes made from premium ingredients swapped from the big package. And the clients need to know this. Behind the chef, there are 4 or 5 other cooks, as some dishes need to be sliced and processed on site." Just as the dining cart came in, someone rushed over like a cannonball and crashed into it. The chef smiled, but his eyes watched as those incredibly expensive delicacies flew into the air. The chef's smile remained, but he was on the verge of tears. "How expensive these dishes are. How much effort I put into this. How could you do this?" The chef's face turned green, and he grabbed a boning knife. If it weren't for 2 quick-eyed cooks holding him back, he probably would have joined in the chase. Everything was in chaos. He Yambing couldn't sit still any longer, calling a group of people to forcibly pull Zheng Dongsheng and Han Dongshu apart. "You bastard, don't run. Dog leg, I'll cripple you." Zheng Dongsheng cursed loudly. "What are you so proud of? Let's see how long you can be so arrogant." With someone blocking him, Han Dongshu refused to back down, sneering. "Don't think just because you drove a broken car, you're really rich enough to sit with us. Don't think I don't know. You can't raise 3 million, and your funding chain will break. By then, you won't even be able to eat shit, and you're still supporting Bai Xiaosheng, huh?" Han Dongshu laughed wildly. Everyone looked at Zheng Dongsheng, who seemed struck by lightning, standing there in shock. He had only told Song Yiping about this. How did Han Dongshu know? "Song Yiping!" Zheng Dongsheng shouted sharply, "You sold me out." The scene supporting Bai Xiaosheng collapsed, and Zheng Dongsheng couldn't take it. Being betrayed by someone he trusted drove the fat man even crazier. Song Yiping had already run behind He Yambing. He coldly looked at the fat man who had helped him countless times during their university days, the man he had called brother so many times. He hadn't left his seat, but under the table, he was sending messages to Han Dongshu. "This world is very realistic. Zheng Dongsheng, having money is king. Without money, who will care about friendships? Don't think just because you've helped me twice, you're really a big shot. Do you think I'll be your little brother for life? Uffed bookworm. I see your brain isn't even a bookworm's." Song Yiping mocked mercilessly, his words vicious, comparing reality. "Look, Mr. He is wealthy, and you two can only beg." This was too much. Lunan couldn't help but grab a chair, wanting to fight back. Suddenly, a round of applause broke out. Everyone was stunned and looked over. The clapper was Bai Xiaosheng, who stood up with a smile. "What a gathering of demons and monsters," Bai Xiaosheng sighed. "Since everyone has torn off their masks, I won't be polite anymore. But before we start, I want to tell a story." Chapter 92. "I want you to kneel before him," Bai Xiaosheng began. And Zheng Dongsheng quieted down. He didn't charge towards Han Dongshu, so no one else tried to grab him. "Bai Xiaosheng, what identity do you have to make us listen to you? You're wasting our time. Do you even deserve it?" Han Dongshu mocked. Since the facade was torn off, there was no need to pretend. The usual smile on Han Dongshu's face disappeared. Once the top of the social ladder, now the most down-and-out person, Bai Xiaosheng, dressed in street vendor clothes, made the others at the table curl their lips, thinking Han Dongshu was right. Fragmented discussions rose and fell, completely denying Bai Xiaosheng the chance to speak. "Ah, what are you doing with my knife?" Suddenly, the chef shouted in surprise. "Chop!" A kitchen knife slammed down onto the table next to Bai Xiaosheng. Zheng Dongsheng stepped onto a nearby chair, his chubby face full of ferocity, gripping the knife handle in one hand while tearing open his tie and shirt buttons with the other. "Now old Bai is going to speak," Zheng Dongsheng said coldly, scanning the room and finally fixing his gaze on Han Dongshu. Who dares to interrupt? Try it. This was completely the behavior of a rogue, a thug, a bully. But it worked. Suddenly no one dared to speak. What a joke. The bright kitchen knife was right there. Who wanted to try? The shock this fat man suffered today was considerable. In a heated moment, he had no rationality. Who would argue with him now and provoke him to spill blood? No one was a fool. Even Han Dongshu just opened his mouth, but didn't dare to make a sound. Song Yiping was so scared he squatted down, wishing to make himself invisible and not be discovered by Zheng Dongsheng. "Old Bai, you speak." Zheng Dongsheng waved his hand. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at the fat man and smiled. "You dead fat man. When something happens, you act straightforward, but when there's trouble, you hide it and don't tell me. It's just 3 million. After we finish this, I'll sort it out for you." Bai Xiaosheng thought to himself. He had a total of 6 million in his account and could overdraw 5 million from Honglian. 3 million was nothing. Bai Xiaosheng stood up, smiling and looking around at everyone. Today, I'm going to tell you a story that you must be familiar with because you have witnessed the tragedy of two characters. He Yanbing frowned. He guessed what Bai Xiaosheng was about to say. However, he silently sneered. He believed that the story Bai Xiaosheng was about to tell would ultimately just be a story. Those old tales were of no concern to the people present. Besides, their impressions had long been set. Whether Bai Xiaosheng could turn it around was debatable. Even if he did, so what? Right now, the two people's statuses were vastly different, whether they believed it or not. Who dared to stand up for justice? He Yanbing felt secure and looked on with a cold smile. At Tiannan University, there were two good friends, one a carefree fat man, the other a self-proclaimed smart fool. Bai Xiaosheng cheerfully narrated. The two were innocent and had their own pursuits and aspirations, striving a bit every day towards their envisioned future. Zheng Dongsheng and Lu Nan silently watched Bai Xiaosheng. That self-proclaimed smart fool held the position of vice president in the student council, while the then president was quite a character. Capable and charming, deeply favored by women, and he liked women too. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at He Yanbing. He Yanbing smiled smugly. The crowd fell silent. It was obvious who Bai Xiaosheng was talking about. Originally, the student council president's indulgent private life was his own business, but he harmed a girl, starting a relationship and then abandoning it, which infuriated the fat man. Zheng Dongsheng's eyes were cold, glaring at He Yanbing. That righteous fat man found the self-proclaimed smart fool wanting to right a wrong. They easily found evidence of the student council president embezzling funds and forced him to sign a guarantee. Just like that, they let him go. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Zheng Dongsheng and smiled. What do you think? Is that foolish? Foolish to the point of being ridiculous. Zheng Dongsheng laughed loudly. Then came a series of nightmares. That self-proclaimed smart fool became the target of embezzlement, and that innocent fat man became a perverted and shameless rogue. They even received the school's strictest punishment. What do you say? Is that not ridiculous? Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lu Nan looked sad. Zheng Dongsheng self-deprecatingly laughed coldly. The people present fell silent. Some were surprised, while others were indifferent. Whether Bai Xiaosheng's story was true or false, it had been so many years, and it was just a story. So what? He Yanbing laughed openly, and so did Han Dongxiu. Even Song Yiping was secretly mocking. At the entrance of the Qiyun Pavilion private room, Chen Ming stood quietly, having been there for a while, listening to a lot. Chen Ming's face was expressionless. Compared to Wu Qibing's kind-heartedness, he resembled a tyrant, only recognizing winners and losers. If Bai Xiaosheng were just making a scene today and insisted on uncovering the truth, Chen Ming would be quite disappointed. A real man should act decisively. Chen Ming was still listening for the sake of Master Song Kai and restrained the hotel staff from interrupting. Otherwise, if it weren't for Zheng Dongsheng's act of wielding a knife, the security personnel would have rushed over long ago. Do you know how foolish that self-proclaimed clever idiot is? Bai Xiaosheng laughed heartily as he said this, not addressing He Yanbing or Han Dongxiu, but rather Zheng Dongsheng. Zheng Dongsheng suddenly noticed Bai Xiaosheng's smile was tinged with sorrow, and he was taken aback. He had only just learned from the student council president today that dead fat man was the one who had lost his diploma and degree certificates. That dead fat man had given up an entire industry for him, and he, the self-proclaimed clever fool, had actually known all of this, thinking for so many years that he was the one suffering the most. Bai Xiaosheng smiled, but had slightly moist eyes as he asked Zheng Dongsheng, "Do you think he is foolish?" Zheng Dongsheng's eyes reddened slightly, and he turned his head away, not wanting to look at Bai Xiaosheng. What foolishness! Between friends, what foolishness! The crowd fell silent, and Lu Nan couldn't help but wipe his eyes, taking a deep breath. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted as He Yanbing clapped. What a wonderful story, so touching. However, that fool is ultimately just a fool, going to great lengths and at any cost just to clarify this story in public? He Yanbing laughed heartily, wanting justice or just an apology. This I'm sorry, do you want to hear it? He Yanbing pointed at Han Dongxiu, who scoffed at Bai Xiaosheng. Or do you want to hear it? He Yanbing patted Song Yiping's face, who wore a fawning smile, and quickly shook his head. The people present fell silent. Indeed, no one wanted to hear it. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. What justice, what apology? I don't want any of that. In fact, I don't care at all how all of you here view this matter. So what do you want? He Yanbing asked with a smile. Bai Xiaosheng looked at him calmly. Initially, it was to collect a debt, with interest. Now, I want one more thing. Back then, that dead fat man knelt before you, He Yanbing, for me, and now. I want you to kneel before this dead fat man in public. Chapter 93, You Are Fired. Bai Xiaosheng's last sentence was thunderous. The entire private room fell into a tense silence. Everyone couldn't help but look at He Yanbing, who glanced at the knife-wielding Zheng Dongsheng and suddenly burst into laughter. He had already noticed that special security personnel had appeared at the door of the private room. The security at Mingzhu Tower came in two types. Those like Zheng Dongsheng who had stopped Bai Xiaosheng at the entrance, responsible for guarding and patrolling, and another famous type. The Special Response Team, composed of retired special police and military personnel, wearing stab-resistant clothing, gloves, equipped with stun guns and batons, specifically dealing with such situations. Well known in Tiannan and frequently in the news. He Yanbing was positioned at nearly a 120-degree angle to Zheng Dongsheng, and with such a large table and so many people. Even if Zheng Dongsheng rushed over, he would need time, giving He Yanbing enough time to run behind the special security personnel. Zheng Dongsheng posed no threat to him now. Bai Xiaosheng, are you out of your mind, asking me to kneel before this dead fat man? You really are a fool. He Yanbing laughed heartily, slapping the table, pointing at Bai Xiaosheng, saying, why tell a story? It's so troublesome. Let me tell you in them. That's right. It was I who did it back then. It was I who framed you, and I also framed that dead fat man. What can you do about it? Will you call the police to arrest me? Or sue me in court? Or perhaps go find the school authorities and expose my schemes in front of the big shots, and see if they would be willing to slap themselves in the face for you? He Yanbing was utterly unrestrained, and now, I have more money and status than you. Why should I kneel before this dead fat man? The expressions of the people present turned grim. Words, if not spoken, do not break. The events of that year could not withstand scrutiny, but saying it outright was different. He Yanbing could speak without reservation, clearly showing how wealthy and powerful he was, to the point of being unrestrained. However, this attitude also sent a chill through those around him. The eyes of the crowd became complex. Those who previously wanted to befriend He Yanbing instinctively felt fear, and the women no longer looked at him with affection. Suddenly, the entire private room became silent. Bai Xiaosheng looked at He Yanbing's smug and arrogant face, smiled, and raised his phone, gently sending a pre-written message. Yes, why should I? Bai Xiaosheng murmured softly. This strange action puzzled He Yanbing and left others bewildered. Could it be that Bai Xiaosheng recorded a conversation for evidence? What good would that do? Just after Bai Xiaosheng sent the message, in less than 10 seconds, a phone rang out in the quiet room. He Yanbing was surprised to find that it was his phone ringing. The caller ID showed it was General AI from the AI group. He Yanbing cautiously glanced at Zheng Dongsheng and then at Bai Xiaosheng, coldly pressing the speakerphone button to avoid being distracted by Zheng Dongsheng and to let everyone hear who he was talking to. General AI, is there something you need? I invite you to have tea together, He Yanbing said with a warm smile. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the other end of the line. I don't think that's necessary, He Yanbing. The voice was indifferent, and the address was direct. He Yanbing was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. I, AI Shirley, have already notified other companies to terminate the contract with your company. If your boss has any objections, he can come to me. AI Shirley's voice carried an unreasonable arrogance. But I don't think he will, because he doesn't dare. AI Shirley, the one who took the lead in breaching the contract? General AI, why is that? He Yanbing found it hard to believe. A 20 million contract had instantly turned to dust? That was He Yanbing's proudest achievement and a large sum of money. But facing AI Shirley's obstruction, He Yanbing didn't dare to lose his temper, nor could he raise his voice. AI Shirley was a dominant figure in the Tiannan business circle. Offending him meant that other companies wouldn't dare to cooperate with you. Now, He Yanbing was eager to know where the problem lay. What the reason was it a rival company, or the contract itself? Or perhaps someone in their company had offended AI Shirley? The last possibility was the least likely, as no mature businessman would forego a fortune over trivial personal grievances, especially someone like AI Shirley, who was known for being profit-driven in the Tiannan business circle. Why? AI Shirley's cold, mocking voice came through. Because of you. Because of me. He Yanbing's complexion changed. How could this be possible? He had never offended this big shot. He had always been respectful and cautious, treating him as a junior. I believe your company as president will call you immediately. As for you, the vice president, I'm afraid you want to be kept around. And no one in Tiannan will dare to keep you. AI Shirley's voice was harsh. He Yanbing's face turned pale. Was AI Shirley declaring war on him? Why? General AI. Is there some misunderstanding between us? He Yanbing said nervously. He couldn't afford to offend AI Shirley. The people around him looked at He Yanbing, observing his somewhat flustered appearance, and suddenly felt that He Yanbing was not so formidable after all. Many people in their hearts suddenly had this thought. Han Dongshu had long lost his smile, looking shocked, staring blankly at his supporter as his image crumbled. Song Yiping's face was filled with disbelief, his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses filled with suspicion. You certainly haven't offended me. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. AI Shirley said heavily. Then the busy tones sounded as AI Shirley hung up. He Yanbing's eyelids twitched as he recalled AI Shirley's words. By some strange twist of fate, He Yanbing pressed the speakerphone again. Now he was in a chaotic state of mind, no longer caring about the many people and the complex gazes around him. He was eager to know what this was all about, who the person AI Shirley referred to as someone he shouldn't have offended was. Whoever could sway AI Shirley must be a significant figure. Thinking about it, He Yanbing couldn't help but shiver. When Lu called, He Yanbing had barely said 2 words before he was met with a storm of anger on the other end. He Yanbing, you want to die? Don't drag me. Lu, And my company down with you. Who is AI Shirley? How could you offend him so badly? Do you know how many CEOs call me just now? 6. All of them are richer and more powerful than me, Lou. They want to terminate their contracts and made it clear to me. If you want to survive in Tiannan, you must get lost. The boss's voice was hoarse, nearly breaking from the shouting, yet he continued to roar. He Yambing, you are fired. Chapter 94. I give you 2 seconds. He Yambing's eyes were in disarray, his expression one of disbelief and anxiety. As a dignified vice president, he was fired with just 1 sentence from his boss. What was this? The key was AI Shirley's attitude, the attitudes of those companies. They made it clear they didn't want him, He Yambing, to survive in Tiannan. But his years of hard work and foundation were all in Tiannan. Leaving Tiannan meant he would have nothing. He couldn't accept this. In a daze, He Yambing looked up and saw Bai Xiaosheng smiling at him. A smile that was neither here nor there. His head buzzed, and he glanced around, noticing that the classmates who had just been flattering him were now looking distant. Those expressions made He Yambing's pride unbearable. Want to see me make a fool of myself? Don't even think about it. No one should. He Yambing gritted his teeth. His face twisted. Then he saw Bai Xiaosheng shaking his phone, smiling at him, and giving a thumbs up. Just seconds later, He Yambing's phone rang again as if it were controlled remotely. He Yambing glanced at the caller ID, his pupils contracting. The president of Tiannan City Bank, Ouyang Fu. He Yambing picked up the phone, turned off the speaker, and held it to his ear. Hello, President Ouyang? He Yambing took a deep breath, slowly exhaling to stabilize his emotions. Yes, he had suffered an inexplicable blow, but there must be a misunderstanding that could be clarified. Not being a vice president for now was no big deal. He still had his footing with the private company he founded. As long as he negotiated a partnership with Bai Gongzhu, He Yambing, would be a partner of Bai Gongzhu. He Yambing calmed down. The key now was not to clarify the facts with AI Shirley, nor to negotiate with his boss to restore his position, but to ensure the bank loan was approved. Only then could he close the door on high-interest loans and ensure the whole matter succeeded. Once this deal was done, in less than 10 years, He Yambing would become a shining star in Tiannan's business world, and AI Shirley would have to bow down. He Yambing's eyes, once dull, now sparkled brightly. Bingyan Group, Mr. He. Ouyang Fu's voice came through, warm and gentle. Bingyan Group was just a limited liability company. Calling it a group was merely He Yambing showcasing his ambition. From the president's tone, it seemed there were no problems. Indeed, no matter how powerful AI Shirley was, he couldn't influence the banking system, especially in front of President Ouyang, who had to behave. I'm Xiao He. You personally called about the loan? He Yambing lowered his stance and spoke respectfully. Yes, it's about the loan. All your procedures are compliant, completely fine, Ouyang Fu replied kindly. To He Yambing, these words felt like a spring breeze. His lips curled into a triumphant smile again, his gaze once more looking down at the masses. However, Tiannan City Bank would not lend you a single cent, because in our previous call, you contacted my personal phone. That was purely a private conversation and doesn't count. The amiable Ouyang Fu said the most unserious words in the most serious tone. He Yambing's expression froze in an instant. He was joking. A bank president joking about lending tens of millions. He Yambing's head buzzed, nearly bleeding from the shock. President Ouyang, please, don't joke with me. Say that again. He Yambing's voice began to stutter, but he ended up shouting. The crowd looked at him with strange expressions. They hadn't heard what the president of Tiannan City Bank had said, only seeing He Yambing's face as if he had heard something terrifying. Haha. What I just said was indeed a joke, Mr. He, please don't take it to heart, Ouyang Fu quickly added. He Yambing, stiff as a board, slumped into his seat as if a drowning person had managed to grab hold of a boat. That old bastard almost scared me to death. He Yambing cursed internally, feeling drenched in sweat in just 2 seconds. However, the review period for your loan might be a bit long, Ouyang Fu said sincerely. No rush, no rush. He Yambing hurriedly asked, how long? 3 to 5 years. You'll have to be patient, Ouyang Fu's kind voice came through. He Yambing's expression, which had just relaxed, stiffened again. The review would take 3 to 5 years? Are you reviewing or preparing to give birth to Neza? He Yambing could wait, but could high-interest lenders wait? He had signed contracts with all his properties and his entire fortune to the high-interest lenders. If those people didn't get their money, they would chew him up until nothing was left. President Ouyang, please don't joke with me like this. He Yambing's lips trembled, his voice shaking. Xiao He, I really want to help you, but unfortunately, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. The usually warm Ouyang Fu's last sentence was especially chilling. Then, the call was directly hung up. The busy tone left He Yambing standing frozen like a statue. That person I shouldn't have offended. Who is he? He Yambing felt a deep-seated fear. To make a businessman abandon profit, the president acting disgracefully. Who exactly is this person I can't offend? How could he possibly offend such a big shot? He Yambing, lost and helpless, looked up and suddenly saw Bai Xiaosheng smile, along with the phone he was holding up. In an instant, his heart stopped. It can't be you, no way. He Yanbing stared at Bai Xiaosheng in horror, pointing at him and screaming. Bai Xiaosheng had sent 2 messages, bringing He Yanbing misfortune twice. Even a fool could see it. This was Bai Xiaosheng orchestrating everything. But how could it be possible? This person, how could he be that big figure? How could he command Ai Shirley and Ouyang Fu? In Zhengdong Province, Lunan, Han Dongxiu, Song Yiping, and others looked shocked, realizing everything seemed to be Bai Xiaosheng's doing. Everyone looked at Bai Xiaosheng in disbelief. Dressed in the cheapest street clothes, using the most ordinary phone. With a calm and serene smile, Bai Xiaosheng was terrifying and unfathomable. Outside the private room, Chen Ming, who had kept the special security guards at bay, had his eyes shining brightly. He watched everything unfold, realizing that the person his teacher valued was indeed extraordinary, effortlessly stirring up the situation, calm and unhurried. A general's charisma. Even Chen Ming favored Bai Xiaosheng. He Yanbing was still dazed, and by the time he reacted, Bai Xiaosheng had already spoken his second sentence. Sorry, 2 seconds are up. Chapter 95. I wish you good luck. When He Yanbing's phone rang again, he threw it onto the table and hurriedly stepped back, as if avoiding some plague or demon. Whether he answered the call or not, the result would be the same. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at He Yanbing calmly and said, in front of everyone's awe, the ordinary Bai Xiaosheng, like a ruler, is conducting the final judgment on He Yanbing. Why could you, He Yanbing, shrink back like an old man whose candle was nearly burnt out, with eyes full of fear and confusion? The last call. He glanced at it from afar and tightly shut his eyes. Shang Wenshu. Even Shang Wenshu from Bai Nian Gongzhu was being manipulated by Bai Xiaosheng. He lost, completely lost, losing everything, including his life. He Yanbing's last bit of strength was shattered by the name of the caller. The phone continued to ring insistently, but He Yanbing dared not answer it. Thud. In front of everyone, in shock, He Yanbing directly knelt down before Bai Xiaosheng. In that instant, the entire private room fell silent. Everyone present, except for Bai Xiaosheng, found it hard to believe. He Yanbing actually knelt down, just a few minutes ago. He had been arrogant and unrestrained, but now he cowered like a dog. He Yanbing bowed his head, and it was more accurate to say he lay on the ground than knelt. His image was completely shattered. This scene would surely be etched in everyone's memory. Unforgettable for a lifetime. Han Dongxiu and Song Yiping stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. After a long while, Bai Xiaosheng coldly said, you knelt in the wrong direction and before the wrong person. He Yanbing quickly lifted his head, then moved his knees, his expensive trousers scraping against the floor as he turned to Zheng Dongsheng. Zheng Dongsheng had one foot resting on the chair, looking down at He Yanbing, who had lost all dignity and was trembling like a dog. The very person who had caused him and Lao Bai trouble for years. This once high and mighty guy. You have your day now. Zheng Dongsheng laughed loudly, picked up a bottle of white liquor from the table, and gulped it down. What a relief. Zheng Dongsheng roared. Years of pent-up frustration swept away. He Yanbing's phone continued to ring insistently. It seemed that it would keep ringing until someone answered. Bai Xiaosheng reached out for He Yanbing's phone, and immediately someone picked it up, passing it along, and it eventually ended up in Bai Xiaosheng's hands. Everyone looked on with awe. The person they had underestimated, even looked down upon, was the true king today. Hello, is this Mr. Shang? It's me. Bai Xiaosheng calmly answered the phone. His tone was neither humble nor polite, speaking on equal terms. He Yanbing, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling in silence, realized it was Shang Wenshu. Indeed, the person he shouldn't have provoked was Bai Xiaosheng. In fear, He Yanbing bit his lip hard, almost drawing blood. Why? How could Bai Xiaosheng have such power? Why could he do it while I couldn't? I can't accept it. He Yanbing's disordered gaze still held a hint of madness and unwillingness. This matter is almost settled. There's no need for Mr. Shang to intervene. Bai Xiaosheng said with a glance at the kneeling He Yanbing, smiling. What a pity. On the other end of the line, Shang Wenshu sounded somewhat disappointed. Given Bai Xiaosheng's status, Shang Wenshu had long wanted to befriend him, especially since he owed Bai Xiaosheng a big favor because of Master Song Kai's ribbon-cutting event. Now that he finally had a chance to help, he was going to miss it, which made Shang Wenshu feel somewhat regretful. Bai Xiaosheng detected this and smiled. Glancing at Lu Nan, Mr. Shang, actually I have one more thing I need your help with. Oh, go ahead. Shang Wenshu perked up immediately. I have a friend named Lu Nan. His company does renovations, and he needs your support. Bai Xiaosheng smiled, and then switched to speaker mode, addressing Lu Nan. No problem. From now on, your friend, Lu Nan, is my friend, Shang Wenshu. The voice from the other end surprised and envied everyone present. Just this sentence alone was enough for Lu Nan to establish himself in the business world of Tiannan. Lu Nan was also speechless with shock, recalling Bai Xiaosheng's words from before, and he smiled. His so-called troubles now seemed trivial. Han Dongxiu swallowed hard, while Song Yiping looked frustrated. They had chosen the wrong side. Bai Xiaosheng switched back to handset mode, exchanged a few polite words with Shang Wenshu, and hung up. If Bai Xiaosheng had said this a few minutes earlier, no one would have believed it. Now, no one could disbelieve it. Zheng Dongxing chuckled, put his foot down, and sat back down. His expression was one of pride. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Han Dongshu and Song Yiping, who were anxiously staring at him. They were not as loyal to He Yanbing as others described, at the very least. Since He Yanbing was finished, they did not want to go down with him. Han Dongshu, you were the first to frame me and plot against Lao Zheng. Bai Xiaosheng said coldly. Now tell me, how should I deal with you? Without saying a word, Han Dongshu fell to his knees. If He Yanbing was kneeling, what was he? I was just an accomplice. Please spare me, Han Dongshu pleaded. He now understood that the reason He Yanbing ended up like this was entirely because Bai Xiaosheng had set a trap. Just thinking about He Yanbing's fate, especially with those loan sharks after him, made Han Dongshu shiver. Bai Xiaosheng was the most ruthless of them all. I understand. Han Dongshu said joyfully, nodding vigorously. And then he ran off. I'll go right now. He truly did not want to stay there for even a moment. Song Yiping wore a face that was half crying, half laughing, and said, Brother Bai, I was also forced into this. I know. You can leave. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand at Song Yiping, too lazy to say more. Hey, Brother Bai is generous, showing old friendship. Song Yiping flattered as he hurriedly escaped. Just let him go like that. Zheng Dongsheng gritted his teeth. Song Yiping has abused his power. I will demote him. During my term, he will never be promoted. That bank president still has a tenure of over 10 years, right? Zheng Dongsheng smiled with satisfaction. Deserved. Bai Xiaosheng, Bai Yi, I'm kneeling down to you now. I admit defeat. I admit my mistakes. I'm not human. I beg you to let me go. He Yanbing cried and pleaded, even starting to slap himself. Bai Xiaosheng looked at him and smiled. Since you're already kneeling, I can't really kill you. You can go. You've let me go? He Yanbing raised his head in surprise. Yes, I'm letting you go. But as for those loan sharks, I can't help you. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and said, Good luck, General He. Chapter 96. The matter is settled. I'll leave. It's all over. Bai Xiaosheng's final words reminded He Yanbing, causing him to fall to the ground in despair. What rising again? What 30 years in the east? 30 years in the west? What revenge? All turned into empty words. Doing those things requires a basic premise. That is, to have a life. Now, even if Bai Xiaosheng let him go, would those loan sharks? No. He Yanbing borrowed too much money. It was so much that even if the bank lent him more, he would have to put in a large sum of his own money for interest. Now that he had no bank loans, all his assets couldn't even feed those loan sharks. Unless Bai Xiaosheng was willing to help him with a loan. Unless Bai Xiaosheng was willing to help him continue the century-long partnership. Would Bai Xiaosheng do that? He Yanbing was not truly insane. Nor would he be foolish enough to think that Bai Xiaosheng would help him without holding grudges. It could be said that now that Bai Xiaosheng let him go, it was just allowing him to struggle helplessly, slowly sinking into a swamp of despair. He Yanbing was completely ruined. Fear and hopelessness were gradually consuming him. In the private room, there was a moment of silence. Many people looked at He Yanbing with sympathy. What was the difference between this and a death row inmate waiting for the gunshot? None. The class reunion had progressed to this point. They hadn't eaten or drunk. But no one cared. Everyone present stared at Bai Xiaosheng, their gazes carrying varying degrees of awe, as they were all re-evaluating the peer who had stood out during their college years. Years later, Bai Xiaosheng was still the peerless standout, unmatched by anyone. And they, however, had failed to recognize the gem. Many who had wanted to step on Bai Xiaosheng along with He Yanbing were now sweating profusely, feeling incredibly fortunate that they hadn't taken that dangerous step. Lu Nan's phone rang. After answering, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Nan was overjoyed. All his problems would be resolved. You should eat before leaving. It's the middle of the day, why the rush? That job is yours, it can't run away. Zheng Dongxing joked. Lu Nan was already impatient, waving his hand. Next time I'll treat you, and Lao Bai, not this time. Then take it slow, Bai Xiaosheng smiled. He could understand Lu Nan's current feelings. Lu Nan smiled gratefully, no longer saying anything unnecessary, and hurriedly left. Then let's go too, Bai Xiaosheng said as he stood up and turned to Zheng Dongsheng, glancing around at the people present, and smiled lightly. Everyone enjoy your meal and drinks. We will take our leave now. Zheng Dongsheng had just persuaded Lu Nan, but when it was his turn, he did not hesitate, and stood up to follow Bai Xiaosheng out. Why are you leaving? Yeah, Bai go stay for a meal. Right. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's catch up. Some people began to enthusiastically persuade them to stay. Bai Xiaosheng was now quite a big deal. If they could curry favor with him, it would definitely bring great benefits. Bai Xiaosheng smiled without speaking, waved his hand, and led Zheng Dongsheng out of the private room. The special security guards at the door tacitly stepped aside to let the two pass, then rushed forward to block the remaining people. Bai Xiaosheng, don't go. He Yanbing, kneeling on the ground with a face ashen as death, suddenly screamed in despair. He stood up and frantically lunged towards the door. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't leave. He was the only one who could save himself. In his panic, He Yin Bing had only this absurd thought in his mind. Even if he had to be a servant to Bai Xiaosheng, he was willing as long as he could survive. Those who once called him He Gu were pushed unsteadily by He Yin Bing, and many, in their anger, intentionally blocked him, pushing back against him. He Yin Bing, in a frenzy, swung his arms to hit those blocking his way. Several special security guards rushed over, expertly subduing He Yin Bing and throwing him to the ground. In the chaos, someone shoved a hard object into He Yin Bing's hand. In his frenzied state, He Yin Bing was completely unaware and waved the object around randomly. Suddenly, there was an outcry. Ah, he has a knife. He Yin Bing is crazy. He wants to kill someone. Ah, catch him. The surroundings descended into chaos. It was at this moment that He Yin Bing realized that he was wielding a kitchen boning knife. Another scream rang out. One of the special security guards had a bloody arm, seemingly injured by He Yin Bing while trying to subdue him. Intentional harm changed the nature of the situation. He Yin Bing was pressed to the ground by a dozen strong hands, unable to even open his mouth. Bai Xiaosheng and Zheng Dongsheng did not witness this scene. As they exited the private room, they only felt a bit of commotion behind them. But no one paid it any mind, nor did they look back. Just as they had stepped out of the crowd, a middle-aged man with gray hair approached them with a smile. It was Chen Ming. Brother Chun. Bai Xiaosheng greeted him with a smile, feeling a bit apologetic. I'm really sorry for causing a bit of a ruckus here. Chen Ming spoke with a bit of bravado, but there was sincerity in his words. He now quite liked this young man. You don't have to worry about the little incident in the private room. Chen Ming paused his voice, grinning oddly. Speaking of which, I added a bit of spice to it. Haha, forget it, I won't tell you anymore. If you watch the news, you might see it. Chen Ming's words piqued Bai Xiaosheng's curiosity, but since he was unwilling to elaborate, Bai Xiaosheng did not press further. The two continued to walk forward, chatting and laughing. Chen Ming insisted on treating Bai Xiaosheng to a meal, and Bai Xiaosheng couldn't refuse, so he agreed. Zheng Dongsheng followed behind, feeling a wave of curiosity. Earlier when he met this person downstairs, he thought he was just a friend of Lao Bai, but now it seemed he was the head honcho of the Mingzhu Tower. What is this brother's background? Zheng Dongsheng found a moment to quietly ask Bai Xiaosheng. This is my business card. You're Bai Xiaosheng's friend, so you're also my friend. Come by when you have time. Chen Ming said with a smile as he handed over a business card. Zheng Dongsheng took it and was instantly shocked. General Manager of Mingzhu Tower. Vice President of the development company, Chen Ming. No wonder he said he could handle things easily here. He wasn't boasting. Zheng Dongsheng gasped and carefully put the business card away. The three continued walking. As they passed by a private room, suddenly someone rushed out from inside. The person looked terrified and grabbed Bai Xiaosheng. Translator, where's the translator? Bad news, someone's going to die? Bai Xiaosheng, Chen Ming, and the three were taken aback. Is this person crazy? What does someone's life being in danger have to do with finding a translator? Chapter 97. Life-saving relies on the translator. The person in front of them was about 30, well-dressed, and exuded a scholarly air, looking like a secretary. Chen Ming frowned and pressed for answers. Life and death are at stake, especially in Mingzhu Tower. I have to take this seriously. The person, seeing that Chen Ming was questioning him, became anxious and angry. Who are you? If you're from the hotel, hurry up and find me a translator. If not, get out of my way. This is a matter of life and death. The person shouted hoarsely at Chen Ming. A hint of coldness flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. No one dared to speak to him like that in Mingzhu Tower. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Bai Xiaosheng quickly pulled the two apart. This is General Manager Chen Ming, the head of Mingzhu Tower. Brother, don't panic. You need a translator, right? I'm here, Bai Xiaosheng said. Mingzhu Tower is a landmark building in Tiannan, and Chen Ming is undoubtedly a big shot. The person was taken aback upon hearing this name. Just now, he had been too anxious to notice, but now that he looked closely, he indeed recognized Chen Ming, who often appeared in the media, his distinctive gray hair and youthful face being the hallmark. I'm sorry, I was too anxious just now and didn't recognize you, Mr. Chun. Even so, the person showed no signs of panic, only urgency. My name is Zhao Cheng. You can call me a Cheng. I really need a translator, a German translator. After realizing he was speaking to Chen Ming, he remained calm. This person's identity was not simple either. A Cheng, what's going on inside? Do you speak German? A Cheng turned to Bai Xiaosheng, hopeful yet fearing that he would shake his head. I do. Bai Xiaosheng nodded decisively. Then hurry and follow me. A Cheng led the way into the private room. Bai Xiaosheng and Chen Ming exchanged glances and followed closely, with Zheng Dongsheng trailing behind. The private room they entered was even smaller than Qinyan Pavilion, but Bai Xiaosheng could tell at a glance that this was probably a true aristocratic setting. The few crystal chandeliers overhead, which Bai Xiaosheng asked Hong Lian to check, each cost around $1 million. Just these chandeliers alone were worth several million, truly extravagant. The calligraphy and paintings on the walls, along with the exquisite furniture throughout the room, were probably also worth a fortune. What a world of the wealthy. Amid his reflections, Bai Xiaosheng noticed that a banquet was being laid out in the room. The aroma of dishes wafting through the air, and the scent of wine was overwhelming. However, there was no one at the dining table. Everyone was gathered in the lounge area around a large sofa. Looking over, there were a dozen or so men and women. A woman's voice could be heard from the crowd, chattering rapidly, her emotions high, but it was clearly not Mandarin. German? Bai Xiaosheng's heart stirred. Detecting host needs. Activating secondary auxiliary language conversion. Detected language, German, Bavarian dialect. As Hong Lian's voice came through, the German Bai Xiaosheng heard immediately transformed into pure Mandarin. You, get away from me. I don't believe you. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. I was a member of 9. I can take you down with my bare hands. A woman's fierce voice rang out. 9, the German 9th Border Defense Force. One of the most famous special forces in the world. Bai Xiaosheng was startled. In the first-person shooter game he played, there were characters modeled after 9. Now, he was actually seeing a real one, and it was a woman. Bai Xiaosheng was filled with curiosity. Xiao Bai, do you really understand German? Chen Ming quietly asked Bai Xiaosheng, concerned that he was just trying to placate a Cheng to get a look at the situation. I really do understand German. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Chen Ming was somewhat surprised, but also pleased. Make way, the translator has arrived. A Cheng hurriedly called out as he rushed over. The people surrounding quickly stepped aside, looking over with curiosity. Bai Xiaosheng took a few quick steps and realized that the doctor had actually arrived, but was helplessly unable to approach. A woman with golden hair, brown eyes, and delicate cheeks stood there with a vigilant expression. Her figure was perfect, yet she exuded a commanding presence. She resembled a fiercely wild female leopard, poised and ready to attack at any moment. Chen Ming recognized the doctor as the on-duty doctor from the Pearl Tower. Behind that foreign woman lay another person. We called for a doctor. I need to examine the patient, but this woman, Dr. Zhao, spread her hands in resignation. I suspect someone has poisoned the food to harm Mr. Liu. This person has ulterior motives. The woman seemed to notice that Chen Ming was the leader and shouted sharply. Unfortunately, Chen Ming did not understand her words. Your suspicion is useless. Because you suspect, you won't let the doctor get close. What if the patient is in life-threatening danger? Bai Xiaosheng stepped forward and questioned. His authentic and fluent German caught everyone's attention. Zheng Dongsheng widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Lao Bai. The woman was startled, then delighted. You speak German? Does what I say sound like French? Bai Xiaosheng chuckled and pointed behind her with a serious expression. Are you sure you are protecting him and not trying to kill him? What nonsense are you talking? How could I harm my own employer? The woman hissed. You're blocking the doctor from examining him. It's clear you want him to die. I suspect you are the one who poisoned him. Bai Xiaosheng pointed directly at the woman. Her expression changed, filled with anger, as she made a move to lunge at Bai Xiaosheng. What reason do you have to suspect a doctor? If you can't articulate a reason, it's because you're feeling guilty, Bai Xiaosheng said calmly. Even if the woman didn't understand Mandarin, she should at least recognize the symbols on the doctor's emergency kit. How could there be a misunderstanding? Bai Xiaosheng was also puzzled. I saw him take out many needles. The woman shot Dr. Zhao a fierce glare. Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback, looking at Dr. Zhao in surprise, and asked in Chinese, Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? It dawned on him. This woman mistook acupuncture for a weapon. Bai Xiaosheng felt both angry and amused as he explained to the woman. However, she remained unconvinced. Stubborn like a typical German, Bai Xiaosheng had no choice but to negotiate, allowing the doctor to use only a stethoscope and blood pressure monitor for examination. This time, the woman agreed. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Cultural differences can be deadly. In recent years, traditional Chinese medicine has been rapidly promoted, but many foreigners still do not recognize or understand it. Chen Ming was very pleased to see Bai Xiaosheng resolve the issue after some murmuring with the other party and couldn't help but give Bai Xiaosheng a thumbs up. Just as Dr. Zhao stepped forward, suddenly, a voice screamed, Lola, stop him. Chapter 98, The Stubborn Woman. The German woman named Lola took a quick step forward, blocking Dr. Zhao and assuming a fighting stance. Although she couldn't understand that phrase in Mandarin, the sharp tone and familiar pitch instinctively prompted a reaction from her. However, Lola's expression soon became one of helpless laughter. Not just her, everyone around wore strange expressions. Bai Xiaosheng was stunned to see a gray shadow laboriously fluttering up and landing on Lola's shoulder. It was a parrot, entirely gray, with a tail feather as red as blood. What kind of bird is this, a parrot? Bai Xiaosheng wondered curiously. The earlier sound must have come from it. However, aren't typical parrots only able to say things like hello, thank you, and the weather is nice? At first glance, he almost thought it was a person speaking. After checking, he learned African gray parrots have an extremely high linguistic talent and IQ, capable of reaching a human intelligence level of 5 to 6 years old through training. Known for their ability to mimic human speech, and can also imitate the sounds of other birds and mammals, they can live up to 50 years in captivity. Hong Lian introduced this to Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng was left speechless. Is this still a bird? It's simply a bird human, a phenomenon in the avian world. Polly, stop that. Lola swiftly and skillfully grabbed the parrot, holding it in her arms. Be gentle, you hurt me. The parrot squawked in dissatisfaction. This is Polly the parrot, it's amazing. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but touch his nose. Lola moved aside with the parrot, and only then did Dr. Zhao step forward. Bai Xiaosheng also took a couple of steps closer. Lying on the wide sofa was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a square face, strong features, and well-maintained skin. However, at this moment, his face was pale, eyes tightly closed, brows slightly trembling, and his forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat. Chen Ming also examined the man's face, his expression suddenly changing. He recognized who it was. If something happened to this person in the Pearl Tower, it would be quite a hassle. Anaphylactic shock? Realizing it wasn't food poisoning, Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief and instructed, quickly, save him. He then turned to a staff member and said, did you call for an ambulance? Have them use the VIP dedicated elevator for urgent care. The staff member nodded and hurried away. Bai Xiaosheng noticed Chen Ming's slightly anxious expression and felt a surge of understanding. It seemed that the person lying there was indeed not a simple character. Just as he was thinking, Dr. Zhao suddenly let out a cry of pain. Bai Xiaosheng quickly looked over to see Dr. Zhao gritting his teeth in agony, holding a syringe, with his wrist caught by Lola. The woman had a fierce look on her face. You lied to me. What is he trying to do? What is he going to inject? Lola angrily questioned Bai Xiaosheng. This is epinephrine. It's an emergency treatment for anaphylactic shock, Dr. Zhao explained while gasping in pain. Even if he didn't understand German, he could guess what Lola was asking. Bai Xiaosheng hurriedly explained, but Lola glared and insisted that Dr. Zhao inject himself first. Are you joking? Bai Xiaosheng felt both angry and amused. It seemed that hiring a Western bodyguard was truly not advisable. They had experienced too many dangers and were overly cautious. Bai Xiaosheng pleaded, but Lola remained adamant. Bai Xiaosheng was also furious. This was a matter of life and death. You must agree, whether you like it or not. Bai Xiaosheng and Lola glared at each other, neither giving way. Dad. Suddenly, a worried call came from the direction of the door. Bai Xiaosheng turned to see a plump, adorable girl running over. A little chubby, but very cute. Miss. Lola exclaimed, pushing past Dr. Zhao. Wait a moment. Bai Xiaosheng stepped forward to block the girl, briefly explaining the situation to her. The girl steadied her emotions, nodded gratefully to Bai Xiaosheng, glanced at Dr. Zhao, and began to explain to Lola. Although her German was not as fluent as Bai Xiaosheng's, it was still decent. Only after she spoke did Lola step back. Bai Xiaosheng let out a sigh of relief. The girl once again nodded gratefully to Bai Xiaosheng before running towards her father. The girl's upbringing and education were truly impressive. Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but feel emotional. Turning his head, Bai Xiaosheng was astonished to see Zheng Dongsheng beside him, staring at the girl with wide eyes. His chubby face flushed and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You're allergic too? Bai Xiaosheng was startled. Aye. Zheng Dongsheng looked at Bai Xiaosheng, stuttering, Lao Bai, spring has come for me. Huh. Bai Xiaosheng was taken aback. Then he saw Zheng Dongsheng run straight to the girl, comforting and soothing her, and subtly claiming credit for helping her. Bai Xiaosheng was left speechless, feeling a mix of admiration. Generally, when someone experiences love at first sight, they would feel shy or embarrassed. At the very least, they would feel bashful. But how could this chubby guy act so shamelessly? Allergen. A group of people surrounded the dining table, but no one knew which dish caused the allergy. All the dishes on the table were taken away for testing, which would take too much time, so they needed to identify the one or two most likely candidates. The guests at the banquet were discussing it among themselves. Time was limited. They had to leave as soon as they finished dealing with the patient, so they needed to find out quickly. Bai Xiaosheng stood outside the crowd when he suddenly heard a strange and unique call. Detecting the host's needs, the second auxiliary language conversion was activated. It detected bird language, specifically that of an African gray parrot, and the conversion was initiated. Bai Xiaosheng heard the parrot, Polly, calling out, it's the circle shell. I saw it on the old man's shoulder. He only ate it once before collapsing. Circle shell, what is that? Bai Xiaosheng looked over and saw a plate of baked snails on the table. He understood. Everyone listen to me. Most of the ingredients in these dishes can be identified. This gentleman must have had an allergic reaction due to the dish with unidentifiable ingredients. And that plate of baked snails is the most likely culprit. Bai Xiaosheng shouted. In fact, even if an ordinary person is allergic to a certain food, they would inform the kitchen, which would also be cautious in such matters. This time, it was very likely that an ingredient that even the patient himself was unaware of caused the reaction. Bai Xiaosheng said this out of necessity. He couldn't just tell everyone that it was the parrot that informed him. The crowd's eyes lit up as they looked at Bai Xiaosheng, their expressions filled with admiration. This young man was calm, unflustered, spoke excellent German, and was quick-witted, truly a talent. Chen Ming's eyes sparkled with understanding. It was only now that he realized why the master had favored Bai Xiaosheng so much and repeatedly urged him to befriend him. A dragon among men. Bai Xiaosheng vaguely heard the chubby guy excitedly mumbling, Lu Wenxian, what a beautiful name. She is my goddess.